the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Keynes, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you're listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Ohio are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Ohio high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
If you want to stay on top of your health, one simple thing to do
is take the pledge to go and get screened for the cancers that might affect you.
So stand up, cancer, and take the pledge and get screennow.org.
It only takes a minute to take care of yourself, and nothing rhymes with org.
Talk to your doctor about your health and screenings that are right for you.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in two different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's time to kick back and listen to the sports page with your host, Pat Lucia, right here on Western Reserve Radio. You can call the show at 330-707-4202 and tell everyone what's on your mind in the wonderful world of sports. Now, here's your host, Pat Lucia.
Saturday morning sports page, Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. 330-707-4202. Get in and get sports. Call in and get sports. And it is, July 5th, Dave Clark, day after 4th of July. Hopefully everybody had a great and a safe 4th of July. We got a lot to talk about today. NBA is just blowing off the charts, man.
Yeah.
So much going on in the NBA. We'll look at some NFL like we always do. And I guess we really got to start the show talking. And I guess the other thing is this gambling.
Baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baseball and basketball.
Well, you got to do it when you don't get paid enough money.
I gotta gamble because that's not enough. I don't make enough.
Can I ask you a question, Dave Clark?
Oh my God!
Have you ever gone to the airport and bet on incoming and outgoing flights?
No, but they have that. I heard they had that.
They took, you know why? Because they stole it from Seinfeld. Because Kramer was doing that. Kramer was doing that. Kramer was betting the incoming with the guy from Texas who was. His flight was delayed. I think his name was Earl J. Hafner. And he was betting Earl J. on the incoming and outgoing flights, and Kramer's got a gambling problem.
Oh, my God.
And they had the episode where Kramer is betting with this guy, Earl J. Hafner.
Well, I would believe it, though, if that was happening. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think when people got gambling problems, major, I think you can almost think of anything, and they're hooked so bad they'll gamble on anything. How many times can you flip the quarter into the cup? They'll bet that. That's a major gambling problem. I thank God I don't have nothing like that. I couldn't be giving my money away like that, just giving it away. Nope.
Well, Malik Beasley has got some problems.
Yeah, he's the guy that's
He's the NBA Detroit Piston. We'll talk a little bit about him, but he's got problems. And he's evidently got major debt issues from gambling. And he made a lot of money, and it sounds like he's losing a lot of money through gambling.
Yeah.
And then bottom line is, what did the NBA, the NFL, and these teams think when you're partnering with FanDuel, DraftKings, and you're getting them close there, and there's so many of them.
MGM. No, remember it's a MGM. It's a whole bunch.
Oh,
it's all kinds.
There are. That's the tip.
Yeah,
I just rattled off the two ones that I seem to know that I know of. But you've got the MGM.
Yep, you see that commercial come on all the time.
Right, you've got that commercial. I think Peyton Manning and Eli Manning, or I think were they on the MGM one? Or
down there
one of those.
With Fox.
And he's on there with that guy from JB Smoove from Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's with that. Because he's in that commercial with those guys. Because he's hilarious.
I know.
JB's,
Oh, that guy's been around. He's just funny because I don't know something about him. I look at him sometimes. He ain't even do nothing. He just makes me start laughing.
He's just funny. He's on Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David, and you just cry.
Yeah.
You laugh so hard you have tears. He is just always unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
That's like I said, that's not on anymore. That show finally, but I think Larry David did it for 12 seasons or 12 years, but JB Smoove was on that show, and he was Larry's roommate, and just all the stuff he was doing with Larry David, and they're just so funny together. And that show, but he's hysterical. We do digress, but bottom line is that is part of in this world, you've got gambling up front, and they're putting it in arenas, and they're putting it in stadiums, and people can bet. Prop bets are just.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You and I could bet right now what's coming on. I don't know, WNBA game on. Who's going to score first? I think the Liberty and the Fever played it out. Somebody big, but I know it's a big game. We could bet on who scores the first 2 points. We could bet on who scores the first 2 points of the fourth quarter. It's the unbelievable. Who shoots the first free throw? Which team? Can you believe that these are the things that you could bet on? I was reading up on that. I couldn't believe. I had to stop reading though, because it's so much. If somebody wanted, it was on the Sporting News, and it had an article. It was so long. I just had to stop reading, but there's so many things that you can bet on. It's just unbelievable.
Well, the Cleveland Guardians, now they have a player, Luis Ortiz.
Is that the pitcher?
He's the pitcher.
Right.
who's getting investigated with gambling issues. And it goes because he was a pitch, and everybody, evidently there was a lot of betting action on it. They can bet by pitch.
Yeah.
And there was a pitch, and he had all this action on a pitch that if it was a ball, you could win. And everybody bet a bunch of money that it would, and he throws this ball way out, like past the catcher.
Right.
Catcher didn't even catch it because it was so low and away.
Yeah.
And that's what they're looking into, is that they had all this money based on this one pitch. Now they're looking at him
to see if he did that on purpose.
Did he do it on purpose?
How can you prove that one?
And that's what I kept
going to
saying.
Slow down his mechanics.
Right.
Oh, look, he's a little
the ball
off.
got away from him.
How do you do that?
But because they're saying they were saying that there was all this gambling action came in on that one pitch.
I get that part, but
right.
How can you?
So they think, did he intentionally do it? But this is what you open up the door to when you start putting, by pitch, and you put these prop bets out. When you're going to say, okay, I'm going to bet so many $10,000 that pitcher throws that third pitch that's going to be a ball or that's going to be a strike. And I'm going to put $10,000. And now, now they're going, well, they got all this money all of a sudden came out of nowhere, and they were, put it on just the one pitch. So he throws it. Now they're thinking, did he intentionally do this? And it was like, but you almost bring this up. Like when you have prop bets, you almost, I don't want to say encourage behavior, but you're going to get this questions because
of that.
And when people start betting all this money on like one pitch, and if the guy happens to throw the ball low and away and the people win, then you're going to be like, oh, did he do it intentionally?
Yeah, but see, here's the problem I have. That's Vegas, right? Or, well, I don't want to say Vegas, just the betting community, period. They're going to go after and investigate this guy, right? Have you ever noticed that they always want to investigate whoever it is when they lose all the money? What about when, let's say I threw a pitch and it goes opposite way? Everybody bet on this thing to be a strike, but it's a ball. And we usually say Vegas, but let's say the corporation wins all this money because they do. They win now.
They win.
Why ain't they being investigated?
Right. Why? And that's a good part.
Did you tell the ump, did they have to call? It's a close call. He calls it this way. Was that fixed? I mean, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I think it's just crazy. Once the door was open to your FanDuels and all the other ones, once that was tied into pro sports, college sports, I think you need to throw all the other stuff out the window. These little investigations, they're not little, but I call it that way because I think it's really, really picky that you can go and investigate this guy to see, just like you said, the pitch could just got away from him. How can you prove that or not? But since they losing all the money and the people are winning, we got to investigate.
Now we got to investigate it.
But if it was flipped the other way, no investigation.
They don't do investigation.
No, it's never an investigation.
No, because you're supposed to lose.
That's right. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Here's the skinny. It said Cleveland Guardians starting pitcher Luis Ortiz has been placed on paid leave over reported MLB investigation into gambling. Ortiz was scheduled to start the game Thursday against the Cubs, but he did not start. Okay. A betting integrity firm flagged 2 individual pitches from Ortiz, according to ESPN. The first was June 15th when Ortiz's first pitch of the second inning to Randy Arozarena was not close to the strike zone. The alert was reportedly triggered by action on the first pitch that inning being either a ball or a hit batsman. The next incident was similar action. Another bad miss on June 27th in top of the third inning. It says the Guardians released a statement saying the Guardians have been notified by Major League Baseball that Luis Ortiz has been placed on leave per an agreement with the Players Association due to an ongoing league investigation. The Guardians are not permitted to comment any further with respect to confidentiality with the league. Okay. Major League Baseball allows players to legally gamble on sports, but not any diamond sports, which means they can't gamble on baseball or softball at any level. There was another player, Marcano, was permanently banned from baseball due to gambling on games involving his own team. 4 other players, Michael Kelly, Jay Groom, Jose Rodriguez, and Andrew Safrank, were suspended for a year for gambling on baseball games, which they were not personally involved. So I guess they're going to look into these allegations or issues with Ortiz to see did he intentionally do. How do they prove that? But did he intentionally throw balls, or he threw the one they showed? I watched the replay. One was a wild pitch that the catcher couldn't get, and the other one was way low and away that the catcher caught. But the point is, I guess now they're saying, does he have friends that he knew that put money? They had all this action bet on these pitches, and now they're looking into it. Did he have anything to do with that?
Let's say I did an investigation of all your friends.
Sure.
Right? And we investigate, and we find out that Joe over he lives way in Texas.
Yeah.
But he's a friend of yours
I know
from way
back when.
Back in Columbus. He went to Ohio State, blah, blah, blah. You knew him. Sure, you ain't talked to him in years. But he betted, and he betted big.
Yeah.
And you were pitching, and this happened. So now, I guess you're guilty of you. I mean, because that's your friend. That's a friend of yours. We see that you did have a connection with this guy. Now, we haven't been able to find out anything recently.
No.
But you do have some type of connection with them. They are becoming the second stepping stone to NCAA sports, because you know how we hate the NCAA. Now this stuff is getting on my nerves, because when I hear anything about this betting crap, you don't want to put it all together to make millions.
Right.
Well, forget millions, billions of dollars. You put all this together and it was fine. But now you have a problem because somebody made big dollars on you. So we got to investigate it. But as I said, just flip it the opposite way. No investigation. If it was flipped the other way, you lost all your money. Too bad. Too bad you lost all your money. But they can't lose. They can't beat. They don't supposed to lose big.
They don't investigate them when they win. The people are getting your money.
Right.
That entity. They don't investigate them when they win.
Right.
They only really investigate the people that win.
Right.
And when they think there's a regular money, a prop bet gets way too much action.
Yeah.
And then, like
Which
I said,
happen.
with this Ortiz now, because they're trying to figure out they're just investigating it. So the bottom line is they really don't know. Did he bet on it, or did he have friends? Was he, he had relatives that said, hey, look, throw 2 balls because we got a bunch of friends of ours putting a bunch of money here. And so what does he care if it's only a ball? So what? It's not like it's going to really matter in the game. So, but this is
the stuff.
What do they expect? Like when you're allowing the betting to go on, the prop bets, and you're going to run into this.
Pat, I'm just wondering this guy does.
I think he's a first-year player. Ortiz. So
let's say he doesn't even know what's going on.
No, he might not.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He may really not know anything about what's going on. Can you imagine what this could do to his career?
Oh yeah, no,
because it's once that gets up there mentally.
No, right
now I can't. It's going to take something away from you because you can't really pitch the way you want to because you're going to figure if I throw this a little bit too outside, they're going to be thinking I'm doing something. No. Yeah, this is terrible.
And then obviously, now you've got Malik Beasley's issues. He's a person of interest in a gambling investigation. And this is out of the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Eastern District of New York. His attorney, Steve Haney, confirmed to The Athletic over the weekend, though no charges or formal allegations have been filed against him, this is simply an investigation. Now, though, there's an article, the FBI obviously is looking into this. And as we kind of look, it said, and this is SB Nation, article says, Malik Beasley owed $8 million to debtors, had wages garnished by dentists prior to gambling investigation. So I don't know.
He had wages garnished.
Yeah, he didn't know. It said here, this is how the article reads. It says it's a pattern of financial mismanagement began with a loan. It said Beasley's financial problems, this is from Detroit News, a report from the Detroit News detailed how Beasley's financial problems appeared to begin when he was playing for the Timberwolves on a 4-year, $60 million deal. South River Capital, a private company specializing in lending money to professional athletes, extended an undisclosed line of credit to Beasley based on future earnings. While the amount of the loan isn't clear, we do know that in 2022, South River Capital was awarded a $5.8 million judgment order Beasley to pay back the loan, and this came after he made a payment of $1.13 million. It's not uncommon for athletes to take out loans based on future unrealized contracts, but this started as a pattern of financial issues for Beasley, who seemingly had his financial problems snowball from there. He's got more lawsuits. While South River lawsuit was the largest, Beasley was routinely taken to court over smaller defaulted loans. $650K to Haslam Sports Management for failure to repay a loan against a future marketing revenue. $26,827 to Cairo Cuts, a celebrity barbershop in Milwaukee. $26,000 to a barbershop. $21,505 to the Stott, is a historical apartment building in Detroit for failure to pay rent, and then $34,390 to Dr. Hassan. I won't try to say his last name. He was a dentist in Minnesota. The last debt from the doctor led to the court judgment to garnish Beasley's wages to satisfy the debt, indicating that he perhaps didn't have the $35,000 on hand to pay off the bill, despite earning $6 million this season from the Pistons.
If he doesn't have it, then we know he's in some major financial trouble.
Right. Because what has he done?
Yeah. And I mean, it could be, it could be gambling. It could be just bad investments where you have people just invest in all kind of dumb stuff and lose their funds, all kind of things.
It says here, further, the betting scandal is on June 30th, news broke that Beasley was under investigation by the FBI as part of a wire fraud investigation involving gambling and prop bets. While he was not charged criminally as part of the probe, it was revealed that the betting interest in Beasley's points began to explode in January of 2024 when he was with the Timberwolves. Possible involvement of Beasley's role is still being investigated. Though there's a curious drop in production the player saw from December 23rd 23 to January 24. And now this is weird. He goes, December, he averaged, of 2023, he averaged 12.1 a game, 50% field goal percentage, 51 from 3-point. And then in January, a month later, it was 9.9, 40% of field goal percentage and 40% from three. So he dropped 10 points in field goal percentage and dropped 3 points. But now they're saying, it says, and they call this a significant drop in production, which I don't really agree with.
I've seen guys go on such horrendous slumps before.
Yeah, it's only a month. I mean, so the guy was averaging 12 points, but he went from 12-1 down to 9-9. That's like barely over two. It was a little over 2 points. He slipped in production.
It is. They grabbed the straws.
The thing you've got. This is they have a big investigation to do. They're looking at Beasley. It sounds like he's got some issues with money because he's not paying his debtors.
That's right.
And he could have obviously a lot of issues that we don't know. But I mean, I guess it says Beasley was set to make money in free agency after finishing second in the 6-man competition this past year. And he was averaging 16 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit News reported that the Pistons were prepared to offer him a 3-year, $42 million contract. However, the Pistons rescinded their offer when the news broke of the gambling probe emerged. As of this time, nobody has made a contract offer to Beasley pending the FBI investigation. So nobody wants to touch this guy until this investigation.
And then by the time that investigation is over, he probably had to sign one of those 1-year contracts for
if he's lucky.
If he's lucky, $8 million, $5 million, some kind of craziness like that.
The problem you have now, though, is he may be. Well, I guess you're going to have to wait for the investigation to go.
Yeah.
There's two issues here. A, evidently, Beasley doesn't pay his bills. Okay, that's one issue.
Yeah, that's
not good, but that has nothing to do with integrity of the game.
Right.
He just doesn't pay his bills. That's another issue.
Right.
The issue, though, really is the gambling issue. Was he somehow tied up to, is he gambling and is he getting himself in debt? And that's where the potential comes to.
That's the only thing.
Does he go throwing the game and that kind of thing? Does he get into the integrity issue?
Yeah.
If he may be a bad money person.
That's what I was saying. Or you know what these guys do? A lot of them do too, Pat. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I would be closely keep my eye. When you make that kind of money, it's going to be hard for me to play pro sports, navigate all that time. If you got a family, navigate what time you have for that too. And then all your bills. Most times you're going to get a financial planner. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm not going to put all of my finances into somebody's hands and say, hey, go at it. Take care of myself. And I never look at it. I'm going to be in constant contact so I know what's going on at all times. Either myself, wife, somebody else. We're going to be involved because we need to know. Because they could be doing anything. So it may not just be him. He may have, dividends to somebody that's supposed to be taking care of his financial things and are not doing it.
Right. And that happens too.
So I mean, it's all kinds of things.
You hear that entertainers.
Right. All the time.
Years ago. I mean, to finish up the rest of this is it says the lawyer for Beasley is quick to point out no charges have been filed against his client. It's in a gambling investigation involving Malik no criminal charges have been issued. It's nothing but an investigation. And to the lawyers, he's correct. Malik is entitled to the presumption of innocence. While Beasley is certainly entitled to the presumption of innocence in a court of law, that doesn't mean teams will line up for his services. This is where the problem is now, him trying to sign another contract. Gambling investigation comes just after a year after Porter of the Raptors was banned for life from NBA for placing parlay bets on his own teams under, which he participated in. At this point, it could take a long time to iron out what Beasley knew about the irregular betting on him or whether the NBA will take action against him. But you have issues in that all I see here is, okay, the guy didn't pay certain debts.
Right.
You bring up the point, and we've seen this time and time again, where not only athletes, but entertainers have either people on their payroll or they think some people they turn a lot of their money to a manager who ends up embezzling the money and not paying the guy's bills.
That's right.
And that's a problem too. Now that has got nothing to do with gambling. That's just basically you trust people to do a job that they don't do, and they embezzle your money and don't pay your bills, and then you get you get lawsuits coming at you saying you didn't pay this bill, that bill, and you're going, well, wait, I got my money manager, and the money manager says, well, yeah, I paid that bill. No, you didn't. And then they get into a big squabble, and then there's a lawsuit, and you know where all that goes.
And it's on for years.
And it goes on, right? It can go on for years. Yep. That's the music. We'll be back. It's the first quarter's already in the books on the Saturday Morning Sports page, just like that, Dave Clark. Back after a quick time on Western Reserve Radio.
If I could be you.
And you could be me. For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The year was 1907. The Cubs won the World Series and the Ford Model R hit the assembly line. While here in Ohio, school administrators came together to form the Ohio High School Athletic Association. One thing that hasn't changed since 1907 is the dedication of the OHSAA to education-based athletics in Ohio. School sports teach responsibility, sportsmanship, and life lessons that stay with students long after their playing days are over. The OHSAA seeks to prepare students not for the next level of sport, but for the next level of life.
Second quarter of the show, Saturday Morning Sports Page, Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. 330-707-4202. Obviously, we talk sports. It is July 5th. Beautiful day out today. 4th of July yesterday. Hopefully, everybody had a great, safe 4th of July.
Yeah.
Went to the fireworks.
It's a beautiful day, too.
Beautiful day.
Beautiful day.
Didn't blow up your hand like JPP did 10 years ago for the New York Giants, and career was altered. Did win a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, I believe, but his career was altered after that.
To be honest with you, though, the way he came back and was still effective was actually unbelievable.
It was.
That's this guy come back still getting sacks, grabbing people with just the one finger.
Or one hand,
I mean, it's just this guy.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he did a great thing. to come back from that.
Yeah.
He obviously, it did change his ability to play, but he adjusted to it fairly well and did overall, did get a ring with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was the Brady Super Bowl.
Right. The Hall of Fame man here, Bob Gessler. I wonder if he would know this guy, but it was a guy I used to love. But I mean, I still like the fireworks show. Right. I mean, we used to get fireworks one time, and you blow off the firecrackers. Well, it was one. Remember they used to call them blockbusters.
Oh yeah,
blockbusters. Well, it was a guy I know. He was a couple of years older than me, and I bring up Bob Gessler because I'm with Bob being a couple of years older than me. I know he probably played against him. This guy went to Rand High School. His name was Dickie North. And he made All City as a tight end and everything like that. But he blew off 3 of his fingers when he was about, I think Dickie was probably 12 years old. He had a blockbuster, lit it like you normally do,
like he did.
And then you get away from it.
Yeah.
But as soon as he lit it, it just went straight to it. Went straight down the wick. Just went straight to it. Didn't even get hand. And it went off in his hand. And from that day on, I've never lit anything with a firecracker. I don't even want to be. I just watch them.
Me too.
After I seen that and was able to see that and myself up close and personal, I was done. And but to see this guy to come back, you thought when we was kids, I said this guy'd never be normal. No. Well, he played football, he played baseball. I don't know how he could do it.
Oh, this Dickie North played football and basketball. Okay, so he actually did come back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because he was at the time for him, he was like maybe 13.
Right.
13 years old. Okay,
so he actually
I think I might have been 11 or 10. Somewhere in there.
So he actually did go on and could play sports.
And I was thinking he's right in that era with Bob. He might remember him. So I just said, man, it's just unbelievable. When you bring up JPP to see it, but that's why this fireworks is nothing to play around with at all. Well, when you listen to it, the things that you hear now is not like a weird kids. No. These things sound like something. This stuff sounds like some war material. No. I'm serious. This stuff sounds super dangerous.
No, it is. It's like I said. Fireworks, it's good to watch them.
God. It sounds like a war zone when you hear some of this stuff going on.
Some of this stuff could be, So looking at the gambling issues plaguing now baseball and basketball.
But are you going to start investigating everything?
Well, and that's the question comes down to is, are they going to be looking at, like they track this betting, and when they see that's what evidently caused in baseball that prop bet, but there was a lot of money coming in just on those pitches. And now they think something's the pitcher's got something to do with it.
So they're going to be looking at everything else now. Once you get one get out there, that's all you need.
And they're going to obviously continue but again, going back to you opened up the door for this.
Yeah.
And you've got the betting in the arenas, and it's so easy now to bet. Legal in about every state, close to every state.
Close to every state. Yeah.
It's legal.
Just flip your phone on,
and you flip your phone on, and you go to an app, and you can bet just about anything you want and how much you want to bet. It's all out there. So, will be interesting to see what comes of Malik Beasley. Does he ultimately end up being banned? But I mean, outside of money mismanagement, it seems to be a problem, but they still have to tie him into, did he have anything to do with somehow, some way betting on games? And I don't see anything here, but they will investigate it and see. And then for Ortiz, it's going to be the same thing. But I think proving this is going to be really hard. Like Ortiz, I mean, if he didn't bet anything, what are they going to? I mean, they have to go to him and accuse him of intentionally throwing 2 wild pitches or 2 pitches outside the strike zone, and saying, well, and he could say, I don't know anything about this. I'm a pitcher of they got away from me. one was low and away. The other was a wild pitch. But, so they're going to look at every wild pitch by every pitcher that happens to have money on it. And so are you opening up the door to investigating, every time a pitcher throws a wild pitch and there happens to be a lot of money on it, or every time he throws a ball low and away, but if there's a lot of money on action on it, then they're going to say, well, did that pitcher have anything to do with that?
Yeah, and that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Every time when they lose.
Right.
Always remember that caveat.
Right.
When they lose.
When they lose. When the house loses, there's an investigation.
But
when the house
see a
wins,
touchdown
that
you might have betted on, let's say you did it, it's in the corner of the end zone. The referee says touchdown.
Right.
Big money's coming your way.
Right.
They go to the replay, and you can see, he's in. But they decide, replay says, no, it was touching the tip of it.
The tip of the right.
So now what we do, now we got to investigate that.
Yeah, you're going to investigate the ref.
It's too much going on.
Yeah.
Let's just ruin it all.
Right. No, you're potentially opening up the door here
for a lot of dumb
with these
stuff.
Investigations with these players. I mean, again, you look at the baseball, you look at the basketball. I don't know where they're going to go here, but if these players didn't place any bets, I don't know how. I mean, I don't know the deal with Beasley unless they think he's in debt. It sounds like he's got money issues and debt money. Okay. Right. That's mismanagement of money. That's not a crime.
Right.
It's just not, you're not doing,
not doing what you need to do.
You're not paying your bills.
Right.
You need to get better.
Yep. Or
you need to get a better money manager.
And that's got a lot to do with sometimes.
Right.
Because I could be guilty of myself in years past. Younger guy.
Right.
To have the money and you overspend what really your budget is. Yeah, you do have the money right now. But you got to look at down the road. Does that factor in right as you go? And so a lot of times you don't do that. You buy things on spur. You get the different things on the spur of the moment, the excitement of the moment, and don't count the cost, as they say. And that means down the road. And it gets you in a whole lot of trouble. Been there, done that.
Right.
Learn from that. And now don't do that.
And don't do that.
Yeah. But this is just too, like you said, you're talking about opening up a can of worms. It made me, what I started thinking about, I said, boy, I wonder if they're going to investigate Caitlin Clark, and is they going to investigate?
What are they going to do there?
What's her name? The one that
Angel Reese?
Not Angel Reese. The one that she's been the MVP every year. The last few years for the Aces. Wilson, Asia Wilson.
Asia Wilson.
Because Asia Wilson is in a slump from the free throw line. She's been at 96%, but now she's shooting 81.
See?
She's been missing.
Well, look at the thing.
Caitlin Clark, 12 of, I think they said 49 in her last 3 points. She's made 12 out of 49 attempts. Too.
So,
man, she's shooting like 24%.
So she's really bricking it up.
She's like, if I miss this many, and I bet.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so they got to investigate it. She's missing on purpose. Asia's missing on purpose.
Right. But they could have other people. Like, that's the thing. Yeah. This is the trick here. They don't bet it. They've got someone else betting it for them.
Right. Yeah.
So they're not involved. No, I don't know. Right. Yeah, but you bring up a point is anytime a star player, you've just used an example of the two WNBA players. Yeah. But now, to your point, now are we going to start watching, now at the end of baseball, you're going to be watching certain players, or basketball, or now football. Are you opening up a door?
I mean, it's just crazy.
To start looking at any player that goes into a slump. Are you going to start looking to see if there was any money bet on whatever he failed to do?
Yes, yeah.
And now do you think that he had anything to do with it?
It's too much. It's too much, man.
So
I'm just mess up all our sports. We love sports. And the NCAA is either NCAA or just betting mess. I always want to mess with things that we love to watch.
Right. But you get, again, you open up the door. They're tied into all these betting groups.
I mean, well, you're asking for it. You
were asking for it. And gee, you couldn't see this coming. I mean, I saw it. You know, there's an columnist for the New York Post. I like him a lot. His name is Phil Mushnick. He has been talking about this whole betting thing for years. He's criticizing Goodell for it. He's criticizing baseball. He's criticizing all of the major league sports for allowing the betting. When Goodell came out years ago and said, you know, betting is horrific. You can't have it. It hurts the integrity of the game to do 180 and now allow it and think it's all great. He's been writing about this forever in his articles about like people, this is, you know, this is bad. And you're opening up this whole, now you're going to be questioning anytime. Are we getting into the point where you're going to question every player going into a slump? Is the guy or the girl, the lady, is she on the take? It's like I said, it's not limited to the men. Now you got the WNBA. Clark's hit a slump. Wilson's hit the slump, and all of a sudden now are they going to be looking at those two players?
And I say that because
why? I mean,
they done lost some games because of and squarely on them because they was shooting so poorly, and A'ja Wilson was missing key free throws in some games. She was the type of person that really you could just say, "Oh, she's getting ready to shoot. Let me go to the fridge and get something." Because she's not missing.
No,
I'm not worrying about it. She's not missing it.
Well, you see, if there's money on the game and money with that, here's the other thing I've talked about this a lot, but back in the 50s, the NBA wasn't paying their players any money.
Oh yeah,
and this was in the Wizard of Odds book, ODDS, Wizard of Odds. That was about Jack Molinas, and Molinas was basically involved with fixing of games, etc. He was the one that, you know, Roger Brown and Connie Hawkins got in his car and took a ride in New York City, and they could never play in the NBA until years later when they got it fixed. And all they did is take a ride because he was that bad of a influence. He was involved.
You should not be seen or being nowhere in his vicinity, and they were. And it's sad, too, because that was the height. They still were great players when they came. It didn't matter. But if they would have came at a time when they were banned, they were key players that was, oh, my God.
Right.
Unbelievable players.
The book that I'm talking about, I read it. If you ever get a chance, it's by Charlie Rosen. Done an absolutely fantastic job with this book. It's The Wizard of Odds, How Jack Molinas Almost Destroyed the Game of Basketball. It was published in 2002. It's an old book, but it is an unbelievable, great book. And in the book, there's a part when Molinas is playing in the NBA. He gets called into the commissioner's office, and I believe the commissioner was Maurice Podoloff at the time, calls him in and says he's banning him because he was basically involved with shaving points.
Right.
And Molinas basically goes to Podoloff. He goes, yeah, I know I am, but so's everybody else.
Right.
Especially like the Fort Wayne Pistons were being looked at because the players were winning, but they were like, instead of winning by 10, they'd win by 8. So they weren't throwing the game. They weren't winning by the right amount of points.
Right.
So you got into this discussion. Is it really, they're not throwing a game, so they're not losing the game. They're just not winning by the right amount of points.
Right.
And you get into this whole discussion. Well, how bad is that or good? You know, it's shady.
Yeah.
But you're not throwing a game. So anyway, as this story goes, Molina said that to the commissioner, and the commissioner goes, yeah, well, I know that, but I'm making you an example. I'm suspending you for life. Basically, you're not ever going to play in the NBA again.
Right.
But I'm going to let people know that's what's going to happen to them if I catch them.
Yeah.
And he was basically kind of I'm going to use you as an example, and I'm going to let all these other players know we're watching, and if we catch them, they're gone.
Right. Yeah.
But that's the whole thing with this.
I mean,
and this is what I go back to when this book it's 23 years old, this book, and yet this book is talking about how Jack Molinas almost destroyed the game of basketball. Where are we going here with this betting and all this other crap?
Well, like you said,
you're getting in a bad place here.
You said it years ago, and you know, and it's good you gave credit to some of the other guys that you heard, but you said it right here on these radio airwaves. It was said years ago when we was talking about sports and betting and all that. They can't get into that. And then what happened is, before they did that, fantasy football became big. So it was just something that was tied in. It wasn't really money, but it was seeing how these companies were making big money off of fantasy football.
Oh, yeah. And still do.
Right. And then some of those companies got bought out by our establishment, the NFL, the NBA, MLB. They got bought out. And then they can make money from these fantasy football. So is it really gambling fans? Well, it's teetering. And then once the FanDuel, DraftKings and MGM Bet, and you got ESPN Bet, you got all of them. Once they got involved and all that got there, we went to a whole nother level. So what do you do now, Pat? Do you just say no more betting? No way that's happening.
No, that's not going to happen because you're always going to have betting.
Oh, you're going to have that under the table. However, that's been here for lifetime.
No, it's been decades.
Oh, yeah.
People were betting numbers and
all that.
No, well, I went to Giant Eagle the other day, and anyway, I bought Zicam, and it's been recalled. That it's for your cold. If you get a cold, and I use it, it's the nasal swab. So I went to Giant Eagle to go talk to the guy, and because I don't have receipts, and nice young man helped me out there. But there's people standing there to buy those lotto tickets.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and there's a guy there, man, and I said to the young gentleman, I said, this one guy next to me, he goes, oh, he's here every day. Like they come.
Oh, they're regular
every
customers.
Day. Like
I know, I done seen that different places I go to. Hey Bob, how you doing? Right. They know him.
They know him.
And these guys, I'm talking about, they don't be whipping out $1. No. They're 20s, 50s.
Right.
They just, this
is how this guy, I saw the guy like he was there and he came back. I had to wait on him.
You think they, and then he
came back and, and then he's got like a wad of money. I'm thinking, like, yeah. And he's like, and the gentleman said to me, oh yeah, that guy's here every day.
And just think now they have like our daily lotteries.
Yeah.
They got an afternoon.
Right.
And the evening one. So oh my God! They ain't do the breakfast one yet. It's coming.
It's coming.
Oh my God! It is unbelievable.
This is what blows me away with all of this FanDuel and DraftKings and all these other ones.
And have I played? I've played it before. I've played. I've done it just to see what is the fun of it, to see how. But take a $20 bill. I had to take the 20. You take it out of your account, put it in there, and play it, and see if you win something. You win, you lose, win. And then once I got right back to $20, I just took it back out.
Right. Yeah. You got your money back.
I won it one time because I was up.
Right.
But I kept on playing.
Right.
And that's the key. They want to see if you. But once I got down to where I started at, well, I quit.
Got it. Right.
I didn't lose anything, but I had fun doing it for a little bit.
Right.
But really, what it is. If you be able to do that, I don't care if it's $10 you won, just stop right there and you won $10 because as long as you keep playing,
you're going to lose.
You're going to lose. Yeah. And if you go too far, you're going to lose big.
More.
That's right.
And they want...
They know. They're smart.
Like I said, I was down in Columbus one time with friends of mine, went to dinner. We're sitting at the table. A lady comes up to us. We thought... She couldn't be our waitress because her waitress was already there, but she shows up. She's from, I think it was FanDuel or DraftKings, one of those. And she said, she introduces herself. She goes, I will give you, each of you at the table, $600. All you need to do is download this app and you have to, in the app, you have to put your name, who you are, blah, 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 and your credit card. And I'll put $600 in. Everybody would have $600. And you guys we're at the NCAA basketball was going on, and we're sitting at the sports bar down there ordering dinner. Yeah. And she goes, you could start betting on these games right now. Just download the app. You'll have $600 to start. Free money. 600 of our money, we're giving it to you.
Yeah.
And we laughed. Because my buddy said, well, what happens if after the 600, and I go through that. Now it's my money, and that's the carrot.
Yeah.
The carrot is you get 600. Now, if you're good enough and bet you win, you can make money. But they know ultimately over a period of time, you're going to lose that money, and then you're going to get on a roll to want to get it back. They got your credit card, and then all of a sudden now you're down $2,000 on your credit card, and you're trying to get it back. So you're going to bet more money to try to get that too, and then all of a sudden it's 5, 7, 10, 20. Now you hit your limit. And it's like, okay, now I got to give them another card because I want to get that money back. And that's what they're counting on.
Yeah.
They're counting on their...
And I'm glad you let them know when they tell you that you get this money.
Yeah.
It's true. They actually do give you it.
It is it. It's your money.
Oh, they actually give it to you.
They do.
But you got to bet.
Oh,
they don't get it. You put in your account and you say, let me withdraw it.
No.
You can't do that.
No.
You got to start being an active bettor.
They want you to actively bet and get on that train, if you want to call it, get on the train or get in the motion of betting. And they're hoping that you can get on a roll and you think, I'm going to win, and you're going to lose. But then that's where they make the money is then you can't stop.
Can't stop it.
Because the reality is they make their money off people losing their money. And the more the people lose, the more they make. And they're happier when they're making more money. So they're really,
that's this lawsuit.
In theory, they're making money off of your or my bad luck but we have to pay them, and they like us because we're paying them a lot of money because we're losing.
Yeah.
And they sadly, that's the bottom line here.
Yeah.
You want to call it what you want to call it. Are they preying on innocent people?
Yeah.
You take it for what it's worth.
Basically, they call, come on, loser.
Yeah, that's what
that's really what they're saying to you. Come on, loser.
Come on.
We need you.
Right. And you get younger. The sad part is you get the younger kids in high school with mom and dad's credit card. How many times have we heard this story where, mom and dad go to use the credit card and it's tapped out and they're going, what the heck happened? Well, it turns out our son, Johnny just lost, we got a $20,000
oh man.
bill on this. And then Johnny's crying and saying, yeah, Dad, I got carried away with the betting and, I'm into it for $20,000. And now Dad's got to write the check and pay off the credit card and then take it away from the kid. And then the kid's all distressed. Maybe he's not distressed. Maybe he's mad because he got caught. I don't know. But the point is, these companies, stuff, FanDuel and DraftKings, that's where they make all their money.
And just think, you owe these guys all this money.
Yeah.
They want their money.
Oh, yeah.
The thing that's different is they'll go after you legally, whereas
the old days they go after
legs. You, break them, shoot them off, whatever they have to do. They're going to do something to you physically, to you or a family member. And man, that's just a scary situation to be in. So, I like watching sports. Let me watch it freely without any interruptions of worrying about whether somebody's going to come in here and break my legs. So
yeah, well, yeah. At least with FanDuels, you don't. But the only problem is they might come after your car and your house
and everything,
and your assets, and
that's worse than a broken leg.
A garnish on, your wages or etc. Yeah, they could,
they could do all kind of things.
Right, they could all do things and ruin you.
Can't get caught up in nothing like that.
So that's the sad part of it. This is where. This is where it goes is this whole betting thing. But now you've got issues with the athletes and the prop bets. And now they're looking at these athletes. Could they be potentially, doing something
right
now? But the thing is, they just might not be playing well. It's got nothing, and they have nothing to do with any of this. It's just that, the house is losing, and now they're mad.
But you already, like you said, the can of worms has been opened.
But you've opened,
so now they're going to be. It can't just be these two guys. They're going to look at it. Now that you didn't open it, it's going.
Well, you just brought up Caitlin Clark and
Asia Wilson.
Asia Wilson having they're in a bad slump and a streak. All of a sudden, now are they going to be scrutinized and looked at? And are these other players that go in slumps? superstars or whatever, or average players just have a bad slump? Does the NBA or the NFL or Major League Baseball start looking at these players to see is there an issue?
Playing so badly?
Why are they playing badly? Is it years ago we watched baseball? The guy hit it. Guy would go into a slump. Shooter goes into a slump. We used to see it all the time. You see,
I never thought nothing about it.
Used to see some of the greatest shooters of all time. You could go, some of the greatest players of all time would hit a slump.
Yeah.
LeBron hit a lot of slumps.
Yep.
When I would watch him, sometimes he just couldn't throw the ball in the ocean, sort of to speak. He couldn't make a three. He'd go a few games, play bad, and then he'd snap back and be LeBron again. But he would go into a slump. But so would a lot of other players. And now all of a sudden, every time someone goes into a slump, are they going to be under an investigation?
Yeah, I guess so now.
Or does the team want them to know that? Like, is this going to be a situation where the players now are going to be looking over their shoulders thinking,
and how can you play
every
freely?
time? Right. How do you play freely when you're thinking, my God, I went to a slump. I had a bad few games. Are they looking at my, my performance? Are they thinking somehow I'm involved in any of this?
Right. Absolutely.
You've opened up a door here, but then you're putting the pressure on the player.
About it. Absolutely.
Halftime, Saturday morning sports page. Then we're going to talk about a celebrated day, July 1st. We'll talk a special day, July 1st, when we come back.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Saturday morning sports page coming right back. Halftime, 330-707-4202. Get in, talk sports. I know we talked a lot first half of the show.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the whole gambling situation is now front and center. We'll see what happens in both issues with both players.
Yes,
Malik Beasley and Ortiz from the Guardians, the pitcher, and then the basketball player for the Pistons. And this will be very interesting to see ultimately what happens with their gambling. Right now, they're just under investigation for gambling.
Right.
And that's what it is. That's all. No charges.
Except for C. Premier.
Ortiz has been suspended with pay as they investigate through it, from what they say.
Mm-hmm.
Right before break, I said there was a special day. July 1st is Bobby Bonilla Day, Dave Clark.
Yep.
Bobby Bonilla. Why, people, who's Bobby Bonilla? Well, I remember he played for the Pirates. He got signed a free agent deal with the Mets. And that's when things just basically went in his favor.
Yep.
When he retired from the St. Louis Cardinals in 2001, the 6-time All-Star was still getting paid from a former team, the wonderful New York Mets, in the form of $1.19 million every year. On July 1st, he gets his check. It says Bonilla told USA Sports, "It's bigger than my birthday. When that day comes, I get texts all day long and a couple days after, and maybe a day or two before. Everybody just seems to love that day and have fun with it. It's become a pretty big thing." Now, this is how this all evolved. The Mets wanted to buy out the remainder of his $5.9 million contract after the 1999 season. But instead, they decided to defer the payments on an annual basis, $1.193, $248,000 annually, paid on July 1st. This started 2011 through 2035. So Bobby Bonilla will be getting another 1.193 till 2035. So that's 10 more years.
Can you imagine? That's like winning the lottery every year.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It said Bobby Bonilla will be 72 when the payments stop. It said he played his game with the Mets 1999. At the time, the contract deferment seemed like a good idea. As the Mets were invested into Bernie Madoff and accepted large returns, but took heavy losses in the scandal. And I remember Madoff's investments almost destroyed the team. Bobby, meanwhile, will be 72 when the payments stop. An 8% interest was negotiated, which means the former major league player will get about $30 million from the deal overall.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So,
great deal on his part. Bobby Bonilla.
But you know what? I've said it a lot on this show, and I'm going to say it again. I know some people are upset by this. Like, there's people that go, "This is a disgrace." And I'm like going, no, it's smart. If you're an athlete, this is the best thing you could do.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why would they think it's a disgrace.
Well, I don't know why people do think that.
Getting paid
because
that type of money,
to get paid, he's not doing anything. But that's just using good common sense. Like, Bobby was so smart for doing that. Because now, I think he even said at one point, he goes, "If I would have had all that money up front, I probably would have blown it and lost it."
Right.
But when they came to me and said, "Well, we're going to set this up, you'll get it 1.1 million now until you're 72 years old," he thought it through and he goes, "That's a pretty good deal because that way I can, budget, lead my life knowing what I'm getting, and that I can lead a pretty good life."
Yeah.
On 1.1 million a year.
That's right.
And
even if he's setting up other family members, he can get things set
he can get whatever he wants to do.
Right.
But he knows every year he'll have that money until he hits 72.
Right.
But what he can do is he could take part of that money and stick it into a savings or an annuity and figure, okay, when I hit 72, I'm going to have this money to go to. And so I can have this, he could set this up so he'll never, ever have to worry a day in his life about money.
Right, ever. Yep. And if he was smart, that would be the thing to do. You have to put an annuity in there. You have to put in something, some type of safety net that also may collect some interest for you on the way. And like you said, when 72, when it gets cut off, now you got that to go to.
Well, I've looked at this thing. It's just like the net worth. They estimate it. Some said Bobby's net worth is $25 million. Another site says he's worth $20 million. So for the sake of the discussion, Bobby Bonilla's net worth is probably $20 and $25 million, and he's getting the $1.1 million a year. So he could manage that money, but no getting that money coming through.
Right.
But he's smart because more athletes should do that.
Yeah.
And that's the key. The key I always thought Bobby Bonilla was really smart and maybe a little bit ahead of his time, but he's so much smart because he's figuring that I get this money over a long term. I won't have to worry. Where now you read athletes investing into stupid, crazy investments and losing all their money. Kurt Schilling lost $38 million in like a.
I forgot what it was, but I remember that.
Like not a Game Boy, like a.
It was some kind of gaming system.
Yeah, gaming. Or something. And he invested all his money, a good chunk of it. And he lost it. And it just like he lost. I was trying to think video game investment.
Yeah.
They said here, Kurt Schilling invested heavily in a video game industry through his company, 38 Studios, which ultimately failed. He personally invested around $50 million of his own money in the state of Rhode Island. And they provided him a $75 million loan guarantee. But when 38 defaulted on the loan, subsequently he went bankrupt.
Can you imagine what that did to?
He lost $30 million.
Well,
family $50 million on a video game.
I bet you that messed up family matters also.
Oh, like totally.
That's the kind of things that you see that right behind that is divorce and this and that and everything else. Because of that, that's a bad mismanagement or something like that. Take that, but that's why I said even when who got redone his contract, Patrick Mahomes,
right?
Remember he redid it to a 10-year and spread that money out. That was a smart thing. He helped the team,
right?
Be able to keep signing people. He's getting all that money, and he's got it for all those years, coming through while he plays. And he plays another 10 years or not.
And and I know they're going to end up redoing that contract many times, right?
They're going to do it over and over.
But I look at this Kurt Schilling thing, and depending on what you read, I mean, it sounds like to me they're saying his loss was on like $151 million. They're all over the board. It says he owes $151 million to over 1,000 creditors. This is GameIndustrySite.com, and they said that. I didn't know it was supposed.
I didn't even know.
I didn't know it was that high, but they were saying he took out all this money.
But you can see that happening when you get into investments.
Yeah,
you have money, but you definitely go and get a loan. Most of the time,
you have to
offset what you put in. So if you do $50 million, you might get another $50 million loan or somewhere in there, maybe a little more. And you put all this in it. All the jacks in the box.
So it
don't work. I mean,
the collapse of Kurt Schilling's 38 Studios video game.
And that's what gets you. You sit here and you work hard for years, never seen the sight of that type of money. And we watch these guys do stuff.
And you see entertainers, athletes, actors, actresses, musicians making
on and on.
All that money. And basically, they invest poorly, either through a friend or relative, or they just think that this is a good idea to go into this video game industry thing. like he did, and it just basically it didn't pan out. But when you have, $38 million of your money,
oh my goodness,
that's tough. But and then now we got the Bobby Bonilla at the other end of the spectrum, sitting on his $1.1 million every year.
Yeah,
I'm sure Bobby has it all figured out now. He's living good, getting his money, laughing. People
all the way. When you're talking about laughing to the bank,
he's laughing there, and he gets his July 1st pay, and people are sending him a text. He thinks it's great.
His fireworks go off on the 1st, not the 4th, on the 1st.
Right. Bobby Bonilla, his 4th of July is July 1st when they send the money.
All kind of fireworks going off, man.
Bobby Bonilla's got a lot. Yeah.
Oh, Bobby, man.
Let's slide over a little bit to basketball, Dave Clark.
Yep.
LeBron James.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, boy, is this great stuff. All these rumors now. Yeah. LeBron, as we previously mentioned, did opt into his $52 million one-year contract.
Right.
Now, the word was, and I was listening to Two Pros, a Cup of Joe show, and they have a guest, Petros Papadakis, who's great to listen to. He's hilarious.
Yeah. I like him on the football games.
He's really good on football games.
UCLA guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, USC. USC. Played for USC. He was a fullback, and he's a riot. Mm-hmm. He's in LA, and actually, he does this Petros and the Money show.
Okay.
And and I don't know the name of the guy that he does a show with, but anyway, he said that his partner said that he had heard that LeBron wanted an extension with the Lakers. And he wanted to get the extension done before the new owner bought the team and spent $10 billion. Evidently, the Lakers didn't want to give him the extension. And so he ended up opting in to take the $52 million. Mm-hmm. But I think he wanted to stay with the Lakers and see how that team progressed. Well, now he's there one more year. So he has a no trade clause in his contract.
Mm-hmm.
But he can get traded if he wants to.
Right.
So he can go to the Lakers and say, I want to be traded, but this is the team or teams you can trade me to. Work it out. Now, none of that has occurred. LeBron was working out in Cleveland yesterday or 2 days ago, and this is what caused all the speculation. Is now they're saying, does LeBron want to come back to Cleveland, play for the Cavaliers? Because we talked about this. LeBron wants to win another title.
Mm-hmm.
So where would you... if he stays with the Lakers, and you look at we've talked all last week about the Western Conference, and we didn't even get into all the free agent signings out there yet.
Right.
But maybe the biggest was the trade, the Durant trade.
Right.
Could really somewhat impact the West, is because Houston, you got to figure, you might make the argument Houston and Oklahoma City might be the two favorites to win the Western Conference this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because Durant was the missing piece of that puzzle for Houston.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a walking bucket. The guy that get mid-range, deep, but he's a great mid-range and create his own shots. That's what they were having problems with. Guys they really didn't have mid-range scoring. So when big moments in the playoffs came, they was either chucking up threes or hoping they can get something down low. They didn't have that. When you got him, and then what you had to give up, you didn't have to give up major chunks of your team. You kept really your core together. And you bring Van Fleet, he gets out of his contract and re-signs under another contract, so everything fits
Save
good.
them money.
You talking about a team that wants to win and know that they have opportunity to win right now. The West is on fire.
Well, and that opens up the door. We talked last week about Minnesota will be better. Houston's definitely going to be better. In fact, Houston could be the top team out there now with Durant. Oklahoma City's got the team coming back that won it all. They're going to look to repeat. So you have,
I forgot who the Nuggets picked up.
And then the Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets, actually, I'll get to them because they actually did really good in the offseason.
Right.
They've improved.
Right.
And they were a good team anyway.
Yeah.
They took Oklahoma City to 7 tough games.
That seemed like the final right there itself.
Right. Some people believe that was the final. Yeah. And so they improved. The whole point of this is if LeBron wants to get traded and get out of the West, which we think he does. I personally think he wants to do this. I could be wrong. But the Cavaliers is great because you go over to the East and we have Halliburton out for the year, and Indiana traded Miles Bennett.
Turner.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Miles Turner, the center, signed with another team.
Yeah, I forgot who, and it's a good team he went to too.
And so what's going to happen is Miles Turner signed a free agent deal with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yes. Right. Yep.
So he signed a 4-year deal, $107 million. So he's no longer an Indiana Pacers. Halliburton's gone for the year with the Achilles. He won't be back.
Now Giannis, and if Giannis stays there, he can play his natural position, his power forward instead of center. He's playing center a lot of time.
Right. And so now if Giannis decides, hey, I think I'll hang around with Milwaukee now that we've got Miles Turner, now Milwaukee might be a force a little bit better in the East, but the East right now, you don't have, if LeBron wants to get to the Cleveland Cavaliers where people think he wants to go, you figure if he gets traded to the Cavs, they're going to be a favorite to win the Eastern Conference. Because if you put, LeBron still has a lot, he's for 40, he'll be 41 in December, but he can definitely still play. I mean, he's still top 5.
I think the only teams you could go to in the East and say, okay, we'll get to the finals is either the Cavs or the Knicks.
Right. The Cavs or the Knicks. Now,
that's what you got to go to.
They said the only problem with him going to the Cavs, it's the $52 million contract. They have to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's hit the right. So that would make it hard. Brian Windhorst said that if that's what makes the trade to Cleveland hard is because of the $52 million, they would have to move a lot of people, and that might be a challenge to figure it out. But how many times again have they said that and they do it?
Well, I mean, you bring up 2 players that took it up to 40-something million. You think the extra $10 million they can't figure that one out?
They can't figure that out.
Figure it out if they want to.
Yeah, and that's kind of what.
That's the same thing with the Knicks. They could figure it out.
The Knicks could figure it out too. I mean, the Cavaliers. We'll get to the phone here. The Cavaliers could. Strus is getting $16 million, and DeAndre Hunter is getting $24 million. That's $40 million, roughly, or close to 40, $38 million. It's 15 and 23. It's close to $39 million. 54. Now you're dealing with $15 million. They could probably figure that out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's go to the phones. You're on the sports page. What's up?
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, Dave. How you guys doing?
Hey, Irish Mike. What's happening?
Good. Hey, you're talking about this the Lakers Cavs thing, and I was listening to a few experts talk about this on Thursday. The Cavs are, and probably Pat knows this better than anybody. The Cavs are so far over the cap. They're in a tier 2 program. You know what I mean? Because they're so far with all the players they've signed that the experts say it would cost the Cavs Darius Garland, Jared Allen, DeAndre Hunter, and probably at least a couple of second-round draft picks because LeBron his schedule makes $52.6 million this year for the 25-26 season.
Right.
Not only would the Cavs have to match that, they have to go above $70 million as well because they're so far over the cap.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes. So
I see.
He said those 3 players would most certainly have to go, and plus a couple draft picks to make this work.
Okay.
He said it could work, but it's not match apples for apples.
I got it.
Apples to oranges because the Cavs are so far over the cap.
Right.
A tier 2 violator, does that sound right? Or something?
Yeah, no, that sounds because right now in the NBA, the only team Cavaliers have the second highest payroll in the NBA.
Correct.
Going into this league, they're 232. Boston is ahead of them at 234.
Mm-hmm.
And then
even though they dumped all those salaries for Lingus and Holiday, and I saw Al Horford sign with the Golden State Warriors, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. I think he finally did.
Did he finally sign there?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Perfect
like
fit.
late last night, early this morning.
Okay, because I know they were
veteran guy.
talking about it. DeAndre Ayton is going to sign with the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's their center. But yeah, I think you bring up a good point. It sounds like to me that the LeBron to Cleveland could work, but you would gut the team in doing it.
Correct.
Because you're giving up your future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and LeBron's going to be 41 this December 30th. So in 6 months, he'll be 41. And, he'll be in his 23rd year. But, there's some people look at this roster and say, it's still not good enough to win a championship. But when you look at the Eastern Conference with Tatum virtually out for the year for the Celtics and with Halliburton out for the year of the Pacers, and we saw what the Milwaukee Bucks did. They cut Damian Lillard and think about that, guys. They ate $113 million. Yes. That's historical, and not only NBA history, but sports history.
Yeah, it is. And they'll pay him that over 4 or 5 years.
Correct.
Yep. They showed it on TV.
That frees up money for them.
Right.
And let's face it, and you guys are going to laugh. You all know who owns the Milwaukee Bucks, right? Jimmy Haslam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that? He bought in a couple
Is he
years ago.
He's not a majority owner, is he? He's a minority.
I don't know that, but I know he bought into the Bucks about 3 or 4 years ago.
I think
so the Bucks will have extra money, right?
He's a minority owner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to look. Right.
He's Deshaun Watson going to be scratching that. He goes, thinking, how do I get a deal like that? Just say, hey, cut me, man, and because I don't really want to be there.
Right.
Right? Just cut me.
Yeah, but
I want my money. I want my money.
I mean, I guess LeBron is still, but that's the only place I see him going. If he leaves the Lakers, I said if it's out west, it's Golden State, and they'll work out some kind of way.
Jimmy Butler.
Yep, they'll work something out.
Yeah, he's part of the ownership group. It's like the ownership. They list the owners of the Milwaukee Bucks are Wes Edens, Jimmy Haslam, Jamie. And there's Mike Frastelli, and I guess it's Deenan, Jamie Deenan, Dina.
And guys, this has precedence, okay? And people, he opted in, LeBron, a week or so ago, and for $52.6 million for this upcoming season. If you remember, and God rest his soul, when Kobe Bryant played his last 3 or 4 years, what frustrated Lakers fans the most was the fact that he took the maximum every year he could get, even though he's 35, 36, 37, not as good as he was earlier, but you couldn't trade him. He wasn't going to leave. And that frustrates fans because they look at the roster and say, we love having you, but there's not enough good players around you. We can't make a championship run with this roster, right?
Right.
Well, they said the same thing about Kobe's last 3 or 4 years in LA.
Yeah, the problem with Kobe is his contract was killing the team.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Kobe's contract really, sadly, hamstrung the Lakers, and they really couldn't sign the free agent or the players they needed, and they ultimately, they didn't. Kobe's last few years with the Lakers were not good from a team perspective because they couldn't really make the team any better.
Yeah,
and the Lakers, I think, I think
they're similar right now, though.
Similar with the LeBron contract, and we talked about this last week about the Lakers and the way they're lined up, and they're being out west with those other teams out there. I don't think the Lakers might be the 5th best team out there in the West Conference.
And I have a friend who lives out there, Pat Lucchini. He's a big Laker fan. He's lived in that, in that area for 35 years. And he keeps telling me, over the last few years that Laker fans are ready to move on from LeBron. That if he leaves, they're okay with this. I think they've had enough. They look at success as winning championships, right?
I mean, he got him a title.
He's kind of hamstrung them with the amount of money he's making at the age. He's still one of the top 10 players in the NBA, though. Let's be honest. Still at age 41, he's still one of the top 10 players in the NBA. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But you're getting into the problem. We've run into this a lot is the contract. LeBron's great, still good, but it's that $54 million, and they can't do much with the team and the contract because of they can't do much with the team because of the contract, and therefore they're hamstrung with what
they need to go ahead and revamp the roster. And
they brought Luka
see if they can trade him.
They kind of want to move over past the sword, right? The Luka, right?
Yeah,
right.
Luka's team,
and they want to build it because they're going to have to extend Luka. Luka's got to get extended, and then they have to realistically look at assembling the team around him. And they don't want, and that was the word was we talked about it. LeBron wanted an extension with the Lakers, and they wouldn't give it to him. Word was the word was that the Lakers wouldn't give him the extension he wanted, so he took what he could get, which is the opt-in 50.
Which makes this a tradable contract now because he's only on a 1-year contract.
Right. He makes it somewhat tradable, but it's finding the right team that's wants to.
Can Milwaukee be one of them?
For a guy that has a no trade clause, he has a no trade.
He has a trade no clause. Milwaukee's $174 million. Hold on, Irish Mike. We're coming up on our third quarter break. We'll wrap it up. Fourth quarter's coming up after a quick timeout on the Saturday Morning Sports page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Sherman Gillums Jr., Paralyzed Veterans of America.
For more than 70 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get all the benefits they've earned.
Al Kovac Jr., Paralyzed Veterans of America.
We provide one-on-one support tailored to your individual needs, including healthcare advocacy, benefits support, and career assistance.
For more information, call 1-800-424-8200 or visit pva.org, a public service of Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Saturday Morning Sports page coming right back at you. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. Let's get Irish Mike back. Hey, Irish Mike.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, we were looking, it's interesting that you brought up the salary cap. But right now, the NBA salary cap coming into this season is $154 million.
Okay.
The minimum salary is $139. So you have to have at least $139 million in a minimum salary. Now, they call it the first apron is set at $195 million. And the second apron is the $207 million. That's the one where
the second apron.
Cavaliers are over that second apron by a lot.
Yeah,
and
correct.
so is the Boston Celtics.
And that's why I said if they traded for LeBron, they don't have to match the $52.6 million. They have to go above $70 million, which would add DeAndre Hunter to the deal,
right?
Along with Jared Allen and Darius Garland.
So they
Plus
basically
a couple draft picks on Cleveland
and a couple drafts. The bottom line is he's not coming to Cleveland. They're not going to gut the team for a 40-year-old player. You can't.
No.
You got your future there, and this team. They ran into the Indiana Pacers, who were hot. Indiana beat the Knicks. They beat Cleveland. They beat Milwaukee. They were hot. They got on a roll.
Yeah.
If you're Cleveland, you're going to roll the same group out again. You won't have Boston. You won't have the Pacers.
Right.
You'll have the Knicks to deal with.
Yeah. You just got to pick up on some of the players you lost.
Right.
Couple of players, the free agency already, but, you just got to replenish and be able to, a lot of the guys come back healthy. And Jared Allen, he does. I mean, good player, but he has to get more aggressive in that middle.
And Dave Clark, the players acknowledge, Donovan Mitchell himself acknowledged, the players have all publicly acknowledged that no one's going to take them seriously in November, December, January, and February. Nobody.
No.
Why wouldn't
acknowledge that? Basically, they know the regular season they could win 35 games in a row, and people are going to say, "Oh, that's great," right?
Yeah. Hey, we done seen it. We done seen it with the great team in Golden State. But the Cavs, they have done that before. Win like that. Get to the time for when the big cachet come and don't have anything. So, it's what we seen. I mean, definitely Indiana was hot, but that was still a team that Cleveland should have been able to handle. And win. I can see a team being that hot and push Cleveland to 6 games, but Cleveland win that series. It was just a disappointment. It really, they got to do some things. They got to get some things, and they got to get some things out of certain players. Like I said, Jared Allen does have a nice little game around the basket. He's a shot blocker. He does some of the rebound, but I just think you got to get even more aggressive.
Sure.
Because he does have the skill.
Jason Lloyd, I was on Wednesday or Thursday, he does Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. He's on LeBron and people around LeBron forever. And, he said that he asked LeBron one time several years back, he said, when LeBron left in 2018, when LeBron left 7 years ago to sign with the Lakers, the worst kept secret, he was leaving in the summer of 2018, that people knew that for months and months. So when he left, there was no surprise there. Now, this time he just put on Twitter account. He didn't do any, signings or any stuff like he did in 2010. So he said that was the worst kept secret he was leaving. And so he left, and he said, LeBron told him at that time, he asked LeBron, he said, now you're going to your third NBA team. You have 2 stints with the Cavs, 1 with the Miami Heat, with the Lakers. How many teams is too many? And LeBron told him that when he saw in high school, when he was at Vincent St. Mary's playing high school basketball, and he saw Michael Jordan suit up for the Washington Wizards and play a couple years for the Wizards, he said anybody could go anywhere, anytime, any place and be okay. We'll play in 3 or 4. Now he doesn't think 6 or 7 teams like Shaq did. He thinks that's too many, but 3 or 4. So Jason Lloyd ultimately he believes that LeBron James will play the 25-26 season with the Los Angeles Lakers. That's the best bet. But he said he could see them, if it's going to end somewhere besides LA, he said it's got to be 1 of 2 places. It's either got to be the Cleveland Cavaliers, or he believes there's a better chance of LeBron going to Lucia's New York Knicks.
Yep.
And bringing a championship to New York City for the first time in 53 years. He thinks it would take Carl Anthony
Towns.
He mentioned him, and maybe another kind of a role player. And like a first-round draft pick, because he said what LeBron wants to do, obviously if he's going to go anywhere and leave, you probably want to win a championship. And like you guys said, if you go to the Cavs, you're going to have to gut the team to make that happen. The only other way he can come to Cleveland is if the Lakers cut him outright. And the Lakers are not going to cut him because he's a valuable asset in the trade. That's not going to happen. So at the end of the day, LeBron wants to go somewhere and have the chance to win big and win right away without gutting the team. So you can't trade away 3 or 4 players and say, I'm back in the same boat I was with the Lakers.
Right. And that's what, I mean, I think it was Chris Paul put that, his agent came out and made that statement. LeBron wants to win another title and wants to go to, he wants to win another NBA title. And it was kind of a weird statement because a lot of people then were questioning, like, what he only signed, why didn't they get the extension? And there was a confusion. But the point is, I think that it goes back to LeBron does want to win another title. He's not ready to hang it up yet. He'd like to win another title. It's only a question of where could he go to do it. But with the $54 million contract, that's going to be the albatross because obviously he can't go to the Cavaliers. You got to gut the team to do it. I was looking at the Knicks. Now the Knicks are not in that second tier. They're at $205 million. They're like under the first tier. There's two tiers. First apron. And the Knicks are not at the second apron is $207 million. The Knicks are $205 million. So they're not at the second apron level. The first apron level is $195 million. So the Knicks are like within that first apron level. But getting back to what your point is, if you're the Knicks, if the situation does come to Karl Anthony Towns is $53 million.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So he's making about the same thing as LeBron is, because the Knicks are in the first apron. They might have to give something else up, and who else? They might have to give
probably
a role
player guy, probably their seventh or eighth guy, a guy that can help the Lakers and score 10, 12 points a game. And
so they would probably look to trade one of the other.
Plus a first round draft pick, probably.
They don't have any because they gave them all to the Nets.
A couple second rounders.
Right. Yep. The point is
2035, 2036.
If it was the Knicks, I think Karl Anthony Towns would be the one.
Yeah.
You could at least almost salary swap it. And then the Knicks would probably, because they're in that first tier, they would have to give something else up, but they don't have to gut the team like the Cavaliers do.
Right.
And don't you think fans look, this to be his 8th year with the Lakers if he plays this winter with them, that even the championship he won, Pat, back in 22, that was in the bubble.
Right, that was the bubble.
That's kind of a bizarre situation for all of us, and it was not in front of 18, 19,000 screaming Laker fans in L.A. I mean, it's like kind of, okay, we won the title. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't count, but it was weird, the circumstances.
Well, there's some people that don't give him credit. I mean,
they just like to do that anyway.
Yeah, they're gonna, but they're they're the haters that won't give him credit there.
Well, I mean, he didn't get credit when they won Golden State at first. They said the Kyrie shot, but when you go back and watch the game, well, you ain't got to watch the game. Just watch that. Not only that, even before that, he hit 2 big free throws that were very important. Then he blocked the shot. Kyrie actually made that game go where it could continue on. Right. It wasn't like the game-winning shot.
It was a team effort, right? They did. I just stopped.
But they act like
I know
they weren't going to give him the credit.
I know.
I don't know where it stems from. Like,
I mean, there's some people that don't even accept.
Well, he can't score like Jordan. He was never a scorer.
Some
in high school, never a scorer.
Somebody was critical of one of the Miami championships because Ray Allen hit the shot.
Yep, they're right. Yeah.
And so they're saying, well, they take that away from him and say, well, he didn't really, because if it wasn't for Ray Allen's shot, he loses.
The thing about it,
finding all these
he won the MVP, right?
Yeah.
And Hakeem Olajuwon was a big part of that because he was so terrible against Dallas with no post game.
Right.
And they took advantage of him.
And they did. He was old, too.
No, I'm talking about LeBron.
Because you said Hakeem Olajuwon.
Well, he went to Hakeem after that season.
After that, okay.
To work on his post game.
He didn't play. Okay, yeah.
And all of a sudden.
My bad. Right.
LeBron that second year was really a monster.
Yeah,
you could not stop him. He had a full game. I mean, he could do wherever he needed to do. He scored from wherever.
They have to stop the.
But they gave it. They said Ray Allen. That's the only way.
Ray Allen. People have to stop that.
Yeah.
They're trying to degrade over LeBron did, and they're like, want to take stuff away. No,
I commented on one. I usually never get up. I had to. I said, you know what's so funny? I said, all these guys. I see a few women on here. I said, we got all these men I said, and you guys are fighting over who's the GOAT.
Right.
Neither one of them care anything about what you think.
No, they don't care.
Anyway.
They don't care.
And it's kind of weird if men are fighting over men about who's the GOAT. You have to think about that. That is the stupidest thing to continue. Just over. I mean, these guys get outraged. They be upset.
They get upset.
You know, and I would be scared if any of these guys came in the range of each other because they might be fighting.
They could fight. It's stupid. It's
the most same stuff.
Won the titles. I know the one was in the bubble. I get it.
Yeah, I don't care.
Won the titles.
On Mars.
I know
he won.
He won it. I know. The questions
and
go.
LeBron loves it. You know, he put on Instagram the other day. He was working out the Cavs facility up in Independence.
Right, and he always does. Right.
Yes, he always. I mean, and he obviously he's back in town for several weeks. They have that house in Bath, Ohio. Yeah. He's had it for years now.
Right.
And the one thing Lloyd said too, guys, is you got to take this into consideration. He said people don't know this about LeBron, but he's a big family guy.
He is.
And so, you know, he's got a 10 or 11-year-old daughter now. It's going to be like in the 5th grade. So, you know, he goes, would he be willing to uproot her and move her across the country again at such a young age? He goes, maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But I think his second youngest son is either going to be a senior in high school or freshman. I guess he's committed to play basketball at the University of Arizona.
He's going to Arizona. Bryce is going to Arizona.
Yeah, after this season.
Did he graduate high school this year? Or is he graduating next year in 26?
No, I think he graduated.
Yeah.
He did?
You know what? I need to look at that because I'm not sure.
They didn't know whether he was going to be a senior this fall or he graduated this past June.
I think he might have because I kept thinking he was the same as my daughter. I always thought that they were 2025, but I'm not sure. But he definitely.
No, he's done. He said
Bronny's with the Lakers, so I mean, I don't know how that works or doesn't.
Well,
work,
and that was the other question that did come up with Petros Papadakis about LeBron, where he's going, and LeVar Arrington asked, "Well, what about Bronny?" And Petros said, "That's a great question. Like, if LeBron leaves, what happens to Bronny?" And it was like, "Yeah, they don't know. I mean, because he's on a guaranteed deal,
right?" Yeah.
Bronny's got a guaranteed contract through, I think, 2 more years.
Yeah.
Or 3.
He'd just be there.
So he's there. So he's
and
not.
This is freshman year for
I
Bryce.
think this is Bryce is the younger son, is committed to play college basketball. He will join as part of the 2025 recruiting class.
Okay.
So that would be this
so
year,
he's
correct?
playing.
Yeah.
Okay. So he'll be a freshman this fall, you're saying, at Arizona.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's part of the 2025 class for Arizona, so he will play this year for Arizona.
Okay.
So he'll be living in Tucson, and he'll have a little daughter at home, and then Bronny will be with the Lakers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he's going in. I still don't think he's going to get traded. He has the trade. He can dominate that. He has that call.
He's in control. Yep.
He could control that trade because he has no trade in the. He kept that as the opt-in. That's part of it. So he could do a no trade. He could say, "I'm not going anywhere." They can't trade him without his permission.
A lot of people hate LeBron to the hate is because this is a guy, as a young man, came from Ohio, who thought he had the whereabouts. He didn't go and try to do everything on his own. He got smart people.
Yeah, he did.
In his corner, on his team, and was able to really control his life, basically his life, really.
Well, he's
in the NBA,
and he's financially got the right people around him.
Yep.
Where he's financially set. I believe his net is over $1 billion,
and he's been able to go where he wants to go.
And he's dictated what he's wanted to do.
That's what people don't like.
No,
he's been able to dictate. Well, they should have been smart enough to know to do that. So that's just insane.
But
and I think the other thing, guys, Lloyd brought up, a return to Cleveland is the fact that there's one other thing that would intrigue him. LeBron is a businessman, and we know what that is. That's called part ownership. After he retires.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he has enough money to be a majority owner, but he has enough money to buy into 10 or 15%. Correct?
Right. He would, because right now LeBron's net worth is reported at $1.2 billion.
Oh yeah.
So he
that's
can't.
Not enough to be a majority.
No, he
owner
can't buy a team.
No.
He needs someone else.
He would have investors with him.
He could have investors, and he could potentially, like A-Rod bought the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Right. Right.
And with another guy, but so LeBron could potentially but the problem is with these franchises, they keep their price, the money keeps going up. The values are going crazy. I mean, the Lakers went for $10 billion.
Yeah.
And they weren't, I'm sure that the Forbes didn't have them at $10 billion, and Forbes will put a price on these teams' value when it's wrong because they bring more money.
Yep.
And Jeannie Buss got to keep her job.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, for at least a couple of years.
For a couple of years. But, I mean, I'm sure she'll be there, but you and I know, I'm not naive, $10 billion, and if that team flounders in a couple of years, I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't get a buyout. Well, she's got $10 billion, right? They had to pay her $10 billion. So she's got $10 billion. And there's probably a little caveat in that agreement that says if they decide they want to move on for her, they got to probably give her another $1 billion to go away.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, I'm sure there's some language in the contract that there's an out that says if that new owner decides he wants to move on from her, he has to pay her probably a significant amount of money to go play golf and relax.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean,
and obviously, I mean, the fly in the ointment, all this is there's no really love lost between LeBron James and Dan Gilbert, right? Or vice versa. Their relationship's better now than it was, when he left for Miami, but it's still not a great relationship. Let's be honest, on either end.
Yeah, at either end. And I think that at the end of the day, though, that aside, if Gilbert could get LeBron and not gut the team, he would do it. Because if he could win and he had LeBron and that put him in a better position to win a title, he would do it. I think Gilbert he's a businessman first, and he wants to bring another championship to Cleveland. And if he could get LeBron and not gut the team, he would do it. He can't, though. With the NBA, the way, and Windhorst said exactly kind of what you're saying is it's just too complicated a trade. They can't do it.
Yeah.
And Jason Lloyd said this, you bring this up, and I laughed. He said, the only thing Dan Gilbert wants more than winning a championship with LeBron James, win an NBA championship without LeBron James.
Yeah, you could probably make an argument that could be true. I mean, he would love to win it without LeBron because then he would say, hey, we did this without him. But he wants to win one anyway, but you're probably right there. Gilbert would love to win an NBA title without LeBron, but if he won another one with LeBron, he wouldn't complain either. Yeah, not like that.
And I think you guys hit the nail. If you look at the season with the situation in Boston, with the injury to Tatum, the situation with Halliburton, to say keep the core four together and say if we can't do it next year, like if they don't make it to the NBA Finals next year, then you have to gut the team. You say this is never going to work, right? I mean, you just can't keep going down the same road over and over again. So you gotta keep trying.
I mean, that's easier said than done, and that's the problem. I know what you're saying, but when you break out the way that the Cavaliers have got that team, they're the second highest paid, but like next year, these guys are all coming back. Like next year, Mitchell,
and that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Mobley,
they have to win
this year, but then even next year, you got to keep them at least 2 years. But even the third year, Donovan Mitchell can opt out in the 3 years. In 2027-28, Mitchell can opt out at $56 million. Evan Mobley's there. They got Evan Mobley signed up through 29-30.
Yeah.
Garland's there.
And I think they feel Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley are the two cornerstones. That neither one of those guys are going anywhere anytime soon.
And Garland's
Mitchell and Mobley are the two guys.
And Garland's there though to 2027-28 because he's paid $44 million, and that's not an opt-in, opt-out. That's the contract. So Darius Garland is there for 2 more years. Period.
Okay.
And Jared Allen is going to be there for 4 more years because this year and 3 more after that. I mean, they've got Jared Allen, Darius Garland, Mobley, and Donovan Mitchell.
And they may all stay, but they would have to do something to that roster.
But
even it doesn't have to be those frontline guys. It's always the others. You need those others, as Shaq loves to use that when it comes to playoff time, because getting these same results they've been getting, I'll sit like that.
Well,
It's not going to play well to the Cleveland community.
The contract this year, team contract is $232. It goes up to $238 to 26-27. And then it drops down to $197 million in the third year. With Donovan Mitchell's got the opt-out or opt-in for $66 million. But Mobley, Garland, and Jared Allen are there.
Yeah.
Pat, I'm not saying you're wrong. I saw a poll on the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show earlier this week, and they asked what they're most disappointed in Cleveland and over the last year in sports, Cavs, Browns, or Indians. The Browns went 3-14 last year and had the second pick of the April 2025 NFL draft, and 70% of the fans in Cleveland picked the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, yeah, because the problem, right? Because bottom line is, the Cavaliers were supposed to win. They were supposed to be in the conference finals with Boston. That was at minimum, right? Rhetoric all NBA season for 82 games. All we heard was Boston and Cleveland. Can Cleveland beat Boston in the conference finals and get to an NBA championship? And that was the bare bone expectation. You're right. They didn't obviously get to the conference finals, and neither did Boston. And that blew everybody away. But they ran into the Indiana Pacers, who were the team of destiny and almost won the whole. And I'm convinced that Halliburton doesn't blow out his Achilles. They probably could have beaten OKC in that game 7.
Yeah,
but they was a team of destiny. They ran into the team of destiny. The Knicks ran into them. Milwaukee. They beat Milwaukee. They were favored to beat Milwaukee, but they beat the Cavaliers. They were not supposed to beat Cleveland. Certainly, then they weren't going to beat the Knicks either, and they pulled it off. And they almost beat OK City. They took them to 7 games.
And Donovan Mitchell, Pat, enters his 9th year in the NBA this fall, and he hasn't been beyond the second round.
No.
After 5 years in Utah, that's why Danny Ainge changed him. Said we can't. The most important thing is April, May, and June in the NBA. Everyone knows that, and it's like Donovan puts up a lot of big numbers, and I don't blame him. And most 99% of cat, but at some point in time, you got to look at this and say, why your team's not successful.
I don't. I
mean, and I know it's Spider-Man, Spider. But at some point in time, they got to figure this out. Right? Larry Bird would say that. Michael Jordan would say that. Magic Johnson would say that. Kobe Bryant would say that.
Yeah, whether it's mental or whatever, they have to do something.
Right, they do. But the point is, the way the contracts are, they're stuck. They're stuck for this year and next year. They're stuck with this team.
Now, all those got no trades in them?
Unless they want to get it to make a big trade, is what you're saying.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If they
no matter what trade they would make, whether it be LeBron or anybody else, Pat, they have to go over the threshold.
And then
who they trade for.
And there's your problem right there.
It's not just LeBron. It's not just LeBron.
Right, and that's the point. That's just right. Let's get at LeBron. No, that's
not about anybody.
Right, anybody. And the point is, that's the other box they're in. Not only you think, they're stuck with these guys, and they really can't trade them because of the threshold and the way that is, and how it's just so hard.
But could they trade them if they're of equal value as far as in contracts?
I don't think they can. No, is because where they are in that apron. That's what's killing LeBron.
LeBron contract they get, they're going to go $20 million above.
Right, they have to go $20 million above. So, like, if they want to trade Evan Mobley, this year he's worth $46 million. Next year's $50 million. They want to trade him next year. They have to go $20 million above the 50. Say it's $70 million.
Yeah.
And this is just a situation where Cleveland's got this team.
They're trying to pretend superpower teams. They put this in the NBA about 4 years ago, Dave.
Right.
They better start winning.
LeBron James going to Miami Heat with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh of the world. They don't want those superpower teams.
No, because
they're trying everything they can to prevent that. They're trying everything they can.
And it's worked because Oklahoma City built the team from within. So did Indiana Pacers. Yep. They built those teams from within. And the Knicks have kind of built the team from within with trading and moving around and not getting the 2 or 3, like the Nets tried to do it with Durant and Harden and Kyrie. They don't want that anymore. And they're making it so they can't. Yeah. And they're making teams like they want teams to build like Oklahoma City.
I mean, it's just, that's what it is. It's that trend now anyway.
Right. That's the trend. But the league's made them. That the league is that's the league. Right. And the league has forced this trend with the way they've got it structured.
Because when you go with the 3 superstar big
big superstars.
The bench
you can't do
so
it.
bad.
Right. You can't afford
bad.
to. Right.
I want to get one last comment in, gentlemen, before we leave here. Happy 4th of July weekend to your families, of course. But I'm a lifelong Cleveland Guardians fan. I heard a stat the other day. I couldn't believe I've heard this in every history sport. I want to share with you guys real quickly. The Guardians obviously are struggling to score runs big time this year.
Right.
It's just nauseous. It's hard to watch. But they've sent 18 different players to plate this year's batters. 18 different guys went to the plate this year. April, May, June, July.
Right.
And 9 of the 18 are currently hitting 177 or below.
I believe that. Yeah.
Think about that.
That is terrible.
Hey, Clark, think about that. 177 or below. 9 of the 18 guys on the roster have gone to plate are hitting 177 or below this season.
That is terrible. 177. That's awful.
That's terrible.
9 of the 18.
Oh, God.
We can go to Pullman Lilligan and find better players.
I know. I was just going to say.
Go down to Seton Park. I might get somebody.
Yeah, guys, they could hit better.
Hey, have a great weekend, guys.
All right.
Irish Mike.
Okay.
Saturday morning sports page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. Great. Have a great, safe week. Do not drink and do not drive, and stay sober. Saturday morning sports page.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Here at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at CircaLasVegas.com.
Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard share their knowledge of sports, gambling, and pop culture on Follow the Money at a New Time.
Like the guy can play football. Yep. And without him, we're talking about this team maybe being the worst one in the entire league.
On the bandwagon, I was high on this team, but my concern was this awful coaching staff.
They'll keep tabs on the big wins and bad beats from the night before. Plus, get you geared up for the action that's about to begin. Follow the Money now at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Welcome to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hour number 2 of the Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis with you right here on VSiN. Hopefully everyone out there is enjoying the long holiday weekend. And we've got Cody Decker, Zach Cohen, and amongst the guests that are going to join us this hour, talk a little Wimbledon, talk a little bit about Major League Baseball. But as we've seen with NBA, the free agency and the NBA free agency got going, it's different with the new CBA that is in place and the second apron and what teams can and cannot do. As we watched during the course of this offseason, got through the NBA draft as well, 2 nights, 2 rounds. It should not be a 2-night event, but that's a story for another day. It should be 1 night, 2 rounds. But you get into the futures market with the NBA right now. And as you would expect, the way that Sam Presti has set up the Oklahoma City Thunder and coming off an NBA championship, and they're, plus 225 to go out there and repeat as NBA champs, which is difficult to go out there and do. I think the one thing that the NBA is quite proud of, and Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, is quite proud of, is the fact that they've had different winners. It hasn't been the same drumbeat as we saw a lot, during when LeBron was down in Miami. Certainly you saw it a lot with Popovich and Tim Duncan and Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili and the San Antonio Spurs. You saw it a lot with Kobe and Shaq and the Los Angeles Lakers. You saw the consistent teams. The Cavaliers with LeBron got there a lot. Didn't necessarily win a lot, but they were obviously the class of the Eastern Conference when LeBron was a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think it's an interesting kind of thing to look at where, when you're looking at the futures market and everybody looks towards the East, right? And rightfully so, because I think when you're looking at contention in the Western Conference, you're looking at Oklahoma City Thunder, You're looking at the Rockets, and I love what the Houston Rockets have done this offseason, adding Kevin Durant. And the Rockets are going to be one of those teams that are going to give contention. You have the Denver Nuggets with a new head coach and Michael Malone out the door, but obviously the greatest basketball player, best basketball player in the world in Nikola Jokic. And the Rockets are sitting there at 650, plus 650 to go out there and win the West. I think when you're looking at the Western Conference, that to me is it. It's either the Thunder. Now, injuries can always play a factor, but it's either the Thunder, the Rockets, or the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think the intrigue, though, is in the East, because the East is crazy. Like, it really is. Like, we have gone through NBA free agency. We have gone through the NBA draft. We have gone now a month since the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, and they're going to hire Mike Brown. But the Knicks have not, and it's been reported all over the place, but the Knicks have yet to introduce Mike Brown as their next head coach. Reports are he's going to get a 4-year contract, anywhere between $8 to $9 million per year. So Mike Brown's going to go out there and get paid. But the New York Knicks right now in the Eastern Conference are plus 285 to win the conference. And listen, I grew up a lifelong Knicks fan. And I like the fact that the Knicks are relevant. And I like the fact that the Knicks got to the Eastern Conference Finals this year for the first time in 25 years. The New York Knicks is a franchise. Everyone looks at Madison Square Garden as the Mecca, and players love going to Madison Square Garden, putting on a show, because you've got Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and Timothée Chalamet sitting courtside, and the stars are in attendance, and there's always a packed house, and there's no better building for my money in terms of atmosphere when there's a big game than Madison Square Garden. Now, I'm a native New Yorker, and I'm probably a little bit slanted in that field, and I'll give you that, but the Knicks have not won a championship since 1973. It's not like they've been Titletown USA, right? So this is not a case where the Knicks have been a well-run organization over the years. The Knicks actually don't have a head coach as of yet. Introduce him. It's going to be Mike Brown, and all the expectations are that it's going to be Mike Brown, and he is expected to be introduced at some point this week. But he's not been officially introduced as of yet. But if we go on the notion that he is going to be the next Knicks head coach, and it's going to be Mike Brown moving forward, a 2-time NBA Coach of the Year, a guy that's won championships as an assistant with the San Antonio Spurs and the Golden State Warriors, a guy that's won, I think it's like 59% of his games during the course of the regular season. I think his teams have finished somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 games over 500 as an NBA head coach. He's taken his teams to the playoffs 7 times in 11 occasions. His offensive kind of forte got a little bit better in his last stop with the Sacramento Kings, but more of a defensive-minded coach, and we know the history of it. I mean, Mike Brown, if you're looking for an experienced head coach, well, Mike Brown gives it to you. But how exactly you look at the Knicks, as much as you love Brunson and, big body Jalen, as much as you love, what OG can give you, what Mikal Bridges can give you in terms of his consecutive games, how do you exactly put full and utter confidence in the New York Knicks getting through the Eastern Conference year number 1 under a new head coach? Like, those are some of the things. A team that has a history of getting in its own way. A team that, ran and decided to fire a head coach that, stabilized the organization, changed the culture within the building. Now, all of a sudden, when everything has never worked for the New York Knicks. Trust me, I know. Like, nothing has ever really worked for the New York Knicks. When you expect things to work, it never works. But you look at the Knicks, and now the expectation, especially when you look at the markets where, the Cleveland Cavaliers are just a slight favorite over the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference. Make that make sense to me. A Cavalier team that embarrassed them during the course of the regular season. And I know the Cavs disappointed in their playoff series against the Indiana Pacers. I get it. But let me ask you this question. Sitting here on this Saturday, if Cleveland was healthy, if Darius Garland doesn't suffer the toe injury, right, do you think that series looked distinctly different against the Indiana Pacers than it did? And don't you think that the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to grow based off that experience from the Indiana Pacers? That's the intriguing questions that you need to ask yourself when you're looking at these betting markets is, how exactly are the New York Knicks close to the Cleveland Cavaliers? Just because they made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals, they now have a new head coach because they've improved their bench and brought in 2 guys that can add to that rotation, because Mike Brown historically has been better at developing younger players than Tom Thibodeau. I mean, that's really what you're going to bank on here. Starters are not going to be pushed to the brink like they were under Tibbs. Like, those are the things that you have to ask yourself when you're looking at it. But I think the NBA offseason, it's been intriguing. The storylines are intriguing. The one big kind of chip in the middle of the table is really the future of LeBron James with the Los Angeles Lakers. And LeBron loves to make it. And listen, when you are the king and you are, I don't think he's the GOAT. Like, I'll have the discussion. I mean, Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time. But LeBron James's impact on the game, and if he's not the greatest of all time, he's right there, right behind Michael Jordan. His impact on the game, whether it be Cleveland, Miami, or now with the Los Angeles Lakers, has been unquestioned, right? So is he going to use his leverage, first time in the history of his NBA career that he's going into the final year of his contract without an additional year afterward? We know he's in his early 40s. Does it bother you at times when you look at LeBron where it's got to become all about him? Yeah, for sure. But LeBron's going to make it all about him. He did last year when, he pushed the Lakers' hand to go out there and draft his son coming out of USC. And then we had that touching moment during the course of the regular season with father and son on the same court at the same time. And people are poking fun at Bronny James and everything that came along with it. Are the Lakers a championship team? No, they are not. I mean, they are sitting there right now at 14-1 to win an NBA title. I was impressed with what JJ Redick did. DeAndre Ayton to me is better in theory than reality as a big man. It's great that Luka Doncic is going out there and working out. But realistically speaking, unless you are a Los Angeles Lakers, super fan, how exactly in that Western Conference, when you compare the Lakers, to the top four teams out West, when you look at the Thunder, the Rockets, the Nuggets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, who made 2 consecutive trips to the Western Conference Finals, how exactly would you put the Los Angeles Lakers into the same equation? The curious aspect to it, and really the answer to the question that you have is, well, is LeBron, who's toward the tail end of his career, whether he's on the 17th fairway, 16th fairway, how many more years does LeBron want to go out there and give it a go? Nobody really has any idea. Maybe this ends up being LeBron's last year in the NBA. I don't know. But when he sends out that statement, or his agent does, with Shams Charania about, that he wants an opportunity to go out there and win, understands that the Lakers are building around Luka Doncic moving forward. Where does LeBron end up? And where does he force himself out of Los Angeles? Does he really have any leverage whatsoever to do so? And what team would go out there and placate it? So I think it would be a scenario where, and LeBron would have to wear the black hat. And what I mean by that is the decision and he didn't enjoy it year one down in Miami. It made it perfectly clear. I don't know if LeBron James would be comfortable forcing his way out of Los Angeles with the Lakers. Do I think that there's a team with the new CBA that'd be willing to go out there and make a trade for LeBron James, making $52.6 million? Probably not, with the aspect of what you would need to give up in order to get LeBron James. Now, does he orchestrate a buyout? Well, we saw with DeAndre Ayton with the Portland Trailblazers. I don't know. That would mean that he would have to be the bad guy. Do I think LeBron James at this stage of his career wants to be the bad guy after the experience he went through down in Miami with the Heat year number 1? I don't. So even with all the drama and even with all the conversations and even with, all the, the heat that he had of people speculating maybe potentially LeBron James ends up in New York with the Knicks, I just have a hard time envisioning, that's ever going to happen. Cody Decker is going to join us next. We're going to talk a little bit about Major League Baseball, but need a proxy? You can join the world's biggest football contest with one trip to Vegas anytime before the season starts. Trusted by thousands of players over the last 9 seasons, Winners Circle Proxy Services help clients win over $9.3 million last 2 years. Learn more about using a trusted proxy service. Visit winnercircleproxy.com/VSIN. Hopefully everyone out there is enjoying themselves. A wonderful holiday weekend. Mark Malusis with you here on the Weekend Morning Line. Straight ahead, we'll talk a little bit of Major League Baseball. Cody Decker will join us. And later on this hour, we'll talk a little bit about some NFL, a little Wimbledon. Zach Cohen will join us. We'll hit the All England Club, get his thoughts on Wimbledon, what we've seen so far, and some of the big matches that are coming straight ahead as well. This is the Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis with you right here on VSiN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can bank on is gold and silver.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
To the stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Then to get started.
If you're a listener who is new to VSiN, signing up for our free daily newsletter is a great way to catch up. Delivered straight to your inbox every morning, VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, and strategies for the day's betting menu. Sign up for free at vsin.com/newsletter and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That's vsin.com/newsletter, vsin.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN.
You're tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
All right, Mark Malusis with you. It is the Weekend Morning Line, and haven't chatted with this gentleman in quite some time, and that is the great Cody Decker. Talk a little bit of baseball. Cody's still in fantastic shape, I assume. Cody, good morning, brother. How are you?
Whoa. What's this assume nonsense? Daddy is jacked. Daddy will remain jacked. I will always be a specimen in this industry that everyone will look to in just pure awe and jealousy.
I very fair, Cody. I wish I was in as good of a shape as you are, Cody, but it takes dedication, which I do not have. Cody, good to hear from you, man. Thanks for taking the time on this Saturday morning as we hit the progressive guest line. Cody, what's wrong with the Yankees? What is wrong with Bomber baseball right now?
It's one of those things. I'm here in the heart of New York City, and I love just the palpable panic that is taking place in the city because, make no mistake, Mark, a week and a half ago, this city was just as on fire about the Mets being a disaster and a terrible team and everything's not working. It's ebbs and flows, man. And what's frustrating about the Yankees right now is they're hitting. They're absolutely hitting very well. Yesterday, putting up 5 runs against the Mets yesterday, 2 home runs from Jason Dominguez, another home run from Aaron Judge. They're not getting the job on the mound. Thank God for those Yankees getting Carlos Rodon on the mound today. If this has been a very clear sign of anything, it's that the Yankees need to be active in the trade market, specifically for some arms. They don't really need much help offensively, except for maybe at the third base position.
Yeah, third base, and finally, and Jazz Chisholm is a second baseman. The Yankees are coming to that realization. Even Jazz is telling everybody, well, everyone knows I'm a second baseman. Curious when you look at that, Cody, when you look at the American League East and you look at Toronto, they've won 6 straight. I've never been a Toronto believer over the last, 4 or 5 years. They've had a lot of buzz coming into years. I'll give them a ton of credit. They're playing wonderful baseball, and they have a 2-game lead in the American League East. The question on this Saturday morning, Cody, is this: are the Blue Jays for real?
Just like you, man, I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant to actually say that. There's 2 teams in baseball that every single year I look on paper and say, this should be a winning franchise. This should be a playoff team. This should be a World Series contender. And it's them and the Seattle Mariners. And I'm sorry, there's just nothing that can convince me to get on board with them. Now, they got a good core that they've had for the last 5 years. They overpaid Vladdy Guerrero, so they at least have some good vibes out of that. And they just got back Max Scherzer, and they're pitching pretty well. Is this a team that can sustain it? How about this? This is a gambling network. I wouldn't put my money on it, but if you're a Toronto Blue Jays fan, I understand why you would. This is a wait and see. If this is still the place in September, then I'm going to have a different conversation.
How about the Houston Astros in the American League West, Cody? Is that a team you're buying into?
I'm buying into them, not necessarily because the Astros are a phenomenal organization and team. They are, but that's not actually the point. The point is they're in the AL West, and at the end of the day, somebody has to win it. I mentioned the Mariners already. I'm not willing to jump on the Mariners because the one thing that this team has had that no other team has had for like the last 4 years is that they haven't had god-tier pitching staff that simply could get everybody out. And they were young and they were dynamic. They got the hard part figured out. This year, it's flip-flopped. Somehow this team can swing the bat and they forgot how to pitch. I don't know what to make of the Mariners, and the Blue Jays are exactly the same exact thing. The Astros, man, somebody's got to win this division. I know it ain't going to be the A's. I know it ain't going to be the Angels. Maybe the Rangers can get it together with the fact they're only 2 games under 500 right now, but it's getting close to that trade deadline. Somebody's got to make some moves.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think it's going to be, we'll see who are the sellers, who are the buyers, and what players of quality are actually out there. We're talking to Cody Decker, talking a little baseball. Cody, I'm curious about the Guardians. They've lost 8 straight. They're 6 games under 500. They're 13 and a half games in back of the Tigers in the American League Central. We all know how good Detroit is, and congratulations to Gleyber Torres, the former Yankee, being voted as an all-star in the American League and having a very good year on that 1-year deal in Detroit. But what's wrong in Cleveland right now, Cody?
I just think it's that team. This is the team that always seems to get better when they subtract year in, year out. Yet this year, it seems like it's finally come to bite them a little bit. They move on from Naylor. They bring in Carlos Santana, but an aged Carlos Santana compared to a Naylor just doesn't make much sense to me. That's a lateral move at very best. This is a team that actually did well without Bieber at last year. This is a team that simply seems to constantly grow from within, but at some point, other teams spend money. And the Tigers have been building this core for nearly 5 years, and you got the right manager at the helm in AJ Hinch doing it. I do think the Guardians are going to be one of those sellers if there are serious pieces for them to sell. It's been a very disappointing year for this team. I would say the Guardians and the Royals both have equally disappointed me thus far. I thought the Royals were ready to take that next step as well.
If I were to ask you, Cody, in the National League East, because we spent a lot of time this morning talking about the American League, Mets trailing the Phillies by a half game. We know the issues for the New York Mets when you look at their starting rotation, the injuries. Soto's finally gotten going, player of the month in the month of June. Who would you lean on, Phillies or Mets, in order to win the National League East? Who do you favor?
I'm leaning on the Phillies, but when I say that this is a close, tight race, if this was 100% and I'm going 50-50 on it, it's 51-49 right now. It's that close, and I'm giving the mild lean over to the Phillies due to their pitching. I think that the Mets pitched way above what they were for most of the season, and then they kind of came crashing down to a little bit of reality, and now they're kind of getting back to what the Mets actually are. Offensively, they can go toe-to-toe with just about anybody in Major League Baseball, but I do think the Phillies are going to come away with this division because I do think their offense is just slightly better. But again, there is a team in this division, man, that can absolutely blow up the entire trade deadline. I just need the Braves to say one word, and that is Sale. No, not a full fire Sale, just Chris Sale. Just make Chris Sale available and watch all the crabs try to get it out of the bucket together.
Oh, there's no doubt if they ever made it. I mean, and I can't, it's Cody, I can't figure the Braves out. Like, I know they've suffered a rash of injuries, but they go out, take five out of 7 from the Mets and then lose a series against the Marlins, then getting swept, and then it's crazy. An Atlanta team that had a win total coming into the year in the mid 90s, and they're sitting right now 9 games under 500 here on this 4th of July holiday weekend.
You can blame it on just about anything you can think of. You could say it's definitely the injuries. You could bring up the fact that this is a young core that maybe played a little bit above a couple years ago when they won that World Series. They had some great veteran leadership and a Jock Peterson and some other guys, but I'm with you on this completely. The Braves should be winning. The Braves, even starting the year without Acuna Jr. and Spencer Strider, there's no excuse at all. And granted, this is also a team that lost out on a Max Fried as well, which is something that's always puzzled me for the last few months. The Braves are simply a team that's either going to need to move on from certain pieces and then rebuild. But again, this young core that they have paid practically through the next decade is going absolutely nowhere. So move on from the veteran pieces that you have, get as much in return as you humanly can, and restock for next year, because the Mets aren't going anywhere. The Phillies aren't going anywhere. And I can't believe I'm sitting in a world where the Marlins have a better win percentage than the Braves right now.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at the way that Miami has played this year. Have not been the doormat that we're used to seeing with Miami. Cody, anything you like when you look at the slate today in Major League Baseball? Anything that tickles your fancy?
Eugenio Suarez has incredible numbers against Michael Walker. I take a stab at them. And by the way, it's not a small sample size, 36 at-bats. He's got 2 home runs. He's hitting .417. And Suarez, who's hitting on, 25 home runs right now, absolutely look out for him. And in Yankees, if you're looking for a third baseman with some pop, Eugenio Suarez. It's just a matter of whether or not the Diamondbacks are looking to sell this trade deadline. They're 2 games under 500 in that National League West. Suarez is a perfect fit for the Yankees. Not to mention on that, I know Patrick Corbin Day is a day we've always celebrated, and we haven't celebrated as much this year. But Manny Machado's got great numbers against Patrick Corbin. Take a stab on a total bases, maybe a hits plus runs plus RBIs on him. And also, I do like the San Diego Padres today on the run line.
Now, Cody, on the July 4th, is it still a clean eating day for Cody Decker, or you enable yourself to have a hot dog or a hamburger or what?
Well, just so we're all clear, Daddy loves himself some hamburgers. I don't shy away from the food of the world. I work this hard so I can eat whatever I want, my guy. Clip, period, stop. However, yesterday was a travel day for your boy. I decided to fly full day across country to New York from Los Angeles. Took a nice week off in LA, Catalina Island, lots of golf, glass bottom boat, all that jazz. Came back over here to New York to just an empty city. So I got some great dinner reservations, and I'm getting a burger, baby. Let's go, Lords.
Hey, Cody, it's always great talking a little baseball with you. Appreciate the time. Enjoy dinner tonight. Enjoy that burger, all right?
Hey, my guy, for you, I'll do anything. Move mountains and show up on a Saturday.
I love you. That's Cody Decker. Talk a little baseball, give you some leans as well on the day. ProfitX is offering the best odds all baseball season long. ProfitX is a peer-to-peer sports betting exchange available 40-plus states, the first of its kind in the U.S. You'll be able to make your sports picks against other groups of fans rather than against sports books. Exchanges guarantees you the best odds on average by 10 to 20%. You can even request your own odds. Download ProfitX today with code VEASAN and earn up to $200 in profit cash over your first month. Mark Malusis with you. This is the Weekend Morning Line. We'll get into a little tennis. Who doesn't love action at the All England Club? Zach Cohen will join the program next. It's the Weekend Morning Line right here on VEASAN.
5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night, and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we
go. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the...
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Visit haveagameplan.org to learn more.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Do you want an edge betting baseball? Check out VSiN's First 5 Innings Analyzer. It tracks every MLB team's first 5 innings, moneyline records, totals, and run lines, so you know who's hot and who's not. Did you know the Dodgers are one of the least profitable teams in the first 5? Get more tips like this and start betting smarter only at VSiN.com. SiriusXM subscribers can get the first month of VSiN Pro for just $1.58. Use promo code GRACE at VSiN.com/subscribe.
You're tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
It is the Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis with you. And a guy that I have not seen in a long time, but he's been very, very successful in his career, does a great job here at VSiN, and that is Zach Cohen joins me now. We used to work on a fantasy football show a number of years ago for CBS as we hit the progressive guest line. Zach, good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Moose?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Let's talk a little bit about Wimbledon and the All England Club. When you're looking at the odds on the men's side, you know, Alcaraz, Sinner, Joker, you know, you go down to Taylor Fritz, Fritz is sitting there at, at 22-1. Who are you favoring on the men's side of the draw?
I mean, so since this tournament started, I kind of thought it was going to be Jannik Sinner. I didn't end up making a bet on it because plus 130. Those odds aren't great to me. If he does end up facing Carlos Alcaraz, I think you're going to be able to get a similar price in that match alone. So I'd rather not stress, having to wait a few more matches. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. And if we do see Sinner Alcaraz, I do think Sinner will win in the rematch of that French Open final. Having said that, I do think that there's some value on Taylor Fritz now. I mean, Fritz has gotten through the really tough portion of his draw. He had to face a few big servers in rounds 1 and 2, got through those matches, and now, he might face Alcaraz in a semifinal. that's a match that looks really rough on paper, but it's definitely the right surface for Fritz to be doing it. And Alcaraz has been playing with his food all tournament.
Zach Djokovic, obviously we know what he is. He's an immortal, right? And we're watching history, and he has an opportunity, for his 100th career victory at Wimbledon in a match that gets going about a half hour from now. How deep of a run do you think Djokovic can make in this men's side?
I have Djokovic making the semifinals, and I also sprinkled the money line. Like I think that he's got a really good draw at his quarter. The most concerning players for him were Jack Draper and Alexander Bublik. Both of them have been eliminated. So Djokovic really does have a pretty clear path to the semifinals. This is also a tournament where, you don't need to use your legs as much. I think that if you look at Djokovic, the way he's playing, the way he's aging, it's the legs that have kind of gone the most. He's still a really good ball striker, still a really good server, and, also thinks the game at a very high level, which you can expect for a 24-time Grand Slam champion. So I think that he can, make a really deep run at this tournament. And if he's going to win a slam, his 25th slam, I think it's going to be this one.
Zach, when you look over on the women's side, obviously we've seen a number of upsets early on. Sabalenka right now is the favorite, at plus 100 to win the draw. Who are you leaning on the women's side of the bracket?
Sabalenka is another one where she had some really tough matches early on. She got through those ones. I mean, the one against Raducanu yesterday was a match that she really could have lost, but ended up playing the big points really well, ended up keeping her calm in a really tough road atmosphere. I think it's now looking like Sabalenka will win this tournament, but the players that I have futures on are Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova. Swiatek's playing right now. I'm not even sure the score, but she's playing Danielle Collins. That's a really tough match. The American is always feisty, always good. Anisimova is a player that has really big power, really good grass court game, and just a pretty easy draw as far as this goes, but does have a tough matchup against Linda Noskova next round.
When you look at the matches, and it's already begun, for today, anything that you like today, Zach, on the slate?
Yeah, I really like Jaume Munar, plus 140 against Marin Cilic. These matches have been postponed a little because of the rain, so this match should have started before we spoke, but it didn't. Munar is a player that has a reputation as a clay court specialist, but he's done a lot of work on his strength to kind of add power to his serve, add a little bit to his forehand. He's just become a lot better on quicker surfaces, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking to back Marin Cilic after knocking off Jack Draper last round. So this feels like a fade spot for Cilic for me, and I think it's a really good value for Munar, who I believe is a much better player than Cilic at this point in his career. So it's a great price you're getting on him.
We're talking to Zach Cohen, does a great job here at VSiN, breaking down a little Wimbledon and what's going down and who he likes on the men's and the women's side. What's your process like, Zach, for those that don't get into or haven't gotten into betting tennis, whether it be the majors or whether it be secondary, tertiary tournaments? What's your process like in terms of what you find or what you lean into, in specific matches?
I mean, I do use the VSiN betting splits. They're a great way to kind of see who's has action where. Like I said in that Cilic match, Cilic is a very popular player today, and I do think that you generally want to be on the opposite side of that. And I think the tennis is maybe the strongest example of it. I'd have to talk to Josh Applebaum about it. He's our splits guy, our contrarian guy, but I do think it's one of the best sports where you're catching a lot of people that are just watching Grand Slams only, and they're like, oh, I know that player, I'm going to bet on him. Usually the opposite happens. So I think that using the betting splits is very helpful for tennis. And then there's a website, tennisabstract.com, that has every single statistic that you could possibly be looking for. And I really think that with tennis, if you just do your homework, you see who's better at serving, you see who's better at returning, more often than not, you're going to be doing pretty well.
All right. Well, Zach, let's move over to the NBA a little bit, one of your specialties as well. Who's impressed you and we're early on here in the offseason, but what team do you think has improved the most? Houston, Atlanta has gotten a lot of buzz. The Knicks are finally going to introduce Mike Brown as their head coach early next week. Who do you like of what they have done so far this offseason in the NBA?
Yes, there's a bunch of them. Houston is the one that obviously made the biggest move in getting Kevin Durant, and I think Durant fits them to a T. They needed a player last year that you can get the ball to late in the shot clock, can make some tough shots, can also space the floor. I think he's going to open up their offense in a huge way, and then getting Dorian Finney-Smith was kind of the cherry on top of that offseason. Just still a really good 3-and-D player. Maybe not as good, as a one-on-one isolation defender as he used to be, but a very good team defender, a very good corner 3-point shooter, and he's done to get those types of looks playing off of Durant. So Houston, to me, is my opinion, the best team in the Western Conference right now. And I do think that the Nuggets kind of join that tier with the Thunder and Rockets in making some really small moves on the margin. I think that the swap of Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson was genius. I know that they gave up a really valuable, draft pick later down the road, but Johnson's a better player than Porter, defensively. Gives you a lot of the same things offensively, and I think he's a little bit better when it comes to shot creation. So I think that helps them on both ends of the floor. I also really like Tim Hardaway Jr. on a vets min for them. It's the type of player that, maybe does have his deficiencies, not the greatest defender in the world, but he's going to look really good playing with Nikola Jokic, feasting off those open threes. So I think they did really good work this summer with, having very little, assets to make moves. And you just mentioned the Knicks. The Knicks are another team that did very well adding some pieces without having a lot of money. I mean, Jordan Clarkson, is the biggest upgrade imaginable from campaign last year. That's somebody you could throw in. He's going to score 18 points per game when he does get out there and play 30 minutes. So just a firepower off the bench that you really can't, understate when talking about importance. And I do really like Gershon Yabusele as, a two-way player that, has some ability to play with his back to the basket, but also a really good 3-point shooter.
You like the Knicks to win the East, Zach?
I think it's the Knicks or the Cavs. I don't know if I'd be betting either just because of the numbers, but I do kind of agree with everyone that it is more open than we usually have it. And I do like the Hawks, what they've done this offseason. That's going to be a really fun team to watch. I think Quinn Snyder is a great coach and has kind of been waiting for this type of talent in Atlanta and hasn't had it. Let's just see if Trae Young is ready to be a real superstar because, he's been a big stats, empty results type of player for most of his career. He now has a team around him. There's no more excuses.
Opening night in the NBA season, go into your crystal ball, Zach. Is LeBron James a Laker?
Yes, I don't think he's going to demand a trade. I know that those comments were a little strange from Rich Paul. Like they're always trying to put pressure on the organization, but he's got to be somewhat happy getting DeAndre Ayton. I know that that's not, the sexiest pickup. There's been, some down periods in Ayton's career, but when you're looking at a team that had Jackson Hayes as the starting center last year, Ayton's a huge upgrade there. And Ayton played his best basketball with Chris Paul in Phoenix, kind of being barked at every night. I think we're going to see some of that same dynamic with LeBron and Luka, just constantly in his ear, making sure he's in the right spots, making sure he's competing on defense. And I do think getting Ayton in essentially a contract year, he's not been shy in his career about saying that he wants money and he's not going to be happy playing on an $8 million deal. So he's going to be trying to play for a bigger contract.
And Zach, real quick here, 10 seconds. Your best play at Wimbledon today is what?
It was the Munar one. The other ones all started. So Munar plus 140 against Cilic. I really think that's an upset that we're going to see. And I don't even really view it as an upset. I just think there's been a big overreaction from day to day because of the Cilic win over Draper. I think that Munar is a really good value.
Zach Cohen, a little tennis, a little basketball. He's an expert at everything. Zach, happy 4th of July holiday weekend, brother. Great to chat with you, and thanks for the time this morning.
You too. Great to see you again.
You got it. You as well. Want to know where the money is really going? Unlike other sources, our betting splits come straight from Circa and DraftKings Sportsbooks, giving you insight into where the sharp action is landing. Circa is known for taking big bets from professional bettors, while DraftKings provides a broader market perspective. That means you're getting the real action, not just public money, but the kind of wagers that move lines. See the percentage of bets versus the percentage of handle on every game across every major sports, helping you make smarter, more informed bets. Get VSiN's exclusive betting splits for as little as $9.99 for your first month at VSiN.com/subscribe. We're going to talk a little soccer next. You know why? Because we're going to have a former MLS goalie that is going to join us. Jeff Antonella is going to join us next. Talk a little soccer, a little U.S. national team. We're going to do that next. It's the Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis is with you right here on VSiN.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it. Jeff,
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean. And there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the ad.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency. Who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Go to vsin.com/pro to join vsin, the sports betting network.
Introducing the $500 trifecta. Use your GBank Visa signature credit card within 3 months of account opening and deposit $1,000 at first bet to trigger your $500 trifecta. GBank across the line with $200 cashback rewards. First bet is next with a $100 deposit match. Visa completes the trifecta with a free pro limited subscription through October 31st. A $200 value. That's the $500 trifecta. vsin.com/GBank. This one-time promotion is limited to customers opening a new account in response to this offer and will not apply to requests to convert existing accounts. Apply today. Terms and conditions apply.
Circa Million and Circa Survivor are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Circa Million. Pick 5 games against the spread each week. 126 ways to win with $6 million guaranteed. Circa Survivor, 1 pick a week. No point spread. Last the longest to win it all. $15 million guaranteed. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
On the next A Numbers Game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on the future sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
You're tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
It is the Weekend Morning Line. Let's hit the progressive guest line and let's welcome aboard Jeff Attinella, former MLS goalie of the Portland Timbers, NWSL analyst now, and played sports at a higher level than I ever dreamed of. Jeff, Mark Malusis with you. Thanks for the time this morning on VSiN. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys having me on.
You got it, Jeff. Let's talk about the men's national team. They're in the Gold Cup final against Mexico. Huge rivalry. Who do you like in the match and why?
Well, it is 4th of July weekend, and it is a rivalry versus Mexico. So I'm going to go with the United States, and that's definitely a homer pick. But when you're looking at in terms of talent and in terms of a team that's playing a little bit more cohesively and they're used to one another, I would give that edge to Mexico. But truthfully, I believe that Mexico's having a really hard time scoring goals right now. I think the USA is going to be able to do just enough. I like the way that this team is gelling together. And outside of the idea of me just wanting to be patriotic, I actually do think the US is going to be able to pull off this win, mainly because I think that they have a better ability to score goals than Mexico does. And at the end of the day, the goals are what matters the most in soccer. So I expect the US to come out. It'll be a tightly contested game. I would expect, honestly, more Mexico fans there in the audience, but I like the way this US group is playing. So I'm going to give the edge to the old United States of America in this one.
Jeff, I'll lean on your expertise, and I'm not a huge soccer guy. I get into the World Cup, I'll watch some Premier League here or there. The Club World Cup has been fun. We'll get into that, some MLS as well. But I'm curious about the state of the men's national team. This is not their A team that is taking on Mexico in this Gold Cup final. Where's the state of American soccer as, the World Cup is about a year away?
That's a tough question, honestly, because even though this isn't the A team that's playing right now for this Gold Cup, I do think that the way that this group of players has come together under the new head coach has looked better than our A teams looked under the new head coach. So I think that it kind of leaves a little bit of questions as to how that first team is going to be able to gel coming into the World Cup. But we do have the talent. Hopefully they're able to find some players from this Gold Cup run, the players like Luna, the players that are stepping up in this moment when they might not have really been given a sniff if they were underneath Berhalter, the old coach. So hopefully they're able to find that right mix. I'm cautiously optimistic about the U.S. chances for the World Cup to make a little bit of a run. I know that they have the talent. They have a lot of the players. But until I see them gelling under the new head coach and under the new head system, I'm not going to feel overly confident. So I think that like with most World Cups, we're going into this with cautious optimism. But truth be told, I'm not expecting our heads to be turned. But if that does happen, then I think that it's something that's really exciting, and they have the talent to do it. It's just all about how they come together under this new head coach.
The FIFA Club World Cup. I know there's been some criticism from some people calling it stupid, terrible idea. Before we get into one of the matches, which gets going here shortly, I'm curious, what's your take on what you've seen here from the Club World Cup? Kind of a dry run for the World Cup a year from now.
Yeah, I mean, those people don't like to have fun. I mean, I don't understand why people don't like it as much. I know that for the European teams and from some of the teams that their seasons are coming to an end, it's kind of adding a huge lump of games to the end of their season, and they're doing it here in America where it's super hot and they're complaining about that. But I mean, anytime that you're able to get clubs from all around the world, the top clubs from all around the world competing against each other in something that you never normally see, I think it's a high level of entertainment. At the end of the day, people play sports for entertainment for the fans, right? It's a money driver. It's entertainment. It's supposed to be fun. I've enjoyed it. And like most things, as the tournament keeps going into these knockout rounds, these bigger teams are starting to take it a little bit more seriously. So you're starting to see how fun and how cool it actually could be. I just think that going forward, they have to get the schedule right. So it's something that isn't lumped into the end of the season where guys are pretty much checked out. And it's something that's a little bit more maybe tuned into the middle of the season, or, try to figure out a way like some of these other leagues do these like mid-season tournaments or something like that. So it keeps everybody excited and you get everybody at the top of their game. But I think it's been cool personally. I think it's been fun to watch.
It's been fun. It's been great to see grass out at MetLife Stadium in Jersey, to be perfectly honest with you. I love that. PSG by Bayern, who gets going at noon here. PSG plus 135. Bayern is plus 190. Anything you like in that match?
I mean, for the money, I would take Bayern. But if I'm thinking about who I think has a better chance of winning, I actually do think that PSG, because I guess plus 135 is still positive money. That's the hard thing about soccer. When you throw in those draws, it throws things off from a gambling perspective. But I think with PSG, they have a little bit more talent. And ever since they've gotten out of group play, they've started to actually care a little bit more. So I'd expect them, I think for Bayern to beat PSG, they have to play a pretty much perfect game with the talent that PSG has. So I'm going to give the nod to PSG in that one. But, if we're talking gambling, you're trying to get yourself a little bit more money and steal a few more dollars, then putting a little bit of money on Bayern isn't the worst decision. But, if it was me and it was my money, I would go with PSG.
All right. MLS, busy slate tonight with 10 matches. Anything that you like in the matchups that we're going to see in Major League Soccer this evening?
Yeah, I have a random draw. I think Philly and Nashville will play to a draw, two really good teams, and they're both on top of the Eastern Conference. I kind of expect Nashville to go in there and play a little bit more defensive and make it hard for Philly. So I could see that game ending in a draw. And then in terms of winners, I'm not sure what the money lines are here because they're all favorites, I would imagine. But I like Charlotte, I like Cincinnati, and I like Portland in terms of, outright winners for tonight's games. But the draw bet is a little bit of a dicey one always, but I kind of expect Philly and Nashville to play to a draw.
I'm curious, Jeff, and we're talking with Jeff Attinella, former MLS goalie with the Portland Timbers and NWSL analyst now. And Jeff doing a great job talking a little bit about the U.S. national team, the Club World Cup, and a little MLS. The Messi coming stateside and coming to the MLS, is it been the impact that you expected, Jeff?
Bigger, honestly bigger, because I went to a game. He came to Tampa, and that's where I'm living now. He came to Tampa, and it was just a preseason game, not really a big deal. And even my kids who don't watch soccer knew who Messi was and was chanting his name during the entire game. And the kids, the way that the children gravitate towards Messi and the impact that he's had in terms of that, I didn't see that coming. I thought that the viewership would be bigger. I definitely thought that there'd be more world attention. But just the way that the youth has gravitated towards him and really just like fallen in love with the idea of him, really not even knowing fully who he is, I didn't really see that coming. So I think that it's been a little bit bigger than I expected. But for me, the hard part is, to watch him, you have to watch him on Apple. And I'm not bashing the MLS for that decision or anything like that. But I think that the way that you have to watch him on TV has limited his reach a little bit. But at the same time, when you're talking about people getting into soccer and falling in love with a player and trying their best to tune in, I honestly think it's been bigger than what I was expecting.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm with you. I've got 3 boys, and they play soccer. It's not their main sport, but the one jersey that they all wanted was an Inter Miami Messi jersey. With that being said, you look at Inter Miami, they're 5-1 to win the MLS Cup. They are favored. Anybody, when you're looking out west, out east, anything that you like in terms of futures, in terms of Major League Soccer, Jeff?
So with the futures, so Philly's on top of the East right now. They're not normally a team that can go on good playoff runs and end up ultimately winning it. A team like Cincinnati wouldn't surprise me, just because I think that that's a team that's been scratching at it for quite some time and they're getting pretty close. In terms of out west, and I'm trying to think, nobody really jumps off the table. San Diego's on top of the league right now out west. That might be worth a futures pick, but given that they're an expansion team, it might be a little bit tough. A team like Portland, I know I'm a bit of a homer. They might have a good futures odd. They're a team that can really put it together. So a team like Cincinnati, a team like Portland, maybe even a team like Charlotte for something that's a little bit more of a stretch. But those are teams that could be sleepers to end up winning this thing. But the smart money's on Miami just for who they are. And when they feel like turning it on, they're going to.
Yeah, and Jeff, we'll close out the conversation here. I understand nobody in the markets really care, but how I guess the impact, how good would it be for Major League Soccer if Messi and Inter Miami end up winning the MLS Cup?
I'm not really sure, because I think that a lot of people would look at that and just kind of say like, yeah, of course they did, because they were supposed to buy it. But in terms of a global impact and him winning the championship, I think it would be, 10 times what they were able to do with Beckham. So from a global impact, I think that it would be huge. From a, diehard MLS fan impact, I think that, the diehard fans of teams outside of Miami would kind of roll their eyes at it, honestly.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think and we've seen MLS and the growth of it continue to grow every single year. We know that, and we know that soccer is the world's game. I think it would be really important for MLS, to continue to take those steps forward. If you have Messi, this iconic football player going out there winning a championship here in LA.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool, and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
LasVegas.com.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith going to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. There are a couple of late-round draft picks getting exchanged on both sides. And listen, I think this is a monster win here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You have to love the over here.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Welcome to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the Weekend Morning Line, hour number 3, and I love this time of the year. As we've hit, July 4th has come and gone, and love the fireworks and everything that comes along with it. Football is right around the corner. Training camps get going toward the tail end of the month, and you've got the VSiN betting guide that is out, and you get to delve into what you look like, be it what you like coming up in the NFL season. And even though it's hot, hazy, humid, depending on where you are in this great country, you look forward to what football provides in the fall, opening week, and you get to delve into like what you like and what you think. And when we quickly, and we were joined by Dan Pizzuto a little bit earlier on the program, we went by most of the divisions as that we could in the time allotted with him. When you look at these divisions in terms of, and we can go through them quickly here in terms of my early thoughts on the divisions, or thoughts on the divisions, really, as football is right around the corner. Let's start in the AFC. When you look at the East, I mean, it's really the Bills and it's everybody else. It's hard to sit here on this Saturday and make an argument for, Mike Vrabel and Drake May and the New England Patriots to go out there and now challenge the Buffalo Bills. The only thing that could curtail on Buffalo, and knock on wood, it doesn't happen, would be an injury to the reigning MVP of the NFL, and that being Josh Allen. Outside of that, I mean, what do you make of the Miami Dolphins? Really, what are they? It's an interesting trade, the Minka Fitzpatrick, Jalen Ramsey trade. I don't know exactly what Miami is going to be this year. What they're going to be, try and be offensively. Can Tua Tagovailoa go out there and stay healthy for Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins? Don't necessarily think that's the case. And the New York Jets have a new head coach. The one thing I'd say about the Jets, even though the expectations this year aren't nearly what they were a year ago with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, and now it's Justin Fields at quarterback for the New York Jets, I do think that the New York Jets will be better coached. The one intriguing market for the New York Jets would be over their win total that I'd be intrigued by. And I think because of the expectations being as low as they are, I don't think it's a big hurdle for the Jets to overcome. And I do think they will be remarkably better coached in 2025 than they were in 2024. But as far as the division goes, all avenues go through Orchard Park and the Buffalo Bills, and it's hard to see anybody seriously challenge them. The AFC North is interesting because I think you love certain aspects of teams. The Browns are a complete and utter mess. Just look at their quarterback room. So Cleveland's not really part of the equation or part of the conversation. It really comes down to three teams: Pittsburgh, the Cincinnati Bengals, and obviously the Baltimore Ravens, who are the cream of the crop. And you have concerns about Baltimore, where is the talent going to meet the moment when you get to the NFL playoffs, but not necessarily during the course of the regular season. Lamar Jackson's obviously going to be one of the favorites to be the MVP of the league. Harbaugh set a culture of what expectations are down there in Baltimore. The offensive line is good enough. The impact of Derrick Henry is unquestioned. We're not talking about injuries playing a role here. Baltimore by far is the best team, or they are the best team in the division. The question you have is, of Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, which team conceivably can go out there and challenge the Baltimore Ravens? And I'm bullish on Pittsburgh. I am. I think it's an uptick or an upgrade quarterback with Rodgers at quarterback as compared to having Russell Wilson and Justin Fields at quarterback a year ago. It seems to be that Minka Fitzpatrick wasn't buying into the defensive system, and maybe Jalen Ramsey will. The question you have about the Cincinnati Bengals is the defense stinks. I mean, and that's putting it kindly. Right. And they've got contract issues with Trey Hendrickson. So you look at a Bengal offense that you love. Who doesn't love Joe Burrow? Who doesn't love the confidence of Joe Burrow? Can they overcome their early season struggles, which has been a great hindrance to them each of the last 2 years? Can Burrow stay upright and healthy? If he does, with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they're going to go out there and score points. And can Cincinnati play games to where they jump out in front of teams early on to help negate the issues that they have defensively? But that division, obviously, very, very intriguing one with a lot of different storylines and layers in Cincinnati with contracts, in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. But it's the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson that remain the class of that division. The AFC South is intriguing. What version of C.J. Stroud are you going to get? I think that's really the first question that you need to answer, and sit down and look at the Houston Texans and say to yourself, am I going to see the Stroud that took the NFL by storm 2 years ago? Or am I going to see the C.J. Stroud from a year ago, who was more turnover prone, held on to the football too long, and played behind an offensive line that wasn't particularly good? And then if you don't believe in the Texans, which of the two teams, whether it be Indianapolis with all likelihood Daniel Jones at quarterback, or the Jacksonville Jaguars with a new head coach in Liam Cohen, and a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence that is still going out there trying to prove that he is this, that he is this wonderkin at the position once again? Which version of Trevor Lawrence are you going to get? That's why I think a lot of people look at this division and say it's Houston's division to lose. I'd be honest with you, I'd be intrigued by the Indianapolis Colts a little bit. Steichen's a wonderful coach when dealing with quarterbacks, when he gets buy-in. Daniel Jones wants to prove a lot of the naysayers wrong. He went to Indianapolis on the short-term deal. It's not like he physically can't play the position. He got beaten up behind a bad offensive line in New York with the Giants. I'd be intrigued by the Indianapolis Colts. In the AFC West, the team that intrigues me would be the Los Angeles Chargers at plus 310 in that division because I love Harbaugh. I do. I'm a Harbaugh sycophant a little bit. I believe in the way that he goes about coaching his team. I believe in the way that he goes about coaching his quarterbacks. I believe in the fact of winning at the point of attack, offensive and defensive lines. I'm not telling you that, the Kansas City Chiefs are not to be trusted. I have concerns maybe about their receiver room. It's still Reed and it's still Patrick Mahomes. I don't know how much Travis Kelce does have left. It's great that he's lost a little bit of weight this offseason as he, circles the world with with Taylor Swift. But is he the same tight end that he was a couple years ago? Not necessarily the case. I get a little concerned about Denver about maybe a little bit of a setback after a great rookie year by their quarterback, Bo Nix. The team that I'd be intrigued with would be the Los Angeles Chargers, maybe ultimately being the challenge to Kansas City in the AFC West. In the NFC East, it's really the question of what you saw from the Commanders a year ago. Now, with a year of experience under his belt, are you going to see even a better version of Jaden Daniels year 2 than you did year 1? And can the Philadelphia Eagles, the ultimate question you got to ask yourself, the Philadelphia Eagles, are they self-satisfied after winning a Super Bowl? And you hear about teams and you see it from teams where the hunger, the drive year 2 after winning a Super Bowl or year 1 after winning a Super Bowl, not necessarily the same as it was in the year in which they won the Super Bowl. If the Eagles have the same drive and hunger, by far they're the best team in the division. They are. Saquon Barkley takes the cover off that offense. The offensive line is very, very good, even though some of the names have changed. They got playmakers at running back, got playmakers at wide receiver, got a playmaker at tight end. The defense, we know, that they can get after you. You love what Vic Fangio has done as their offensive coordinator in Philadelphia, and we know what Jalen Hurts can be at the quarterback position. So all eyes or all avenues go through the city of Philadelphia. I'm not a Cowboy believer. I think the Giants are an intriguing storyline because of the way you look at when will we see Jackson Dart, year number 1, the rookie out of Ole Miss. NFC North, the Lions, the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears, all intriguing storylines. I mentioned it earlier on in the program. I kind of like Green Bay a little bit in the division. I do. I would dabble a little bit with Jordan Love in terms of being the MVP of the league. He's sitting there at 25-1. And why do I like Green Bay? Because I don't think there is a distinct weakness when you look at the Green Bay Packers. There really isn't. Now, are there game-changing players on both sides of the ball? Not really. There isn't. Do they have a Jahmyr Gibbs? Do they have a Justin Jefferson? They don't. They don't have that caliber of player at those positions, but they're really solid all the way around. When you look at Green Bay, there's not a distinct weakness or question mark either. Now, there's a question in Chicago. What is Ben Johnson as a head coach? There's a question in Minnesota. What is J.J. McCarthy as a quarterback? There's questions in Detroit with some of the issues along the offensive line. And also the loss of both coordinators in Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. There aren't those concerns in Green Bay. That's why I'm kind of leaning toward the Green Bay Packers in the NFC North. In the NFC South, it's really whether or not you believe in the Atlanta Falcons. Who their quarterback is. I think ultimately it's going to be Penix. I think if he can stay healthy, he can spin it with the best of them in the National Football League. Can they go out there and put it together? The age of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers concerns me a little bit. And the fact that they stayed relatively healthy outside of Godwin a year ago, are they going to have that kind of luck this year after coming off last year? Baker Mayfield's been great. He's been an unquestioned leader when you're looking at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But really, how much do you believe in the Atlanta Falcons? And in the NFC West, to me, I'm goo gaga for the Los Angeles Rams. I just am. I love McVay. I love him as a coach. Stafford, I think, what they've done in the offseason has been very, very good. They came very close to going out there and knocking off the Philadelphia Eagles last year, even in the snow in the NFC playoffs. I think they're going to take a step forward. I think the San Francisco 49ers this year have taken a little bit of a step back, and I think that will prove to be the case. I know there's intrigue with Arizona. Until I see it, I got to believe it. There's going to be those that look at the Seattle Seahawks, especially with Sam Darnold, the quarterback. I like Darnold. I do. I think what he saw last year might be a little bit of a sign of things to come. I just don't think the playmakers in Seattle are as dynamic as they were up in Minnesota. But to me, I think it's going to be the Rams at plus 195 to go out there and win the NFC West. Before the line moves, the sharp plays is already there. They don't follow the market. They help shape it. You're not going to outsmart billion-dollar sports books or full-time sharps all by yourself, but with sharp plays, you don't have to. Backed by advanced AI and connected by trusted insider sources, the Sharp Plays delivers the kind of edge that serious bettors count on every single day. You'll get free betting reports, real-time alerts, and market-moving insights straight to your inbox or X feed. And it's right now the summer side hustle. The Sharp Plays have been proving it since 2011 with documented results, public logs, and transparent receipts. SharpPlays.com, trusted by pros, watched by the books. Visit SharpPlays.com and stay ahead of the line. JVT, Jonathan Van Tobel, joins us next. It's the Weekend Morning Line right here on VSiN.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say, like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
And more, sign up for VSiN Pro. Get access for football season plus the VSiN NFL betting guide, all for $175. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
Elevate your sports betting game with VSiN's exclusive betting splits. Stay ahead with real-time market trends and track bet percentages on any matchup, then uncover the edge by comparing them to the amount of bets placed to find out where the sharp money is headed. Upgrade to VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to VSiN.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
You're tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
It is the Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis with you, and let's hit the progressive guest line because he looks refreshed. He's 2 weeks away on vacation. Jonathan Van Tobel joins us now. JVT, good Saturday morning. Happy 4th of July. Belatedly. How are you?
I'm good. Congratulations to you. You are the first person to get me to speak on these airwaves in the last 2 weeks. So decided to roll out of bed, but very excited. It's not been all vacation. This is actually, I like to recharge as everybody does, but this is the time where you really start to dig in, get ready for football. Summer League starts next week, so I'll be getting the rosters together there. Technically it starts today, but we don't count Salt Lake City in California. So very excited to be back.
Well, I'm honored. I appreciate you cutting out some time for us this morning, JVT, and you do a great job. I'm glad you enjoyed vacation and time to reset a little bit. Let's talk about the AFC East, because in the Decent Betting Guide, you did a great breakdown on the AFC East. The Bills are the overwhelming favorite. Any reason to believe, I chatted about it in the segment before, that there can be, can Miami, can New England seriously challenge Buffalo in the East?
No, I don't think so. I think actually when you look at the price for this team to win the division, I think there's a really strong case to be made, Mark, that you look at this and go, dude, minus 260, that's cheap for the Buffalo Bills. Look, I am a New England Patriots fan this year. I think they can be much better. I think they can push for 9 wins when you put everything together. But I don't think it's realistic to look at this and say that Buffalo is going to lose out on this outside of maybe Josh Allen getting injured, which is always the caveat, right? But I know people generally balk at minus 260. I think you can make a case that this price should be minus 350, minus 360, minus 375 for Buffalo to win the division. I think Miami has some really bad signs that they are on a downward trend, and the Jets are just the Jets. I think they should win 4 to 6 games. Actually, I think a little bit higher on the Jets than normal. I do have one week 1 bet already in the books, Jets plus 3.5 at home against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I do think that this division as a whole, if the Bills don't win this, I think you could put this in the category of catastrophic failure. They should be a bigger favorite to win this than what minus 265 entails.
Any, when you're looking at any other futures, you mentioned you got the Jets at plus 3.5 opening week against Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Anything else future wise when you're looking within this division? Any prop bets, Jonathan?
Yeah, so I think you can go to a couple of places here, but speaking to the Miami point, I'm not big on Miami at all. I think that this is a team that really has a lot of signs that things could get pretty catastrophic pretty quickly. We know that Jalen Ramsey, what went on there, what's going on with Tyreek Hill, I should say, and potentially him getting flipped. So if you look at this for the Dolphins, generally, Mark, we always talk about this. We have a great article in the guide about this, which is, win totals, when you're betting them, you can actually go and play alternate win totals, because usually teams are not going to fall right on the win total. Generally, they greatly exceed or fall under expectations. So if you wanted to go alternate under 6.5 for Miami at plus 170, I even think under 5.5 at plus 280. I think Miami can really fall apart this season. I think their defense is not good. Their secondary is absolutely abysmal. Their premier edge rushers outside of Chop Robinson are all coming off of serious injuries and trying to recover after lengthy absences. We know that Tua Tagovailoa has a habit of missing time, and if he does, just the backup quarterback position on paper looks like an absolute nightmare. The offensive line doesn't look good on paper either. I think that this is it's a very pivotal year for Miami, but I also think it's one where it's going to completely fall apart here. So the one I really do like, alternate win total under 6.5 at plus 170 for the Miami Dolphins. I think that's something you can really latch on to here. The overall win total is 7.5, but this team looks like it could be a 6-win or fewer team. And if you wanted to put a small sprinkle on them to have the fewest wins in the NFL, there's always that team that really falls from the perch, right? The team that greatly under exceeds the expectation that we're talking about. It's not really a word, but you know what I'm saying. And I think Miami really could do that, especially if Tua misses time and this team looks as bad as it is on paper and that actually plays out.
JVT, anything else around the league? I'm kind of bullish on the Rams this year. I kind of like the Packers this year. When you're outside of the AFC East, anything else from a futures market that you really like?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I am going to admit I am a sucker for an easy schedule, and I do think that I'm going to be in. I like San Francisco a lot. If you want to go alternate win total over for them, number 1 seed in the NFC is floating in that 6-1 range. I think that's a very viable thing for them to achieve. Kyle Shanahan's floating around 30-1 to win Coach of the Year. I don't think that'd be that crazy either. Look, I don't know how generally good in like the grand scheme of things San Francisco is going to be, but I do know that they should be healthier. I like that Robert Saleh's back calling for this defense. And Shanahan has done a very good job with this team. They are regularly in the postseason, regularly in the NFC Championship game when they are fully healthy. And just look at the schedule and what it could potentially be for them. Or from week 12 on, that's a schedule you could completely pick apart, especially if teams like Arizona fall off or if the Titans are as bad as you think they are. Like, that's going to be a schedule where they can really rack up some wins. Again, wins don't necessarily mean you're one of the best teams in the NFL, but I do think their record could be one of the best in the NFL.
We're talking to Jonathan Montobel. Move away from the NFL. Let's talk a little college football because that's right around the corner as well, JVT. And you're great in terms of breaking down. We talked a little bit about off the air that you've done, some work during your time away on college football. There's been a lot of teams that have generated some buzz. Clemson being one of those teams that've gotten a lot of love. Any teams that you're looking at that you think could have a really good 2025 campaigns?
Yeah, it's hard not to gravitate toward Clemson given everything they have coming back this year. Obviously, 17 starters. Cade Klubnik's coming back. He's got 4 of his 5 offensive linemen returning from last season as well. Top 2 tacklers are back on defense. 4 secondary members are back. There's so much to like about Clemson, and getting them in that range of that 12-1, I think is very much worth adding to the portfolio for a preseason team that I think is going to make the playoff, and I'm pretty certain that they're going to make the playoff. Klubnik could be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. So, but going away from the obvious, which I think is Clemson, and a lot of people are going to be on there. Mark, last year, one of my big things last year, because I do in part-time cover the Mountain West and write up our Mountain West every single year. One of my big things was look out for Devin Dampier. He's a really good quarterback. Seems like he gets really good upside. And for New Mexico, he was brilliant. Well, he's now the quarterback for Utah. I am a big Devin Dampier stan. I think that he is great. I think what he does transfers to the Power 4 level. And if you look at Utah's schedule, the toughest games for them are going to be at home, but that is the general positive, right? You get Texas Tech, Arizona State, and Cincinnati at home. We'll see what K-State is down the stretch. You do have to go to Baylor a little bit later in the season. That's coming up in November. But I think Dampier can be legitimately good. This is a team that's got about 16, 17 starters coming back so far next year. I really believe in Utah a ton. I think that this team is experienced, and they have a quarterback that is great. He is a dual threat who can do it through the air and on the ground. And I think he's going to greatly accelerate what this offense could be with a manageable schedule. So Utah, you can get them at about 4-1 to make the playoff, if you will. They're floating in that range as well to win the Big 12. I actually think it might be 6-1 to make the playoff and 4-1 to win the Big 12. But I think investing in them to win this Big 12 I think is something worth looking at. Again, it really does depend on if Dampier translates to the Big 12, but I think he does, and I think they're going to be very good with him at quarterback.
JVT, I want to ask you a little bit about the NBA as well before we bid you adieu, and that is, Summer League. For how do you look at Summer League when it gets going here for real, out in Vegas, like in terms of the roster construction, when you're looking at matchups, where you look to attack?
So I think, and we're going to have an article up on this on Monday. We're waiting for Summer League odds to get posted because you can bet who's going to win the NBA Summer League. In terms of teams, I think you're generally looking for the same kind of qualities, right? First off, you're looking for some good breakout guys going into their second years. I'll take you back a couple of years ago, but your New York Knicks had Quentin Grimes on the roster going into his second year. Yep. And they ended up making a run to the Summer League final. If I remember correctly, they ended up losing it. But Grimes was brilliant. He had played about 50-ish games in the NBA the postseason prior, or this regular season prior. So getting those guys who are going into their second year that got quite a few regular season games under their belt, Mark, really do help because these games in the Summer League move so much slower than what you're going to see in the regular season. So having that key second-year guy is going to be, I think, very important. Obviously, high-end college players, guys that I like long-tenured college players, especially at guard, because those dudes, obviously very smart, running the offense, really going to help break that up. And I think those are some really key qualities you're looking for. As far as day-to-day, look, this is like preseason. Really want to jump on what's going on a day-to-day basis. I think it was a year ago, I was sitting in the stands watching Detroit and Toronto, and all of a sudden you look down and you're like, wait a minute, 3 of Detroit's best players aren't even warming up right now, and yet they were a 6.5-point favorite over the Toronto Raptors in that game. So just information is really key. It's very much like betting preseason contests. It's hard to on a day-to-day basis really hammer away, but if you're following these beat writers, if you're there watching the games, if you're out here, getting that info on who's going to play and who's not is very key on a day-to-day basis in the Summer League.
JVT, you're the best. Welcome back from vacation, brother. Thanks for cutting out some time for us on this Saturday, all right?
Yeah, you got it, man. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
You as well. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend. If you're serious about winning this football season, the VSiN NFL Betting Guide is your first real edge. It's available now. It's packed with in-depth previews of all 32 teams, season win total breakdowns, best bets, and trusted VSiN experts' prop bets. and betting projections, everything you need to bet smarter all season long. Lock in on our football special for just $175 and get full VSiN Pro access through the Super Bowl, including every betting guide, daily best bet emails, 24/7 video, and all the data and tools on VSiN.com. The early bird price expires July 31st. Don't wait. Sign up today and get your copy of the NFL season betting guide at VSiN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and
Olivia
beer.
from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car, and there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide to this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
On VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, now Sirius XM Channel 158. Get the VSiN Watch app.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
You're tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
It is the VSiN Weekend Morning Line. Mark Malusis with you. It's time to go behind the counter with Chuck Esposito.
Where are the lines changing? And where's the money going? Let's go behind the counter.
Chuck Esposito joins us now, Red Rock Sportsbook. Hey, Chuck, thanks for the time this morning. Certainly appreciate it.
Sure, Mark. Always great to jump on with you guys on a holiday weekend, Saturday morning.
Yeah, no doubt. And hopefully everyone out there and yourself, Chuck, enjoyed a wonderful July 4th and everyone's healthy and had a great time. Let's start here, Chuck, in terms of, the NFL right around the quarter. What are you seeing in terms of liabilities for Red Rock or, when you're looking at the futures market in the National Football League?
It's been a little bit interesting. Although the Bills are, one of the favorites at a low price, our highest ticket count is on the Bills this year. I think you look at their schedule, they don't really travel out west at all. Most of the games are in the Eastern time zone. They play Baltimore, but they play them at home this year opposed to a primetime game on the road last year. Seeing a little bit of money, some liability on some teams in the NFC West. I think the Niners, maybe, they're the favorite, but maybe that window's starting to close a bit. And there's some Ram and Cardinal money coming in on both those two, and a little bit of value in the AFC West as we're seeing some money come in on both the Broncos and Chargers, with the Chiefs being a relatively low price. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. A lot of time left, but now is where we start seeing some football action start to kind of gear up as we get ready for the start of August and the preseason slate.
Chuck, anything of major consequence week one with the lines being up?
No, not really week one yet. Kind of curious to see what they do with some of the games, but there's nothing that's really kind of moved the needle or we've seen considerable one-way play in any of these games yet. I think it's interesting to see that there are some, really marquee matchups. I mean, Detroit's a dog week one at Green Bay, seeing if that line kind of shifts at all before kickoff. And then just, I think that Pittsburgh Steelers-Jet game where you have the quarterbacks that switched, where Rodgers now is the Steelers quarterback and Fields is the Jets quarterback. Kind of curious to see what that line will do. No real movement of the line, though, with the signing of Rodgers. I think we all thought that was kind of going to be the case. And then I think both the Sunday night and Monday night games are intriguing matchups as well. As I mentioned earlier, the Bills get the Ravens at home this year on Sunday Night Football. And then kind of the Bears-Vikings, all the hype in the offseason with the Bears and Ben Johnson. And the Vikings are really good, but, I mean, you still have a rookie quarterback in J.J. McCarthy who got hurt in the preseason last year. So those are kind of four games that kind of stand out to me right now, Mark, is that we're curious to see where the numbers kind of go in those four games leading up to that second week in September.
We're chatting with Chuck Esposito from Red Rock. Chuck, we just talked to JVT, a little college football. I want to get, in terms of where the action is. Any liability, any big plays in terms of college teams winning the college football playoff?
Yeah, there's two teams, Mark, that really kind of jump off the page that they've played. One is the Southern Cal Trojans, and the other one would be Texas Tech. Both we've seen, the value of the price, I think, is what the key is. The Southern Cal at 100-1. And then you look at Texas Tech at 125. We've seen some action on both those two schools to win the national championship, and those would be the two right now that pose the largest liability across the board for station casinos.
What about Clemson? I'm curious because they seem to be a buzz team in college football, Chuck.
It's funny that you mentioned them because we've had a number of guests kind of inquire about Clemson and talk about them and, what would be willing to take, but I haven't seen that big bet yet. I mean, they come in right now at 12-1. There's kind of a jump after them to Tennessee at 40-1. So they're in that kind of that first kind of 10 or 12. But there has been a lot of guest inquiries about Clemson so far, Mark.
Well, Chuck, I'm curious. We've got Djokovic, a huge storyline over in Wimbledon. What's the action? What's the liability like at Red Rock for tennis at the famed All England Club?
The action's been really, really good. I'd say when it comes to, some liability, really it's more on the women's side where, you've had 4 of the top 5 already eliminated. We are rooting for the favorite right now because there's some liability on Alexandrova. That was a kind of a popular bet at 125-1 prior to the tournament starting. So there is some larger liability than I would like on her on the women's side right now.
Chuck, in terms of handle, when we're looking at tennis, is Wimbledon have the biggest handle, or is it the U.S. Open?
They both generate a lot of buzz, Mark. I think, Wimbledon, because of the time of year that it is right now, with not a lot of else going on, really all we have is baseball. We're gearing up for Summer League, the MLB All-Star Game, the WNBA All-Star Game. But Wimbledon right now, kind of over that 4th of July weekend, it gives the bettors and the guests an option to bet something else than just baseball. So because of that and kind of the popularity and the history and the storiness of Wimbledon, I would say Wimbledon by a little bit.
We're talking to Chuck Esposito from Red Rock. I'm curious, you mentioned it, Chuck, in terms of Summer League gets going here, right around the corner. How big is that for Red Rock and for casinos, sportsbooks? I
think it's big again, Mark, because it's the time of year that there's not a lot of else going on. And as I've talked about with Tim too many times, it's, when there's events out here, when the games are played out here in any sport, if it's, Knights games, Aces games, Raiders games, Formula One, NASCAR, prize fights, WWE, or a lot of the other sports that are coming up, UFC, excuse me. Anything out here generates a lot. And I think it's the time of year. You get to see a lot of these young, talented kids play. So Summer League for us is a welcome addition to the July menu, because it's really only baseball. And as you well know, at this time of year in baseball, there are the haves and the have-nots. And we are continually rooting for the Rockies, the A's, teams on a nightly basis to hope that they get there, and rooting against the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Cubs, the Tigers pretty much on a daily basis.
Chuck, with the NBA champion being crowned in Oklahoma City, and we've gotten through the NBA draft and early portion, obviously, of NBA free agency. We'll see if there's any other big moves or big trades here in the not so distant future. Have you seen anybody go out there and delve into at Red Rock in any big bets on NBA futures when you're looking at either Eastern or Western Conference or NBA champion?
Yeah, I think the two teams that really stand out are we've seen a considerable amount of play, and I think it's because of the value too in the East with Halliburton and Tatum both out, is on the Atlanta Hawks. What they did via free agency, what they did in the draft. They've been a really popular team, and strange as it may seem, but it's the Dallas Mavericks on the other side in the Western Conference. I think when you look at Dallas getting the first pick, most teams that are picking first in any sport are in a full rebuild. They're looking for that impact player to be the new face of the franchise and kind of change the direction. That's not the case in Dallas. They are still a really good team. They've got some veteran leadership there, some other young players, and I think Cooper Flagg fits in well with them. But both right now, you're seeing a lot of Hawk and Mav action as far as maybe value picks in the Eastern and Western Conference.
Chuck, it's interesting that now's the time for baseball. With the light schedule, you've got tennis, football around the corner, not there yet. Summer League, NBA gets going, but really now's the time in terms of Major League Baseball. What's the action been like at Red Rock in terms of them right now being kind of the center focus of the betting interests?
Well, there's no question that baseball is king right now. I mean, I love when there's day baseball too. It definitely adds to the overall kind of mix for the day. But I mean, I think it's really intriguing when you look at, say, the American League East and the struggles the Yankees have had, losing 5 in a row, and Toronto's now, I think, won 6 in a row and taken over first place there. The fact that Tampa's playing really well. Tigers aren't really running away with it yet. I mean, you still have Minnesota, Kansas City, and the Guardians all within striking distance there. Houston playing really well right now. Mets and Philly, nice battle. Cubs have been a really good story. I think the real key mark is going to be at the trade deadline. The trade deadline is the 31st of this month. What teams are going to be buyers and what teams are going to be sellers? Are some of these young teams that are on the cusp willing to make a move, or is it always going to be Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Padres who are going to make those big moves? And I think pitching is going to be the key. Who's going to want to give up some young assets to go out and get a pitcher? And who is that pitcher is the key question right now. But it's going to be interesting, I think, at the end of the month with the trade deadline less than 30 days away.
Chuck, we have about 40 seconds. I'm curious. I'm a big ponies guy. How much does it impact you with Saratoga opening up officially next week?
It's great. I mean, I'm a big horse fan as well. We have dedicated race windows for our guests, Mark. We do a lot of the twin Qs for the start of Del Mar. We're going to do a couple of Saturdays where we offer the $10,000 twin Qs to our guests. We've got dedicated seats out there, reserved seats for race. So if you're a race player and you want to come over to Red Rock, come on over, look me up, and we'll take care of you and have some fun.
Oh, there you go. And we're right around the corner, later end of the month of August. It's Travers Day, which is nothing better than Travers Day up at Saratoga. Chuck, I want to wish you a belated happy for July 4th and appreciate the time on this Saturday morning, all right?
All right, Mark. Same to you, and thanks for having me on. Look forward to chatting with you guys soon.
You got it. Chuck Esposito from Red Rock Station. Mark Malusis with you. A lot more to get to. One more segment to go. This is the Weekend Morning Line. We'll come back with some bets, some other musings as well, right here on VSiN.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare...
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow, awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Oh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Ohio who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
In Las Vegas. Soak up the sun and party all night 365 days a year at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at circalasvegas.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're tuned tuned in to the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
Well, introducing the $500 trifecta from GBank, First Bet, and VSiN. All you need to do is open up a GBank Visa signature credit card. In the first 90 days, deposit and play through $1,000 at First Bet to trigger the $500 trifecta. You'll receive $200 in cashback rewards on your GBank Visa signature credit card. First Bet will give you a $100 deposit match. VSiN completes the trifecta with a free VSiN Pro subscription through October 31st, which is a $200 value. That's a $500 trifecta from GBank, First Bet, and VSiN. Head to VSiN.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBank. This one-time promotion is limited to customers opening a new account in response to this offer and will not apply to requests to convert existing accounts. Apply today. Terms and conditions do apply. Let's get into, and we spent some time on the Weekend Morning Line, talk a little bit of baseball, a little bit, and we've got a good one, or a great slate of baseball games across the country. There's no doubt. A lot of the focus on the East Coast is going to be what's transpiring in Queens today between the Mets and the Yankees in the Subway Series. Rodon on the mound for the Yankees, Frankie Montas on the mound for the New York Mets, and the Yankees have scuffled all along, now trailing the Toronto Blue Jays by 2 games in the American League East. The Mets are trailing the Philadelphia Phillies by a half game in the National League East. When you look at the line in this game, the Mets are plus 120 and the Yankees are minus 142. The only reason why the Mets are the underdog in the game today is because of the starting rotation. I don't understand that's why odds are laid out. If you're looking at about the way that these two teams have played as of late, mind you, it wasn't not all that long ago. The Mets were getting swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates out in Pittsburgh and lost in that series, got beat down in that series and lost it 30-4. And the Yankees went up to Toronto and got swept by the Toronto Blue Jays. And then you see the game yesterday afternoon on the 4th of July. The Yankees led 2-0 at one point in time, led 5-3, end up losing the game 6-5. The big 2-run home run by Jeff McNeil off Luke Weaver wins it for the New York Mets. And I will say this, it's intriguing when you're looking at especially the impact on the marketplace, the Yankees being the national brand that they are and still favored to win the American League East. And that's just the confidence in the organization. Not so much, the lack of belief in Toronto. It's more of a case of the confidence in the Yankees doing what they need to do to add somebody at the MLB trade deadline. Specifically, they need to go out there and add themselves a third baseman. Is that this version of the New York Yankees? It really isn't. When you look at it, it really isn't. The situational hitting has been a problem. The lack of fundamental play has been a problem. Running of the base pass has been an issue. Depth in the starting rotation. Clark Schmidt going on the IL is an issue. This is not a version of the New York Yankees that we saw a year ago where it was Soto and Judge and Soto, and Garrett Cole was relatively healthy and Luis Gil was doing his things on the mound. Cole's lost for the season. We have yet to see Luis Gil make a start for the New York Yankees this year. So this version of the New York Yankees, if you take history out of the equation and what you believe in the pinstripes and the road grays, this is not a good baseball team right now. Now, we haven't hit the All-Star break as of yet. As everyone likes to talk about it, it's a long baseball season. But what frustrates you about the Yankees on a day-in, day-out basis is that they love to tell you that they're still a really good baseball team, even though when you watch this team on a day-in, day-out basis, and the only reason that they're favored today is they have a favorable pitching matchup. Now, what version of Carlos Rodon are you going to get on the mound today against the New York Mets? That's the intriguing aspect of it, is that Rodon has been really, really good this year. But Rodon is also a guy at times that has a propensity to lose it on the mound when something doesn't necessarily go his way during a baseball game. Will that happen today out at Citi Field? Who knows? The Mets seem to have put their 30-4 thrashing in the rearview mirror against the Pittsburgh Pirates. The way they played early on in the Milwaukee Brewers series, won the back end of those 2 games of that series, and then won yesterday afternoon on the 4th of July. And it's a Mets team that even though they trail, and I would take the Mets to win the National League East, I really would. And even though they trail, and the Philadelphia Phillies, I think I looked at the odds, they're minus 175 to win the National League East. I think this is going to be a Mets division in the end. And why do you say that? Why do I say that on this Saturday? I think the Mets are going to go out there and win the division? Because I think they've got an owner and they've got a president in David Stearns that's going to be super aggressive come the MLB trade deadline. You don't go out there and bring in Juan Soto and give him $765 million in the offseason if you're the New York Mets, and then go out there and nickel and dime people at the MLB trade deadline. At some point in time, you're going to have to put the chips all in the middle of the table. This starting rotation for the New York Mets will get healthier. At some point in time, you will see Sean Manaea back. At some point in time, you will see Kodai Senga back. They've hit this little bit of a rut. Situational runners in scoring position, just like it's been an issue for the Yankees. The only team that has been worse than the New York Mets going into this series against the Yankees with hitting it with runners in scoring position on the season has been the god-awful Chicago White Sox. That's it. So that's been an issue for the Mets this year. And their bullpen's become exhausted because their starting rotation has taken on one injury after another. So who do I like this afternoon in the game? The Mets are an underdog in the game because they're a starter. If Montas can give them a quality start, keep them in the game for 5 or 6 innings, where it does not. The last time we saw him on the mound, he was giving up 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning in the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Pirates ended up winning that game 12-1. If we get something like that today, well, then yes. If you're back in the Yankees, you would lean into it at minus 134, and you'd say, well, the Yankees are going to win today, no doubt about it. I don't think you're going to get that version of Frankie Montas where he was dreadful against Pittsburgh. I also don't think you're going to get the version of Frankie Montas that was great against the Atlanta Braves. I think he'll be okay. And I think Rodon will just be slightly better. So I would think that if the Yankees are going to end this losing streak, get back into the win column, I think it's got to be today against the New York Mets with Rodon on the mound as a minus 134 favorite. We've had a great show. We really have. We've talked about a number of different things. When you're talking about NFL futures, when you're talking about NBA futures, Summer League gets going in the NBA next week. Mike Brown will be introduced at some point in time next week as the head coach of the New York Knicks. And when you look at that futures market in terms of the NBA, I think it is really, really intriguing. You know, the difference between the perception of the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference. And I think when you're looking at value, I think you look East. I really do. I don't think there's much value in the Western Conference. I don't think there's value with the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't think there's value with James Harden and the Los Angeles Clippers. I don't even think there's value with Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks because you're not going to have Kyrie Irving for the majority of the season. Denver is one of those teams on the championship line. Oklahoma City is one of those teams on the championship line. You look at clearly the Houston Rockets now with Kevin Durant are one of those teams that are on the championship line. In the East, it's intriguing because I think it's almost a matter of what, when you go out to a restaurant, what kind of meal do you want to eat? Like, I think there's positives and negatives with each and every team. I think there's positives with the Cleveland Cavaliers that they'll learn from their experience this past year when they lost to the Indiana Pacers after what was a breathtakingly good regular season. I think there's positives with the New York Knicks thinking that they needed a new voice at head coach and Mike Brown and what they've done in this offseason with limited financial freedom to go out there and add pieces like Jordan Clarkson to their bench. I think there's intrigue, say, when you look at the Philadelphia 76ers if Joel Embiid can stay healthy. I think there's intrigue in Orlando with the acquisition of Desmond Bane from the Memphis Grizzlies. I think there's intrigue with what the Atlanta Hawks have done. But now the question is, well, which one of these teams can take advantage of the fact that Jason Tatum's going to be out with a torn Achilles and Tyrese Halliburton's going to be out for a torn Achilles? Because I think when you look at both Indiana and Boston, I think the way that their front offices are operating is that it's going to be kind of a punt kind of a year. So I think it's intriguing. I think the Western Conference in the NBA, the teams are a little bit more legitimate. The Eastern Conference, and we haven't even talked about Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks now with Miles Turner manning the center position and them deciding to buy out and lengthen and stretch over 5 years what they owe Damian Lillard. I think it's intriguing when you look at the Eastern Conference in terms of which team where it works. Because I think that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be, where the road's going to be decidedly easier in the East as compared to West. But when you look at the Western Conference, I think those are the teams where you look at that have the better chance of winning the Larry O'Brien Trophy and winning the NBA championship coming up. Stay tuned after the VSiN Weekend Morning Line for Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Tom Burns starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then stick around for Live Bet Saturday for all the live bets in action at 4 p.m., followed by cashing out tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank Chris, our producer, did a fantastic job. The cavalcade of guests that we had today: Pat Brennan, Dan Pizzuto, Cody Decker, Zach Cohen, Jeff Adanella, Jonathan Van Tobel, and Chuck Esposito as well from Red Rock. I see that Matt Brown is sticking right around and set, ready to go. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend, everybody. Thanks for being with me for the last 3 hours. Good luck with all your plays. Good luck with all your bets. Stay safe. Have a wonderful Saturday. Enjoy the baseball. Enjoy Wimbledon. Enjoy whatever you might be partaking in on this Saturday. This has been the Weekend Morning Line right here on VSiN. All right.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Is that a faucet running?
That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe.
I didn't know the trees were so amazing.
Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb.
That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
Now at VSiN.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network. This is Money Moves.
LeBron James exercised his $52.6 million player option for next season yesterday. Yet his agent is talking about how we know that it's tough that you guys want to build for the future. So what does that mean for the Lakers now?
You added the best point guard, one of the best point guards in the league. The only thing you were really missing was size and a center. If the Lakers go out and get that, the Lakers can be contenders in the West.
Catch Money Moves every weekday at noon Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown is here, but Tom Byrne with me here for the next 3 hours as we run through everything going on in the sports world. Tom, we were talking before we get going here. You're actually live sweating right now. Some tennis over there.
Yeah, Marin Cilic. When he was in his prime, Matt, he would have overpowered an opponent like this. I may have misguessed it, though, because 6-3 first set was great. He is tired, man. He is gassed. He is running out of steam. He just lost the second set 6-3. So I might be in a lousy mood over the next 45 minutes.
You said, we were talking a little earlier where I made the comment, it's not been a great Wimbledon if you've had a number next to your name, but you said that's actually worked out well for you.
Yeah, I've had a pretty good Wimbledon. I go about Wimbledon a little differently. We'll get into the baseball. I model that, binomial negative distribution, all the nerdy stuff. But tennis, I don't do that. Tennis, it's more, I do like to look at how they played, obviously, and some of their commentary. It's such an individual sport, obviously. I think sometimes you can discern some info from what they're saying. Tennis Ticker is pretty good with that sort of thing. Look at the outlier books. And just like to have some fun, especially with the majors. I've had a pretty good run of it. But again, this Cilic one, hopefully it doesn't start to turn the tide. You do any tennis?
Yeah, I do mainly pre-tournament stuff, betting quarters, different things, stuff like that. And not great results for me so far with everything. But hey, listen, still a lot to go. Yannick Sinner cruises today, sleepwalks. Yeah. 1-3-1 for him there in that one, just looking absolutely ridiculously good. It seems like the crash course with him and Alcaraz, but we shall see. We do have a couple others that are in play right now. Nakashima has split sets, and he is in the third, and then De Minaur is up a set. So we'll monitor these as the day goes on. But, Tom, I want to get to you about something here. And I since we don't have baseball games jumping right up on us, we normally are first pitch right as soon as we start, and we don't get to ease into the show. But since we do have a chance to ease into the show, and I know you follow the NBA as closely as you do, we're now getting the stuff coming out of, well, what is LeBron actually going to do? He opts into the contract, takes the $56 million, and now they're saying, well, maybe him being there this season isn't locked in stone and everything. Do you buy into any of this, or is it, hey, it's slow season right now, we need to put out some headlines that people might click and watch a video?
LeBron loves the drama. He's a TMZ guy. I'm a games guy. I should like this as a sports radio guy. I should appreciate this sort of thing, but I'm tired of LeBron. First of all, he opted into every last penny, which is his right to do so, but I can't listen to you 24 hours later have Rich Paul tell us you're monitoring the situation like some veiled threat. He's going to be in L.A. They're going to give Luka and LeBron 1 year together. Listen, the West is deep. I don't see them making a big run. If they were in the East, it might be a different conversation, but yeah, the whole thing, I think, it's nonsense. Talking heads don't want to do a lot of baseball for whatever reason these days. So LeBron will pay the bills for a while, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Do you?
No, and that's, I'm sitting here looking at this, and I immediately look and go, okay, I get it, slow season. We're in the dog days. You got to do what you got to do. It is a story, though, I think that hopefully someone can buy in on, that he might end up somewhere. Maybe this could help us in the betting market. Maybe there'll be some sort of stupid rumor come out that like, oh, he's eyeballing team X, Y, or Z, and maybe it creates us some value on some other teams or something out there. I'm always looking at this rumor season that maybe there is some sort of betting angle to it. But this one, if I had any sort of idea, okay, LeBron might end up at this place. Sure. Do I fire a futures bet on that team? Yeah. But I don't think he's going anywhere.
Nor do I. Did you see the Cavs came out reportedly and said they're not interested, which I thought was interesting. And listen, if I had to give up Jared Allen and Darius Garland and draft capital, I wouldn't be interested either. If you could just give up Allen, though, and a pretty non-consequential draft pick, I don't even know if that's realistic. And the Lakers would have to clear some money, and it would be, some hurdles you'd have to leap over on both ends. But it's possible. It's doable. Where would that put Cleveland? It would be a fascinating story to see him go back to Cleveland. And it might be the only place he could go and not get killed. Like Kevin Durant's developed a mercenary type of vibe, and that's okay, I guess. Does LeBron want that? Something tells me no. He might be able to avoid that by going to Cleveland, but the Cavs apparently said we're not interested.
Tom, after we've got through free agency here, is there a team that you like a whole lot more than you did maybe before it started?
I think people are going a little too crazy with Atlanta. Look, I think they did a nice job.
That price has moved a ton. That price has moved a ton. Yeah, a ton.
And Matt, did you see the report that said that Atlanta called New Orleans a third time just to make sure they didn't mishear that they didn't want protections on the pick? Like when you pick up that phone the third time and they're like, why are they asking us this? Maybe we should put protections on it. I mean, listen, two things can be true at the same time. Atlanta's had a heck of a couple of weeks here, but let's pump the brakes to an extent. I'm not interested. Now, we're playing numbers. I understand that, but even looking at the latest numbers, I think 48 hours ago, nothing really caught me too much. So as far as Atlanta is concerned. Now, this East could be historically bad, Matt. Cleveland, New York, Knicks finally got a coach. They're going to be at the top. But, I mean, where else do you go? In my backyard, if you could play a video game and toggle that little button over to no injuries allowed, Philadelphia could be the most talented team in the East easy. But you can't trust them. Embiid's not going to play a full season. Paul George. I mean, I don't know where you go. This reminds me, remember 87 with the Lakers? They played 3 teams on the way to the finals. All 3 combined were less than 500. The East might be historical trash this year.
So if we're looking to play a futures bet, why not the East, right? Like, why not someone deep down in the East? As long as they can get there, you can monetize the ticket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might be able to find out. It's hard to pick out who that team is. I'm going to have to start delving into the details myself, punching things in But the bottom line is, man, I don't know that anybody could be fully trusted. Even Cleveland, they were going to break up their big four, Matt. Now they're like, maybe we keep it for one more year. But is anybody going to trust the Cavs after being an $8 favorite and folding like a cheap suit? And nobody even played in game 2, which was a disgrace. You can't at any point trust them. The Knicks still have 2 liabilities defensively. I think this is a chance to maybe go down the board a little bit. I think people try to do that in the West. As great as the West is, as far as the depth is concerned, be careful. It's Oklahoma City all day to me.
Yankees have lost 5 in a row, 8 of their last 11. They are still minus 120 to win the division. You can get the Blue Jays at plus 240. You can get the Rays at 4-1. Is it panic time in New York for this Yankees team?
No, I don't think so, Matt. You know this. I mean, just handicapping this sport over and over. It's such a freaking grind. It's a marathon. I know they've been lousy since about June 13th. That was the beginning of the Boston series. They got swept there. I can't go too crazy. The AL is not great. We just talked about the East being weak. The AL is not that. But it's not the NL either. Detroit's been very good. If you look at Pythagorean theorem, they could actually have a better record. I'm on them again today. But let's not act like Detroit is an all-time great. They're not the 27 Yankees by any stretch. And then after that, where are you going? So from that standpoint, I still think, and I'd love to be wrong, I hate the Yankees. But I still think the Yankees will be okay. It's not time to panic. It's a 162-game marathon. Let's talk in a week. If they lost 5 more games, then we got something to I think. Then we have something to discuss.
And I actually put these in the rundown last night. This morning, somebody woke up and decided they didn't like the Yankees or that they like the Blue Jays, because that is down to 105, and the Jays are plus 175 now. So Jays taking some money when people woke up this morning and decided they were not going to back the Yankees. Interesting. Plus 175 now on the Jays to win that division. Clark Schmidt did go on the IL, some forearm tightness there for him with the Yankees. The big dumpa. Everyone loves to say it. I'll say it one time, and that's it. Cal Riley, 35 home runs, ties King Griffey Jr. for most for the All-Star break in Seattle history. He's not going to keep this pace, obviously, but man, should we be having legitimate MVP talk about Cal Riley right now?
I think we should, but I don't think the human beings that are voting are going to give it to anybody not named Aaron Judge, to be fair. And so from that standpoint, I'm not running to the ticket window, as they like to say, to put the money in. But it almost reminds me of Brady Anderson. Remember years ago when Brady Anderson of the Orioles had 30 home runs before the break? Yeah. We're all like, what? And I'm not suggesting that Cal Riley's doing it because of the same reason.
Yeah,
Brady did.
Right.
I'm just saying, we all knew he'd be good. I would have told you before the year, 35 home runs. To have it at this point, we're barely past the halfway stage. I mean, the dude is just next level insane. And Seattle needs every single one of these home runs. They're right in the thick of things. They got to make a little run here. As a team, they are up to weighted runs created plus. Now, this weights some of last year. This is active roster. but I have them 5th right now. By the way, to the point you made a minute ago, too, as I have these numbers out, everybody kills the Yankees, especially Yankee fans, because of the lineup. They're 2nd in weighted runs created plus.
Right.
I mean, I know they don't have a great 1 through 9, but again, I think Paddock's a little strong.
If you look at the odds, if you're watching us over on the video stream, Cal Raleigh is 6-1, where Judge is minus 1,400 for AL MVP. You know, obviously we never wish injury on anyone, Tom. So it's just one of those things. Minus 1,400, though. Aaron Judge ends up having to miss 2 or 3 weeks. Raleigh, I don't know. I think there's a path for Cal Raleigh. I just wish that number was a little bit bigger. You could have gotten it a little bit bigger, obviously, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, before people started to realize just what type of season he's having out there. What do we expect from Shohei today? Do we think we get more than 25, 30 pitches?
Well, I don't know about you, but I've been hitting the unders, thank God, because if you read between the lines, we knew he was not going to go long. His first out, and they told us it was going to be 1 inning. Last time out, he barely goes again. I don't know what to expect from Ohtani. Eventually, he's going to turn it around, but this would be Houston or pass for me with Framber Valdez on the mound. With Hunter Brown or Framber Valdez, I'm looking for opportunities to back the Astros, and it's probably going to be bullpen by 3rd inning, 4th at latest for the Dodgers today.
Yeah, I guess they're not going to be completely transparent with us as to when they're going to crank up his workload. He taught, after every start, he says, we're going to gradually build it up. We're going to gradually build it up. He keeps saying that, but they've not allowed that to happen quite yet. So I guess it's like, we play the unders until they show us with our own eyes otherwise, right?
Yeah, that's where I am. I didn't do it this time, though. I think today's the day. I'm not really sure. The books may have caught up. Did you take unders today?
No.
No, neither did I.
I'm worried. I think at some point they're going to let he can go 50 or he can go 60, something like that. When we come back, we'll get into our Major League Baseball preview. It is Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came back to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can bank on is gold and silver. Gold and silver have been a reliable and trusted form of currency for thousands of years. Gold and silver have never been worth zero, and typically gold holds its value during economic turmoil. Call the Gold Hotline now and learn how to protect your money and your assets with gold and silver. And learn how to set up a new IRA or roll over your current one into a gold-backed IRA. Protect your money from the next market crash with gold and silver. Call now for your free.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
You're not going to outmuscle billion-dollar sportsbooks or professional bettors alone. But with the Sharp Plays, you don't have to. Driven by cutting-edge AI and trusted insider sources, the Sharp Plays give you the edge serious bettors rely on. Get free betting reports, real-time alerts, and market-moving insights delivered straight to you by email, X, and Telegram. With a documented history dating back to 2011, years of receipts, and detailed online logs are right on the site. Respected, watched, feared. That's the Sharp Plays at sharpplays.com.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne in with me for the next few hours as we run through everything in the sports world out there. And we'll get going here with Major League Baseball. We'll update you on tennis as the matches start to complete and get further into these Wimbledon men's and women's matches. But on the Major League Baseball side of things, real quick note, if you did bet the Cardinals today, just got to think through here that Arenado's scratched. So he is not going to be in the lineup for St. Louis today. So just something to probably not going to get your bet back. But, if you haven't made the bet yet and that was part of your handicap, he is not in there for the Cardinals. But first pitch of the day here, Tom, the Rays and the Twins. Taj Bradley and Cole Sands is going to get started here for the Twins. This is about a coin flip, 110-ish on both sides. A flat 10 is our total here in this one. Rays just hanging around no matter what. It's never have a flashy player, never have anything that makes you go, wow, that team is just fantastic, yet they just figure out ways to win each and every year.
Oh, I know, 100%. Listen, this Rays team, to me, Matt, I've been making this point, the most well-run organization in sports. Ownership doesn't deserve that front office. I guess they did a good job of hiring a bottom third payroll to be this consistent. I'm with you, no play today, but the fact that they're breathing down the neck of the Jays and Yankees, hey, I'm here for it. Now, they only have 12 fans, but I'm happy for those 12, 13 fans that they get to enjoy baseball, unlike smaller markets with no money that, don't really have any hope whatsoever.
Yeah, if you're out there wondering why this total is so high, Taj Bradley, surface stats at a 4.79, but advanced stats kind of back it up. A 4.29 Sierra, 4.15 xFIP. Is a guy that has seen his K rate drop 6% on the season. Walk rate is up a percentage point. So putting him on for free and not missing bats can certainly lead to runs. That's why we're sitting at that 10. And of course, we know we're looking at that. We're also looking at that Twins lineup that at points, at some points, sometimes looks like a real lineup. Other times does not. But man, they can light it up on occasion. St. Louis Cardinals and the Chicago Cubs. This is Matthew Laboratoire going up against Drew Pomeranz. It's kind of an opener situation there for the Cubs. This has an 11 total. Shaded towards the over at minus 120 over on DraftKings. Minus 169 Cubs at home, plus 138 Cardinals on the road. And like I just mentioned, Arenado is scratched there for the Cardinals in this one.
Yeah, the Cubs have taken money. When I was handicapping this last night, you could actually get the Cubs about $1.20. I stayed away. I look at the Cubs as the fourth best lineup. St. Louis 21st, Matt. You look at the pitching. Pomeranz has pitched 2 innings in the last 365. I don't feel comfortable handicapping games where we've seen them, don't get me wrong, but we haven't seen a lot of them lately. And Cardinals, they always have a mediocre pitcher. This might be one of their better ones, though. He's skilled or active ranked this year. I believe Sierra is the most predictive. I think you agree. It's 3.88. I mean, I don't have a suggestion one way or the other in this one, to be honest with you. Who knows what to expect from Pomeranz today?
And we're getting an incredible amount of variance now because I just looked in, and as we saw, it was a launching pad yesterday, and we have 13 to 14 mile an hour winds blowing straight out at Wrigley today. Explains the total, and then also just brings a ton of variance into the game, and I don't really like that a ton, Tom. So I guess if anything, you could look at, I don't play a ton of home run props, but maybe we're going to see a couple more balls leave the yard considering we're getting this type of weather situation there.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't play a lot of home run props either, but it's funny. Earlier today, I was looking at them just because you guys have this segment, so you need a home run. So I started looking at that. That's a great point because that's something you always want to look at. I was on with Jeff Schwartz, believe it or not. The big offensive lineman knows this better than anybody. He was really into 2 things. WNBA props and what the weather was at Wrigley. So you always want to look what it is on the north side of Chicago.
8 homers yesterday for the Cubs. So could they add to that total here today with the wind blowing out to center? Maybe that's the way to, maybe that's the angle here in this one if you want to look at that game. Angels and the Blue Jays. Let's see who have a starting lineup out for this one yet. We do. So we'll run through that here in just a second. This is Blue Jays minus 205 at home behind Max Scherzer. Then the Angels 167 on the road. 9.5 is our total. Of course, this Blue Jays team red hot and continues to find ways to win. I do wonder when I kind of keep waiting for them to break down, but Tom, so far so good for this Jays team and find themselves as minus 205 favorites here against the Angels.
Well, this is another one where money has come in strong. I handicapped this last night. Scherzer in the Jays full game, $1.64, best I saw, $1.66 in the first 5. Now I'm looking at these numbers. You know, I had a small lean on Toronto last night. At this point, if I played it, I would play the Angels.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little too much respect for Max Scherzer, if you ask me. I mean, he's been all right. Let's look. Scooter active ERA this season, a 3.86. Over the last 365 days, it's a 3.89. It's good. It's not old school vintage Scherzer. Now, they're up against the guy who's very mid, right? His Scooter active ERA, Kachanowicz, I'm seeing here is 180. But at that plus price, if you wanted to look on the run line, if you had to have money on the game, I'd be on the Angels at this point.
Yeah, Angels, I guess maybe if you look here, last 2 weeks, third in Major League Baseball in K rate, so they're swinging and missing a ton, only behind Colorado and well, I guess we'll call them Sacramento now, the A's, as far as last 2 weeks for the K rate. So maybe that with Scherzer, it's tough at that price. There's just no way. I think at this point, like you just said, on principle alone, if I had to come in on this, it would be on the other side. And, listen, Scherzer's always good to give up a home run. Like that guy, is always every single game. It seems like that dude will give up a homer. Maybe that's the one that can tip it here. So yeah, it would only be the other side of the Blue Jays or pass for me. Red Sox and the Nationals. This is about a coin flip, a little bit shaded towards the Nationals and Mitchell Parker, Walker Buehler for the Red Sox, a flat 10. The total here in this. A lot of big totals today.
Yeah, I would lean Washington if I had to play one side or the other. I think you're looking at two very average lineups. Weighted runs credit plus. I have Boston 19th, the Nationals 18th. You look at the pitching, not terribly far from each other either over the last 365 days. In fact, Walker Buehler's a 4.7, Parker's a 4.7 too. So, I hate that Nationals bullpen. I always worry about that. But I would have a slight lead to the Nationals. This is another one I stayed away from on today's card. But yeah, you're right about these totals. We're expecting some run today.
Yeah, I went and looked at this one too because I'm just like, what is going on with these totals? This one, 8-9 mile an hour. That's not huge or anything, but 8-9 miles an hour blowing out to left center there in Washington. That park factor is kind of like medium high as far as how receptive it is to the wind. So maybe people are kind of seeing that and betting the over on these totals, but certainly nothing I would be active on. I mean, obviously Wrigley at 14 miles an hour straight out to center is something we could act on, but I don't think it's anything there in Washington for us to look at too much. We got the Reds and the Phillies as well. That is coming to you here in about 3 hours. This is Nick Lodolo, Ranger Suarez, the Phillies minus 186 at home as favorites. The Reds are plus 151 on the road as dogs. A flat 9 here in this one, actually shaded towards the under right now at minus 120 over at DraftKings anyway.
Yeah, typically this is when you want to be behind the Phillies. They do very well against lefties. Winner runs credit plus this year. They're 9th against lefties. Add in a little sample of last year, about 30%. It goes to the 7th. Against righties, for context, they're 17th and 16th, respectively. That's why I say you'd rather them against the lefties. But, at this price, I did see $1.70 last night. I leaned that way, didn't fire on Ranger Suarez. I don't like the vibe around this club right now. Last night, I don't know if you saw it after the game, Matt, you even had Castellanos kind of talking with the crowd, getting into it. I'm telling you right now, that is not going to work in Philadelphia. Again, a little like the Yankee situation, only they're not losing like the Yankees. It's not great right now. It's a long season. The Mets have even been worse over the last 3 weeks, so they're fortunate. But keep an eye on the Phils. They're in a weird space right now. Things aren't exactly great, I can promise you, around that clubhouse.
Yeah, I bet them for the division before the season started. Obviously feeling good about it right now, just given the situation with the Braves, because we're moving the Braves out of the situation. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm not for sure that thing is going to cash, but at least the Braves are out of the equation, which is good. I actually played a prop here in this one. Did play Lodolo over strikeouts at over 5.5. This is a guy who has had a 25% or better K rate throughout the course of his career, and he is down at 21% right now. I think this is something that at some point we're going to see a little bit of regression towards the positive here for him. You look at the stuff, it's all about the same as it's been over the course of his career. It just hasn't equaled as much. Strikeouts, swinging strikes down about 1.5 points from last year as well. But again, there's no real reason to it if you look at what's going on with his stuff. So I think that we're going to be okay here. So I took over 5.5 plus money. So anything like that is a good price out there if you're looking at Lodolo. Guys, as you know, our NFL betting guide is out right now. Head over to VSiN.com. Take a look at everything. We preview every single market, every single team, every single thing that you can put into your account is in this betting guide. VSiN.com/subscribe. $175 everything we do now through the Super Bowl. And I'm telling you right now, we talk MVP, a whole section broken out in there for MVP. Go in, you can see win total bets, you can see prop bets, season-long prop stuff for some of the players out there. It is a comprehensive betting guide. It's out early so you can catch these numbers before they get on the move. You want to make sure and get the best number in the NFL market. VSiN.com/subscribe.
Find what you love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy, and I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can
ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Sports Betting Network.
On the next A Numbers Game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on the future sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Mike taking the week off here. Tom Byrne in with me here today on a Saturday. Appreciate you guys spending some time with us, whether it be over on Sirius Channel 158, our very own Watch app, YouTube TV, or terrestrial stations across this great country of ours. Now joining us here on the Progressive Guest Line, co-founder of Just Baseball, also the Not Gambling Advice podcast, Peter Apple. Peter, appreciate the time, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, guys.
So I know the card today didn't really do anything for you. So as we kind of hit the midpoint here, a good time to start reflecting on some stuff that we thought before the season. Do we still have the convictions that we had then? Are we changing our minds on any of this? And it seems like you were a fan of the Reds heading into the season. How do you feel about that team now?
I feel good, and I think a big reason why is I thought that this team was going to be better than the market thought because of their starting pitching. And even without Hunter Green, right, they're able to slide guys in. We just saw Chase Burns have a really good start, then a really tough start, but he's as talented as any prospect in Major League Baseball. You also have Andrew Abbott really taking that next step and being one of the most consistent left-handed pitchers in Major League Baseball. Now, the offense has been what has been a little bit surprising just because of how inconsistent they have been. But with Matt McClain starting to heat up, I know Christian Encarnacion Strand has not been very good for them to start, but he's got big time power. And I also expect this Reds team to buy at the deadline. I took them 80 plus wins at about plus 130. I expect them to add. There are a few games over 500. I'm feeling good about the Cincinnati Reds, and it's fun to watch them every day.
Peter, I'll give you some credit. It took some stones to put some hard-earned money on the White Sox before the year. Mm-hmm. Looks like you got them over 53.5. Feeling good about it?
It's hard to say I feel good about the Chicago White Sox. I'm not going to lie to you. Like going into this being like, oh yeah, I feel great. They're going to speed run their way to 55 wins. But in my opinion, I just felt it was too low. Obviously, the White Sox had one of the worst seasons in sports history. I'm sure you can pull up a graphic of the worst teams ever, and the White Sox would be near the top of the list. But the reason I backed them this year is I saw the youth movement coming, right? When a team tears down completely, those prospects are eventually going to come up. And that's what we've seen with the White Sox with Edgar Caro, Chase Mydroth, and they're going to just continue, right? We saw them bring up Colson Montgomery, and in his first game made that crazy diving play at shortstop. He's another talented prospect. Kyle Teal as well. We see him getting settled in at the plate. So I like to back teams who kind of play with nothing to lose. And that's what I feel the White Sox are this year. And my model currently still has them 57 to 58 wins. So we're on pace. But to answer your original question, I feel good about the White Sox, I guess. It is the White Sox at the end of the day.
Talking to Peter Apple, co-founder of Just Baseball, Not Gambling Advice podcast, as well at Peter Apple 23 over on the Twitter machine. Peter, we got this Mets team, sitting about a half game behind the Phillies over there in the East. I'm sure whenever we went into the season and you were making these bets, you thought they were going to be getting maybe some pressure from the Braves, but that's not the case in actually right now the Braves behind the Marlins there in the division. But you got a Mets bet, you got a Mets under. How do you feel about the Mets under?
So at the beginning of the season, I looked like a real idiot. I mean, the Mets, the reason I faded them and I took under 92.5 wins was I wasn't bought into the pitching. I saw a rotation that I thought, all right, Clay Holmes at the top, former reliever. I think the Mets will make him into a good starter, but how long can he go? Kodai Senga has a history of injuries. Sean Manaea was coming off the most innings that he's ever thrown. So the reason I faded them is I'm a big believer in starting pitching, and they didn't have it. And then everybody starts to click. Griffin Canning is throwing a ton of great innings. Everyone looks fantastic. Clay Holmes looks fantastic. But I think we're starting to see that decline a little bit. And also with the bullpen, because a lot of these starters aren't going deep into the games, you're starting to see the bullpen take the toll. And when they're losing AJ Minter, that was a tough bullpen arm to lose. But the reason why I don't feel great about it is I know that Dave Stearns is one of the best general managers in the sport. I also know that Steve Cohen wants to win, and price is no object for him. So they're going to be adding at the deadline. They also have a really good farm system. So currently at 92.5 wins, that would be one of my bets that I am hoping, but I don't like it right now. But I'm still hoping. I think they'll probably be around that win total. I expect to sweat this out until the very end.
Peter, you made a nice play with the Giants over 79.5 wins. Little did you know that Rafael Devers did a mix. What do you think the ceiling for this San Francisco team is in the NL, though?
The ceiling is tough just because they don't have incredible frontline talent like I would say the Mets do, or the Phillies do, or the Dodgers do, right? And of course the Cubs as well. If the Giants were in the American League, I think they could fight their way to at least get to the World Series. But in the National League, it's so tough. I think that their path could look similar to the Diamondbacks a few years ago when they got to the World Series, in the sense of they aren't afraid of the Dodgers, right? So if you have an early series against them, you can take them down early. And then we know when the playoffs come that anything can happen. But a reason why I might be a little bit more bullish on the Giants than maybe even the market still expects is because Buster Posey is not operating like a lot of these GMs. A lot of these GMs are looking at a spreadsheet and just going kind of based off the numbers, or that's what it seems like to me. While Buster Posey is grabbing players like a Rafael Devers, where a GM like Craig Breslow is saying, we don't want to pay that contract. We don't think paying a DH this much money is worth it. Well, Buster Posey says, all right, the market doesn't like him. I do. He's finding value in a different way. So I expect him to operate like that at the trade deadline and maybe get a couple of players that others find too expensive, because the Giants have plenty of money. They just haven't been able to give it out in free agency. So what can you do now? Trade for it. So if we're talking about the ceiling, I have a tough time looking at them in terms of World Series odds, but I can see it happening. But I think this definitely is a playoff team.
Peter, I want to head to the Cy Young market here, and it's pretty interesting because obviously in the AL, Skubal has been absolutely fantastic, but I think people, just because Skubal has been so good, haven't really realized how good Hunter Brown has been, how good Jacob deGrom, even in this form, has been. Garrett Crochet, some of the Max Fried, even some of these numbers attached to these guys are pretty big and certainly enticing. Do you think it is worth a bet? Can these guys catch Skubal without him having to miss any starts due to some sort of injury or something? I mean, like, this seems, I think this market is a little bit wonky. Hunter Brown has been fantastic.
I totally agree with you. I think the market is a little bit wonky. Tarek Skubal feels way overinflated, right? Hunter Brown has been out of this world. Garrett Crochet currently leads all of Major League Baseball in strikeouts. But here's the thing. Tarek Skubal is better than he was last year. And that's a crazy statement to make, because last year he won the American League Cy Young with a 2.35 ERA. But this year he has upped the usage on his changeup, and his changeup is out of this world, arguably the best pitch in Major League Baseball. So what does he decide to do? I'm going to throw it even more than my fastball, and nobody can touch it. And then on the other side, he's throwing even harder than he was last year. Last year, sitting 96.9 miles an hour. This year, 97.6. And you talk to players, how do you beat Tarek Skubal? You have to beat him early, because if you're down in the count, the game is over. So every single time I dive into the market, I'm trying to find an angle here to bet on somebody other than Skubal, because I agree with you. I think the market is overinflated. But then I watch Tarek Skubal every fifth, and I think to myself, this guy can't lose. He is just simply unbelievable. And it almost feels like those days with DeGrom with the Mets where he wasn't really winning a ton of games because the Mets offense wasn't coming to show, but he was just out of this world dominant. But now Tarek Skubal actually has a team. He's 10-2, and the Tigers are one of the best teams in baseball. So it's just so hard for me to go another direction. But if we're talking American League Rookie of the Year, National League Rookie of the Year, even National League Cy Young, I can make a case for a couple of long shots. But in the American League, I can't bet against Skubal. He's too damn good.
Yeah, I agree. For what it's worth, guys, Tom Tango has Hunter Brown number 1 in the league. And, oh, by the way, has Zach Wheeler ahead of Paul Skeens for what it's worth on the other side. I don't know if that's playable. Maybe it is. What do you think?
I think that if there was anyone to beat Skubal, it would be the two guys right behind him in terms of the odds. It would be Garrett Crochet or it would be Hunter Brown. And Hunter Brown, the thing is, he's been so incredible this year, but ever since the middle of last year, he has been arguably one of the best pitchers in baseball. The thing is, he's just not better than Tarek Skubal. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
And, I respect Tom Tango. He's one of the great statisticians in the history of our game, in the history of sports. But to be completely honest with you, I don't know where he's getting those numbers where Hunter Brown should be ahead of Tarek Skubal. I mean, you could look at an ERA statistic and I would agree, but in terms of strikeouts, in terms of walks, in terms of Skubal's ability to eat innings, and when you get him in Comerica Park, the game is basically over. So I can't get away from Skubal, but I could definitely hear an argument for anybody outside of Paul Skeens in the National League if you want to break into that.
He's Peter Apple, co-founder of Just Baseball, Not Gambling Advice podcast at Peter Apple over there at 23 over on the Twitter machine. I'll be with you. Hopefully this Reds team gets it done. I actually have a division ticket on them. I think that's dead, but we'll see how it goes. Peter, appreciate the time, man, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the timeshare.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Is that a faucet running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb. That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay. Because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
The stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAFFIC25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAFFIC25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAFFIC25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code TRAFFIC25.
Prop Points with Nick Whalen and Jeff Erickson.
A lot of other stuff in the betting guide, though, too, that we want to talk about. Your Offensive Player of the Year bet. Who do you have?
I got Bijan Robinson at 16-1, and the price is certainly a part of this. Saquon Barkley, by the way, is the favorite to repeat, which has not been done since the turn of the century. Marshall Faulk did it in like 99 and 2000.
Prop Points, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Tom Byrne in for Matt Brown here on a Saturday. We are looking at what's going on over there at Wimbledon. Emma Navarro, one of only 4 top 10 seeds left on the women's side. Like, it's been brutal over there. Loses the first set, but comes back and gets it done. She's moved on. I went and looked because I'm like, man, she continues to move on. It's her 5th round of 16 appearance in the past 6 majors. So she just continues to show up at the majors. Just 24 years old for Navarro. So she moves on and keeps some hope alive for some of the American tennis out there.
Yeah, not a lot of Americans have done well. Danielle Collins is out. Iga Swiatek took her out. I have a future. I think it was plus 880 on Iga before the tournament. I'm hoping this is the tournament where she can win it with some decent odds because, she's been a favorite so many times. She's had a mental implosion over the last 65 days. So I understood why she wasn't amongst the favorites. But yeah, listen, this Navarro, she's in that space where she's consistent. She beats those who she should beat, but she doesn't beat the women she shouldn't beat. Let's see if she could get to that next stage sooner rather than later. But I tell you, it's been a wild Wimbledon, Matt. I really get into Wimbledon more so even than the other tournaments. I'm more a tennis guy than golf guy. I think you're kind of the other way around. But just the way this has played out, the only thing I don't like are the suspensions. Ben Shelton had a match on his racket the other night. I know because I was on Shelton minus the 5.5. And they literally suspended it. Could you imagine 2 minutes left in an NBA game? You know what, guys? Come back tomorrow. Bottom of the ninth is about to start. We're just going to have you guys come back tomorrow.
Yeah, do your whole, have to go through your whole warm-up process again, the whole everything, all of that to come out. I know, it's unbelievable.
It's nuts.
Nakashima's in a 5th set currently. You got your boy Cilic in the 3rd set. So there we go. We're moving in the 4th set there in that one. Ben Shelton 6-3 in the 1st set. So he is a winner. Novak Djokovic serving for the 1st set right now up 5-3. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated on what's going on over there. Let's see. Andreeva got it done as well really quickly. So that one is a final as well. So guys, if you want to bet the horses, Samich isn't here today, but he loves to bet the horses. If you want to do that, we tell you to do it over at First Bet. It is 1stbet.com. You go in, download the app, and not only can you make the bets, but you can sit there and watch the races right there in the app as well. VSiN200 is your promo code. You're going to get a 20% rebate for your first 60 days up to $200. So go in. Hey, it's a slow time of the season right now. There's basically just baseball going on. So why not give horse racing a try again? Firstbet.com, 1stbet.com. VSiN200 is your promo code. 20% rebate for your first 60 days up to $200. Okay, we're going to bet the cycle here, guys. You know how this works. Single, double, triple, home run. We're not betting those actually. It's just in difficulty of bets. And so we're going to get going here with all of this. For me, I played the Rockies today against the White Sox. The battle of the bads here, Tom. But the Rockies, weirdly enough, if you go in and look, have actually been hitting the ball pretty good over the last 3 weeks, specifically against right-handed pitching. They are 6th in weighted on base, 10th in ISO over the last 3 weeks against right-handed pitching. The White Sox striking out at a 29.2% clip versus righties the last 3 weeks, third lowest hard contact rate in all of baseball versus righties. So, hey, if you're going to give me a coin flip situation here, give me the team that is really kind of hot right now, and that is the Rockies at least swinging the bat. So I actually took the Rockies as a coin flip here against the White Sox.
Gutsy. What a classic series that is, Rockies, White Sox.
We'll talk about it for years to come, for sure.
My wife wanted to sit next to the pool. I said, hon, come on, be realistic. I got White Sox Rockies. My single is going to be Diamondbacks. I laid $1.26 on the money line. I like the matchup for you. Listen, I understand Arizona's been a little banged up. And it's been a little disappointing of a season, but weighted runs credit plus, I still have them as the sixth lineup. I'm looking at the pitching matchup. Ryan Nelson ain't great, but either is Michael Wacha. I mean, their schooner active ERAs are pretty close. Ryan Nelson this season, it's 129th in line, and Wacha's 116. Arizona's got the better bullpen, 10th. The KC's 26th. Over the last 30 days, Arizona's 8th. KC's 14. I thought that was a pretty fair number at home to lay. I laid $1.26 with the Arizona for my little single.
Yeah, we did not talk beforehand, but that bet also in my account. I like Arizona tonight as well. Producer Corey for his single is going to go with Casey Mize, 5+ strikeouts. You get a little bit of plus money there on that one. Casey Mize sitting right now with a 21.1% K rate on the season. Actually is his career high, a guy that was just a rocket ship prospect and then hasn't really panned out so far in the majors, but this year seems to be figuring some stuff out. You look at his ERA, certainly not as good as what his predictors say, but not a bad pitcher at all. And again, it's just figuring how to miss some bats a little bit more, swinging strike rate up as well on the season. He's got that walk rate down a full point. So Casey Mize, 5+ strikeouts for producer Corey. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but my double, we're going to go Lodolo, 6+ strikeouts or over 5.5, however you want to go about that. You're getting about a plus 120, 125-ish number out there on that for him. Career K rate of nearly 26%, but down at 21% this year. But if you look at the stuff that he's throwing, it's nothing's fallen off. The pitches are all the same. He just hasn't quite gotten there so far. And so I think we're getting a little bit of a discount here on Lodolo at 5.5 strikeouts. So I took the plus money for him at plus 120, 125-ish out there on the over 5.5 or 6+, however you want to bet it.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I'm going to take Chad Patrick over 5.5 strikeouts, plus 160. The plus 160 is what's important here. When I handicap this, just looking at, K percentage opponent, K percentage expected innings pitched, batters faced per inning. I came out with about 5.4. By the way, Ballpark Pal, vsin.com, make sure you guys are utilizing the tools, has it even higher, 5.77, so I don't dislike that fact either. Going up against a Miami offense, which, believe it or not, is about league average opponent K percentage-wise. But as long as Patrick gets at least 5 1/3, 5 2/3 in, he could go over this number. That's a nice plus 160 price. I'll double up Chad Patrick over 5.5 Ks.
Producer Corey, we talked about this at the top of the show. He doesn't believe they're going to turn Shohei loose today, as he's going to take the under 1.5 strikeouts at plus 140. Tom, we talked about this at the top. It's just for me, it's going to happen at some point. They're going to let him go 2 or 3 innings. So I just, it's a scary bet for me, but I guess until I see it with my eyes, you just keep betting the unders. Corey is anyway. I am not today.
Yeah, I'm glad he learned his lesson, because I was talking about this last time we were on, and he put the over in his bet this cycle. See, I never forget. Corey and I both, by the way, hit our home runs. Kyle Schwarber did hit a home run that night, Corey. I forgot to text you.
Look at that.
But yeah, I don't know when that day is going to be. I didn't hit the unders this time. Watch for Corey. It'll be today that they elect to give him 3-4 innings. If he goes 3-4 innings, you're dead. Yeah. If he goes 2 innings, you got a chance. If he goes 1, you're going to win.
Yeah. It's interesting. He keeps saying, like we said at the top of the show, he keeps saying, we're building it up. We're building it up. We're building it up. And it just hasn't quite happened yet. So we shall see on that one. My triple is going to be Rangers and Padres over the 9.5 here in this one. Patrick Corbin, Steven Kolick, both guys that are absolutely middle of the pack type of pitchers. It's an alt over, guys. The over is sitting at a flat 8 right now. So I wanted to juice this thing up a little bit more to get it to plus 140. So you will have to go in, click in, and get an alt number on that if you want to get some plus money. It is sitting a flat 8 out there, but neither one of these guys doing anything. I think we're hitting a depressed number because both of these offenses have been a little crappy, but listen, neither one of these pitchers any good, so I'll take the over on 9.5 there. What's your triple, sir?
All right, not a lot to break down here. I took Addison Barger over 1.5 hits against the very mid-pitcher of the Angels, plus 240. Admittedly, a lot of this is just price in the market. Yep. This was a rogue number available. Plus 240 was pretty high there. I'll go Addison Barger, a triple over 1.5 hits.
Corey's going to go Cal Riley, 4+ HRR, hits, runs, RBI. That comes in at plus 230. I mean, why not? If you want to bet Cal Riley at anything right now, I'm not going to talk you off of it. Yeah. He's doing really, really well. My home run's going to be Jason Dominguez, 1+ homers at plus 450 here in this one. Listen, Frankie Montas at one point could maybe pitch in Major League Baseball. I think that point is long gone. They wanted him to just be a bulk reliever for the Mets, but they have to force him into the starting lineup. So give me a homer there for Dominguez over Montas. What's your homer?
Yeah, my home run's going to be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. over a half run, plus 475. Now, listen, I saw this at BetMGM, so good luck getting better than a nickel in, and I don't mean the real nickel. I mean literally that little coin, that nickel. But that's a bad number. That was way too high. Vladimir Guerrero should probably never be plus 475 unless it's the Rick Screwball. I'll take Vlad today to go yard.
And Corey's going to go with Nathaniel Lowe, 3+ total bases, plus 265. Corey keeping it a little more conservative than he normally does on the triple and home run today. I mean, Tom, he didn't step outside of his comfort zone. Yeah, he's usually up in the 400s and 500s and stuff like that. I guess he didn't see anything he liked today on the slate. So, but again, I actually really do like the Rockies against the White Sox. Weirdly enough, I can't believe I'm even saying that. And I did join Tom on his Diamondbacks bet. That was something that we are both on today. When we come back, we're going to check in with Gene Clemens. Hey, listen, it is getting about that time. Fantasy football is right around the corner. See if there's any knowledge he can give us as we head into our draft. You still play. You're still drafting. Stick around. Gene Clemens up next.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. And they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What? Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
Let's start with the Cleveland Browns at the quarterback position. And first of all, there's no way Shedeur Sanders starts week 1. And you can see he is a distant plus 700. I think the two best bets on the board, Joe Flacco plus money, plus 110, and Dylan Gabriel at plus 500.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network. This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Hour number 2, Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne in with me here today. 1 hour down, 2 to go. And Tom, I told you, I was like, it's always fun when you have to sweat a guy with no pedigree and like he's leading the tournament. Well, he 2 bogeys in a row and he is no longer atop the leaderboard. No. So, like I said, always fun to sweat a guy with no pedigree. I said he was going to look up there, see his name atop the leaderboard and wet himself. And that's apparently what's going on right now. So fun times, golf betting, fun times.
So you're going to be in a bad mood then. See, I'm actually in a good mood now because Chilich is playing 10 years younger. Now you're in a lousy mood because of the golf. You never know.
Yeah,
that's sports betting.
Well, sports betting is so incredibly fun. People will tell you, Matt, there's a lot of golf to be played. True. There's a lot of golf left. We'll see how it all goes down. Now, joining us here on the Progressive guest line, Gene Clemens. He's fantasy football analyst over there at Fantasy Life, at Gene Clemens on the Twitter machine. Gene, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing? Well, obviously, actually, never mind. I just heard how you're doing. People are dying right in front of you.
We got one guy happy on the show now because he thought his guy was dying. Never, his guy comes back to life. My guy dies. It is what it is. Sports betting, the roller coaster that we love. We do it every single day.
Absolutely. I felt like that with the Gold Cup. Like the Gold Cup has been taking me up and through it all this time. And I tell you, it's been a roller coaster. Like, things that you thought were supposed to happen didn't happen. The quarterfinals were completely bananas. Like nothing went the way that people thought it was going to go. And then the semis kind of held to form. But, there's always that, what did you play? Like I had USA, minus 1.5, and then they ended up giving up a goofy goal. And now we're here, right? That's the beauty of it.
Well, Gene, as we head into fantasy football season here, everybody tries to formulate a strategy. And I think probably your advice would be kind of depends on where you are in your draft position as to what your strategy might be. But have we seen a resurgence of the running back position at all? Or are we still basically, let's go wide receivers, take advantage of that? We pass the ball too much in the NFL these days.
Well, I think what you've seen is, and I was on this the last couple of years, and people are starting to come around to the trend. It's not that running backs are out of favor. It's that you have to find the running back that's going to get the requisite amount of carries to make them viable. And I don't care how good a wide receiver is and how many targets they get, they're never going to compare to a running back that's getting 350 carries, or 300 plus carries, because they touch the ball so much, and then they're so integral when you get down into the green zone at 10 yards and in, that there's so much opportunity for them to score touchdowns. Like wide receivers can't compete with that. I don't care what anyone tells you in fantasy. They can't compete with that level of running back. But this new wave of running back by committee has been what has allowed the wide receivers to rise up and be more prevalent in fantasy. But there are these guys that are coming as a resurgence of the feature back. And I think that's where you're seeing things kind of move in fantasy where, okay, I'll take this guy, I'll take a Saquon in fantasy because he's going to get 300 plus carries. Derrick Henry next to a Lamar Jackson is more valuable than a Justin Jefferson with a Sam Darnold throwing to him. Like you're seeing these types of things that have made the running back look a little bit more in vogue than what we've seen in past years.
Aaron Rodgers at this age, on this team, in this system, means what to his value at fantasy football?
It means he doesn't really have much of a fantasy value. Like it, and funny enough, he doesn't have a lot of fantasy value. However, the pieces around him elevate. Their fantasy value elevates because you're going, like, for everything we want to say about Aaron Rodgers, he can still spin the ball, right? Like if you look at his stats from last year in the Jets, they weren't horrible stats. They just didn't win games, and so they looked worse. So like I expect to see an uptick for all of the tight ends, even with the trading of Jonnu Smith. I expect Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth to split catches, and both of those guys to be kind of like the featured guy. I think that you'll see DK Metcalf be able to have success because Aaron Rodgers knows how to get the ball to a wide receiver one. I think you'll see running backs out of the backfield have success catching the ball. I just don't think you'll see enough of him throwing the ball to make him a fantasy viable piece because he's not running for 40, 50 yards a game or even 30-something yards. He's not going to give you 5 and 6 touchdowns on the ground a year to make him that type of valuable where you want him on your fantasy team.
Gene, what are we doing with Christian McCaffrey? He is 29 years old now, coming off the second major injury of his career. And, we typically start to write off running backs when they get to 30 years old. But it seems like we're just assuming that Christian McCaffrey is going to come back and be Christian McCaffrey. How are you looking at it?
Well, I can tell you the fantasy world assumes that Christian McCaffrey is going to come back and be Christian McCaffrey. And this has kind of been the trend for McCaffrey. A stellar season, then a year, maybe 2 of injuries until he's back right, then another stellar season. So we're kind of due for a stellar season from Christian McCaffrey. I'm personally staying away, but I won't be mad at anybody that still takes him as a first round, or maybe even if for some reason the draft that they're in, they don't believe in him, he falls to the second round and you can get him with with one of those early second round picks, but he'll probably go in the first round. That's where he's been going in all of the drafts up till now. He's been a first round guy, and you're just going to have to pick him and hold your nose. But I would definitely get Isaac Guerendo. He's one of those guys who I believe is a draft and stash guy, just in case Christian McCaffrey can't go or doesn't look like himself. You got Isaac Guerendo there, who's a big back with speed, who knows the system and is ready to go because everything else that was in front of him has all cleared out either via trade or via free agency.
If you read a fantasy football magazine this year, you're going to see similar names at the top, as you well know. Is there anybody who you believe is maybe flying under the radar a little bit that later in the round might be available and you would take them? If there, who is it?
There's no like names that are like, oh my God, people are missing out on them. Like the one thing we'll say about the fantasy football world is there are no dummies in it. Like the people who do this for a living, the people who work in this, it's very similar to sports betting. When you get up to the sharps, they know what they're doing. They've been doing it. Their hit rates are spectacular for a reason. It's the same thing in fantasy. But there's always somebody that comes out of nowhere, either because they got an opportunity due to injury or an opportunity because like they just nobody knew about them and has a breakout year. I think people are sleeping on what Tyrone Tracy Jr. can do this year in year 2 in that Giant system with better quarterback play, with renewed vigor on the offensive line, and possibly even an upgrade if Evan Neal does in fact win the starting job as the right guard. I think Tyrone Tracy Jr., if he doesn't go into a split backfield with Cam Scatterbo, I think he can be a steal. What he did last year was not a fluke. He did that on a really bad football team that didn't get the ball much because their defense was a sieve and their offense wasn't consistent enough to put the ball in the end zone. Imagine a more consistent offense with him in it, getting carries. I could see him being an 1,100, possibly 1,200 yard running back and getting the ball in the end zone somewhere around 7 to 9 times. That's going to be way better than the value he's receiving in mock drafts right now.
Talking to Gene Clemens from Fantasy Life. Gene, how are we treating the rookie Ashton Jeanty? I mean, it seems like he's in a perfect scenario, right? Walks in, it's going to be the starting guy day one, 3 down back. Pete Carroll's the coach. We know he loves to use the running back with all of that. Are you assuming that we are going to get kind of a first round type ish performance out of a rookie?
Yeah, he's going to go in the first round. Mm-hmm. He won't just get a first round performance. A lot of people are taking Ashton Jeanty in the first round. I think it's a whoa Nelly on the first round, but I can understand why. Because like you said, he's working into a perfect system for him. Don't forget about Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator. Chip Kelly is a guy who loves to run the football. One of the things that people forget about Chip Kelly is that with all of the fancy dynamics that he was at Oregon, they always had a dynamic running game. So I could see him getting the requisite touches that makes him a first round guy. I could see him having upside as a pass receiver out the backfield. He's got the most accurate quarterback in the NFL throwing to him. He's got an elite level tight end. He's got an emerging wide receiver, and he's got a young rookie who a lot of people think can be a big, strong, physical Wes Welker type. And I think everything points to Ashton Jeanty having one of those really good seasons for a rookie running back.
He's Gene Clemens. Find his work over at Fantasy Life at Gene Clemens over on the Twitter. Gene, appreciate the time and good luck this year.
Hey, keep on swinging.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Tom, I have an unpopular opinion where I am a little bit below market on the 49ers as a whole. And a lot of it has to do with the fact of just what we kind of talked about here, like the assumptions being made that all these guys are just going to come back and be the same, right? I mean, I get it. They've come back from injury before, but I mean, it's 29 at this point, a little bit older, a little bit whatever. I don't know. I think there's just a lot of assumptions being made about the 49ers.
Yeah, San Francisco's a tricky team to handicap right now because, yeah, you do have to assume if you like San Francisco that all their guys are going to bounce back. And, Matt, I'll ask again the obvious question. Are we sure Brock Purdy's worth this contract? Are we sure? I don't. Right. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't blame Baltimore, San Francisco for doing what they're doing under Harbaugh. Is a very good coach, by the way. But I don't know if Brock Purdy's worth this amount of money. Now you can't supplement the roster as well as you could in the past. I can understand why you'd be a little resistant to San Francisco love right now. There's a lot of it.
Going to get some first pitches going in Major League Baseball. We'll check in on the tennis, check in on the golf, and we'll start talking some NFL MVP and Super Bowl winner odds. Yes, that's available over at DraftKings.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr. Surge Sports, the investment arm of Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, is in talks to invest in the organizers of the Michael Moritz-backed T100 Triathlon World Tour as part of plans to grow the series. According to people familiar with the matter.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
And join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Want to know which baseball games are primed for scoring and runs? Check out VSiN's Park Factors tool, powered by Ballpark Pal. It uses weather data and simulations from over 1 million batted balls to project scoring at every MLB stadium. It even adjusts for how individual hitters match up with the day's conditions, so you can make smarter picks for home runs, bases, game totals, team totals, and more. Make smarter baseball bets this season with VSiN. Sign up at vsin.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Matt Brown here on the desk in Vegas. Tom Byrne in today with me. Talked to Gene Clemens just now a little bit about fantasy football. You do much fantasy these days?
I don't do a lot of fantasy anymore, to believe it. I got 4 young kids. Believe it or not, I can't just sit around on the computer all day. But the props with the NFL reminds a little bit of fantasy. It's different, but you're, dissecting the individuals in a similar manner that you would if you were playing fantasy. So
exactly.
It's not foreign.
And a lot of the guys that I know from that industry, big time DFS players and stuff like that, have actually transitioned to have pretty successful sports betting success, as you mentioned, specifically just in the prop market, right? They're not really betting sides and totals and stuff like that, but they are going in and it's the same handicap. You're still doing projections and trying to figure out whether a guy's going to go over or under whatever is posted. And that's kind of what they do in DFS anyway. So they've had some pretty good success with all that. Like you said, it goes hand in hand.
They're probably the smart ones, Matt, because you know this. The NFL is the toughest as far as the spreads and the totals are concerned to beat. I mean, the sports books put all their money and attention into the NFL side of things, college football. And of course, that's when Joe Square comes in and thinks he's going to become a millionaire. So the books just easily walk away every week with a ton of money. But, if you're playing fantasy and you are handicapping it properly and you have success, try your hand in the DFS. Use underdog, use prize picks, whatever. Because you might have a chance to be positive consistently, where it's very difficult to have good season and good season again and good season again in the NFL. To keep rolling them over, very, very tricky when you're playing the spread and totals.
Guys, if you are not a vsin.com/subscribe person yet, you need to head right there, because the splits page, we know you love it. Like we see, we get the traffic and it comes in, you just nail this thing all over the place, right? So you go in, we get the direct feeds from DraftKings, you get the direct feed from Circa, and you can go in, compare, contrast, see what the big national book in DraftKings is doing, see what kind of the sharper, bigger money book in Circa is doing, and see if maybe there's anything you missed. I mean, if anything, I don't necessarily make betting decisions from this, Tom, but certainly maybe there's a game, if it's getting flooded with some money one way or another, maybe there's something I missed somewhere in my handicap. And so if anything, it can just tip me off to some games that maybe I need to look at a little bit further. So, I mean, get started for as little as $9.99, vsin.com/subscribe over there. Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's not necessarily how you go and like make a bet specifically off of these different things, but sometimes it just catches my eye because maybe there was something I missed.
It could be your final determinator, right? Like your model likes it. You have a little hesitation for whatever reason. You go in there, you open up Circa, you see that they're getting 20% of the tickets, but 80% of the money. Maybe it sways you a little bit. I wouldn't become a slave to that sort of thing.
Right.
But, it's like a trend. Maybe it's your final, hey, this is my check. I need another one. Boom. Now I can play it.
So the Knicks went ahead. They gave Mike Brown the 4-year, $40 million contract to take over with all of this. That coaching search was kind of wacky. What do you make of it all? Do you think that this is any sort of, positive situation for this team? How does the whole Mike Brown deal sit with you?
It's a very safe pick. Right, Matt? I mean, bottom line is we know he's got a pretty high floor. I don't know how high his ceiling goes. I mean, he's a retread. This is his 5th chance. Now, he should not have been fired in Sacramento. Did a tremendous job in 2007. Coach of the year 2 times over. He knows what he's doing. But is it an upgrade over Tom Thibodeau? I don't believe it is. Listen, it's interesting with Thibodeau because you feel one way or the other. They're like the Dallas Cowboys. You either love them or you hate them, right? The minutes police, they hated Thibodeau. But, man, there was some folks, including in the media, they loved Tom Thibodeau. He could do no wrong. He walked on water. I was always somewhere in the middle. I thought, to be fair, Matt, when you beat the Boston Celtics and you don't need a 7th game, and I don't want to hear about Tatum's injury, the series was over at that point. I hate the Knicks, but the series was over. He had built up enough equity to retain his position. Yeah. Let's be real. To me, this reeks of ownership meddling. They had no plan. I could have told you Jay Wright, who could have the Sixers job twice over, was never taking the Knicks job just because they had 3 Wildcats. So they look kind of bad, but it's a safe pick at this stage, bringing in Mike Brown. Now, it's hard to quantify what exactly his impact is going to be on the win-losses. I don't know if it moved the needle from that standpoint much for me. Does it you?
No, and I think everything you just said is exactly my feelings, where it was, if you were going to be able to go and get a home run hire, okay, I guess you move on from Tibbs. But if anything, it just seems like a lateral move. I don't know. To me, if you're going to get rid of the dude that had done what he had done, it needed to be for kind of that home run splash hire. You needed to know you were going to be able to get that home run and splash hire. And I think that they got a little too cocky here, Tom. Like you said, I think they thought they were going to go and just say, hey, it's the Knicks job. Obviously, you're taking it. And that just isn't what happened.
Yeah, right, exactly. They think they're the New York Knicks. How many times do you have to deal with this, Matt? Even all these, and I'm sure you get people asking you these questions. You think he'll go to New York? You think he'll go to the Knicks?
Right.
Every time I'm like, do you know that they have not won a championship since 1973? They never get the big-time free agents. The big coaches don't want to have to be under James Dolan's tutelage. I mean, think about poor Mike Brown. I say poor. Listen, he's making tons of money. But, I mean, what's going to be considered a success? It's going to be NBA championship or nothing. They've got as far as they had in 25 years, the man lost his job. So, listen, I don't blame Mike Brown for taking the position. I don't blame the Knicks at this stage of the search for settling for Brown, but it's no upgrade. It was a lot of nothing in New York, and it doesn't really change their circumstances. The best thing you could say for the Knicks is they're in the pathetic Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and that's the odds reflect that, right? I mean, the Thunder plus 230 to win it all, the Rockets 7-1. And then you get to the two teams you talked about, the Cavs at 850 and the Knicks at 850, and it's because they're in that conference. And it's hard for me to argue with the odds attached to these teams, Tom, because you just got to get there, right? I mean, weird things can happen. We saw Indiana almost was able to get it done and may well have. Who knows if Halliburton had gotten hurt? I mean, it's so the small number of people are going dude, that is way too small. But it's the opportunity. You just have to get there and then, hey, win 4 games.
Yeah, if you get there, anything could happen, right? Ask the Raptors. They get there against the Warriors, gone as Kevin Durant, gone as Klay Thompson. They had a lot of injury luck. Game 7 against Philly, the quadruple doink. Don't forget Embiid missed time, no surprise in that series. And he was huge. I mean, they were a bottom, 2 team, I think, when he was off the floor. I remember Game 7, in fact, he sat out, Matt, for a minute 49. They lost by 13 points. I don't even know that was possible, but they did. So they had a lot of things go their way, positive variance. You're right, just get there. And so, you wonder, the Magic, are they on the come up? They gave up a lot for Bane, but Bane, from a three-point shooting standpoint, is a perfect fit for what they needed. Pistons on the come up. I think people need to pipe the brakes a little bit on the Hawks. Cavs, look, nobody wants to trust them, but from a talent standpoint, they're right there. Philly's the ultimate wild card. If Embiid stays healthy, they're as talented as anybody in the East. And then what does Giannis do? I mean, this Milwaukee situation, Matt, with them stretching that contract, oh, my God, that they're going to have a party in Milwaukee when they're finally out from underneath that albatross of a deal. And they're essentially now paying Miles Turner $50 million.
Right.
Miles Turner, $50 million. And that weekend's Indiana. They were playing with the pixie dust on the shoulders anyway. They're done. I'm telling you, the East, look down the board a little bit. I got to do more of this myself. It's going to be a rough watch in a lot of ways, but maybe a fun watch because it's going to be unpredictable.
Yeah, the only thing about that, the only thing I was saying about the Bucks is horrible move. It is going to bite them, and it's going to sink the franchise for a decade or whatever, whenever this all comes to fruition. But for next year, I don't know. I mean, like they're kind of interesting to me. I'm not gonna lie. Like for next year, they're kind of interesting. It is going to be a very down conference, like we said. I mean, I don't know. I think you can do worse than a 40-1 whenever you're getting Giannis and Turner on the same team.
Yeah, they'll have the best player in the league if he wants to be there. I mean, listen, Embiid, you can't trust him to be there. Giannis, Tatum, those three have ran the East for the last 5-6 years. Mm-hmm. Okay, 2 of the 3 are dealing with injuries. There's one left. It's Giannis. So I don't blame you. You're playing them. Listen, I don't think they're going to win the East, but you're playing the number.
Exactly. Big old number there. Ben Shelton is in a tiebreak in the second set. Actually, looks like he just won it as he is screaming and flexing and pumping up the crowd. So he comes. He is now up 2 sets there in that one. Your boy Chilich, is he serving for the match? Is he serving for the match? Or is he?
Last I checked, I'm firing off WNBA prop bets here. Jeff Schwartz somewhere is happy with me. I got to go back and look at where we are. But last I checked, he was up a break in what could be the deciding set. So hopefully I don't jinx it. Looks like we could be on our way to a winner.
Yeah, and Novak Djokovic takes the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-0. And in the little bit of time on the break where I'm able to look down at this, what this dude is doing at 38 years old is just unbelievable. I mean, I don't think he's going to win the tournament, but goodness gracious, tennis players used to be washed at 28. He's 10 years senior of when we used to consider these guys washed.
It's crazy. I'm with you. I don't think he beats either Sinner or Alcaraz. I think Alcaraz especially, and Sinner to a lesser extent, or the next Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic.
Hey, buddy.
But the way this guy continues to hang around, and I have him winning a quarter. So
winner.
Let's go.
Chilich gets it done. Look at you. There it is.
We won.
Well done. There we go. Winner in the encounter. Grigor Dimitrov moves along in straight sets as well, if you were following along with all this. And as we talked about at the top of the show, just a moonwalk for Yannick Sinner. 6-1, 6-3, 6-1. Yeah. The guy knows how to play some tennis. There is no doubt about that. When we come back, going to look around at some of the news and stuff going on in the NFL. Are any of these teams that are on the come up, are we a little too bullish on some of these? We'll talk about that when we come back here on VSiN.
There's nothing like the rush of a winning bet. But let's be real, winning consistently, that's tough. That's why Jeff from Wonder Dog Sports Picks is stepping in to help. He's been one of the most trusted names in the game for over 25 years, helping more than 40,000 bettors find
Olivia,
an edge every single
from
day.
Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey, we're
pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app. 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAFFIC25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code TRAFFIC25.
Coming up on the next edition of Follow the Money, hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. Mickey Sudo on the show. She takes it down again, winning the women's Nathan hot dog eating contest. What's next for her, and how does she feel? Also, Anthony Curtis in studio, Man About Town, Las Vegas advisor, Banana Smoothie Gate. Follow the Money, weekdays 4 to 7 on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Now Sirius XM Channel 158. Get the VSiN Watch app.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne in with me here today, and I was talking trash about Kevin Roy, and he went out and got a birdie for me. So he went out and got a birdie for me back on top, tied with Camilo Villegas. By the way, Villegas shows up to 2 tournaments a year, and I mean it's unbelievable. But he's tied for the lead, and as is David Lipsky. If you guys are wondering, these golf courses, and we talk about this on the Long Shots podcast, like these easy golf courses, any of these dudes on tour can just get after it. And we're seeing this here, this leaderboard. You probably never heard of Kevin Roy. I don't blame you. Sam Stevens now birdies to get to the top of the leaderboard. David Lipsky, Austin Eckroat, all these guys. You get to T5. There is Max Homa in there and Davis Thompson, who you might be familiar with, but Brian Campbell, Matt Kuchar, the ghost of Matt Kuchar comes out of nowhere to be T12 in this thing. This guy's complete dust. But these easy courses, these guys can get after it. So that's kind of where we are with a tournament like this. And you fire some bullets, Tom, and you hope that one of them can climb.
I told you this before the show. It's called Long Shots. That commercial ran for about, I think, 3 years on VSiN. Oh my God, that commercial, Long Shots. It's called Long Shots.
It's funny. It's funny.
Wes Reynolds,
you
Kelly
and
Goodman were great.
You and about 100 other people have talked about how often that promo got played. I mean, listen, God. We don't control. I don't control that. People would tweet me and be "Can you please stop with the promo?" I'm like, I don't have control over this damn thing playing. What are you talking about? This is not on me. Stop.
I like the way you read it though. Your inflection. It's called Long Shots. It's very good. Good job out of you. But no, in all seriousness, you guys, Wes Reynolds, Kelly Bidlin, you guys are modeling it. You do a tremendous job. There's only but so much time in a day, right? So I don't have time to do all the modeling with the golf. I'll look at datagolf.com sometimes. But, a lot of times, I want to have a little interest in a sport. I'll make sure I check you guys out. You guys have done a great job, so keep it up.
Appreciate it, buddy. So over in our betting guide, Zach Cohen wrote an article trying to pinpoint some teams that might be Washington Commander-esque this season, kind of come out of the doldrums and have a really good season. I think the first team we'll talk about here is probably the most likely, certainly the one that everybody is talking about, and that's the Chicago Bears, 5-12 last year, Tom. But I'll admit, my biggest position I had in the offseason last year was fading the Bears. I thought everybody was getting way too hyped on this team. Thought everybody had lost their minds. I have to tell you, I really, really like the Bears this year, and I really like what they did in the offseason. I know that doesn't 100% translate to what we're going to see on the field, but boy, on paper, do I love me some Bears.
new staff. They've got some talent on the roster. There's no other way around it. They needed to target the offensive line. Seemingly, they have done that. We'll see what the results look like. I hate to simplify it, but more and more in this sport, it becomes about one man. Usually it's the NBA, Matt, where one man moves the needle thoroughly, right? So it makes a huge difference. But with the rule changes over the last few decades, the quarterback is more and more and more important. I hate to simplify it, but what do you expect from Caleb Williams? I think it comes down to, if you're high on Caleb Williams, you're going to think this team has a chance to do what Denver did last year, right? Like Denver, you wanted to get stock on them 12 months ago. You probably missed the boat at this point. Is this the time to get in on Caleb Williams, taking a big leap year 1 to year 2? If you think the answer to that question is yes, then I think you got to start buying up some of the Bears stock.
There's almost no reason for – well, actually, I shouldn't say it. There's no excuses for Caleb Williams, I should say. Like, I mean, you mentioned the offensive line. You mentioned the offensive line going to enter the season as a top 5-6 offensive line in all of football. They go and get you Loveland in the draft. You already had a Dunze and Moore. They add Zacchaeus to get you a little slot receiver in there. I mean, on the offensive side of the ball, it really does. Like, I mean, can he play or can he not? Because it's probably not going to be the offensive line that fails him, and the talent is there at the skill positions.
Yeah, it is. Now, we're asking them to make a 4-game jump. If you like the Vikings, maybe you're going to be a little skittish on the Bears. I think the Vikings are clearly going to go backwards some. It's just a matter of how greatly they regress, because they were at 14 a year ago. That's where they start on Monday Night Football. Then they go to Detroit. So we're going to get a feel about the Chicago team early. And if you're going to take the over, you need at least one of them. It's got to be more likely Minnesota at home than at Detroit. But if they start 0-2, and I've always been a Caleb Williams defender. Like, people used to get on him on my show all the time. He cried after losing at USC. Who cares? Right. That shows me he wants to win. Other guys just want the paycheck. This guy wants to win. He's not as immature as some people make it seem, but he does get down relatively quickly. He's a body language guy. I don't like quantifying what exactly that means, but don't start 0-2 and put yourself in a position where you have to beat the Cowboys week 3 to save your season already, or it's a disaster. Because Chicago, they're so passionate. They're almost 2 in the weeds there. They get 0-2. Now everybody's calling the local sports radio shows, this team stinks. Already we made the wrong hire. Caleb Williams was the wrong pick. Look at Jaden Daniels. So I can't wait to see what the Bears do early in this season. We're going to get a good feel. I'm not going to take one way or the other for now. I still got room to delve into the details as far as the numbers are concerned. As of now, I have not bought into the Bears negatively or positively.
Another team that had a really active offseason and certainly did some stuff that I think is about as good as you can do given the situation, is the New England Patriots. This is another team that I think people are getting a little bit high on. 4-13 last season, but then you bring in Vrabel, takes over for Gerard Mayo, who just was in over his head, in my opinion. I thought in the small sample size we saw, Tom, I thought Drake May looked like a quarterback that can play in the NFL. And so they go out, and I think given how they had to formulate, because there wasn't just a ton of marquee guys available in free agency, so they just added on the defensive side. So he's gonna have a defense that doesn't get him in a ton of bad holes, at least anyway. I don't know. I kind of like the Patriots too. They
made a couple signings on the offensive line, and I couldn't remember who they picked. I think it was Will Campbell, 4th overall, if memory serves. But Matt, that offensive line was pathetic last year.
Horrible.
I'm not a big Drake May guy anyway, so I'm gonna disagree. I don't love the New England Patriots. I think it's a very trendy pick right now. May needs to prove it to me. And to May's credit, he got beat up badly last year and hung in there. I know they made some signings. Am I going to go nuts about Garrett Bradbury and Morgan Moses? I like them both. I got to see more of whether or not they're going to be able to protect him. I do give Mike Vrabel the benefit of the doubt. I haven't seen him win a ring, but I do give him the benefit of the doubt as a head coach, and that staff will be good. If I had to play this, I think 8-9 is more likely to 9-8 myself. I would go under.
One thing that we did last year to much success, and again, if this offensive line is as anywhere close to what it was last year, we bet the over on Drake May rushing props basically every single week. Like, he was running for his life. And he's got good legs, and he's got good legs. He's got pretty good instincts as well, like when to take off. And again, this year, guys, if you watch the first few games and this offensive line doesn't have it again, before the books adjust, go in, just start pounding the May over on the rushing props. Like, he'll take off, he'll run, and like I said, pretty good legs on him. What do we think about the Jags? Jags 4-13 last season. Liam Cohen is now in there taking over. Brian Thomas Jr. did look like an absolute stud, even with the horrible team that they had last year. Travis Hunter comes in, going to play on both sides of the ball. How much is he going to play defense? How much is he going to play offense? We don't really know quite yet. What do you think of this Jags team?
You might be able to talk me into an over here. You know, they were pretty unlucky last year for the most part. I'm looking at the schedule right now, not nearly as bad as it was last year. New vibes around that locker room, better coaching staff, arguably. I thought the prior staff was okay, but they obviously needed a new voice. It was time for Peterson to go. So they're clearly on the come up, and it's about the price here, 7.5. Over, you do have to lay $1.25. If I could shop around and get that closer to even money, I mean, I'm not asking them to get above 500. Can I ask them to get to 8 wins? We know that division's not going to be great. You could talk me into a Jags over this year. That's a team, even more so than the Pats, I could see a little bit more to come up than people think. Everybody's down on Trevor Lawrence. I understand the why, but I can see them getting the 8 wins. And they start with the Panthers. They better win that game.
We'll talk the Panthers on the other side here, but I do want to, since we're kind of on this right now, is this the Texans division like shut and like open and shut, or do you think that the Jags could compete? Or maybe like Indy. I don't know.
Buy low, sell high. Listen, last year everybody was way too high on Houston. I loved Houston under. I didn't think they were going to get nearly as far as people thought because CJ Stroud was so good, Matt, year one. There was no place to go for him but down. By the way, the Commanders are the same team this year. That's Captain Obvious checking in, but their defense still stinks. But this is the year. Nobody's talking about Houston. All of a sudden, the Texans are just a mid-team, and we've all accepted that. Watch, when nobody's paying attention, they'll turn around and win some of these football games that people don't expect. I'm looking at this schedule. You know, it's not murderer's row. At the Rams, Tampa, at Jacksonville, Tennessee, at Baltimore before the bye week. It is an early bye. Again, not a great division. I'd be shocked if they don't win it. I would actually consider buying Houston Texans stock this year.
Guys, if you want to play in Circa Million, Circa Survivor, and hell, if you got $100K and you want to play the Grandissimo, we can do that too. WinnerCircleProxy.com/VSiN. You just come to Vegas and sign up, and then Winner Circle Proxy will put your picks in every single week that you are in the contest. You don't have to live in Nevada to take place in these big contests. WinnerCircleProxy.com.
This season, test your football smarts and play for millions on the house. Winner Circle Proxy is giving away a $1,000 entry for one Circa Survivor and one Circa Millions entry.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky. Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure.
Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other and build family memories we will carry with us forever. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. It's easy. Just put in your zip code to find family-friendly outdoor destinations near you. You'll also find guides to free activities, games, and amazing forest facts. Give the magic of the outdoors to your kids and reconnect with your family. Find a forest near you at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDV, The Scourge.
To join VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Tired of sportsbooks stacking the odds against you? With ProfitX, the first peer-to-peer sports betting exchange in the U.S., you're betting against other fans, not the house, giving you better odds and bigger payouts. It's already available in over 40 states. With ProfitX, you're in control. You can even set your own odds and wait for another bettor to match your price. No more taking what the sportsbook offers. Take control of your bets today. Download ProfitX now and use code VSiN to get started.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne here on a Saturday. You do have a couple of plays here in these afternoon baseball games, so we're going to make sure and leave enough time for you to get to those. But I did want to get your opinion here on the Panthers as we were talking about some of these teams that had bad seasons last year and at least did some things to maybe get better. And could they possibly be the Commanders of this year? The Panthers 5-12 last year. That said, they benched Bryce Young, and when he came back from being benched, Tom, he actually looked like he could play in the NFL. And so it's a small sample size for sure. And I don't know if it carries over to this season at all, but it was almost as if the weight was lifted off of his shoulders or something because he just looked looser. Everything seemed to just be coming to him a little bit easier. What do we think about this Panthers team heading into the year?
He's got some targets too, right? Leggett, Adam Thielen. They took the kid McMillan from Arizona in the first round, so they got some size there. I just think both sides of the ball, taking a look at the defense, as you were speaking just a moment ago, they still got a long ways to go on that side. You know, we always concentrate on the quarterback position because of everything I said last segment. The quarterback moved the needle so much more thoroughly than any other position. But in fairness to Young, he came into an awful situation. So, yeah, they're on the come up to an extent. Do I think that they're going to, get to 7, maybe 8 wins like I've heard? Probably not. Again, this is another team I think we'll get a pretty good sense of early. At the Jags, that's like a must-win for both teams if they want to exceed expectations. At the Cardinals, Falcons, at Pats, Dolphins, home. I mean, that's not exactly murderer's row. You could even put the Week 6 matchup against the Cowboys at home in there. If they come away, they're 2-4 after those 6. There's no way, to me, they're going over.
Yeah, if you're watching at home,
they got to get off to a good start.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, I mean, these first 7 weeks, Jags, Cardinals, Falcons, Patriots, Dolphins, Cowboys, Jets. I mean, that could make or break your season right off the bat, right? First 7 weeks. If you don't come out of that at least 4-3, then you're not having any chance of winning this division. I don't think it gets much harder from there. But I guess it's because this division, I'm so down on it, Tom, that I guess I can't completely rule out the Panthers having some sort of come up here. But as you mentioned, the defensive side of the ball, I think that's where it's going to be tough. Even if Bryce Young does take that second year leap and the offense is much better, I mean, he might have to, it might be a Joe Burrow type situation, but he's not Joe Burrow. You have to outscore these teams. And I don't think that that's going to happen.
Right. And do you think, you just said it, do you think they're going 4-3 after those first 7 games?
I think it is within.
I would have bet on it.
I think that it is in the realm of possibility. I'm pretty down on the Jets. I'm pretty down on some of those other teams that were in that, So I don't think it's crazy, but more likely 3-4, maybe even
that's what I'm thinking.
A 2-5 situation. As we said, you do have 2 bets here in these afternoon games, so I want to make sure that you have plenty of time to get through them. So Diamondbacks and the Royals, Michael Wacha, Ryan Nelson here. Diamondbacks at home, a bet that I said when we were going through our stuff, I actually threw into the account as well. This is minus 133 now at DraftKings anyway on the Diamondbacks, plus 109 for the Royals on the road as dogs. A flat 9 is our total here. What did you like about the D-backs today?
Well, I think I like the matchup because look at the pitching first and foremost. Even though Ryan Nelson isn't much better than Michael Wacha, it's close. The skill interactive ranks are 129 and 116 respectively, so there's not a lot of margin there. I got the better bullpen. Sierra's 10th for the Diamondbacks and 26th for Kansas City. I like to look at right-left splits. There's not a huge difference in this one, but there is when it comes to the lineup in totality. Arizona's 6th. Kansas City is 25th. I laid $1.26. You could go up to $1.30. I would not go past $1.35. At home, I know they're banged up. The Corbin Carroll injury was the one that put a lot of people off. I get all that, but I think this is more than a fair price, $1.26 at home. You agree? Let's root them home. That starts, does it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's still an hour and 10 minutes away. That's right.
Yeah, we're looking here. Ryan Nelson, what got me home on this one was you look at like Ryan Nelson's last 3 starts, and you know, we don't like to do the small sample size thing in baseball, but with pitchers, you know, there's only so many starts to go around. Yeah, there's only so many starts to go around. Last 3 starts for Ryan Nelson, a 2.08 ERA backed up by a 2.83 xERA, a 3.57 xFIP. His K rate up at 28.6, walk rate sub 8%, and getting a lot of swinging strikes as well, like 13.6% swinging strikes in these last 3 starts. So I don't know what he found. I don't know what's going on over the last 3 starts for Ryan Nelson, but he's been really, really good, borderline elite. Certainly the K rate and the swinging strike rate is elite for him. And so give me that matchup against a weak hitting Royals team all day long.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Let's go D-backs. Again, this is about the price, right? At home, not that home advantage means that much in Major League Baseball. The NBA by far the most important, WNBA actually by far the most important, especially the postseason. Then the NFL, but Major League Baseball still means something. Sleeping in your whole bed, that whole bit. You're right. Ryan Nelson, we got the hotter pitch, and that's another thing you want to do when you handicap the game. That's a good point, is you want to look at last 30 numbers, last 2-week numbers, especially when it comes to the hitting. You like that Ryan Nelson comes in hot. Now, we know negative regression might be due at some point, but I like the fact that he comes in pitching his best baseball of the season.
One more that you have in the account here. The Detroit Tigers are on the road at the Cleveland Guardians. This is Casey Mize versus Logan Allen. Currently, Tigers about in that minus 135-ish range on the road. You can get Cleveland about plus 110, a flat 9, the total there. In that one, you're going to play the Tigers.
Yeah, no doubt. I love when they're up against lefties. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case today against Logan Allen. They're number 1 against lefties. They're still good against righties this season. They're 9th weighted runs created plus. Their lineup is top 10, 7th overall. Cleveland does not hit. They're 26th. I look at the matchup on the mound, and Casey Mize has been pretty good. You know, he's been solid this year. He's got a 3.95 Sierra. This guy's kind of somebody nobody ever talks about when they bring up the Detroit Tigers, but he's been a reason for their success. Logan Allen's been very average. His is exactly 4.9 now after his latest start. So, you know, I don't love Detroit's bullpen, but I was on him last night. I'm going to go back to the well. Detroit, and let's see. The number I got was 127. I think that's still available. I'm seeing 130 on circuit.
Yeah, it is. I actually really like Casey Mize, what he's done this year as well. I mean, this is kind of a renaissance for him, the post hype sleeper for Casey Mize. I mean, one of the hottest names in minor league baseball for a long time, and then just never really panned out. And then this year, I don't know what has changed with him, but you look, what I like to see, Tom, whenever I'm looking at these guys is like the overall season numbers, and then kind of looking, okay, what's he done the last 5 starts? What's he done the last 3 starts? Sure. And they are right in line with everything. So he is not, this isn't a guy that like started super, super hot and has kind of started to fade, and then the overall season numbers still just look better. He has just been who he's been all season long. Like, you were looking at a guy who all of these expected numbers have him kind of as a low 3s ERA type of guy. I mean, he's a super, super solid pitcher with a solid K rate and has gotten his walk rate down, which is the thing that was killing him for years and years. The guy was walking way too many people. He's throwing the ball over the plate a whole lot more. And then you put just a better lineup from Detroit against that as well. I think this number is really, really generous. I like it as well. I wish I'd have gotten it what you had, but I think I might add it here at the 130.
Yeah, I think 130 is still playable. I don't know if I go terribly further than that. I even thought about first five. I think I'm going to stick away. I don't see anything on the first five card today. It is a tighter card. We had a guest earlier said he didn't like anything on the card. I kind of understand where he's coming from. I mean, there were 3 games that I eventually fired on. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think we're on the same page when it comes to Arizona and Detroit. Did we make it a trifecta? I don't think you're. Oh, I didn't play Houston. That's right. That's right. We talked about this earlier. I said it's Houston or pass. I have not put that in the account, and that's the Valdez-Ohtani game. Now, again, that comes down to how long you think Ohtani's going to be in the game.
Right. That's the weird part of it, right? Is trying to figure that out. But I mean, you're getting plus money on the Astros on the road where we're likely to only get an inning of Ohtani, maybe 2, and then they go to that
plus 130. Where's that at now?
Plus 125 for the Astros.
No, that's not bad though.
Yeah, plus 125 for the Astros. And look, I get it. It's still the Dodgers, and I like we already know going in, it's priced in that Ohtani's not going to go very long. But for me, plus money on the Astros is certainly at least interesting. Not in the account, but it's at least interesting to me.
I was beating myself up yesterday because Gasparius was on the mound, and I didn't understand what that price was. Of course, I was conservative, and it bit you in the ass. You know how that works. Anytime you're conservative, that means that play is going to win.
Absolutely. Guys, ProfitX is out there. It's a peer-to-peer betting exchange. It's available in 40-plus states. And so what the betting exchange means, you're betting against guys like me and Tom, and you're not betting against the sports book itself. So go in and download ProfitX, use the promo code VSIN, VSIN, and you can earn up to $200 in profit cash over your first month. So you can go in, you can even add bets in there and see if someone will pick up your bets. It's interesting the way these exchanges work. So again, go in, download ProfitX, use the promo code VSIN, and when you do, you can earn up to $200 in profit cash over your first month.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt, and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the ad.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
Now, you look at the Giants in week one starter odds, and Russell Wilson is going to be the guy. I'm starting Jackson Dart week one. Brian Daboll is not going to do it, even though he's raved about him at OTAs and minicamp. I love the Jackson Dart pick. I thought that was sensational. That was phenomenal. And when you look at the Giants' schedule, I'm starting Jackson Dart the minute he's ready.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network. This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Hour number 3, Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne coming to you for one more hour. As we look, it looks like Ben Shelton just got it done. A very tough second set for him, but then coasts there in the third. So the 10 seed on the men's side does move on and fought back. I mean, it was a tough tiebreak for him there in the second set, Tom, but then gets it done in the third. Straight set advance for Shelton.
Yeah, he can be a tough one, even though he's American to root for. Not that this has anything to do with sports betting, but some of his antics could become tiring. Now, some close to him have said, hey, he's maturing. I thought he handled it okay the other day when I mentioned it myself. They suspended the match when he had it on his racket. His father calmed him down a little bit. I didn't blame him for getting emotional about that. Sometimes I wonder if he could just kind of maintain his cool throughout, remain focused. And this is long at a Grand Slam. You know, he could be out there 5 hours. He certainly has the serve to overpower some guys. Now, listen, when he's up against the Sinners and the Alcarazes, he's dead. But Shelton could be the American hope here, believe it or not, because as you and I discussed, it has not been a friendly Wimbledon for the red, white, and blue for the most part.
Yes, we said Sinner moves on 1-3-1, and Djokovic gets it done as well. 6-3, 6-0, 6-4 for him. A straight set victory for Djokovic, and wasn't able to, we've been on air, haven't been able to really watch the match, but just some of the stuff that people were saying on Twitter about Djokovic just out there, the way he was moving on the court at 38 years old, saying it looked like the Djokovic of 6-7 years ago. With all that, continues just to defy father time. And Djokovic, look, I mean, do I think he can take down Sinner Alcaraz? No, but I mean, I think he's live to get there maybe.
Yeah, I agree. I have him winning his quarter. I think I took it even money or plus money. I forget now. It's been a couple of weeks. Or actually, it's only been about a week. Feels like a couple of weeks, doesn't it? But listen, I don't think he's beating Sinner or Alcaraz at this stage of his career. But it feels like his last-ditch effort, right? Like, this is going to be it. If he's going to get another, this is going to be the tournament on this surface in this particular Wimbledon. I just think time has prepped up to him a little bit, and we have two guys who could be historical. We could be looking at Alcaraz especially, maybe Sinner, as on that level or close in 15 years. That's how good these two youngins are, 23 and 24 years of age. Maybe it's even 22, 23. I'm sure you saw that French final. That French final was epic all time.
Maybe one of the best matches I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
And you're spot on when you talk about these two guys and kind of how they might dominate for the next decade plus. And you hear like a guy like Sasha Zverev talk, and he was talking about how he almost feels like he doesn't have the fire anymore in playing tennis. And I know you get to play a sport for a living and all of that, Tom, but I think you wake up every day. And if you're Sasha Zverev, who had to battle anyway with, he was never going to be, the number one dude in the world and all of that. He just didn't have it on a tournament to tournament basis. But you wake up every day and at some point you're going to run into one of those dudes in the tournament, and you are not better than them and that they're young and they're just going to beat you until you retire. And I bet it does kind of take some of the fire out, like that your chances of winning any of these big tournaments is just so incredibly slim.
Oh, 100%. And he's great, but there's levels even to greatness.
Yeah.
He can't quite get the Carlos Alcaraz or where Sinner have elevated. By the way, on a serious note, did you see some of the comments from Zverev?
Yeah.
Sasha Zverev needs to get help immediately. Some of those comments were very concerning. I'm surprised he said them publicly. I think it was Sabalenka, give her credit, reached out immediately and said, I can help you. I went through similar things. I think a lot of us in the general public, you just assume that these athletes making all this money with all this fame, they're living the life, right, on an island somewhere with the cocktail drinks left and right. That's not the case. They struggle with everything that the common man or woman struggles with, and mental illness, man. Some of those comments, I saw them and were like, wow, forget about whether or not I'm going to bet on this guy or fade him, what have you. This guy needs to get some help immediately. That was a shame.
And you get some real insight. I don't know if you watched the tennis documentary on Netflix or whatever, but you hear him talk about how lonely tennis is, because you're constantly traveling and you're just alone all the time. It's like you're just in a hotel room. It's like
it makes sense.
And you live in a hotel. You go out there and you're like, yeah, I've got a coach and I've got whatever, but then you go back home to an empty hotel room, and it's just like it was talking about how lonely it was and how that can be, so mentally challenging. And I understand that as well. To a lesser extent, I was not a professional athlete, obviously, but I used to work in the MMA industry, and there's an event every single weekend, right? And so I was constantly on the road. I traveled literally 48 of the 52 weekends a year. And even then, I was like, dude, I don't know how much longer I can do this. You wake up, you wake up alone. You can't really have any sort of social life and all of that because you're constantly traveling and things are expected of you and you got to do different things. Again, that's on a way lesser level than what these dudes are doing. They're under real pressure and all of the microscope all the time.
Yeah. And especially as you get a little older, right? If you're just post-college, put me on a plane every weekend, fine. But once I'm getting a little older, you want to settle down a little bit, that can become a major problem. So that's the intricacies that I think we just don't think of. But it does, on a much less serious note, remind you that when it comes to tennis, so much of it is up here.
Yeah.
Make sure you're paying attention to what these guys have to say. I'm not a big let's play audio guy when I'm doing a sports radio show, because it's all cliches and nonsense with the football player, the basketball player, the baseball player in the lead up. When they are going to be very transparent is 15 minutes after. I like the post-game quotes, especially in an individual sport like tennis. You'd be amazed what you can discern from just looking over some of the commentary. And I'm not saying bet on that information alone.
Right.
But coupled with looking if there's an outlier book somewhere that's got a pretty cheap price with somebody who you think has some value. That's how I think you can handicap tennis without having to model first serve percentages, surfaces, and all the stuff that people just don't want to go through.
We did get going over in Major League Baseball. The Twins have an early 1-0 lead on the Rays. Taj Bradley has given up 3 hits early on, walked a guy, and that has led to the Twins run. And then we are 2-1 in the St. Louis and Chicago Cubs game. 2 in the top of the first for St. Louis, 1 in the bottom of the second for the Cubs. That said, they are still at the plate, so we can see what's going on there with that one. We were joking on the break. I forgot to bring this up on air. Pomerantz lasted a third of an inning. We were sitting there like we don't know what Pomerantz is going to bring to the table. Apparently, 1 out is what he brought to the table.
Is it sometimes as simple as just acting right then? Like the two of us kind of knew it. I broke it down. You talked about it. Yet none of us fired.
I know.
Like we didn't know what to expect from Pomeranz. In other words, there's no way you could back them, but there is a way you could fade them.
Right.
But sometimes it's like you become too reliant on your numbers. Well, I told myself I wasn't going to handicap a game where the pitcher didn't throw at least 20 innings over the last 365 days. It could burn you. I'll give you a perfect example. Yesterday at Kasparius, I was surprised that the price said as much on air, thought about playing it. Of course, I took the conservative route. So, sometimes, and I'm not saying that's good just to fire on every whim, every, stream of consciousness. But sometimes it is as simple as that. Listen, this is a guy who had pitched maybe an inning. Is he really going to go out there and give you 5 strong innings? Is that, even for a professional of his ilk, is that likely? And let's be honest, he's not exactly Cy Young anyway when he's right. But it's still early in the game, so we'll see.
NFL Protector of the Year is now a market that is going to be one you can bet on, and two, an award that's going to be given out. So, Tom, really just wanted to bring this to light here and see if we think that this is a bettable market or how we would look at this. And so they're going to recognize the league's best offensive linemen. It's going to be a panel of all-pro linemen. Jason Kelce, Andrew Whitworth going to be part of the voting with all of this. But I just wonder, you start to look at these names and, Penei Sewell, Lane Johnson, Trent Williams, like Jordan Mailata, Tristan Wirfs. When these guys are all at their best, they are what is the difference in any of these guys? I guess where I'm going is how do we bet this market? Are we almost just betting on health or something like that? Because how do you pick the difference in these 4 dudes when they're all at the top of their game? They are all just ridiculously awesome.
It's a great question. It's almost like when you look at a market like this, you got to handicap the handicappers. Right. And the handicappers in this case are going to be the Jason Kelce's of the world. They're probably going to look more at the intricacies. They're going to look at the all-22 film and break down technique and all that stuff. I guess you just try to keep up with the latest time Jason Kelce was in front of a mic. And I can tell he doesn't live too far from here. He's always in front of a microphone. So maybe you could try to gather some information. Otherwise, I don't know how you'd sit there and handicap this unless you want to go ahead and find film each and every week and start breaking down every offensive line. And I don't know who in the world has a chance to do that, and you won't be able to get down enough money to make it worth it anyway. So I can't imagine this is a market I'm going to have too much interest in, but maybe it'll be something that people are talking about, and we'll be able to discern some information and see which way these guys are leaning.
Maybe someone listening out there is a former offensive lineman, and you would be able to tell the difference in these guys better than us. Penei Sewell's 5-1, Lane Johnson 7.5, Trent Williams is 10-1, Mailata is 12-1, Wirfs is 13-1. It goes all the way to 20-1 from there. It still names Quentin Nelson, Deion Dawkins, stuff like that. Laramie Tunsil are all sitting there longer than 20-1. But yeah, I mean, Tom, I just don't know the position well enough to be able to discern the difference between Sewell and Johnson and Williams and Mailata at their best. They all just look great to me, but I don't know how to tell the difference in them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's just us being honest.
Yeah.
But listen, I'll take Mailata 12-1.
Right. Yeah. Give me a longer number.
The Eagles have the best offensive line in the sport. People already acknowledge that. They're still going to be the best team in the NFC, and he's going to be the face of the offensive line. If you're the face of the best offensive line of the sport, Kelce loves the Eagles, by the way. 12-1. If I had to make a play, there it is. Jordan Mailata.
Guys, VSiN.com/subscribe. Become a VSiN Pro subscriber. When you do, you can get our NFL betting guide that is out now. We wanted to be one of the first ones to market out there so you can take advantage of the very best numbers. They're going to move at some point, trust me, but the casual bettors have not gotten involved yet. So go in, see what everybody broke down, previews of every single team. You can get all of the markets broken out as well. $175 now through the Super Bowl. VSiN.com/subscribe.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you are ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Cancel your timeshare now with a free call. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. That's 800-858-6811.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
On the next A Numbers Game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on Future Sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Underway in Major League Baseball, as we mentioned, 2-1 Cardinals and Cubs, 1-1 now Rays and Twins, and then top of the first, the Angels already getting after it there in Toronto. They got one across and the bases loaded right now with one out. So we'll keep you updated on how that all plays out. But right now, joining us on the Progressive Guest Line, Derek Carty. You can find his work at Roto Grinders and EV Analytics at Derek Carty over there on the Twitter machine. Derek, appreciate the time, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you are the creator of one of the original kind of baseball models out there. I know there have been others that have come about over the last few years, but people still talk about the bat. That's for sure. Yeah. No, it's been a good run. You know, every year it's pretty much found to be the most accurate system, available, which is always nice to see. And it's been great for betting too. I imagine it's definitely been good for betting. Let's talk some of the props that you have going today. And I'm going to skip down to one because you and Tom actually shared this one looking at Vlad Jr. You like the matchup today for him and maybe even for him to take one deep. I do, yeah. The price you could get on him, I think it's moved a little bit. I think I got him around $550 this morning. He's just a guy that I think the market is mispricing lately. He got off to a slow start to the year. I started to pick it up a little bit of late, but there's nothing fundamentally different about him. He's the same guy he's always been when he's been a much bigger power threat than he's shown to this point in the season. He's hitting the ball hard. He's not launching it in the air as much as you want him to, but he never has. He's barreling it up. Everything's the same, except the ball isn't going over the fence quite as much. So I've been betting a lot of Vlad lately. It's been going well, and so I'm riding him again today.
Derek, don't think we're friends yet, though, because I did put Chad Patrick over his K prop in our Bet the Cycle segment, and I'm on the Tigers, as is Matt Brown, by the way. And you have Casey Mize under 16.5 outs, plus 130. So let's do that one first. Let's do Mize. What's the genesis of that play?
Part of that is that Mize doesn't have a super long leash to begin with, and he's facing a Guardians team that is very patient, can run the pitch count up, can take a walk, doesn't strike out a lot. And so really that's kind of what I'm banking on, is to get his pitch count run up early, for him not to have a super long leash anyway, and to get a hook. So not necessarily for him to get beat up, but just for him not to have that kind of longevity, especially at the price we're getting him at.
So, Derek, one of the ones I want to ask you about here, Peraza, do we care at all? And when you put this into the model, where they're batting in the lineup, does that alter your opinion on these guys sometimes? Because I see that he's batting ninth today. Does that change your opinion at all, or how does that all work with the model?
Yeah, you have to account for spot in the batting order, because that's going to influence the number of opportunities the guy gets, the number of plate appearances or at-bats. The thing about Peraza is that we were never expecting him to bat leadoff or second anyway in the Yankees lineup. Like, he's going to be in the lineup. He's going to be batting ninth. We know that. The books know that. It's not really new information. For whatever reason, though, he seems just incredibly underpriced today. Just across the board. His RBIs, you could get over half an RBI at plus 600. The home run was, I think, plus 1,400. Over total bases was plus 200 for just one base. He's not a great player, but he's not a terrible one. And he's hitting in the Yankees lineup, and he's facing a pitcher in Frankie Montas who has not looked the same since coming back from injury. So this looks like a good spot to me at the prices we're getting him at. I don't know why the market hates him so much.
On the Progressive guest line is Derek Carty, MLB and NFL betting analyst, Roto Grinders, EV Analytics. Derek, I got a general question for you. I imagine you have been, 5 years in a row, the most accurate projections. If you play those projections right at release time, they are probably a little better than they are. Let's say it's 30 minutes before first pitch. Do you see a lot of regression in your numbers at that point in terms of your ROI, or is it still pretty steady at that stage of the day as well?
Now, I always advise people, bet as early as you can for the most part. There are some exceptions, but you want to get in at the best numbers, especially for anyone who's ever used my system. You know that the lines are moving throughout the day. You're not seeing value on something in the morning and it's still there at game time. It's gone. The line has moved. The value is sapped. Part of that's because people use it and trusted it. Part of it's because, I think that's just the sharp, way that the market is going to move regardless. Yeah. But yeah, you want to be betting as early as possible.
Derek, one more here, and I'm sure when this popped up on the model, you were like, really? Interesting. A home run for Michael Taylor.
Yeah. Michael Taylor he's always kind of been a big swinger miss guy, has a lot of power, and is in a good spot today. He's in Coors Field. He's facing kind of Herman Marquez, who's a shell of his former self. We have good weather. We have a good park. We have favorable matchup with the pitcher. We have, good price on it, plus 800. And I'm showing a decent amount of value on that.
All right, I think we covered them with the exception of Chad Patrick. You took under 4.5 Ks plus 120 today for the Brewers?
I did, yeah. Part of that was after the lineup came out for Miami. Fewer strikeouts than usual in that lineup. Fewer strikeouts than I had projected in terms of the composition, 1 through 9 of the lineup. And so once that came out, I was showing some value on the under, so I took it.
Derek, are there any teams in your model for like rest of season type of stuff? Like, is there any value in any of these division races or anything that you see with any of these teams?
Honestly, I haven't looked at division races in a couple of months, so I'm really not sure.
I can only imagine what it's like, man, having to do these projections on the daily. That's just, I've told you before, we just did it during the break. Matt, there's an Unabated chat, okay? They do a great job over there. We'll throw them a little shout. I think they listen, unabated.com. And so you can run Derek's numbers through their simulations. And if you're going to do that, over the long term, you're going to be successful. But you would think that he loses every play in these chats. Guys are getting on Derek left and right. And he's responding. Oh, yeah, I thought he would do this. I thought he would do that. I mean, these guys, my God, just say thank you and move on every once in a while. Some do. But, it is what it is. But great job. Keep up the work there. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Guys, you can find his work over at Roto Grinders and at EB Analytics at Derek Carty over on the Tour Machine as well. Good luck today, Derek. Appreciate you.
Have a good one. Thanks for having me on.
Again, Oswald Peraza, overs for him all over the place. He's got under on outs for Casey Mize, under on Chad Patrick strikeouts, Vlad for a homer, and then Michael A. Taylor for a homer. I saw that one in there, and I'm like, interesting. Michael A. Taylor for
plus
a homer.
800.
Yeah, 8-1.
Pizza money, why not?
See if you can't get it home there in that one. I went and looked because I did put in a Jason Dominguez home run thing in our deal earlier. He is in the lineup. He's hitting sixth. That's one of the only problems with whenever we're putting the rundown together. Sometimes these lineups aren't out, and these guys that are sometimes in and out of the lineup, like Dominguez doesn't start every single day, even though he's a switch hitter, but he is in the lineup hitting sixth today for the Yankees. So I will go ahead and confidently then now make that a play going up against Frankie Montas.
And he had struggled for a couple of weeks, played well yesterday. And so maybe he's getting right at the right time. That's not a terrible selection at all there. Now, how do we feel about the Casey Mize under 16.5 outs? I thought his explanation made a lot of sense. I was never expecting Mize, I don't think you were, to go 7 strong.
No.
But I would have preferred him to say, something like Detroit's in a great shape. He goes over easily. It's just, beggars can't be choosers.
I mean, this is true. That said, I mean, look, Mize, I think with this lineup, though, going up against them, I don't know. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah. No, I still like our play in all seriousness.
Yeah,
we got a good price there. I don't think there's much to worry about. And both could hit. They're connected, obviously, but both can hit.
This is true. If you guys want to get in on any of these games that are going on right now, the Cardinals and Cubs, again, is 2-1 in that one. That has moved to Cardinals minus 137. You can get the Cubs as dogs plus 105 there on the live line. Rays and Twins is in the 4th inning. That's 1-1. That is still about a coin flip. So however you want to get in and play that one. And the Jays have answered in the bottom of the 1st. It is 1-1. So that flips that all the way back to where we were pregame, now minus 221 back again on the Jays. Remember, we were talking minus 205 with the Jays there before that one got going. Max Scherzer on the hill, but they do get one back in the bottom of the 1st. So that is tied with the Angels if you want to get going. 11.5 your live total in that one. They're expecting some runs there, Tom.
Yeah, sure are. Do you play a lot of these totals live?
Man, I like to. The only thing I try to do is exploit whenever I think that we're about to get just an innings eater, bulk reliever type situation where it's like a team where it gets down, they're down 7-1, 8-1, and we're just like getting an innings eater or something who
might even be getting a position player eventually.
Stuff like that. Those are when I try to get in live, but I don't do a ton of live outside of that for sure. We still have a couple of games we need to talk about over in Major League Baseball. We'll update you guys on what's going on in the golf. Not good for me. We'll just go ahead and long tease it with that.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the
right seat. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the...
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Hey, this is Grace Remington for VEASAN, the sports betting network. How high is too high for your favorite Aces strikeout prop? VEASAN.com has the answer. Now you can bet smarter on guys like Tarek Skubal and Garrett Crochet with the MLB strikeout projection tool at VEASAN.com. It shows each pitcher's expected strikeout line for the day and how it should be priced. Use it to find value and beat the market. Only at VEASAN.com. Get the early bird price for VEASAN Pro this football season, plus the VEASAN NFL betting guide for just $175. Go to VEASAN.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet. 2 more segments here. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne coming to you here on a Saturday. Appreciate you guys being with us. Sirius Channel 158, YouTube TV, our very own VSiN Watch app, or terrestrial stations across this great country of ours, as we are getting into the Major League Baseball action, some late first pitches that are coming, and I played the Rockies, and I'm not proud of it. There it is. I did. I played the Rockies. I'm not proud of it, but again, they actually have been hitting the ball over the last couple of weeks a little bit better than I think that maybe we give them credit for. I'm not scared of Jonathan Cannon. It was a coin flip at the time. Actually, they're taking a little bit of money. It's like minus 119 now in favor of the Rockies at home. So I did play the Rockies. I know you're not on that game, but it's just, sometimes you just play the numbers. I played the numbers and moved on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really blame you. Listen, you know how it goes. Sharps always play the lousy teams. You're playing the numbers, period. Now, I was looking at a graphic. I was trying to find it. I was looking at it earlier. If you do play the Rockies on the regular this year, you're down like 31 units, I think, or something along those lines. So they are an exception. But you still got to handicap this day to day. I don't blame you. Plus, they're playing the White Sox, by the way.
I was going to say, I get the White
Sox
record
last year.
Yeah,
right.
I get the White Sox. So we're talking a little bit off air before we come on. I just have to bring this on here. So apparently, there is a stat out here that we are assuming is definitely true, because it's too great for us to actually fact check. So we're just going to say that it's true, that one of the female tennis players' grunts is as loud as a lion's grunt. Is this where we're at right now? This is amazing.
Yeah, this is tennis centel, basically. This is the equivalent of NBA centel. They put on this X tweet, what do we call it now? Post tweet?
Yeah, whatever.
That they put a graphic up on the tennis match when she was playing Raducanu of how loud her grunt is. And so, in other words, the car horn was 108 decibels. Her grunt is 112. And there's 40,000 interactions to this. People think it's real. Her grunt is bad. The grunting has gone way too far in tennis. But if you think that her grunt is 110 decibels, come on, man. Come on.
I mean,
you're awfully naive.
All we're going to do is just
That's funny.
we're going to take it as fact, and then we're just going to move on from there. Prove me wrong. We got the Giants on the road at the A's. This is Logan Webb versus Luis Severino. Minus 174, Giants on the road, plus 142. A's at home as dogs. A flat 9 is our total here in this one. I actually did play a couple different ones in this one. I played the Giants run line, and I also played Devers 3+ bases at plus 140 here in this one. I went in and looked at Severino, and we're up there in that little Cracker Jack Park up in Sacramento, Tom, and Severino has given up 2 homers in 3 of his last 5 starts. And so now, and those were happening, 2 of those starts happened on the road. So now you're going to one of the easiest parks in Major League Baseball to hit it out of. And I think Severino could be in for it today. Of course, the Giants are the road team, so we get all 9 at-bats. So I only would play a run line again on teams where we get all 9 at-bats. And I'm going to play them there, take this price down off of the huge number and just play it on the run line. That comes at about minus 105, minus 110, something like that. And then for Devers to get at Severino, I didn't go with the full-on home run prop here because Devers might just go 2 for 4 or 3 for 4 or something. But 3+ bases plus 140. I think Severino has a tough time.
Yeah, listen, you obviously got the advantage on the mound. Look at Logan Webb. I mean, geez, his interactive ERA this year is a 2.82. That's 7th in baseball. Conversely, your boy Severino is 174. So that's a little rough. Bullpen obviously is going to go San Francisco's way too. They've been pretty consistent. The only thing that would give me a little pause is the idea that even with Devers, I don't think San Francisco's lineup's great. In fact, if you look at the weighted runs created plus numbers, the A's have a better lineup now. Listen, take it for what it's worth. Nobody thinks the A's are actually better than San Francisco. I was on the A's first 5 full game yesterday. I don't have a play in this particular game. Webb versus Severino, that might be enough right there, man. That's a major mismatch. I could see why you went San Francisco, and the run line makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Nothing for me in this one, but the final first pitch of the day is the Pirates and the Mariners. Mike Burrows for the Pirates, Luis Castillo for the Mariners, minus 168 Mariners at home, plus 138 Pirates on the road as dogs. A flat 7 is the total there in this one. That said, it is heavily juiced towards the over at DraftKings.
Yeah, Burrows has looked good in the short sample size, 32 and third innings, 3.66 is his Sierra, which would put him 47th for context. That's not bad. I mean, it's much better than Luis Castillo's 120 this year, 4.37. But you would think negative regression is due for Mike Burrows. Again, I'd be very hesitant to handicap pitchers with 32.1 innings. You know, it's still a relatively small sample size. They got at least 220. Even then, I still don't know that I know enough about Burrows to back Pittsburgh here. And Seattle, this is probably one of those stay-away games. The lineup's looking a little better if you look at some of the numbers. In fact, weighted runs credit plus is up to 5. I still don't know that I look at him as a top 5 lineup by any stretch. I just like watching Cal Raleigh play baseball right now. I mean, how many home runs is this dude going to hit by the end of the year? Do we have a book, by the way, offering that number, the over-under? Maybe an offshore book. That'd be interesting.
I think that there is numbers up now as to what he might hit.
Yeah,
and honestly, the thing for me is, the only reason I think that this could slow down is just because of the position he plays, right? I mean, like the grind of being a catcher is so harsh, which is why if anyone can actually hit, they usually try to get them out of the position, right? They move him to first base or whatever it is because they just want to make sure that the bat stays intact. But boy, they've been rotating him in at DH here and there, trying to keep him fresh and all. Like, I don't know, man, this might keep going.
Yeah, you can make that argument. You know, listen, I'm looking at some of the other games. Again, it's not the juiciest card.
Yeah.
So you're kind of stretching to maybe add a player or two here. Maybe you go to some K props. I was just, as you were speaking, looking over some of these K props. I don't feel confident enough in my process breaking down the K props. I know everybody thinks that all props are always beatable. They are, but it's not easy at the same time. Yeah. I think I'm probably just going to end up with the plays we have. I feel like Joe Square, too, because I'm looking at these plays and they're all favorites.
Yeah,
not a lot of them, but they're all favorites. Outside of the bet the cycle.
I looked hard at at Logan Webb on his strikeout prop, because he's actually got a lot more swing and miss with his stuff this year than he's had in years past. Like Logan Webb just usually in years past, to try to get you to beat the ball into the ground and whatever. But he's really increased his strikeout and swing and miss stuff. But it's all the way up at 7.5 now, so the books have caught up with it. I think it's just too much. 8 Ks is still a lot of Ks,
Yeah. By the way, money coming in against us in our Diamondbacks play. Kansas City money coming in. I'm seeing pennies down to Arizona, $1.22.
Okay.
They got a cheaper price, as it turns out. All right, you could have Kansas City. I feel pretty decent about Arizona.
I do too. Obviously, people that are watching can see you've got the Eagles stuff behind you and all of that. And a comment that you made a little bit earlier, I want to seize on it for a second, in which you said the Eagles are still the best team in the NFC. You're heading into this season. Do you think that the Eagles are okay? You already said that you think they're the best team. How much better? Like where are they in the pecking order, and who would be kind of like second, third in your eyes?
Not much better. Okay. I do think Detroit is going to be a major, major problem once again. I love rooting for Dan Campbell anyway, so I'd have no issue with them being good. As an Eagle fan, I'd like to think the Eagles still have a little margin. Again, I think what makes Detroit so good is the idea that Jared Goff remains a little underrated. He's so great at home. You look historically at his numbers. He is so comfortable in the fast tracks. And the coaching staff, we'll see if that changed a little bit. There's been a little, changeover, obviously, that happens when you have success. But they're going to be so potent offensively. It comes down to defensively. Do they stay healthy this year? And if they do, they could be the equal to the Eagles, but they've got to get home field again. I know it didn't work out for them. Home field is still a huge deal, especially for them inside that dome. I think they could do it. I'm starting with both Detroit and Philly at the top. There's not much margin. Philly 1A, Detroit 1B. What say you?
I have the Eagles. Here's a spoiler alert. If you go and take get the VSiN betting guide, we put in who we think is going to win. Every division, every whatever. So I have the Eagles winning the NFC again. I have them win the Super Bowl again. I know it's tough to go back to back, but it's just very hard for me to find a reason to poke a hole in this team. I mean, you've got I know this sounds ridiculous, but I mean, it was a big ruling that the tush push gets to stay in the league with how awesome they are at it. That extends all of these drives. Basically, if they get inside the 2-yard line, it's a touchdown every single time. So I look at this Eagles team, and Tom, maybe I'm being a little naive and thinking that it's just they're just going to do exactly what they did last year. But boy, I don't know. I think they're actually pretty leaps ahead of the Commanders and Giants and Cowboys. Look, I know there are some people who are trying to say that the Commanders might be able to challenge them for that division. I do not think that is the case at all. I think it is clear. I think it is clearly their division. So, I mean, again, for me,
best offensive line in football, Matt. They're built inside out. People want to talk about Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. They always have a tight end. They are built the proper way in the trenches. Defensively, too, with all those Georgia Bulldogs, but especially up front on that offensive line. And Jalen Hurts, it's crazy to say, and this is true even locally, he's still a little underrated. Jalen Hurts is a very good NFL quarterback that doesn't get enough credit.
I agree. Guys, check out sharpplays.com. Unmatched transparency, records updated daily to show you what's going on over there. They have an AI betting model that you can go in and check out. And also, if you want to, they will actually email you or send you DMs for the plays over on Twitter as well. Sharpplays.com.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean. And there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course.
But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dye for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Take your betting action to the next level by playing the ponies on First Bet. First Bet is U.S.-based and offers wagering on hundreds of races every day from across the country and around the world. From Santa Anita and Gulfstream to the Kentucky Derby and Preakness, First Bet has you covered. Head over to firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com to get started. And enter promo code VEASAN200 to claim a special sign-up bonus. That's firstbet.com, the number one, stbet.com.
Circa Million and Circa Survivor are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Circa Million. Pick 5 games against the spread each week. 126 ways to win with $6 million guaranteed. Circa Survivor, 1 pick a week. No point spread. Last the longest to win it all. $15 million guaranteed. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VEASAN, the sports betting network. NASCAR hits the streets of Chicago this weekend for the Grant Park 165, the only street race of the season. It's a 2.14-mile loop through the Windy City. Shane Van Gisbergen is the plus 165 favorite. He won it in 2023. Alex Bowman won it in 24, making Chevy 2 for 2. Looking for a sleeper? Keep an eye on Christopher Bell at plus 750. For racing picks and more, sign up for VEASAN Pro. Get access for football season plus the VEASAN NFL betting guide, all for $175. Go to VEASAN.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Samich on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Final segment here, Ready, Set, Bet on a Saturday. Matt Brown, Tom Byrne closing things out, rocking and rolling. We were talking off air about how, sometimes this time of year, shows can get a little slow, can drag, but not today, buddy. It's been a pleasure.
Who says that, man? Yeah. I'm always jam-packed. Give me 4 or 5 hours a day. No, listen, you know how it is. It gets slow July, early August, and training camp rolls around. That is the busiest time of the year. Football's here before too long. But one thing I love about VSiN, the sports betting is just fine in July in all seriousness.
Yeah.
The seriously. Baseball card is what it is. Every single day, a full 15-game set. It's not like the NBA 3 nights. You might have 3 games. Another night, you might have 0. Then you might have 5. So, in all seriousness, from a sports betting standpoint, it's not as slow. From a sports radio standpoint, it certainly is.
Major League Baseball action right now. Rays and Twins. Rays have taken a 4-1 lead over the Twins in the top of the 5th inning. The Cardinals up 3-2 on the Cubs. Looks like they are dancing through raindrops. Laborator's already walked 4 Cubs in this thing through 4 innings, but somehow the Cubs only have 2 across, and we're still 1-1 Angels and Blue Jays. Top of the 3rd inning there in that one. Let's get to our G-Bank best bets. And Tom, I want you to take the floor here. 2 WNBA games this evening that you have handicapped both of. You have some plays in there, even some props as well.
Yeah, I'm on Indiana. I laid 5. I think 5.5 is the best number you have available. I still would take it at that number. And I also took the Lynx 12.5. That's last I checked, long gone. I wouldn't go past 14. But let's start with Indiana. It's fascinating, Matt. Caitlin Clark not in the lineup, they've been better. They won the Commissioner Cup easy without her. They were a 10-point dog. They won easily. The other night, they destroyed their opponent. Again, they were a big dog. They are playing better basketball without Caitlin Clark. And I like Caitlin Clark. And I think the way that the league has approached Caitlin Clark, I'm talking about the other players, is ridiculous. I also think the pom-pom waving for Clark is way over the top. She's not as good as you would think based on the conversation around her. Aaliyah Boston is by far the most important player on that team. It's wild. The market is moving like 4 or 5 points when she's announced out. My numbers are telling me she's not worth close to that. I have, I'm just putting together my own box plus minus Raptor numbers, regression, win shares per 40, that sort of thing. And I'm seeing her worth like less than a point. Like she's still young. I know she's actually worth a little bit more than that, but you get the point I'm making. I love Indiana and give me Minnesota in these two particular games. Been on a little bit of a roll here in the WNBA. The market in the WNBA, as those who have followed, has been kind of wild. It's been a roller coaster. Give me a couple of favorites tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if something got announced or whatever, but Minnesota now 9.5 in this one against Golden State. So
it came down to 9.5.
Yeah.
I must have missed this. I must have missed something. Interesting.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Wait a minute now. Did I give? I'm sorry. You know what I did? Here's what I did. I gave Corey the wrong day, the wrong game.
There we go.
I am on Minnesota tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Minnesota tomorrow is playing Chicago.
There we go.
I took them there. That's what it is.
There we go.
I apologize.
No worries. No worries. And that one actually has moved. So if you want to tell Tom, you need to get in on that one. Now we do have some baseball plays. You and I like-minded on the Diamondbacks today. So we're on the Diamondbacks on the money line. Couple of other things that we were looking at along the way. We got some props in this later game. I'm again just going to fade Severino and the A's in that little Cracker Jack park that they are playing in. I'm going to play some Devers. Also going to play some Giants on the run line, and you're going to back the Tigers.
Yeah, I got the Tigers in this one as well. I think Mize is good enough. We talked about this earlier with Derek Carty. I think our number is very, very fair. So I'll lay the $1.27 there. We talked about Arizona already numerous times. I'll lay $1.26 there. Not seeing a whole heck of a lot of other prices that intrigue me. It would be Astros or nothing in that game against the Dodgers. But those are the two particular games that I like here as far as the baseball is concerned. So I got a WNBA game. The Lynx tomorrow. Apologies. I screwed that up. I forgot they played the back-to-back. I should have mentioned that was tomorrow's game. I'm talking about against Chicago, which is 14.5. I don't know if I go that point now. But tonight, Fever 5, Diamondbacks, and Tigers. Yep.
Guys, it is the $500 trifecta. That is from GBank, First Bet, and from VSiN. So you open up a GBank Visa signature credit card. In the first 90 days, deposit and play through $1,000 at First Bet to trigger the $500 trifecta. You'll receive $200 in cash back from your Visa signature card. Then First Bet's going to give you a $100 deposit match. And then to round things out, we will give you a VSiN Pro subscription now through October the 31st. That is the $500 trifecta from GBank, First Bet, and VSiN. You go to VSiN.com/GBank. That is VSIN.com/GBank. It is a one-time promotion. It's limited to customers opening a new account in response to this offer and will not apply to requests to convert existing accounts. Apply today. Terms and conditions do apply. Again, VSiN.com/GBank. So, Tom,
can I interest you in WNBA props, Matt?
Let's do it. Fire them off. Fire them off. Let's do it.
All right. Let's see. All right. So we'll do this, okay? LA at Indiana. Let's take Ari McDonald over 14.5 points plus $1.15. This is what I was firing on earlier when we were talking, by the way. I figured I'd throw this in late. The Erica Hamby under 10.5 rebounds and assists plus $1.10. Azora Stevens over 13.5 points plus 129. Now, Golden State, Minnesota. This is tonight's game, not the Chicago, Minnesota game, which I screwed up on before, which I laid 12.5. This is Golden State, Minnesota tonight. Janelle Salon over 8.5 plus $1.25. Nafisa Collier over 22.5 points plus 125. Kayla Thornton under 12.5 points plus 107. So if you want to have some fun with some WNBA props, there you go. Hey, why not, right? Like we just said, it's a little bit of a downtime. Let's do some WNBA.
The tennis is done for the day. By the way, Good on you. Chilich gets into the house. So you had a winner before right at the top of the show today. A bit of a sweat there for a second, but clean third and fourth for you to win that thing 3-1. Okay, let's close things out here since this NFL guide is out and we just talked about the Eagles for a little bit. Over on the AFC side of things, where do you stand on the Chiefs? I am like not going crazy and saying that the Chiefs aren't going to make the playoffs or anything like that. I just think that it is another year of Kelsey getting older. He supposedly thought about retiring in the offseason. They don't really have an elite receiver. We'll see what happens with Rashee Rice. There's all these different things for me. And I think those other teams have just closed the gap enough to where I don't know if the Chiefs are just going to cakewalk again this year.
I agree. I would look initially, Captain Obvious, checking in at both Buffalo and Baltimore. I think when you look at Josh Allen, when you look at Lamar Jackson, those are two historically great quarterbacks. I don't care what anybody says. I know they haven't won yet. The idea that we judge individual greatness based on team success is stupid. So I love Allen. I love Jackson. I think Baltimore's got the better defense of the two. So maybe it's Baltimore, maybe it's Buffalo, but I think you can look past the Chiefs. It's not as easy. This isn't, late 90s, let's just pencil in the Chicago Bulls. That's not what this is. I know Patrick Mahomes gets a lot of comparisons to Michael Jordan. He's not quite that. It's a totally different sport. It's apples to oranges. I'm with you. I don't know how much further down the board I would go, to be honest. I'm not going Cincinnati with that pathetic defense. We need to relax a little bit on Denver. Please don't give me the Chargers. Herbert was so goddamn. I mean, he was awful in that game in the postseason. Texans, no, although I do think they're going to be better than people think. It's got to be the Ravens or the Bills. I'm looking Ravens plus 350, Bills plus 350. I think if you shop around, you might be able to get at least $4. I'd probably look in that direction. I think there's a reason why the Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens are all in that same price range because they should be. There's no margin between them.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit higher, I think, on the Broncos than most people are. I did like what I saw from Bo Nix. I was just completely wrong about Bo Nix. I thought he was going to be trash, and he was not. And Sean Payton, I guess, is actually a quarterback whisperer and all this stuff that you hear all the time. And so whatever. I can be wrong. Admit it. It's fine. You move on.
Yeah.
I kind of like the playmakers on both sides of the ball for the Broncos. Now, I don't know if that's going to equal a division win over the Chiefs, but I think that just the number, it was like over $3 whenever I played it. It was more of I think that the gap is not near as far as the odds dictate. And so that's why I played the Broncos. Do I necessarily think that they win it? For sure. Not really, but 1 out of 3.5 times do they get it done? Probably. And so that kind of what pushed me over the edge.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's what the public kind of struggles with is the idea, well, if I don't think Denver has any chance to beat Kansas City, why would I even consider them? Because you got to look at the number, right? All they got to do is do it once every 3, in your case, 3.5 times. So from that standpoint, I don't think it's nuts. I think you and I both know the Kansas City Chiefs are better.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today, I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Coming up on the next edition of Follow the Money, hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. Mickey Sudo on the show. She takes it down again, winning the women's Nathan hot dog eating contest. What's next for her, and how does she feel? Also, Anthony Curtis in studio, man about town, Las Vegas advisor, Banana Smoothie Gate. Follow the Money, weekdays 4 to 7 on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Now, Sirius XM Channel 158. Get the VSiN Watch app.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Good afternoon and welcome into Live Bet Saturday. This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Happy Independence Day weekend to you. I'm Grace Remington, back with Will Hill. Got a busy day ahead. So much baseball. We got golf wrapping up. We got 2 guests coming up. I'll tease them in a second. But Will, first of all, it's been like 3 weeks since I've seen you. It's hard, man, because we're on together every weekend, and then I gotta say goodbye. But it's good to be back. I know we're gonna hit a lot of winners today.
Yeah, well, whose fault is that? You're off being the star somewhere. I'm happy you're back. I'm somewhat relieved Hollywood hasn't scooped you up yet. I know you were out doing great things as Mrs. Banks in Mary Poppins, so I want to hear all about that. But good baseball slate. Good to have you back.
Yeah, it was honestly one of the best experiences of my life. I'm so thankful I got to do it. And shout out to VSiN too for working around my schedule. But thanks for holding down the fort here on the weekends while I was gone. It was fun. I'll get the video eventually. So there can be some video proof that I was in a musical. Right now there's some still photos I posted on Instagram, but it was a good time. But glad to get back into our sports routine here. We got a full slate of baseball game. The John Deere Classic is about to wrap up. A couple of guests joining us later in the show. Michael Rathburn from RotoWire is going to give us his best bets for the MLB slate today. And then Billy Body, covering just about everything from the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. He's going to give us some boxing bets, some soccer bets, and some Wimbledon bets from across the pond. We do have a few baseball games about to throw first pitch in a couple of minutes, so I do want to get our official plays in for those. Let's start with the Reds Phillies here. Cincinnati plus 157 underdog on the road. Philly, big favorite here, minus 191 on the money line with a total of 9, but it's getting down to 8.5 at most places. Will, what do you like in this game?
I would go under 4.5 in the first 5. I like Ranger Suarez. I think he's underrated. And Lodolo has a lot of ability. He's been kind of up and down, but a lot of his struggles have come at home at Great American Ballpark, where it's a hitter-friendly park. I understand Philly is a hitter's park as well, but Philly has not swung the bat well, especially against lefties, especially recently. So I love these first 5 unders, especially when you're giving me the 4.5, because so often, 3-1, 2-2, that 4.5 is a very key number in the first 5. At 4, I probably wouldn't play it, but the fact that it's 4.5 is enough for me to pull the trigger on an under. From doing these shows with me, I don't like getting involved in these full game unders in case of bullpens and extra innings and all the things that can go awry late in the game. Just get me in, get me out in the first 5, and I'll go under the 4.5 with a couple pitchers here I like.
So I was looking at this earlier in the day, and I did like the under 9. Wouldn't have played the under 8.5 just because I want to get that key number of 9 in there. The reason I held off was because of the bullpens. And I actually thought of you. I was like, oh, Will is always saying the bullpens are where things can get a little bit shady. So I'm with you on this first 5 under 4.5. I do think Ranger Suarez is very underrated. He's allowed just 1 run in 7 of his last 8 starts. And like you mentioned, Nick Lodolo, much better on the road than at home. He has a 2.31 ERA away versus 4.69 at home. Now, granted, the Great American Ballpark is one of the most hitter-friendly ballparks out there. Philly's ballpark is also hitter-friendly, so I don't know if those home-away splits will be quite as apparent in this split, but kind of the same thought works there, but I mean, it's 2 pitches I like. Both of these offenses against lefties are bottom 10 in hitting metrics. So we both like the first 5 under there. Now, one that we don't see so eye to eye on is this Yankees-Mets game, the Subway Series. Hold on, let me look at the updated lines here. The Yankees minus 143 on the money line. The Mets plus 120 at home with a total of 9.5. What do you like in this one?
Yeah, I talked about this game last night. It will be Mets plus a 1.5 or nothing for me. I can't get to this price with how the Yankees are playing. I know people look at them and say it's a good team that's playing poorly. Maybe this is the time to jump in, but that's a dangerous way of thinking, oh, a team is due. I mean, you can lose a lot of money thinking the team is due. So I don't love Montas, but with the way the Yankees are playing, Mets have won 3 in a row. Maybe they're starting to come out of a funk they were in here. I can't lay a price here with the Yankees, so I don't mind taking the 1.5, which should be another good game. That was a very fun game yesterday. A lot of fireworks, both sides, no pun intended, for the 4th of July. Soto homer, Judge homered, McNeil with a 2-run homer. Yanks blew 3 different leads, and boy, things are just not looking good here for the Yanks. Clark Schmidt now likely out for the season and probably most of next season with a UCL sprain. He's probably going to have Tommy John, so that doesn't factor into today's handicap, but things are not looking good for the Yankees. Their bullpen is beat up. Weaver, Hamilton, these guys, Hill, these guys have all worked a lot recently. So, Rodon, they'll probably try to squeeze 6+ innings out of him. But after that, I don't know, even if you have a 1 or 2 run lead, I don't know where you're going for the last, 9-10 outs if it comes to that. So it'd only be Mets plus the 1.5. I get the sense talking to you before that you lean towards an under. You're a brave soul, because I think the Yankees should hit Montas here. I think you'll see runs on both sides. It's a warm day here on the East Coast, but what's your handicap? What are you looking at in this game? And one last thing here, Judge plus 400 at DraftKings to either walk or get hit by a pitch first at bat. If they pitch around him, which the team should pitch around him more and more, say it's 1 out, nobody on, they just say, let's be careful with him. We'll walk him. If you're looking for a mini long shot payout, a jumbo payout, that's not a bad way to go. Judge, walk, or hit by pitch first at bat.
Yeah. Okay. I like that one. So I do like the under here, and I am going to go to bat here for Montas for just a minute. He's only made 2 starts this season, but his numbers are skewed by one bad start. It was the second start at Pittsburgh where he gave up 6 runs in 4 innings. You look at his xFIP in that game, it was 3.18. Okay. Much lower than the 7 or whatever he threw. So the issue is that he was tipping his new pitch, which is the slider sweeper type thing. Once they got that resolved, 5 of those 6 runs came in the first inning. Then it was 1 run in the second, none in the third and fourth. His career numbers are more, it's a 3.99 expected ERA, a 3.95 xFIP. So I know he's not elite, but he's not as bad as the numbers this year show. And I just think, with a new pitch, tipping problem, like they figured it out. So I just don't think he's going to be as bad as the start to the season. And then I like Carlos Rodon on the other side. So that's why I'm taking the under 9 here. Would not bet the under 8.5. It's all about the key numbers. But do with that what you will. Okay, one that just tipped off, I feel really bad because I should have gone to this game first where I have an official play, is the Red Sox at Nationals. Let me see what the pregame lines were. Okay. Oh yeah. This is crazy because at one point during the day, both Boston and Washington were -110 on the money line, and kind of shocking, right? But that's where Walker Buehler is at this point, is that he's rated evenly with the Nats. But this to pregame total was 9.5, 10. I liked Washington's first 5 team total over 2.5. Just a fade of Walker Buehler. He's allowed 3 earned runs in every road start except for 1, which was way back in April. He's allowed 3 earned runs in 6 straight starts overall, and he struggles against lefties, which is where Washington does most of its damage. So just a fade of him. You looked at his over 2.5 earned runs allowed. It was -150, but then the Washington first 5 team total over 2.5 was -110. So same bet, better price. But what were you thinking for this one?
If anything, I would just take a half a run in the first 5 with Boston. I know you got to lay like $1.40. It's not an ideal spot for these first 5 plus a half a run, because ideally you like a lower total where runs are just at a premium, more valuable. That being said, I don't like either pitcher. Buehler struggles versus lefties. Washington's got a bunch of lefties, so I like your team total overplay. I think they'll hit Buehler. I think the Red Sox, who looks like have a leadoff man on here, will score some runs off Parker, who's not very good. So 10's an expensive price to play for an over, but it's justified. Neither of these pitchers is very good. Again, warm day here on the East Coast, so you should see the ball travel. You should see a good environment for runs. I'll take the half a run in the first 5 with Boston. I'll lay a little juice, but other than that, not much. I agree with your handicap.
Awesome. A couple score updates for the games already in play here. The Rays and Twins in the bottom of the 6th, with Tampa Bay leading 5-1 with 1 out. The Cards and Cubs in the bottom of the 6th here, with St. Louis leading 3-2. The Cubs have men on the corners, no outs. The Angels and Blue Jays are in the top of the 4th, with Toronto leading 3-2. No men on here. They just started the top of the 4th. Red Sox Nats, as we just said, just started. The Red Sox already bringing a run home, 1-0, and they have a man on second with no outs. And then Reds Phillies, no score in the top of the 1st, 2 outs for the Reds. They have a man on first. Did you have any bets on those 3 early games today, Will?
No. Passed on all the 3 early ones. I was once again turning on my TV 1 o'clock, looking to watch some baseball. Nothing was on till 2 or 2:30. I think 2:20 the Cubs game first started. But no, nothing on the first 3. But we got a decent slate here. It looks like Boston already has a run, and they have a man on third with 1 out. So a chance for Boston to score a couple early runs here with 1 on the board already. But no, nothing early for me. And we got a few other games about to start here. Braves and Orioles, 2 teams that just can't seem to get on track. Brewers, Marlins, anything in those games interest you? You want to talk about those on the other side if you want?
Yeah, we'll probably hit them on the other side. Orioles, Braves. Yeah, I feel really uncomfortable in this super hot weather taking some unders, but apparently that's what I'm doing today. So we'll talk about that one on the other side. Lots more baseball coming up. We have 6 games, I think, starting at 7 Eastern or later. Kind of rare for a weekend, but good for us here. We got lots to talk about today. We're also going to get into some NFL because it's football season year round. Today, we're breaking down the NFC East in several different ways, so can't wait to do that later on in the show. If you haven't checked out the VSiN NFL betting guide, you really need to. 94 pages of just really good stuff. We're going to get into that as well. But that starts us off at the top of the hour here for Live Bet Saturday. Lots to get to. Stay with us. I'm Grace Remington. He's Will Hill, and this is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Cancel your timeshare now with a free call. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. That's 800-858-6811.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Shows wherever you listen to podcasts.
Elevate your sports betting game with VSiN's exclusive betting splits. Stay ahead with real-time market trends and track bet percentages on any matchup, then uncover the edge by comparing them to the amount of bets placed to find out where the sharp money is headed. Upgrade to VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill, continuing to get through the baseball slate here. We talked about some of those early games. We have some that have either just thrown first pitch or they're about to. But let's talk Brewers Marlins because that's the one we didn't get to yet. Closing lines were Miami plus 125 dog at home. Milwaukee was a minus 135 favorite on the money line. Will, did you like anything in this one?
No, pass for me. Yeah. Marlins have been feisty here. They've been good as a dog. It's funny. If Alcantara, if Sandy had pitched like the Sandy they'd hoped or expected, the guy from a few years back when he won the Cy Young, this team would be right there for a wild card. They've swung the bats well. Perez has pitched well. Cabrera's pitched well. So to me, they're an underrated team, but plus 115 wasn't enough. I don't love Patrick. I don't hate Patrick. I don't really have any feelings about him. Quantrill's up and down. This was a pass for me. How about you?
Yeah, this was a pass too. Early in the season, it was really easy to fade Cal Quantrill. I went on a rant about him at one point, and I swear they had VEASAN on in the clubhouse because literally that same day, he threw his best start of the season. And ever since then, like you said, it's been up and down. Like he went on this little stretch here where he allowed 1 run in 3 of 4 games, but then it's been, 2 runs, 3 runs, but not nearly as bad as the start of the season when he was giving up 3, 4, 6, 7 runs a game. So if anything, I would have taken the Marlins. Like you said, it just wasn't a nice enough price for me. So that one's a pass. One game that's a little bit more interesting is this Orioles-Braves game. Right now, so Orioles have 2 outs in the top of the first. Atlanta is alive, -150 favorite. Baltimore +150 with the total of 8.5. Did you like anything here?
No, if anything, it would be the over. Braves going with the bullpen game, which are always tricky to handicap. Orioles pitching Kramer, who has not been great on the road. Braves do get Profar back, but they just, every time you think the Braves are about to hit the gas, it doesn't happen, man. They just, Schwellenbacher's out now, Sale's out, and Schwellenbacher's going to be out for a long time. Might miss the rest of the season, maybe back in September. But I don't know, waiting for the Braves, it's just like, I don't know if you've ever had this, just waiting for that ex to text you back. Or it's just, she's not going to text you back. It's over. The relationship's over. You just got to give up. You got to stop looking at your phone. The text is not coming. The Braves are not coming around. It's just, you see all the talent and you're intrigued by it. How could you not be? You see Acuna and Olsen and just go, Riley and Profar and all of the pedigree they have. It doesn't work. I feel like they're always overvalued. I thought about them today, but I can't get there. I do think they'll hit Kramer, so maybe a team total over. If anything, did you have any thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I kind of saw it differently. Although I'm with you on don't wait for your ex to text you back. And I just got to say, I'm proud of my growth because who knows what my reaction to that would have been a few years ago. But I literally gagged when you said that. So I'm kind of proud of myself. Just block them, people.
Why? What happened? We can take a detour from the baseball. What happened?
We're absolutely not.
This is a safe spot.
No, I'm just saying. Okay. I'm just saying younger Grace maybe wouldn't have had the discipline to ignore an ex. Okay. But now, they don't even get a second chance. I blocked them right away. So they can't even talk to me if they wanted to. And I just think that's how it should be. I get really annoyed with my friends who don't do that. We won't go there. But I literally was just having this conversation. I was having this conversation with someone yesterday. I just don't understand people who give their exes multiple chances. It ended for a reason. Got to move on. Wild that the Braves are now in that scenario. Okay, so I was thinking the under. I know Dean Kremer, when you look at his season-long stats, it's not the greatest, but he seems to have turned a corner. In the last 3 starts, he's given up 1 run or less. His last outing, he went 7 shutout innings against the Rays. And there were reports earlier in the season that scouts from Japan and Korea were kind of checking him out because the thought was he could make more money overseas than in the MLB. But I would argue now he's become one of the reasons that, Baltimore, I know they're last in the division, but they are talking about if they can get to 500. I even saw the manager say if we can get to 5 games below 500 by the trade deadline, that we're going to become buyers. So it's quite the turn of events. The bullpen game though for the Braves though, it's a little bit hard to cap. Aaron Bummer is the opener. He's never opened or started in his 9-year career, but his last 2 relief outings were his longest of the season. He went 2 1/3 and then 2 2/3 innings. So maybe they'll let him see the rotation more than once. He has really good hard hit numbers, really good ground ball. So that's good on a hot summer day. So, and then the bullpen, Atlanta's bullpen since June 1st ranks top 4. So I kind of like the under here. I didn't bet it, but I kind of like it. Okay, what else we got? Royals D-backs. Pretty sure this game has started as well. Yes. Arizona is alive, -175 favorite. Kansas City +134. Anything in this one?
I actually thought this was a later game. I guess it's 2 outs top of the first. That's why this money, the live line is adjusted here because it looks like Kansas City not threatening here in the first. It would be Arizona or nothing for me. I can't quite lay $1.85. So maybe, Kansas City takes a lead, or if Arizona goes down in the first without scoring, you can get back to that pre-flop number of like $1.40, $1.45. I do think they have the pitching matchup advantage here with Nelson over Waka. Waka has not been great lately, to say the least. Corbin Carroll is back. Corbin Carroll means a lot, not just with his bat, but with his legs. Arizona, a lot of lefty bats. They really hammer right-handed pitching. They were a hot team, swinging the bats really well before Carroll got hurt. Carroll's injury cooled them off, as you'd expect. So Arizona or nothing, but to jump in at like $1.80 live is not something I have a lot of interest in.
Yeah. It's possible my app was giving me the wrong number. I don't know what you're seeing on Arizona. I'm now seeing it back at -135. We're at the end of the first, though. No score.
Oh, there you go.
So
yeah, I'm seeing 148 at DraftKings. That's okay. I'd play Arizona at -140. I think that's a playable number.
Okay. I actually thought this game was starting late, too. I was going to take the Waka.
I think your phone's malfunctioning. All the X's you block, it probably just puts more stress on your phone, and that's why it's malfunctioning.
I literally just blocked one a couple weeks ago. I'm really proud of myself. That's I just think everyone should do it for your own peace of mind, people. Just move on. I was going to say the Waka under 4.5 strikeouts. He already has one, so it's a good thing this game was early so that we did not bet that. But I will say he's already a low strikeout rate pitcher, and against lefties, his strikeout rate is 3 points worse than it is against righties. And Arizona, I believe, has 7 lefties in this lineup, so shouldn't be a good matchup for Waka. Either way, like our handicap kind of matches there. And
by the way, Riley, a 2-run homer for the Braves. Atlanta's up 2-0 quickly. And the Mets have second and third, 1 out in the bottom of the first. Yankees went down in order. So some quick score updates. Tampa and Minnesota's tied at 5. Boston scored 2 in the top of the first. So mentioned how Atlanta could jump on Baltimore. It might be a team total over. I didn't play it. So of course it's going to win, but Atlanta does have a quick 2-run top of the first here.
I'm just curious because you are a Yankees fan and things are looking bleak for them. What was your preseason thought on them? Like how far they could go? Did you place any futures wagers on them? And then would you hedge in any way now?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to hedge. I did play under 93.5 as soon as that. I remember it was a Friday night and there was whispers that Cole was going to be hurt. So I played under 93.5 and then it went to 88.5. I played a little over it. So I have a nice middle there. When they were playing well, I did take them 3-1 to win the American League because I thought the rest of the American League is not very good. I don't love that bet right now. I thought they were a good team, a playoff team. I liked some of the moves post Soto, but I never thought of this as like a legitimate championship team. And I feel the same way now. I think they're a playoff team. I think they'll bounce back eventually, but they're a team with Judge and Fried, and they're top heavy. They've got some good players, but they're a very flawed team, I think is a fair way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, they were top heavy last year too. And look how far they went. But yeah, I faded their win total preseason. It's just wild looking at the standings. I didn't think I basically just took 2, maybe 3 weeks off of handicapping. Did not expect to come back and see Toronto leading the AL East.
Yeah.
But this division is always competitive. So maybe I shouldn't be that surprised. Yankees and Rays 2 games back of the Blue Jays. Boston 6.5 games back. Baltimore 11.5 games back. So always interesting stuff there. Okay, coming up next, we are going to head to the gridiron. We're going to talk a little football here and break down the NFC East, our favorite bets, win totals to win the division, anything that comes to mind. It's always football season here at VSiN. This is Live Bet Saturday. We'll be right back.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can bank on is gold.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car, and there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this.
Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, we'll figure it out."
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
9, maybe 10 games and taking the division. It's just a lot easier for Houston than for Jacksonville to see, a 6-7 win improvement.
Prop Points, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill here for the next 2.5 hours, taking you through all of today's sports action. Not the result we wanted in the start of this Yankees-Mets game. Mets just hit a grand salami in the first inning. If you are a Yankees fan, like Will, not great. If you were a game under better, like me, not great. But it's okay. We're gonna bounce back, Will.
I thought the Mets plus 1.5 was the play, so a good start for the Mets. I can't trust this Yankee team right now, and they're just I'm not even upset about it. I don't like this Yankee bunch. I liked them last year when they had Judge and Soto. They were fun to watch, but I just think the whole organization, Boone and Cashman, they're just so satisfied with mediocrity. It's not like the old Yankees where if they played baseball the way they play it, George Steinbrenner would fire all of these guys, players, coaches, managers, like 3 times over. Now they just accept it, and they're just another team. They've got Judge, they've got Freddie, they got some good players, but mostly it's just Judge and a mediocre team around Aaron Judge. So 4-0, they trail, and the Mets are getting back on track here at the expense of the Yankees.
I forgot you took the Mets run line. So, all right, we're not all losers today. Good for you. If this score
who hit it, by the way, I got all the games on at once. I didn't even see who hit the grand slam.
Oh, it was Brandon Nimmo. First Mets player with 3 grand slams in a single season since 2003, I think it said.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty nuts. All right, well, now Montas is up. Let's see if I was right about him. I mean, hey, no runs in that first inning, so... all right, let's get into our NFC East breakdown. Taking a look at the odds here. So Philly is the favorite to win the division, anywhere from -135 to -157. Washington is next at +225. Then you have the Cowboys 6-1 and the lowly Giants at 30-1. Wait, are you a Giants fan?
No, I'm a Vikings fan.
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you pick and choose all your winners.
It's random.
The Vikings one is the one we'll let slide because you were a fan when they were not great. So
what do you mean when they weren't great? They've never been great. They've done nothing but torture my poor soul ever since I was a little kid. They've never been great. They've done nothing but disappoint me.
Are your other teams like Kentucky and Alabama and the Lakers?
I'm a Lakers and Yankees fan. I think, and people probably don't care about this, I liked the purple when I was a kid. So that's why I was Lakers and Vikings. The only reason that I got roped in by the Yankees because family had season tickets and we'd go to the games. So I took an affinity for them. So all in all, it's been fine. But the Vikings have not been kind to me, to say the least.
Okay. All right. Those are all legit reasons. Well, looking at our NFC East teams here, I'll give it to you, Will. So we got the Eagles with a win total of 11.5. I guess we can just start with them. Personally, I still think the division is theirs to lose, but are they going to be as great as last year? No. So do you think they go over or under this 11.5?
If I had to play it, I'd probably play over, but the schedule is very difficult. Anytime you're playing an over, especially the high number, you're dealing with a situation where, you know what, your quarterback better stay healthy. And that's a quarterback that, not that he's been injury prone, but he likes to run. And that just leaves you prone to get beat up. You got to go over a big number. It's a tough schedule. It's always tough when you win the Super Bowl, even if you lose the Super Bowl, just making the Super Bowl in general, because people pick you off your players, your coaches. Kellen Moore goes elsewhere. People want to, take your guys. That's why it's impressive what the Chiefs did and have done and what the Patriots have done. It would be a lean towards the over because I still think they're super talented. And this was a team that was 18-3 overall last year. And one of those losses, Hurts got hurt against Washington. So they're really 18-2 when they had their guys. So you're banking on health. You're banking on a high win total. It would only be a lean towards the over. I think they're really good. I wouldn't be shocked if they're NFC title game, Super Bowl. How could you be? It's a loaded roster. We'll see if the passing game, which was an issue at times last year. Remember A.J. Brown on the sideline reading a book, frustrated. We'll see if the passing game can take a step forward. Maybe the defense takes a step back with some of the guys they lost. It would be a lean towards the over, but nothing I bet on. How about you? Do you have any feel here? Philly over under 11.5?
So I think I would wait. I know the start of their schedule is baked into this win total already, but they have a tough 5-game stretch here to open the season. They face Dallas week 1. Then they have 4 straight games against 2024 playoff teams. So maybe see if the win total falls to 10.5 there and then bet the over. But, their toughest games are all on the road. They have the Chiefs in week 2, Bucks in week 4, Vikings week 7, Packers week 10, Chargers week 14, Bills week 17. It's actually the largest year-over-year increase in schedule difficulty for any NFL team. So anytime I see a double-digit win total, I'm not running to bet the over. I still think there's a lot of questions here because they're losing a lot on defense, and it's going to be their 4th different offensive coordinator in the last 4 years. And the offense has kind of looked relatively different each time. It went from pass neutral to run heavy last year. And now the new guy was the passing game coordinator. So, and plus Saquon Barkley, like, can he carry the same load that he did last year? History says no. So kind of a lot of questions here. I'm not really inclined to back the Eagles. How about the Commanders, though? Their win total is 9.5, just a little bit to the under at -115. They have the second largest year-over-year increase in schedule difficulty, but they're not sneaking up on anybody this year. So is there any way you would back Washington this year?
Under or nothing. I think you hit the key phrase. They're not sneaking up on anybody this year. Last year they were the hunted, the hunter. This year they're going to be the the hunted, and they're not going to catch anybody off guard. And plus, when you really break it down, I think 8-2 in one-score games. That's hard to sustain. A lot of success on fourth down. That's going to be hard to sustain. No, maybe some of it isn't because they have Daniels. They have a mobile quarterback, so that helps. They'll be better than an average team, but they played a lot against backup quarterbacks. I mentioned they beat Philly when Hurts was hurt. For a lot of that game, they played Dallas a couple times without Prescott. They got a bunch of reps. A bunch of their plays came against backup quarterbacks. So soft schedule, some good fortune in close games. All of those things to me scream regression. They remind me a little bit of Houston last year, where they were the team with the rookie quarterback that came out of nowhere, and Houston took a step back, even though Houston still won the division by default last year. I just think there's a lot of sort of red flags, teams you look for with regression. I think there's a lot of reason for regression. Plus, Dallas is going to be better. Dallas, you would think, has Dak, and we'll get to them here in a second. They're going to have Prescott for, you would think, a full season. So that's going to make their competition harder. I just think that it's going to be hard to replicate. I think a lot broke their way last year. Obviously, you're happy about where you're at. If you have them, and if you're a Washington fan, you have a franchise quarterback, a legitimate star, it looks like, at the position. But success is not always linear. Just because you take a step or two forward one year doesn't mean you take a third and fourth step forward the next year. Sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and it's not always as easy as you just keep getting better and better. So I think there's a lot of reasons to expect regression here from Washington.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that comparison to the Houston Texans. For the sake of time here, I'm going to move ahead to the Cowboys. Their win total is 7.5, -150 to the over, +135 to the under. What do you think happens here?
I think they're underrated. I think that Dallas becomes a punchline because they haven't won a Super Bowl in so long, haven't played in a Super Bowl in so long. I think it gets forgotten. Before last year, which was got off the rails, Dak got hurt, the defense was bad. They had 3 straight 12-win seasons. Prescott was second in MVP. If you're going to have an offense with Prescott, Lamb, and Pickens, that team's going to be able to move the ball. I think the offensive line's pretty good. I don't mind some of the pieces on defense. I don't love the coach. I think Schottenheimer was an odd choice, and they do make some strange decisions at times. But I think there's more talent than that 7.5 indicates. I think they bounce back. I wouldn't be shocked they win 9-10 games, make the playoffs, win a playoff game. I think they're being slept on here. So I like Dallas. I'm bullish on Dallas here. I think they. I think they're in for a pretty good season. I think it's weird to call Dallas a sleeper, but I do think Dallas is a little bit of a sleeper. I think they're going to be pretty good.
The big question for them is the run game on both sides. This year, they're going to have to rely on Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, rookie Jadon Blue. They ranked 27th on offense in rush yards per game. The defense ranked 29th in rush yards allowed. So that's the big thing for them. We got about a minute here. We're going to break down the NFC East further later on in the show, but the Giants, this is kind of an intriguing one. I feel like kind of a popular pick. Their win total is 5.5, the over +125, the under -145. Do you feel strongly about this one?
I really like their under. It's my favorite season win total. I just think that schedule is going to bury them. They have a coach and a GM on the hot seat. They've got a coach that can be temperamental and combative to begin with. So if they start 0-3, 1-5, does he even make it to Halloween? I'm not sure. I just think that's a brutal schedule. So to me, they're in the mix here for worst team in the league, which is 6-1 odds for fewest wins. I think they're very live to have the worst record.
Yep, they're -1,800 to miss the playoffs, the lowest odds in the league. By the way, if you are serious about winning this football season, the VSiN NFL Betting Guide is your first real edge, and it is available right now. You can lock in our football special for just $175 and get full VSiN Pro access through the Super Bowl. The early bird pricing expires July 31st, so sign up now at vsin.com/subscribe.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're going to go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you going to do? You're going to go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You got to dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay. Because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
143-foot screen. Catch every game, every season. It's the place to be in Las Vegas. Soak up the sun and party all night, 365 days a year at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at circalasvegas.com.
This weekend is what summer's all about, and Macy's July 4th sale is going on now with deals on everything you need to celebrate. Hosting? Turn your backyard into a party destination with 40 to 50% off outdoor entertaining. Beachbound? Turn heads in this season's hottest swimsuits, sundresses, and more. Get away with the kids? Superpower their summer with 25 to 60% off toys from Nerf. Plus, don't miss Macy's 4th of July fireworks live on NBC and Peacock. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill. A couple score updates for you. Tampa Bay and Minnesota tied at 5 apiece in the top of the 8th. The Rays with 1 out here is a plus 106 live dog. Minnesota minus 137 on the money line. St. Louis and the Chicago Cubs also tied up at 5 apiece in the top of the 8th with 1 out. The Cards a plus 128 dog live, and the Cubs a live minus 164 favorite. The Angels and the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th here with no outs. Toronto minus 1,460 live. Philly and Cincinnati are scoreless. Miami taking an early 2-1 lead against Milwaukee. That was a game Will and I both kind of leaned the Marlins' ways as they closed as a plus 125 dog. Atlanta leading Baltimore in the top of the third 2-1. Arizona and Kansas City are scoreless in the top of the third. And then in the Subway Series, which we are watching pretty closely here, Jazz Chisholm adds a run to the board for the Yankees with a home run. Mets leading 4-1. So, Will, your run line bet still very much alive. My under bet not.
You never know. It's never over until it's, what's the saying? It's never under till it's over, and vice versa. So you obviously need some goose eggs here, a couple scoreless frames to feel good about it. You're not in great shape by any stretch, but who knows? You get a couple scoreless innings, and you look up, and maybe it's still 4-1 in the fifth, and all of a sudden you're back in it. We've seen that happen before plenty of times betting baseball. I'm sweating out under 4.5 first five Cincy and Philly. Same sort of scenario where even though like you don't feel good about your Mets Yankees bet, it's not dead. I feel good about my Braves or my Reds Phillies under, but it's same thing. A 5 spot can pop up at any time, so I'm not counting my money just yet. Off to a good start, so keep an eye on these games. Like you mentioned, Cardinals and Cubs tied at 5, Rays and Twins tied at 5. Boston up 3-0 on Washington, and it looks like Baltimore just hit a homer off Atlanta, so that is 2-1 Atlanta with Baltimore here batting in the third. And as I say that, it looks like the Mets did add a run here with a base hit. So not going well for the Yanks, not going well for Rodon. They lose Clark Schmidt for the season earlier in the day, and now Rodon's getting roughed up, and it looks like they're on their way to a 6th straight loss here for the Bronx Bombers.
Oof, man. As you said earlier, they are okay with mediocrity, but I guess if you're going to the postseason and going deep there, that's really all that matters for that type of franchise. I'm keeping an eye on Walker Buehler here because I thought fading him was the move. Let's see, we're in the top of the third. So he's gone 2 innings. He's allowed 2 hits, no strikeouts, but no earned runs. There's still time here. There's still time. I got 3 chances to hit this. I need 3 runs from Washington. Okay. So I gotta say though, looking at Nats Park, I have major FOMO. I don't know if you've been to Nats Park, Will, but especially in the summertime, especially 4th of July weekend, it is just magical because you have the backdrop of our nation's capital and all of the monuments. And my younger brother and his friends went to the game last night and got the fireworks show, and it just looked so epic. So all that to say, how
the 4th of July game, the morning game?
He went, what was day? They went Thursday. They went Thursday night. I'm sorry. And they saw the fireworks show then, but it's just, DC on 4th of July weekend is so freaking cool. So I had some FOMO, but what did you do for Independence Day?
Hosted last night, 7 to 11. Other than that, just hung out at home, watched a little baseball, got the grill going, fired up some steaks, got some, you got to eat well on 4th of July. So was able to cook out here. I went to a baseball game Thursday night too, went to the AA Hartford Yard Goats, maybe half hour from here against the AA Mets. So we saw some fireworks too. Those are fun games. Anyone that likes baseball, you go to a minor league game. It's it's family friendly. Prices are good. It's easier with the parking. So I really love going to minor league games. We're able to see Winkler from the Mets. Winkler is on a rehab assignment. Mania pitched the night before, and a bunch of these guys from the Rockies. Charlie Condon, who's number 3 pick in the draft, is a big time prospect. He just got called up from the Yard Goats. So nice. 4th of July, I think, is underrated. A lot of baseball. Cooking out, weather is warm. You don't have to buy anybody presents. So to me, 4th of July is a top.
Oh, true.
It's interesting. I don't know, top 3 holiday, top 5 holiday. Christmas is great. Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, but you got to buy people presents. There's obligations. 4th of July, you don't really have to see people. You can just kind of sit home, relax, grill, cook out, eat good food, watch baseball. I think 4th of July is an underrated holiday. Where would you rank 4th of July in your holiday power rankings?
Oh, it has always been my number 1 holiday. I love summertime. I love the summertime. I love fireworks. Like, I want fireworks year round for every holiday. Red, white, and blue is a really nice color pattern. So I just love the decorations everywhere. No, it's always been so much fun. And then like barbecues, cookouts, it's just good vibes. But like, good point on no gifts. Although you said you hosted last night and you were grilling steaks for your guests. That's a pretty nice gift.
Oh, no, I was hosting on VSiN, so I was working 7 to 11 Eastern night to host, but I was just home with the family. Yeah, didn't host anyone, but yes, It was. It's nice. Yeah, the food's good. The vibes, I agree. It's I'm surprised number one, but I guess I shouldn't be. It's like I said, underrated. It's a great. I mean, how can you not love the 4th of July? It's great.
It's so fun. I went to the fireworks show in downtown Nashville last night over Broadway. They have a massive show outside Nissan Stadium, and there's a free country concert too. I think Dierks Bentley was the headline. I'm honestly not sure. I avoid Broadway as a local because it gets a little wild. But one of my friends lives in an apartment overlooking Broadway. And so we went up to his rooftop pool to watch the show. And it honestly was one of the best views of a fireworks show I have ever seen, because we had the Nashville skyline with the fireworks behind and above it. And it was honestly just so picturesque. Like, some people were tearing up. That's how beautiful it was. So it was awesome. It was a good way to spend Independence Day. And it's so clutch that it comes on a Friday too. So we all have like a true 3-day weekend to celebrate. Yeah.
You didn't run into any of your exes that you blocked, right? That would be awkward if you ran into them and like, hey, I tried to text you. Like, sorry, it's not going to work. Your number's been blocked for a while.
I know. I'm waiting on one of those. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm trying to think of what I'm going to say when this person's like, hey, did you get my text? No, I guess I just didn't have service the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
No, what I was going to say is, you know what I learned in hot dog betting is when you land on half a number, you can still push. I don't know if you saw that, but Joey Chestnut ate 70 and a half hot dogs. And so his line was set at 70 and a half. So I never knew they're going to need to start setting it like 70 and a quarter or 70.75. But one of my brothers, he actually is degen. I can call him that because he's like a college kid. He doesn't know what he's doing. He middled the hot dog bet somehow. He bet the over 70 and a half and like an under. No, he bet like an over 70 and an under 71 and a half. And I was like, what possesses you to do that?
Hey, shopping matters. Doesn't matter. Hot dogs, basketball, baseball, you shop for the best number. It matters. I mean, who would have thought 70 and a half, 71? Who cares in a hot dog contest? Well, it lands right 70 and a half. And like you said, there were 71 and a halves out there. That one gets to the under. I'm sure for Circa and these books that had to refund everything on 70 and a half, you write all this handle and whatever, handle you write. You just want to be able to collect the 10%, 15% juice, whatever it is. You don't want to have to refund all bets. Then you're not making any money. People either push, or if they got a good number, they win. I'm sure that was a bad scenario. Not that they're, it's going to break the bank. People bet in the hot dog contest, but I'm sure they don't want to ideally, refund. They want winners, they want losers, and they want to just collect, whatever's left over. But that was funny how it landed right on 70 and a half.
Where are we as a country that we're taking in this much handle on a hot dog eating contest? Honestly, that might be the best way to celebrate America. Gambling on hot dogs. USA.
The only time I bet it, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. And remember, he was on crutches or something. Joey Chestnut, I bet he's under because I was like, I don't think he'll be able to maneuver as well. And he went way under. So there's look, if you can bet it, the money spends the same, whether it's a baseball game, basketball game, hot dog contest. The money's money. Money is green no matter what you bet it on. But I don't know. Before we get to break, how many could you eat if you were given 10 minutes? What's like, and there was a financial incentive? What's the most you could eat?
Oh, financial incentive. I don't like hot dogs, so you would have to pay me to eat one. Like, that's where I'm at.
Really?
Good. Okay. Hold on. We're running out of time, but I need to. I'll do the read on the other side. How many hot dogs would you eat in 10 minutes? Do you like hot dogs?
I do like hot dogs. I think once you got past, I don't know. If there was a financial incentive, I could maybe put down 8, 10. I think anything after that. I can't do the water. I know Joey Chestnut does the thing where he dips in the water. To me, that's disgusting. I couldn't do that, but I don't know.
I can't even watch it.
But I don't know. Until you do it, it's really hard to really know.
All right. More baseball betting on the other side. This is VSiN Live Bet Saturday.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit stoptextstoprex.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Or Google Play and join us on the Sports Betting Network. Join Matt Brown and Mike Somich on Ready, Set, Bet as they get you ready to make your bets for all the weekend games.
We're going to be at the end of this thing with money guns, or I'm just going to be like, begging people for change out on Fremont Street.
It feels like the Twins and the Guardians have higher floors but lower ceilings.
Don't miss out on crucial advice for live betting once the game starts, as well as looking ahead to the upcoming action. Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, as we begin another hour here. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill, and now happy to welcome Michael Rathburn on the progressive guest line, baseball writer for RotoWire, covering DFS and sports betting analyst for RotoWire there. He's going to cover some of these MLB games for us. Michael, we were just talking about our likes and dislikes of hot dogs. You don't have to answer that, but how was your 4th of July?
Pretty good. Actually, did a lot of handicapping on baseball, and then just watched some baseball yesterday, and hung out at the pool most of the afternoon, and had a little beverage or two.
Love to hear it. That's a great
All right,
way
Michael.
to celebrate our independence. Oh, go ahead, Will.
Yeah.
You asked the first question.
No, I know you're a Red Sox guy. We were just talking a little bit before that, I'm a Yankee fan. You use that term loosely with the way they're playing and just the way they run the team. But what's your perspective on the Yankees from the outside looking in? Is this a team that's going to get back on track and they're going to ultimately win the division? Or with Schmidt out, the way they're playing, the way they're struggling, is a team that's actually in danger of not only not winning the division, but possibly missing the playoffs?
Yeah, the Schmidt injury is huge. Where it just came out, he's probably going to, I guess, a UCL or TJ, and he's done. Look, when you got to start Marcus Stroman, things are bad. The Yankees, I'm not going to dismiss them at all. And I'm sure they're going to try to make some moves pretty quickly. And I would imagine they're going to be in the starting pitching market pretty aggressively. The thing is with this team is, a lot of the success is really ridden on the back of Aaron Judge in the regular season. And while they got some guys, when Trent Grisham is your number 2 guy in WAR, I think that's an issue. So the depth in the lineup isn't there. The bullpen's getting used more than, because of the starting rotation. I still would expect they're going to go get some pitching. Whether or not they can win the division, I think that's definitely in question right now. It's really going to be based on the moves that they make. I can't dismiss them from not making the playoffs. I just think there is talent on the team, even though it's top heavy with Judge and with Rodon and Fried. You still got a pretty good nucleus of guys there, but they've definitely got to have to get some rotation help quickly.
Let's get into some bets for tonight. Detroit, 12.5 games up in the Central Division. They are a minus 138 favorite in Cleveland tonight. You like anything in this game?
Yeah, it's creeping up a little bit more. I mean, got it early, so it was, I think, around the 120-ish mark. But obviously, the money is coming in on Detroit. Look, Cleveland is probably one of the worst teams in baseball, the way they're playing right now. And that's really what it came down to for me. I was on the Tigers yesterday. I had a feeling it was going to be a low-scoring, close game. And I still think we could be in a situation where this is a low-scoring, close game. That's why I would not recommend laying a 1.5 in this spot. I would go ahead and just play a little bit more juice and take the money line. I could see a similar type of game as yesterday. I could see it being like 4-3 type of game.
Marquee game of the night, Dodgers and Astros. Astros put a beat down on the Dodgers last night, won 18-1. Usually I'd look at a team like the Dodgers and say, hey, good team that was embarrassed the night before. Maybe they bounce back. But with Ohtani on the mound and probably only going 2 innings against Valdez, who's very good, and Valdez is getting a plus price here, I'd probably look towards Houston. Is this a game you handicap?
Yeah,
is this a game you have any opinion?
Yeah, this is the best bet of the day for me by far. Love Houston in this spot. Always look for dogs in baseball. As you know, you got to play underdogs to make money in this game. And whenever you get a really good starting pitcher on the road, typically that's where you're going to get some value. And that's the spot here with Valdez on the road. And they just smacked the Dodgers last night. The bullpen could get taxed again for the Dodgers. And I just think it's a spot. Also, the Dodgers don't hit lefties very well to begin with. So I think you got a lot in play here. And I think there's a great value on Houston tonight.
I love Houston tonight as well. They've won 9 of their last 11. They have the 5th shortest odds at this point to win the World Series at plus 850. Massive favorite to win their division. Is there any futures play you would place on Houston at this point?
Yeah, they're my favorite futures play right now to win the American League and to win the World Series. And a couple things that you have to look at. When you're looking for value in the futures market, it's in the chalk, as you guys know, the chalk doesn't pay. I mean, taking the Dodgers and the Yankees, there's no value there. So you start looking at, I was looking at the Phillies because they're starting pitching. I think the Phillies are going to go get some offense, especially an outfielder. And I keep thinking, as a Red Sox fan, one of our guys is going to get traded, whether it's Abreu or Duran. And you got to think that maybe a guy like Andrew Painter would get traded to the Red Sox for Duran or Abreu. I'm not saying straight up, but I think that may make a lot of sense. The Phillies definitely need to go get an outfielder. So I'm backing off the Phillies a little bit. I like them kind of as a number 2, but I love the Astros. Look, their track record is tremendous. A lot of people wrote this team off at the beginning of the year. I've usually been on them every single year, and I actually got off them and went on the Rangers this year, and I feel silly for doing that. But you also got to think, Yordan Alvarez potentially coming back. He's supposed to be coming back in about 2 weeks. Yeah, I know he got an injection in his hand. If Yordan Alvarez can come back and give them anything, and then Jeremy Pena is out, and if Jeremy Pena comes back, he's arguably been like a sleeper MVP type candidate. They've got 2 guys coming back in their lineup that are really going to give them boost. They probably got to go get another starting pitcher and maybe another guy in the bullpen, but I really like the Astros as a future play.
Michael, this time last year, the Tigers were off the radar. They made a run in the playoffs. The Mets, even to some extent, came out of nowhere, 2 wins away from a World Series. If I made you pick a team with a similar profile, either around 500, under 500, that you think can come out of nowhere, not that you're going to get a run like that every year, but is there a team in your mind that's lying in the weeds here that can actually make some noise come postseason time?
You got to think this is a complete homer play, but I got to go with the Red Sox. And it's not. Look, they're going to get Bregman back. The pitching is going to get healthy. We're starting to see a turnaround with the starting pitching. Giolito, Bayo, Crochet. Buehler is pitching well today, but he's an unknown. They could get Dobbins on. Dobbins is on a rehab. You still got Fitz. You still got Houck coming back if they can get him fixed. They got Hicks in the bullpen. This team can play well when they're focused and they're not making stupid mistakes. When they play good baseball and they do situational hitting and they don't make bonehead plays, this team can compete with anybody. And I expect that they're going to be buyers at the trade deadline as well. They got to go get some right-handed bat. They got to get somebody to play first base. And I do think that one of the outfielders is going to get traded, whether it's Abreu or Duran. I don't think they're going to sit tight on this. And I think that the lineup is going to be a lot deeper. Some of these guys they're having to play in their lineup right now are now either going to go to the bench or AAA, like a Toro or Romy Gonzalez or guys like that. So I do think that, they are floating around 500. Now, the thing about them is they have a brutal schedule coming up right after the All-Star break, where they got to go play, I believe, the Cubs, the Dodgers, and I believe the Phillies, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be the key to the season. If they can get through that stretch without getting crushed, I think they got a really good shot. But if they end up getting crushed against those teams, then it's probably going to be over. But I think that they are in a spot, and they're starting to play better. And that the thing about them is if they cut down the strikeouts, they typically win. It's really when they strike out a ton, they lose, and when they don't strike out, they win. So that's really going to be the key, is getting to be more situational hitting and not striking out as much.
Last game of the slate today, Pittsburgh throwing Mike Burrows against Luis Castillo and Seattle. Really low total here, 7. Do you have any plays in this game?
Yeah, I do. And I think a lot of times in baseball, unders, you get good value on unders when there's a pitcher who's not really a household name. And not saying that he's an ace by any stretch of the imagination, but he's serviceable. And he's throwing in a ballpark that we know is very, very pitcher friendly. And the Pirates have been playing a lot better since the manager changed. They're about 500. So I would like the under in this game. I could see it being a 3-2, 4-2 type of game. Certainly not really on the Mariners in this spot. If anything, it's really hard to take the 1.5 too. So I think if anything, you got to go Pittsburgh money line, but I really like the under.
Did you have any plays on Sunday that you wanted to get ahead of and give out here?
We'll go back to the same ballpark. I just checked the lines before we came on to see what was out. And I was thinking that the Skeens-Kirby matchup may see a 6. It hasn't got to 6 yet. It opened up at 6.5, 7. I would tell you to grab the 7 and go under with that immediately. I mean, we could be looking at a 1-0, 2-1 type game.
Awesome. We'll be watching that for the rest of the evening. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. Can you let everyone know where we can find your work?
Sure. Rotowire.com. And if you go into the MLB betting section, you can see articles there, usually about 3 or 4 times a week that I have posted.
Awesome. That is Michael Rathburn, baseball writer for RotoWire, joining us on the Progressive guest line. Thanks so much, Michael, for your time, and enjoy the rest of your Independence Day weekend.
All right, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Michael.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, Will. So we got an under 7 to look out for tomorrow between Paul Skeens and George Kirby. I'm glad he gave us that update because I'm looking at the schedule now and it keeps saying Andrew Heaney for Pittsburgh. So that is a huge difference in handicapping this one. Glad he could tell us that. But anything for Michael that stood out to you there?
I had a feeling he was going to say the Red Sox. I was either thinking Red Sox or Rangers. You know, when you ask a question, you kind of think like what your answer would be. I could see the Red Sox making a run. He makes a good point about the pitching getting healthy. And the Rangers are a team with their pitching. If they can just get some offense, which they've got players,
right,
names that you like, that's a dangerous team. But we'll see if they, they have enough time here to make a run.
Yeah, I had a couple preseason wagers on the Rangers, so I would really like for them to wake up. All right, we're going to get into those late baseball games on the other side. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
The stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Response to this offer and will not apply to request to convert existing accounts. Apply today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN daily newsletter, and I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers ready to spend, right? VSiN talks to millions of engaged sports fans every month, folks with money in their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill. Happy Independence Day weekend. A couple score updates for you now from the Diamond, the Rays and Twins. In the bottom of the ninth, it's all tied up, but it looks like the Twins could win it here in a walk-off. They have men on the corners. The Angels and Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th tied up at 3 apiece, but Toronto with men on first and second. Red Sox have totally run away from the Nationals here. It was kind of interesting going into this one. Both were minus 110 on the money line for a majority of the day. But Boston now leading 9-1 in the bottom of the 4th. The Nats with a man on first and second. The Reds leading the Phillies 1-0 in the top of the 5th. Orioles leading the Braves 5-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Brewers and Marlins tied up at 2 apiece in the top of the 4th, although Milwaukee has the bases loaded with 2 outs here. Feeling not so great about my Yankees Mets under. They're at 7 combined runs now here. Mets leading 5-2 in the top of the 4th. But Will, your Mets run line bet still looking good. I should have tailed you on that one.
Mets plus 1.5 looking good, and then under 4.5 was the other play in the first 5 in Reds Phillies. That is 1-0 here on the top of the 5th. So you never mentally cash that ticket, especially with an under, because anything can happen at any moment. All hell could break loose, but at least in good shape so far here as we are still in the top of the 5th. And the Twins did beat the Rays. That game is a final, I believe, 6-5. The Twins win. So the Rays, couple days in a row here, the Rays have lost in walk-off fashion as that division looking like a 3-team race with the Yankees playing the way they're playing and Clark Schmidt hurt. Doesn't look like Toronto's going anywhere. Rays, Blue Jays, and Yankees, that could be a 3-team race down to the wire. I know there's still a long time to go, but halfway through the season, doesn't look like anyone's going to pull away. Yankees had a 7.5 game lead at one point not that long ago, and they look up yesterday at one point, they're in 3rd place. So that will be a fascinating race to watch. Yankees are going to need to make some moves. As far as these other games, Arizona up 2-0 on Kansas City. I wish I'd bet that one. That was a lean that I didn't fire on. It's always how it seems to go. And then Baltimore up 5-3 on Atlanta. We're seeing a lot of runs in that game.
Let's get into these late games. Astros Dodgers being the first one. And I have to shout out Greg Peterson here. He does his daily baseball write-ups. The way he wrote this Dodgers write-up today, I don't know if this is tongue-in-cheek or if he's just in machine mode. But the first sentence, he says, the Dodgers starting pitcher has yet to go more than 2 innings in a game. Shohei Ohtani is starting today, and he's just the Dodgers starting pitcher. Like, it's just the most nonchalant way I have ever heard anyone refer to Ohtani. So I thought that was hilarious. But Justin Robleski is going to be taking the bulk innings after Ohtani. Framber Valdez on the other side for the Stros. So we kind of mentioned this with Michael Rathburn, actually.
Yeah.
But do you have a play in this one?
I didn't bet it yet. I might bet Astros plus. I'll call the Astros plus money a bet. I'm actually going to check here and see if I can get a half a run in the first 5 and get reasonable juice. Although part of it is I want to fade the Dodgers when you're only getting two innings out of Ohtani. Robert said he's probably only going 2 innings. They're being very careful with him. Didn't put him in rehab starts because they didn't want to lose his bat. So he's rehabbing at the major league level, which is unusual, very unusual. Valdez at plus money against a guy who's only going 2 innings. Remember, Dodgers had to use a bunch of bullpen arms yesterday. Now, they let Davis really take the brunt of that. They didn't go deep into the bullpen, but they went with an opener yesterday, and Kasperius only gave him a couple innings. You had to get 7 innings out of your bullpen. Now you have to get 7 innings out of your bullpen again, and you got to lay a price. With how good Valdez has been, it would be the Astros at plus price. The Astros a half a run in the first 5, taking a half a run. That'd be the only way I'd play it. So I'm pro Astros here. It sounds like you have a similar opinion.
Yep, I did end up playing this one. I got Houston at plus 130. Basically, let me see. I think it came down to bullpens for me. Houston ranks number 1 in xFIP Sierra. The Dodgers ranked 20th or worse. Houston, the bullpen since June 1st is throwing a strike rate of almost 33%. That is absurd. The Dodgers rank 16th in strikeout. Houston ranks 3rd in walk rate. Dodgers are 19th. This Robleski fellow, it's only his 2nd year in the majors. He's only made 7 appearances this year. And even though, so you look at his numbers, he has a 4.08 ERA a 383 expected. So you would think, oh, he's gotten unlucky. Maybe he'll have some positive regression. I was looking at his pitch breakdown, but his primary pitch, the four-seamer, which he throws 30% of the time, has really bad expected WOBA numbers. Same with the sinker, which is the second most used pitch. So the two pitches he's throwing over 50% of the time are not looking good. So I think it should be a little bit closer on the money line, giving us value on Houston here. But looking at the betting splits as well, which you can find over at VSiN.com. I checked them earlier in the day. Houston was receiving just 31% of the tickets, but 50% of the handle. So that would tell you that the market is on that side as well. Let's go to Tigers Guardians, because this is another one we talked about with Michael Rathburn. And hold on, let me get you the updated numbers here. Tigers minus 126 on the money line, and Guardians plus 113. It's Casey Mize against Logan Allen.
This is way cheaper than I thought it would be. Allen is not very good. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the expected ERA, the contact, I mean, all of his numbers are really ugly. I know the Tigers more lefty bats than righty bats, and Logan being a lefty, he'd prefer a right-handed pitcher if you're Detroit. But again, Logan Allen's not very good. Mize has been decent here. I know the Tigers bullpen has been taxed here the past couple of days, so maybe that's part of the movement reason for the lower than you'd expect line. But to me, Tigers first 5 money line is the play for me. I don't want to get involved in the bullpen. I want to fade Allen. I think the Tigers are pretty cheap here, almost suspiciously cheap. I'm surprised this line is as low as it is. I like to trade quite a bit here, first 5 money line.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I ended up betting Detroit's first 5 run line. I found it at even odds last night. So I'm going to back.
Would you lay a half a run
here? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Detroit has the better offense. They're second in weighted on base average, weighted runs created plus, walk rate against lefties. They're 6th in strikeout rate. Cleveland against righty is 28th or worse in everything. Logan Allen, I don't know why it's priced so evenly. There's nothing in his underlying metrics that say this. I think it's honestly people or the market is just used to Casey Mize having a few off years, but he's really put it together this year. His strike rate is up. It's still average, but it's up because he's worked on his splitter. He's throwing his slurve more, which he introduced last year. It's now his 3rd most used pitch and has a 35% whiff rate. So this one stood out to me, but I'm taking the Detroit first 5 run line. You got them on the money line. We got the battle of the losers tonight, the White Sox and Rockies. I have a personal rule. I don't bet on anything that happens in Coors Field. Too much variance. I want no part of it, but it is kind of hard to look away when you have the battle of the losers. So do you have anything in this game?
I passed the game. You were not on last Sunday when I was going through my Rockies under 9.5 June bet that came down to the last game, the last inning. I had +2 the other way. I had a nice middle and then a home run with 2 outs and nobody on, and then a loss in extra innings. And then last night I had White Sox first 5 and up 2-0 in the 5th, and then they made an error. Dropped a foul pop-up, and then it pushed 2-2, and the White Sox ended up winning. I've actually liked betting this White Sox team here and there. Hauser's been an underrated guy. Shane Smith has been decent at times, but Cannon and Coors Field I want no part of. Marquez has been okay, but I share your sentiment. I don't really want to get involved in this. I guess it would be over 11 or nothing, but these 2 lineups stink, so you got to get to 12 runs with 2 crappy lineups. That's not really a direction I want to go. This is not how I want to spend my Saturday night, sitting here watching the White Sox and the Rockies. I'll find something else to do with my time. I'll find something else to do in terms of my bets, my money. I'm not betting this game. If you had to bet something side total, what would you bet?
No, I'm telling you nothing. Like, it is a hard rule that I live by when I see the.
I gave you a free $100 to bet on something. What would you bet?
All right. Let me freaking look at this. See, the thing is, I'm telling you, I have no play because.
Neither do I.
No, let me think about it. I'm going to come back to it later. I'll come if you're telling me
that's
you gave me
right there. People are going to be on the edge of their seat. People are just going to be chomping at the bit to hear what you're going to bet hypothetical 100 on for the Rockies and the White Sox.
Tell me this: would you rather watch the Yankees lose or watch White Sox Rockies?
If I had no money on White Sox Rockies, I'd rather just watch the Yankees lose.
Yeah, honestly, that's more entertaining. No matter how they lose, it's going to be more entertaining. Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we're going to get into more baseball. Still a couple games left to cover here. I think we have 3 more games that we haven't even touched on. It is just a loaded slate today. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Don't go anywhere.
Find what you love, love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk
Olivia
right through the door.
from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy, and I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
On the next A Numbers Game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on Future Sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Happy July 4th weekend to y'all, and thanks for joining us during your holiday weekend. plenty of baseball. This is actually one of the best Saturday baseball slates we've had in quite some time. And Will, I think you just cashed a winner. Which one was that?
First 5 under, Reds and Phillies gets home, under 4.5, pretty sweat free. 1-1 after 5. I was actually thinking of taking the Reds plus a half run in the first 5 too, because I like Lodolo. Anytime I like an under in the first 5, usually getting a half a run, not a bad way to go. But didn't play it. Another lean that I liked somewhat, but didn't play. It's getting to be a theme. It's actually kind of frustrating, but can't complain too much. Was able to cash a winner with the under first 5. I got Mets plus 1.5 pending, so we'll see if we can rattle off some more winners here. Did you? I know you liked. Did you like the full game under? What did you have any play on that? I forget what you said.
I liked the full game under 9. I didn't quite fire on it. I played the wrong under 9. I played the Yankees Mets under 9, which is still not dead, but it's not very alive either. And I'm kind of waiting on the Nats to get one more run here in the bottom of the 5th. They're at 2 runs. I need a third. Walker Buehler, I was fading him. He's allowed 6 hits. Only one of those runs is earned 2 strikeouts. He's at 83 pitches in 4 1/3 innings. So hopefully they have one out. Hopefully Washington can bring one home here. What else do we got here? The Angels and Blue Jays are tied at 3 each in the bottom of the 8th. The Orioles and Braves are now tied at 5 each heading into the top of the 5th. Brewers and Marlins in the top of the 5th. Milwaukee with 1 out. That is a tie game at 2 as well. The Diamondbacks leading the Royals 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th with no outs and men on first and second. I believe that was a game you leaned toward the Diamondbacks on the money line. I think, at one point they were live minus 130. I want to look at Waka. Ooh, yeah, so I didn't play this, but Waka's strikeout prop was 4.5. He's at 4.
He's out too. He just got pulled.
Oh, wow. Okay. There we go. Barely get the under there. Let's get back to these late games, though, because there's still 3 games we have not gotten to yet. We'll start with the Rangers and the Padres here. It's Patrick Corbin Day. The Rangers plus 106 on the money line. The Padres, this one getting a little bit shorter. I think they were minus 130 earlier this morning. They're minus 120 at MGM now. You like anything here?
Not really. Texas, like you said, Texas, I think it was plus 130 on the overnight line. That seemed intriguing because, Kolek going for the Padres, he hasn't been great. Padres don't hit as well as, some people might think. You think of the Padres, you think, you got Machado and Tatis and all these great bats, Merrill. There's a lot of holes in that lineup. They don't score as many runs as you'd think. I don't love the pitcher. Corbin's actually been okay for Texas. That was a guy that people could just blindly fade for years, whether it was team total over or, yes, run first inning. He was just so bad for so long. He's actually been respectable here. I think this price is about right. I don't have a play in this game. Do you?
I really don't have a play here either. I've been trying to find a way to either back or fade Corbin. You're right. Patrick Corbin Day was something to celebrate for 3 straight years there. And to start this season, he was actually kind of like you could back him for a while. But
sure.
I was tracking him. He started the season through 9 starts. He had an ERA of 3.75, but those expected numbers were in the mid-4 range. He's regressed back that way now. His ERA is now 4.26. But even then, that 4.26 ERA is his best since 2019. So that says a lot. His strand rate has also fallen 10 points to start the season. It was 86%. It's now down to 76%. So that shows you luck has caught up to him. So I'm not too inclined to back him now. I think he's kind of regressing back to where he has been the last few years. Right. You have Stephen Kolek on the other side, 28 years old, but it's his first year in the majors as a starter. He made 42 appearances as a reliever last year and started this season in AAA. I think he's been serviceable. He has a 3.73 ERA. The expected is 4.20. The FIP is 3.87. So those are all they match up there. Padres have the slightly better bullpen, but it kind of is hard, like you said, to believe in their offense. So I would lean Padres here. I just don't feel strongly about it. So it's probably a pass for me. But let's go to the Giants and A's here. The Giants a heavy favorite here on the money line, minus 173. The A's plus 144 at home with a total of 9. Do you like anything here?
Not really. Severino going for the A's. He stinks. Webb is pretty good, but Webb's usually better at home than on the road, and Webb has not been great recently. The Giants are favored. They're rightfully favored. I'm going to lay $1.75 with a Giants team. That's really not much in terms of a lineup. I wouldn't play anything. I just, if I had to play something, Webb at 20.5 outs in this hitter's ballpark away from home, is he really going to get through 7 complete innings or, what? Yeah, he's got to get 7 full innings. He's got to get 21 outs to beat you. So 20.5 outs, I would look towards the under of Webb if I had to play anything. Side is a pass, toll's a pass. When you see a 9 in Sacramento, it's probably not a bad idea to go over because it's such a hitter-friendly park, especially hot night here as we get into summer. Ball should be flying. So lean towards the over, but I do like the under outs for Webb. How about you? Anything for you in this game?
Yeah, that's a good one. I like your idea on the under 20.5 outs here. I was looking to pick on Luis Severino here. He has not been good at Sutter Park, which we know is a hitter-friendly ballpark. Of the 71 qualified pitchers at home, he's in bottom 5 in most of the pitching metrics. So I was thinking San Francisco first 5 team total over 2.5. Severino, his strikeout rate, when he was at his peak in his career, it was anywhere from 28 to 36%. It's now down to 15%. The four-seamer, the velo's down there. He's doubled the usage rate on his cutter for some reason, and yet the metrics there are not good. Yeah. So, just try to find a way to fade him. I guess we're fading both pitchers today. Again, not a game I feel too strongly about, but I like your play. I like fading Webb. I like fading Severino in some way. This next game I feel a bit more strongly about, and we briefly went over it with our guest Michael Rathburn earlier in the show, but Pirates at the Mariners, it's Mike Burrows against Luis Castillo. Seattle, a minus 167 home favorite, Pittsburgh plus 140 with our lowest total of the day, 7 runs.
Yeah, you see a total of 7. You think it's like, Skeens versus, Tarek Skubal or something. I mean, it's an exaggeration, obviously, but 7, you think of 2 lights out pitchers. Castillo is solid, but not as good as he used to be. Burrows is okay. I would only look towards a 7. And I think the 7 is really, really low. I don't know if it's enough to play the over 7, but I don't love the idea of laying this price with the Mariners. Pittsburgh can't really hit, especially away from home. I think the Mariners win. I don't love the idea of laying almost $1.70 here. It would be a lean towards the over, if anything. How about you? Anything you're interested in playing here?
I think, if anything, I would play the total. I do kind of lean toward the under. You can get it at even odds. But I did a little digging into Mike Burrows because it's not really a name I'm familiar with. He's the number 15 prospect for Pittsburgh, and their plan was to always have him as part of their starting rotation. But Tommy John surgery in 2023 kind of derailed his career. But he reworked his slider this offseason. It has 10 more inches of downward movement and over 3 inches of glove side break. His fastball hits 95 miles an hour. So there's some good stuff here. And in the month of June, he has a 2.73 ERA with a 3.23 expected FIP, a strikeout rate over 27%. So I actually kind of like the underlying metrics for this kid. Luis Castillo, not as good as he used to be, although looking at his history, he has outperformed his expected metrics for the last 3 seasons. I was waiting earlier in the year for him to kind of catch up with his expected numbers because he has a 3.55 ERA, of 4.72 expected, but he's outperformed 3 straight seasons now. So it wouldn't really surprise me if he keeps doing that. So I kind of like the under 7 here. Not sure I'm actually going to play it. It is a pitcher-friendly ballpark, so we shall see. Could be one of those things where the market's just not too familiar with this guy's name, like Michael said, and that's a good way to exploit it. But before the line moves, This is what you need to know. Sharp Plays is already there. They don't follow the market. They help shape it. You're not going to outsmart billion-dollar sportsbooks or full-time sharps all by yourself. But with the Sharp Plays, you don't have to. Backed by advanced AI and connected to trusted insider sources, the Sharp Plays delivers the kind of edge that serious bettors count on every day. You'll get free betting reports, real-time alerts, and market-moving insights straight to your inbox or X-Feed. And this isn't some summer side hustle. The Sharp Place has been proving it since 2011 with documented results, public logs, and transparent receipts. SharpPlays.com is trusted by the pros and watched by the books. Visit SharpPlays.com and stay ahead of the line. All right, we've done enough baseball. Let's get back to football. We're going to continue our preview of the NFC East that's coming up next on Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow, awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency. Who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Traffic 25.
Looking to get an edge over the sports books? Become a VSiN Pro subscriber and get access to an encyclopedia of knowledge from Steve Makinen, VSiN's analytics guru and expert handicapper. With a VSiN Pro subscription, you can view daily matchup data based on 3 sets of power ratings from Steve, as well as his published analytics reports and weekly betting systems and trends to help you become a better bettor. I'm managing editor Adam Burke, and I'd love for you to join us as a VSiN Pro. Check out vsin.com/subscribe for more information.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill. We talked a little NFL football earlier in the show, break it down the NFC East. But, the bottom feeder in the division, our conversation about them got cut off. And so I want to start there, Will, because I know you feel a little bit strongly about this Giants team. However, I've been seeing a lot of people saying the over 5.5 at plus 125 is the move for the NYG this season. You don't feel that way. Is 6 too many wins
I don't.
for this team?
I know it's dangerous or it's tricky to go through the schedule in June, July, and try to figure out who's going to be good and who's not. And we think we know, but the NFL, it's a small sample size sport, and there's a lot of unpredictability with turnovers and just there's randomness in football in a 17-game season. That being said, pull up the schedule and show me the 6 wins. I mean, they start at Washington, at Dallas, the Chiefs, the Chargers. They play all those good teams in the NFC North. They play the 49ers. They get the Eagles twice. At the Patriots. They're not going to be favored in any of these games. I guess the Saints game is like a toss-up, a pick-em. That game is in New Orleans. Other than that, they're going to be underdogs and significant underdogs in all of these games. I think it's really a dire situation, barring, I don't know, what's the path for them being good? Russell Wilson or Winston turns back the clock. Abdul Carter is an instant impact edge rusher that makes them a really good defense. I mean, this team, outside of that run, Dable's first year with Daniel Jones, this has been just a bottom feeder franchise for a very long time now. Then you got in the situation of Dable, who's a temperamental guy, a combative guy. He goes into the season on the hot seat. The GM's on the hot seat. We saw how that went for the Jets last year, where they started 2-3. It wasn't even that bad, and they fired Robert Saleh, and it just went off the rails. I could see a scenario where they're 0-3, 1-4. They fire the coach, and they turn things over to Jackson Dart, and it's just a complete rebuilding year. I understand that people, like some of the players in the front 7 with Burns, and Thibodeau, and if you're going to throw Carter in there now, I get that. Maybe they'll be a little bit better defensively, but that schedule is just absolute brutal. A brutal schedule. I didn't even mention a game at Denver in there. I mentioned at Vegas. They're going to be significant underdogs in all of these games, and unless they're much better than we expect, I just think they're going to get swallowed up by that schedule. And there's a saying, when you're the worst team in the division, you have the hardest schedule because you don't get to play yourself. The Eagles look at their schedule and say, all right, at least we get 2 games with the Giants. The Cowboys get 2 games with the Giants. The Giants don't get to play the Giants. The Giants' 6 division games are the Eagles, the Commanders, and the Cowboys. To me, that's, I don't know, 1-5. I mean, it's just, to me, it's like a 2-3 win team potentially. And I think 6-1 to have the worst record is a good bet. I just think they're going to be destroyed here by what is about as tough a schedule as you're going to see in the NFL.
I can see the argument for why people might think they go over, because it is do or die for this staff. So every game is a must-win scenario. That defensive front 7 has some of the best talent in the league. They did put in some effort to revamp the secondary. And no matter who the quarterback is, it's going to be an upgrade. But right now it's looking like it's Russell Wilson. And I was reading some quotes out of the spring practices and OTAs and such. There's some like passive aggressiveness going on here. Maybe not. We'll call it passive shade, I guess, some shade. Wan'Dale Robinson said this about Russell Wilson. We haven't had a quarterback that's going to command everything and you know exactly what they want. Not the best. It's a little hard to understand in writing, I think, grammar-wise, but basically, they have not had a leader. He has not played under a leader in New York. And it sounds like Russell Wilson's doing his best to organize workouts, organize dinners. He's texting his skill players, making sure like, hey, do you understand these concepts? All high praise for him. But is it enough? You look at the schedule, like you said, they're not going to be favored in any division game. So we'll call that 6 losses. They play 6 playoff teams from 2024. And the non-playoff teams they face all got better. The Bears, Patriots, and Raiders. You could say their most winnable game here is the Saints, but you're playing that one on the road in front of a rowdy fan base. I don't know how many fans will be there, but yeah, it's hard to find 6 wins here.
Is Wilson even their best quarterback? Is Winston their best option? Is Jackson Dart their best option? Like, if I had to win a game right now, it's really close.
I will say that
Winston or Russ. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say about Winston, though, I feel like there is some upside with him just because of his high variance style of play. You don't know what's going to happen. It could be a pick six or like a 60-yard bomb, but at least you got the upside. Either way, those.
And I feel like he'll drive Dable crazy if he played Winston, because Dable's just going to have a hard time living with the bad plays and turnovers.
So right.
But it was that Monday night game, Cleveland-Denver, where it was a lot of fun. He threw for 1,000,000 yards. He threw for pick sixes too. I mean, it was the full Winston experience. But if you're looking to juice the offense and just figure out a way to, in some of these games score 24, 28 plus points, it's going to be hard with Wilson because I don't think there's much around him besides Neighbors. Outside of Neighbors, and he's already beat up. Remember, he got beat up a lot last year, and that's what happens when you only have one weapon. You're just always throwing him the ball, and he's always being attacked. You can just kind of tee off on him. I don't know where the difference makers on offense are. Scatabo was nice in college; was a good player in college. Tracy, the young running back, was solid, but they don't have a lot in terms of juice at receivers, tight end difference makers. There's just not a lot of great players on this team, and I don't see the 6 wins there. I really don't.
No, you're right. They're minus 1,800 to miss the playoffs. That's the lowest odds in the league. So they might tank for the number 1 overall pick. And I know they just drafted Jackson Dart. So I was about to ask, are they going to tank for Arch Manning? Probably not. Although, I don't know, you could do a trade there.
But that's different. You pick a guy 25th, and that could be a different GM picking him. Now, again, I don't think Dable and these guys, they're not going to think, hey, let me lose so I can pick first in the draft, because they're not going to be around to pick first in the draft. It's not going to help them at all if they get first. But let's just say they get off to a bad start. Everyone gets fired. If you have the first pick in the draft, you might like Jackson Dart. The old regime might, but there's a difference between a guy that went in the 20s and a guy that's a first pick in the draft, plus Manning in New York. That would be fascinating. I think it's on the table. I'll put it that way. I think it's squarely on the table. I think it's very possible.
That's a great point. Wow, we just spent almost the entire block talking about the Giants, and everyone probably hates us. So we got to move on to the Cowboys, whose win total is 7.5, juice to the over at minus 150, plus 135 to the under. New head coach here, Brian Schottenheimer. It's been 5 years since he was a full-time play caller. Hopefully they'll get Dak Prescott for a full season this time. But kind of an interesting situation for the Cowboys here. What do you think about this win total?
I like them. I think they're going to be pretty good. I like the over here. I think taking a shot on them to make the playoffs, a wild card. I don't think they quite have the upside to win a division, barring injury luck for Philly going the wrong way and maybe Hurts getting hurt, which could happen. He's a running quarterback. Dak got hurt last year. No reason Hurts can't get hurt. But I think people forget this team won 12 games 3 years in a row. They're just the Cowboys are just shoved down everybody's throat on a lot of these major networks, to the point where people get sick of them. People get sick of hearing them. They've choked in the playoffs, but they've been a really good regular season team outside of last year. Under Prescott, I think Prescott's 76-46 as a starter. I mean, Prescott's a legitimately good starter, and you're going to give him Pickens, and Pickens is playing for a contract. Pickens probably going to be on his best behavior, just getting traded from Pittsburgh, feeling like he's got to prove something. And now Pickens is going to be a situation where he's actually got a good quarterback. He hasn't had that his whole time in Pittsburgh, which is part of his frustration. So you're going to have an offense with Prescott, Lamb, and Pickens. That team's going to be able to move the ball. All right, they don't have a great running back, but running backs can be interchangeable. I think they're going to be good on offense. I think they have enough pieces on defense to be competitive. How about these for awards? Lamb, 20-1 Offensive Player of the Year. And if you really want a long shot, a bomb, George Pickens is 200-1 Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh,
Again,
wow.
You don't have to bet a lot to get a lot of entertainment out of that. I think they could be really good on offense. I think Dallas is being slept on.
That's fine. Pickens not the only skilled player there in a contract year. The tight end Jake Ferguson, also in the final year of his rookie contract, didn't have any touchdowns last year, but could return to his Pro Bowl 2023 form, where he had over 760 receiving yards, 5 touchdowns a year. The reports out of training camp or spring workout sounding really good. Because we are limited on time here, I want to ask you this about the division odds, because there has not been a back-to-back winner in the NFC East since 2004. So that would take Philly out of it. Washington at plus 225 or Dallas at 6-1. Would you be interested in either of them to win the NFC East?
I'd rather have Dallas at 6-1. I don't know that Washington can duplicate a lot of the things that made them successful last year. That being said, Philly has a lot of talent. Maybe it's about time that streak comes to an end, and maybe Philly actually breaks the streak and wins it back-to-back years.
That's fair. The last time a team did win it back-to-back, it was Philly, and I'm pretty sure they won it 4 straight years from 2000 to 2004. If you want to know where the money is really going, unlike other sources, our betting splits come straight from Circa and DraftKings Sportsbooks, giving you insight into where the sharp action is landing. Circa is known for taking big bets from professional bettors, while DraftKings provides a broader market perspective. That means you're getting the real action, not just public money, but the kind of wagers that move lines. See the percentage of bets versus the percentage of handle on every game across every major sport, helping you make smarter bets. Sign up at VSiN.com/subscribe.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
Club Rooftop Cocktails. Reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Do you want an edge betting baseball? Check out VSiN's First 5 Innings Analyzer. It tracks every MLB team's first 5 innings, moneyline records, totals, and run lines, so you know who's hot and who's not. Did you know the Dodgers are one of the least profitable teams in the first 5? Get more tips like this and start betting smarter only at VSiN.com. SiriusXM subscribers can get the first month of VSiN Pro for just $1.58. Use promo code GRACE at VSiN.com/subscribe.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday as we begin the third and final hour of the show. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill. Thank you for joining us this 4th of July weekend here on VSiN, the sports betting weekend. Hopefully we can send you off with some winners before we end today's show. A couple score updates for you. Minnesota beats Tampa Bay in walk-off fashion at 6-1. The Twins win as a minus 121 moneyline favorite. It goes over the total of 10. St. Louis beats Chicago Cubs on the road 8-6 as a plus 138 underdog. This one goes over the total of 11.5. And some live scores for you here. Boston still up big on Washington 9-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Mets leading the Yankees 7-4 in the bottom of the 6th. The Angels and Toronto Blue Jays tied at 3 each in extras at this point. Toronto with the ghost runner on second right now. 6 total runs in this game, a live total of 8.5, which brings up a great point from producer Rick. Will, he asks, when you're looking at these baseball games that are late into the game, are you looking to bet live overs when it's a tie game?
Not necessarily, just because if the home team just gets one, the game ends right away. Now, if the road team starts to score, they can get as big an inning as they want because the game obviously doesn't end. I just worry, and especially once you get to ghost runners, as much as it scares me off of full game unders, I see it so often where they squander the ghost runner. And if the top half of the inning ends in a 0, then all the bottom team needs to do, the home team needs to do, is just get one across, and you only get that one extra run. So I get the thinking. And I haven't tracked it where I just focus on games that are tied late and play the overs and just track the totals and what they're priced at and how often unders hit and how often overs hit. It's not a bad thought. I just worry that the home team scratches one across in the bottom half of the inning, the game ends, and you only get that one extra run. You don't get the blow up inning. So it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad thought. It's just not one trend or, way of attacking this angle, I should say, that I bet routinely.
Yeah, sounds like a job for Steve Makinen. He's really good at tracking that really niche data. Think we should hire him out to track that. Philly leading Cincinnati 3-1 in the top of the 8th with a man on first. Milwaukee and Miami still tied at 2 apiece in the top of the 7th. The Brewers at the man on first. Atlanta and Baltimore tied up now at 5 apiece. They are bottom of the 6th now. That live total, 13.5. The Braves alive, minus 170, favorite to win. And Arizona leading Kansas City 4-1, heading into the top of the 7th. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, Will, but Aaron Judge was apparently hit with a baseball, an errant throw during warmups between innings, and it broke his glasses. And he now has a Band-Aid near his eye. So this team, I don't know what they did, but the bad luck keeps on coming.
I did not see that. So he was warming up and somebody threw it to him and he misjudged it? Or did it come from, where did it come from? Where did the ball come from?
This is from John Boy. So I feel like he's a trusted source on the Yankees. I can't listen to the video because we are on air, obviously. Someone said Volpe threw the ball backwards toward Judge instead of throwing it to the crowd.
Oh, geez.
Okay, so, it's just literally so stupid. Okay. Yeah, so the team's cursed.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. So, yeah, Volpe threw it as he's coming off the field. Need a Band-Aid, but he stayed in the game. Great. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Let's get to these late games now for anyone who missed it earlier. Let's go to the Astros-Dodgers, because I think this is the most intriguing game of the night slate. It already is getting a little bit shorter toward the Astros side. I bet them at plus 130 earlier in the day. They're now plus 124. Dodgers minus 150 at home. Shohei Ohtani just being used as an opener today. I guess we can call it that. Against Framber Valdez. But what do you like here?
I like the Astros at the plus price. I looked; they were plus a half a run in the first 5, minus $1.25, which it's not an ideal situation because you're getting Ohtani for 2 innings, and I do like the fact from an Astros perspective that Ohtani's not going to be around that long. But when you're betting first 5, that's still it's 40% of your bet there. So I still like that angle. I like the Astros plus money. I just think that it's a Dodgers team that doesn't hit lefties great. They use a lot of bullpen arms last night, although they made Noah Davis really wear one and eat one for the team New Year's Eve. A ton of runs after Kasperius pitched. They didn't use their better relievers, but I just think Valdez at a plus price is the way to go here. Astros have been playing well. You're only going to get 2 innings out of Ohtani, and then you're going to get this cavalcade of relievers here from the Dodgers. So the plus price on Valdez, to me, is the way to go, and getting a half run in the first 5 is the way to go. I know you were leaning towards the Astros. Did you ultimately get there here with Houston?
Yes, I did. I bet them last night. I was really excited to see this price. I was surprised we were getting such a nice price on them because Framber Valdez numbers are actually pretty good. And then you look at Justin Robleski, who is going to take the bulk of the innings after Ohtani. On the surface level, it looks like he's due positive regression, but when you dig a little bit deeper, the 2 pitches he throws over 50% of the time, his 4-seamer and his sinker, they both have bad expected weighted on base average numbers. So I like the Astros pitching advantage here. They have a much better bullpen. They rank top 3 in just about everything, whereas the Dodgers rank average or worse. And then Houston is one of the best teams in hitting lefties. Robleski's a lefty. So on it, everything just points the Astros' way. So this is probably my favorite bet of the day, honestly. Stros money line. Let's move along to another exciting team here. Detroit at Cleveland. The Tigers minus 135 on the money line. The Guardians plus 114 with a total of 9.
I like Detroit. I played it on the first 5 on the money line. That price, I think, is starting to tick up in the first 5. The reason I like the first 5, the Detroit bullpen is taxed. A lot of their better arms have pitched, 2 days in a row, 2 out of 3, things like that, where I'm not sure how they're going to get the final, 6-9 outs of this game. That being said, Logan Allen going for Cleveland, he stinks. The Cleveland lineup stinks. They can't hit at all outside of Ramirez. It's just a broken offense. So I was surprised how cheap this was on Mize here in the first 5. It's almost suspiciously low sometimes. When you see something that looks too good to be true, you almost don't trust yourself. You're like, what am I missing here? This is one of those what am I missing games, because I think this line should be a lot higher in Detroit. I get the bullpen is a concern here, but Detroit first 5 money line is a play for me. I don't like the Cleveland offense. I don't like their pitcher. It's as simple as that. So I like Detroit. Sounds like I think we're on the same page here.
We are indeed on the same page here. I'm trying to see what you can get now. I laid half a run in the first 5 with Detroit. I got it at even odds. It looks like you can get a minus 105 at Caesars or ESPN Bet. I like Casey Mize. I feel like he might be a little underrated in this spot just because he hasn't, the last 2 seasons has not lived up to what he was in college. His ERA and FIP numbers are the best of his career right now. His strikeout rate is higher. His walk rate is down. And it's because he's been working on his splitter and his slurve, having really good success with those. Logan Allen, his strikeout rate is down. The walk rate's up to 10%. And he throws 5 pitches. He mixes them pretty evenly, pretty consistently. Only 2 of them rank above average. So I think there's a pretty big discrepancy between the pitchers here. Detroit's offense is much better. We'll take the Detroit's first 5 run line, half a run at minus 105. White Sox Rockies, we're going to skip that one because I still have not thought about your hypothetical free $100 bet. I'll get that later in the show.
Yeah.
Rangers Padres, you got any feeling there? Padres minus 120, the Rangers plus 100.
Not really. Money's coming in on Texas. I get it. I think the Padres were probably a little overpriced. Kolek's not great. The lineup, despite recognizing a lot of the names, Machado and Tatis and Merrill, they just don't hit as well as you might think when you think of the Padres. But Texas, not a great lineup either. I don't know, under 8 maybe. But again, I don't love Kolek. And Corbin's been better, but do you really want to bet an under 8 here? To me, it's a pass. I think this line is about right. I understand people taking the plus prices on Texas, but now that those are pretty much gone in terms of significant plus money, I don't have much interest in betting this. How about you? You have any play here?
It's definitely a pass for me. If anything, I would lean the Padres. I understand the under because both of these offenses leave much to be desired. But I think with the starters, you have a slight edge with Stephen Kolek. The Padres have a slightly better bullpen. It's just not enough to actually wager on it. You're right about the money coming in on the Rangers. I'm looking at the betting splits from Circa right now on VSiN.com. The Rangers are holding 39% of bets, but 91% of the handle. So interested to see how that one turns out. Another game I want to get to here. Giants at Athletics. It's Logan Webb and Luis Severino. You have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I don't like Severino. I like Webb, but I like him more at home, and he has not pitched great recently, Webb. I'll go under 20.5 outs for Webb. That means he's got to get through 7 full innings in that small ballpark where offense is really favored in that environment, especially a hot summer night. A lot of things have to go right for you to get through a full 7 innings and get the 21 outs. It needs to beat you there to go over. So under 20.5 outs for Webb is my favorite play here.
Yep, I like that one too. If you need a proxy, you can join the world's biggest football contest with one trip to Vegas anytime before the season starts. Trusted by thousands of players over the last 9 seasons, Winner's Circle Proxy Service has helped clients win over $9 million in the last 2 seasons. Learn more about using a trusted proxy service. Visit winnerscircleproxy.com/VSiN. Billy Body joining us next on Live Bet Saturday.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can't.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Now, and use code VSiN to get started.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the sports betting network. NASCAR hits the streets of Chicago this weekend for the Grant Park 165, the only street race of the season. It's a 2.14-mile loop through the Windy City. Shane Van Gisbergen is the plus 165 favorite. He won it in 2023. Alex Bowman won it in 24, making Chevy 2 for 2. Looking for a sleeper? Keep an eye on Christopher Bell at plus 750. For racing picks and more, sign up for VSiN Pro. Get access for football season plus the VSiN NFL betting guide, all for $175. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. I'm Grace Remington with Will Hill, and now joining us on the Progressive guest line, the one and only Billy Body, joining us to talk all sorts of spots. He's from the Soccer Sports Betting Podcast, so that's where we will start with the FIFA Club World Cup. Real Madrid just beat Dortmund maybe 20 minutes ago, 3-2. What were your thoughts on the final score there?
My thoughts changed in the last 5 minutes of the game because it looked like a very routine Real Madrid win. They were 2-0 up. A lot of people would have lost their money on the over because it was all the way up to over 3. It wasn't your regular over 2.5. So I think a lot of people like to do that. That's not been good in this competition, by the way, because of the heats and the certain kickoff times. It's actually been in more of an unders tournament. But the over came through, and you saw that chaotic side of Real Madrid. The chaotic side of Bayern Munich ended up being their downfall against Paris Saint-Germain because they allowed too many shots to Flamengo and they allowed too many clear-cut chances to PSG. And Dortmund in the end didn't deserve to score in that game. It was so one-sided for 88 minutes. But the fact that Dortmund did score 2 goals still show that there's a level of complacency at Real Madrid, which is concerning when your next opponent is Paris.
Billy, selfishly, I have to ask you about Wimbledon, and I want to start with the ladies because it's been so much fun to watch. We've had so many upsets, carnage, unpredictability. Rybakina gets upset today by Towson. What do you make of all the upsets? And if you look at the outright market, Sabalenka now odds on -110, Iga at 5-1. I thought maybe before the tournament there was some value on here. So all of the upsets, outrights as they stand now, what has been your takeaway here for what's been a crazy Wimbledon tournament on the ladies' side?
Yeah, I have a long-winded take on it that I'm trying to keep short. I just feel if Sabalenka doesn't win now, that she's not going to be able to win this tournament. And it's very set up for her. Wimbledon is a very media-friendly tournament. And I think one thing that Sabalenka's team has done very, very well over the last 2 years is to get her doing fun things off the court, really calm her down. She was blowing matches regularly, normally at the semi-final stage. She's made the step up. Now she's losing finals. But I don't think the on-court stuff is an issue for her in terms of like the way that she can blow opponents off court. If she's on her game and she's psychologically dialed in, she will beat everybody. But it's the off-court stuff. And this is a player who even went on Kyrgios's podcast and said she wants to be loved. Her interview yesterday when she beat Raducanu was perfect. What I felt that happened there was you inherited a lot of fans that you didn't have before. So if the tournament get on board and the BBC, which are the company that the TV station that has it over here, if they get Sabalenka doing loads of fun media stuff, if Sabalenka starts to win over the fans, if Sabalenka's doing a lot of stuff on social media, distracting herself from the fact that you're the favorite, you're the world number one, all the seeds are dropping out, you have to win now, then Sabalenka will go on to win the tournament. But she's in the right tournament to do it because Wimbledon will love her, the BBC will love her. We'll see her doing so much stuff this week that keeps her mind off the fact that she's number one and she really has to win from this point. And I think she'll get it done this time. And I felt that way since the beginning. Like, she was my pick from the beginning. I felt like after losing 2 finals, she'd get it right here because the people that can beat her, Goff, Rybakina, I just didn't think that they would beat her.
Billy Body joining us on the Progressive guest line. We opened the segment talking about the FIFA Club World Cup, so I want to get back to that. We're down to the semifinals now. On Tuesday, it'll be Fluminense and Chelsea, with Chelsea the favorite there. The second semifinal is Paris and Real Madrid. Don't have the odds on those yet, so maybe you can kind of give us your projection, but your thoughts on these 2 semifinal games and bets you might make.
Yeah, I think from the second Man City went out and their price, the way that they went to favourites after beating Juve was a mistake by the books because they beat a rotated Juve team, came through an easy group. When you look at what Man City did in the season and how teams exposed them, the gap between the defence and the midfield, they should never have been installed as a favourite. So the other side we've known for a while since their exit has been weaker. It was Chelsea's to blow and it's still Chelsea's to blow. Chelsea have shown that they have been able to set up. They're not trying to be flashy and flamboyant. They're trying to win football matches. So they're not allowing South American teams or inferior teams to sit in the low block and beat them in transition and counter-attack against them. They know they have the better players. They've been probing. They've been patient. and I don't see them slipping up here against Fluminense. But for a lot of people, the final happens on Wednesday between Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid. PSG are the favourites to win the competition at about plus 150, and Real Madrid are coming in at about plus 190, which means I'm projecting odds of around about minus 125 for PSG to qualify, maybe minus 130, and Real Madrid should be a shade of plus money, about plus 105. That's what I think it will be. But ultimately, what we saw in the final 2 minutes of the game is concerning to me, because Paris Saint-Germain are going to press you high up the pitch. They're going to win the ball in areas constantly, because the thing I've said about them throughout the competition, and something that the European teams and the world teams haven't been able to work out, is the antidote for Paris Saint-Germain making you feel like you're playing against 13 players, because those two fullbacks, Mendes and Hakimi, they push up the pitch. They're there as attackers, and then they're back there doing their defensive duties as well. So it feels like you're playing against 13 players. And Real Madrid, even today, weren't able to fill their full strength lineup. The Howson suspension isn't good, because he's been good in this tournament. That red card at the end isn't helpful. And I think Paris Saint-Germain are going to nudge through and get to that final against Chelsea.
Back to tennis, the men's side. We got a classic final in the French Open. Right now, in terms of winning the outright, Alcaraz plus 135, Sinner a little longer, plus 145. Is it as simple as one of those two? Is it just, you know what, you take the plus money in Alcaraz and you put it in your account and you forget it? How do you handicap the men's side, and any of the matches tomorrow interest you?
I've not really got an interest in tomorrow as such. I haven't scanned through that. I mean, there will be opportunities at the moment on the overs at the moment. The way that they're being juiced up with these numbers, look carefully at the 35, 36, 37s. You only need one long set, and you need 4 sets in one long set. So a lot of these overs have been coming in games that don't involve Sinner and Djokovic, should have been more dominant than Alcaraz. It's very hard to win 3 in a row. I'm not looking past Novak Djokovic. The way Djokovic has performed, I'm not saying he's going to win the competition, but there should have been a bigger adjustment from the books from 7-1 to plus 550. Plus 700 to plus 550 is not an accurate adjustment, I feel, for somebody who has won 24 Grand Slams, has absolutely dominated it on the court, and looks like there's a new lease of life injected into him, where he suddenly looks 5 to 10 years younger than he did. So the matchup against Sinner is going to be very, very interesting in the semi-finals. But yeah, I think it's going to be all chalk from there. And if Fritz is waiting for Alcaraz in the semi-final, I think that's the only thing I'd be concerned about. But otherwise, I think the people you expected to win the quarters will ultimately come through, despite it being an upset-heavy tournament so far.
We have several high-end boxing matches coming up later in July. And I know one that you want to hit on is Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano. One of the more closer bouts anticipated in terms of the odds. Serrano a minus 175 favorite, Taylor plus 140. Do you have a specific bet in this bout?
Yeah, so what you'd see here is something I don't think you'll ever see again. So this is a third fight, and the girl who lost twice is the favorite. And she opened up, and this opened up as a pick'em when the lines were released at minus 110, minus 110 each. And Amanda Serrano is already getting close to around about minus 180 already. So you'll never see that ever again. Like somebody who lost 2 fights, and this opened up as a pick'em. Now she's the favorite again. That's because, in my opinion, and the opinions of a lot of other people, she won both of those fights. We're now moving over onto Netflix. We know Serrano is promoted by the Paul, by Jake Paul. Jake Paul has a relationship with Netflix. I think we could see some fairer scoring here, not so much leaning towards the Eddie Hearn fighter, who is Katie Taylor. And I just don't think there's any way Serrano loses this fight. Katie Taylor will actually have to win this fight, and I don't think she's won any of the last 2. But obviously, as we're recording, and I tried to do this super early, we're a week ahead, we still have lost that minus 110 line. So I think just go to the decision now, which is still touching plus money at 21 to 20 plus 105. These two girls, I don't think are going to knock each other out. It's going to look really good, but 2-minute rounds is really hard to knock each other out. So I think Serrano on points at plus 105 is the right way to go.
That's a great observation. Billy, can you let everyone know where we can find your work?
Yeah, I'm on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. I'm the host of the Soccer Gambling Podcast. I'm also the host of the Fight Show, but the Soccer Gambling Podcast is the feed that I'm on over on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. I run a website, lockbetting.com, where I put my spreadsheet inserted place. And I've got 145 months in a row of transparent and track profit. So if you want to hit me up if you have any questions, my Instagram is @lockbetting. And my X, if you don't have Instagram, and some people don't, it's @SGPsoccer.
Awesome. Billy Body, great analysis as usual. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck with your bets this weekend.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy.
All right, coming up next, we're getting into the NFL VSiN betting guide. Really great stuff from all our experts. You don't want to miss it.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car, and there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide to this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAFFIC25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code TRAFFIC25.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Thinking about backing a rookie quarterback as a big underdog this NFL season? Think again. Since 2015, rookies getting 6.5 points or more are just 21 and 121 straight up, with a cover rate under 41%. They're averaging only 16.8 points per game. Not enough to keep up. Big line means bad offense. Don't be fooled by the spread. Get the early bird price for VSiN Pro this football season, plus the VSiN NFL betting guide for just $175. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
If you're serious about winning this football season, the VSiN NFL Betting Guide is your first real edge, and it is available now. It's packed with in-depth previews of all 32 teams, season win total breakdowns, best bets from your trusted VSiN experts, player props, and betting projections, everything you need to bet smarter all season long. Lock in our football special for just $175 and get full VSiN Pro access through the Super Bowl, including every betting guide, daily best bet emails, 24/7 video access, and all the data and tools on VSiN.com. This early bird pricing does expire on July 31st, so don't wait. Sign up today and get your copy of the NFL season betting guide at VSiN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. All right. So obviously, Will Hill is one of the most popular hosts here on VSiN. So you appear on just about every show. You should know your colleagues pretty well. So I'm going to put you to the test here. We're going to crack open this 94-page NFL betting guide that all the experts here at VSiN put together. I'm going to read you a blurb, and you got to tell me who said it. Okay, so that's the name of this segment. Who said it? Number one, here is the best bet. The Lions to win the NFC at plus 550 and to win the Super Bowl at 11-1. And here's the quote. Everyone is selling Detroit, and I get it. Both coordinators are gone, and the center unexpectedly retired. Now the whispers of, can Dan Campbell really coach, are starting again. But the answer, yes, he can. Who said it?
All right. I do this with Stormy a lot whenever I co-host with Stormy. She turns everything into a game, but she at least gives me multiple choices. Can I get multiple choices? Because there's a lot of people to pick from.
Wow.
I do have a guess, but I'm just asking for, I don't know if it's even a lifeline. Can you give me even A, B, C, D? I need something here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me, okay. Multiple choice. JVT, Dave Ross, or Tim Murray?
Dave Ross. I was going to guess Dave Ross before this. I think he likes Detroit. I'm going to go Dave Ross.
Wow, good job. Yeah, it was him. You see, you didn't need the multiple choice. You just wasted like your lifeline on, was it Wheel? What is it? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? That's where they had the lifelines.
Yeah.
You got to save those. Okay. I'm told you should get this next one. So there's no multiple choice here. The bet is Rams to win the NFC at 11-1 and the Rams over 9.5 wins. And the quote is, the young Rams grew up and rallied to finish 10-7. Repeating as the division winner won't be easy, mostly because the 49ers face a softer schedule, but the Rams have the coaching and the talent on both sides of the ball to win it all. Who said it?
All right. I'm not going to ask for the multiple choice because you said I don't need it. And if I don't need it, I'm guessing it's Matt Humans, who I think is very high on the LA Rams.
How do you... Okay, you've done too many shows. This is too easy. Did you know
I work
this?
with Matt every week. I did 4 hours with him yesterday. I listen.
Did he talk about the Rams last night? Because that's cheating.
We did an NFC West preview. He likes the Rams. He mentioned he had an Eagles Super Bowl, Eagles future last year, and the Rams scared him, and he was high on him. So I listen to my co-host, Grace. I don't know about you.
Good job. It's the young Rams. That's what gave it away. I just heard his voice saying it that way. Okay, number 3. The bet is the Saints to finish with the worst record at 5-1. And here's the quote. When someone who covers the team says, don't bet a dime on the Saints, you have to listen. Mike Detillier from WWL knows his stuff and thinks this team will struggle. With a new coach and the worst team in the division, while also considering Cleveland and Tennessee should be better, I will go with New Orleans to have the worst record and fewest wins. Who said it?
All right, I want multiple choice. I want some options here.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I have to think of something that doesn't make it obvious. Okay. All right. So Saints, let me think who would talk about the Saints. Let's go. This is going to be so obvious. Stormy, Mitch, or Paulie?
I'll go Mitch. Mitch was the first guy that came to my mind anyway, but I don't really have anything to back that up. I'll go Mitch Moss. I don't feel great about it.
It was Paul.
Oh, man.
Close enough. Saints to finish with the worst record.
All right.
You said, it is. Giants to finish with the worst record at 6-1. I don't have the odds in front of me, but I kind of like this. I wish I could see it because I don't think it'll be Tennessee. Do you think the Saints will have a worse record than the Giants?
I think it's very possible. I like the 6-1 option here with the Giants. Plus, the Giants play the Saints, and that game is in New Orleans, so that could be a little 2-game swing. Where if the Giants lose on the road to the Saints, that's a nice little twist where the Giants get a loss and the Saints get a win. But I'm ready for the next one.
All right, let's do it. This one's already too easy. Come on, producer Rick. Speaking of the Giants, the under 5.5 wins. The quote is, I get the sense this will be a popular play, and that always scares me, but not enough to keep me off it. The Cinderella run of 2022 seems like a distant memory now, as Brian Daboll made the playoffs and won a playoff game in his first Giants season. But in the 2 years since, has come closer to picking first in the draft than returning to the postseason. Who said it?
That was very eloquently written. I want to say, I don't know that William Shakespeare did NFL previews for VSiN. So since it's not him, I will say I said it. I think that is mine.
Yep. William Shakespeare Hill, as he is known around these parts. Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, it was good. I love how the under, you think the under is a popular play. I swear the over is where I've been seeing a popular play. So I guess the Giants are just the most popular team in the NFL this year, not the Cowboys. That's all we have. Although, hold on, I need to pull up the guide here because I was scrolling through it and something caught my attention. I don't know if we have the answer to this, but in the NFC East preview section, everyone on staff made their pick to win the division. 20 people picked the Eagles, 5 picked the Commanders, 1 picked the Cowboys, no one picked the Giants. But that one person picking the Cowboys, I feel like we can all guess who that is.
It's probably Dave Ross. He's an optimistic fellow, and he's a Cowboys fan, so I'm guessing it's Dave.
He is. I don't know if the optimism is like inspiring or just sad. I think Cowboys optimism is it's sad. Although you're on his side this year.
He's like a little kid though. He's a believer. He's an optimistic. He's an enthusiastic guy, and you can't break that. The Cowboys have tried over the last, 2-3 decades, but he believes in. I don't know that they quite get to the division, but I like the team. Like I said, Pickens and Lamb to go with Prescott. Some of the pieces on defense, I think no reason they can't bounce back and be like a 10-plus win team. I mean, they won 12 games 3 years in a row. Last year was a disaster. I get that. People don't like the coach. I get that. But I think they're being slept on a little bit here, as much as a Dallas Cowboy team can never be a sleeper.
I love how earlier in the show you said something. You were like, it's weird calling the Cowboys a sleeper, but literally that is the narrative every single season. Oh, they're a sleeper to win the Super Bowl. Okay. But out of these,
making fun of me? Was that, were you mocking my voice? Were you making fun of me?
That was the William Shakespeare Hill voice.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Out of these four bets, the Lions, Rams. Okay, so backing the Lions, backing the Rams, fading the Saints, fading the Giants. Which one of those 4 do you like the most?
Well, I'm going to pick the one that I chose the most because I picked it. So obviously, if I liked the other ones more, I would have picked it. So I'll take mine aside. I will say out of the other 3. So what was it? Lions, Rams, and
Lions
what was the third one?
The NFC. Lions to win the NFC at plus 550, the Super Bowl at 11-1. Rams to win the NFC at 11-1 and the over 9.5 wins. Saints to finish worst at 5-1.
I do like the over 9.5 for the Rams. I think as long as Stafford's healthy, which look, he's 37, shaky offensive line. It's possible, and you always have to think about this with your handicapping. It's easy to look at these teams at full strength. Everyone's going to play. Everyone's going to be healthy. It's football. It's a violent game. People are going to get hurt. But if Stafford's healthy with him and McVay, you add Devontae Adams, and some of the young defensive personnel they have, I think that's a 10-11 win team. So I think over 9.5 is probably the one I like the most out of all those.
Yeah, I think so too. I just feel like those Lions odds should be a little bit longer to win the NFC. So I kind of want a better deal there.
Tough division too.
That's very true. But like I mentioned earlier, if you are serious about winning this football season, you need to check out the VSiN NFL betting guide. It dropped last Tuesday. It is packed with in-depth previews of all 32 teams, season win total breakdowns, best bets, player props, betting projections, everything you need to bet smarter all throughout football season. 94 pages long. There's a lot to dig into there. Right now, you can lock in the VSiN football special for just $175. You'll get full access to VSiN Pro through the Super Bowl, including this betting guide, all our betting guides, daily best bet emails, 24/7 access to our video content, and all the data and tools on VSiN.com. Sign up today at VSiN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Our best bets are next.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either.
I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat and I'm doing a downward dog and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How do you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star, and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open, don't speak with your mouth full, keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure. Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other and build family memories we will carry with us forever. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. It's easy. Just put in your zip code to find family-friendly outdoor destinations near you. You'll also find guides to free activities, games, and amazing forest facts. Give the magic of the outdoors to your kids and reconnect with your family. Find a forest near you at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
And in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
You're up for football season the sharp way with a VEASAN Pro subscription. Right now, grab our football special for just $175. An early bird deal that gives you full VEASAN access through the Super Bowl. That includes our NFL betting guide, loaded with team previews, power ratings, and season-long best bets. Plus, pro picks sent to your inbox daily, betting splits from DraftKings and Circa, live shows on the VEASAN Watch app, and so much more. Don't wait. Sign up now at VEASAN.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
If you're betting on sports, why not try the races? First Bet lets you wager on hundreds of horse races every day from top tracks across the United States and around the world. Sign up at firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com. Use the promo code VEASAN200, that's VSIN200, to claim a 20% rebate for your first 60 days up to $200. Head to firstbet.com today. Welcome back into Live Bet Saturday. It's been a busy Saturday here, lots of baseball, and we are about to send you off with our best bets for the evening. Our best bets brought to you by G-Bank. Will, what you got tonight?
Tigers, first 5 money line. Mize against Logan Allen. Allen is a guy I like to fade. I'll just keep it simple. Cleveland doesn't have a good lineup, and they don't have a good starting pitcher, so I'll take the first 5 money line. I don't like laying the half a run. I think that's the route you went. That always makes me nervous. You know what? If it's 2-2 after 5, I always say it. 2-2 after 5, I'll happily take my money back. Winning by a run just makes me nervous, even though, you know what, you are paying for that half a run. You are paying for that security, but I do like the Tigers' first 5 money line. Calling around minus 140, minus 145. Shop around. I don't have the number right in front of me. I know that has been on the move, but to me, this is suspiciously low in favor of the Tigers. I don't like the full game because I'm scared with how much they've used the bullpen and their main relievers the past couple of days, but I do like the first 5 money line fading Allen in Cleveland. And I'll take Houston plus a half a run in the first 5. You're only getting 2 innings out of Ohtani. After that, they're going to mix and match relievers. The Dodgers are. Houston has been playing well. Valdez is very good. I can understand taking the plus price on Valdez, but I will play it safe here again. Same sort of thing where I want that half run in the first 5. If it's tied, I want to win my bet. I don't want my money back. I want a winner. So I'll take the half a run here with Houston in the first 5, minus $1.25 or so.
All right. So we're on the same side, different angles here. I'll start with Tigers Guardians because that's where you started. I went with Detroit first 5 on the run line, laying the half a run at even odds. I believe the best price you can get now is minus 105 at Caesars. Basically, I think these pitchers are mispriced here. Casey Mize has really turned it around. 2.86 ERA, a 3.23 expected. Those are career high numbers. His strikeout rate has improved. It's because the whiff rate on his splitter has gone up. He's increased the velo on that splitter 1.5 miles an hour. He introduced the slurve in 2024. It's now his 3rd most used pitch. The velo on that has gone up, and it has a 35% whiff rate. So that's why you're seeing more strikeouts from him. Logan Allen on the other side, he throws 5 pitches pretty evenly, and only 2 of them are above average in expected WOBA. So there's a pitching edge there. There's also a huge edge in these offenses. Detroit ranks 2nd in hitting metrics and walk rate. They rank 6th in strikeout rate. Cleveland is 28th or worse in anything. So all the edges go into the Tigers there, taking them to win the first 5. And then in Houston Dodgers, I'm taking the Stros plus 130 on the money line. I'm checking to see if those odds are still available. Yeah, they've gotten a little bit shorter. It looks like plus 125. So I'd still bet that. But I like Framber Valdez here over Justin Robleski, who is taking the bulk innings after Ohtani. We don't know how deep Ohtani will go. But Robleski, you look at his surface level numbers, a 4.08 ERA, 3.83 expected. Looks like he's due positive regression, right? Not so, because you look at his two primary pitches, which he throws over 50% of the time. The expected weighted on base average is way below average. So he's going to get hit tonight. Houston also has the edge in the bullpen. They rank first in just about everything. The Dodgers rank below average or one of the worst teams. Houston's also one of the best teams in hitting lefties. So like the Dodgers plus 130, like the Tigers, first 5 run line at even odds. Our best bets brought to you by GBank. And if you haven't done so yet, sign up for the $500 trifecta from GBank, First Bet, and VEASAN. All you need to do is open a GBank Visa Signature credit card. In the first 90 days, deposit and play through $1,000 at First Bet to trigger that $500 trifecta. You will receive $200 in cashback rewards on your GBank Visa Signature credit card. Then First Bet will give you a $100 deposit match. VEASAN completes the trifecta with a free VEASAN Pro subscription through October 31st, which is a $200 value. So that's the $500 trifecta from GBank, First Bet, and VEASAN. Head to VEASAN.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBank. This one-time promotion is limited to customers opening a new account in response to this offer and will not apply to requests to convert existing accounts. Apply today. Terms and conditions apply. Okay, do you want to squeeze in some score updates here before we wrap up? The Mets and Yankees have just gone bananas. I now know what you feel like, Will, watching the Yankees is sitting in sadness every night because my bet was dead before it even began. Mets leading 11-6 in the top of the 8th. I will never bet unders again.
Tried to warn you. Tried to warn you.
You did. He did say I was brave. Atlanta and Baltimore tied at 6 apiece in the top of the 9th, both minus 113 live on the money line here, live total of 13.5. Boston beats Washington as the minus 119 favorite, 10-3, going over the total of 10. Minnesota beats Tampa Bay 6-5. St. Louis beats the Cubs 8-6. Toronto beats the Angels in extras 4-3 as a minus 205 favorite. It goes under the 9.5. Philly beats Cincy 5-1 as a minus 197 favorite, going under the 9. Miami beats Milwaukee 4-2 as a plus 118 underdog. So we both had leans on the Marlins today. That one goes under 8.5. And Arizona, we both leaned Arizona's way as well. They beat the Royals 7-1 as a minus 134 favorite. That one goes under 9. Now it is Independence Day weekend, and we have learned a lot about hot dog betting this weekend, Will. Yeah. So it's only right to close out the show with our pal Dustin Sweetelson's hot dog topping power rankings. There are some things here I didn't know go on hot dogs, but that's fine. To each their own. So you tell me what you think. I gotta say, I love this first one. Number 1 is coleslaw. I thought that only goes on like shredded pork sandwiches or whatever on a hot dog. Yeah, I'll take it. Number 2, ketchup. Number 3, relish. Number 4, cheese. Ew. It's not normal cheese. It's like that nacho cheese, which is probably made out of plastic. 5, chili. So that's our top 5 there. Number 6, New York style red onions. You're close to I didn't know this was a thing. Do you know what New York style red onions are?
Not familiar with it. And my biggest takeaway so far, it feels like the coleslaw is a stretch. I've never had coleslaw on a hot dog. I've never seen anyone put coleslaw on a hot dog. I feel like this was just done for clicks. He's trying to get attention. He's trying to get us to talk about
Rage
him.
Bait.
And I think it's worked. I've never seen coleslaw. I mean, tweet at us at VC Live, at Not The Will Hill, whatever. I mean, tweet at us if you've had a hot dog with coleslaw. I think that's something that's just, I don't know how common that is.
I don't like hot dog. I'm telling you, the coleslaw on the hot dog would make me try it. I like coleslaw that much.
Interesting.
And I didn't know it goes on.
When you say you don't like hot dogs, you've never had them. You don't prefer them. Like, when's the last time you actually ate a hot dog?
Of course, I've had.
Well, how do I know?
I mean, probably when I was a kid. Actually, okay, wait. Okay, I'm going to be really annoying because I'm kind of a health freak. I think I've told you that. I found this 100% grass-fed beef hot dog from a local farm here in Tennessee, and I will cut it up and throw it in this pasta dish I make. So does that count as eating a hot dog?
I think it does. I mean, it's a hot dog and you're eating it. I think it has to count.
Okay. All right. So next time I'll put coleslaw on it and I'll tweet a picture to get some engagement. Number 7 is mayo. That's disgusting. Mayo on a hot dog. 8 jalapeno sounds good. 9 guacamole. No. Although maybe that's like a taco. Could be like a taco. 10 is sauerkraut. I feel like it's pretty solid. 10 for sauerkraut. That's a pretty common hot dog topping. That feels kind of low at 10.
It feels kind of low, and there's just a conspicuous absence of mustard. I mean, who doesn't love mustard on a hot dog? I don't know how that didn't make the top 10. So that's an oversight. Again, I think that this list was generated with the idea of getting attention, getting us to talk about them, because coleslaw at number 1, no mustard. There's some flaws on this list.
And it has to be Dijon mustard. If we were doing a mustard power ratings, Dijon is at the top. Okay, glad we agree on that one. Very important stuff here on Live Bet Saturday. Coming up next on VSiN, Live Bet Saturday continues with Scott Seidenberg at Circa. He has you for the next 4 hours. Then finish the night strong with Greg Peterson on Cashing Out, who just went 9-0 on his baseball newsletter picks yesterday. That's insane. Happy 4th of July weekend, everyone. I'm Grace Remington. He's Will Hill. We'll see you tomorrow.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you
wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Is that a faucet running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe.
I didn't know the trees were so amazing.
Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb.
That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN.
Why we're not talking more about Hunter Brown is a crying shame. This guy has been absolutely out of this world this year. He's getting 10.8 strikeouts at 2.6 walks per 9 innings, 174 ERA. He has been doing it time and time again. He's doing it without a lot of run support either. The Astros offense is letting him down, and they're still winning these games because Hunter Brown has been that good for them.
Cashing Out, Saturday through Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Coming to you from the Circus Sportsbook here in downtown Las Vegas. I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. We have Major League Baseball games in progress right now. We have several that are set to begin momentarily, and a couple of games on your night schedule tonight as we take you through this Saturday of sports action. Plus, we'll preview some of the games that are coming up for the rest of the weekend here on Sunday, and also get a little look at some NFL bets as our VSiN betting guide for the NFL season is out right now, and we have tons of great stuff in that betting guide, including a lot of futures market bets and some interesting ones that I've actually started to dive into in the wake of the NFL guide coming out as we get closer and closer to NFL training camps getting underway. But let's update you with what's going on in progress right now. Just 2 baseball games going on right now. The Orioles and the Braves are tied at 6. They're in the bottom of the 9th there in Atlanta. On your live betting market right now, the Braves are a minus 190 favorite, almost minus 200 in some other live books as well, as they are the home team. Obviously, you walk off, you win the game, and you get yourself a W there. Braves and Orioles tied at 6, once again, in the bottom of the 9th inning in Atlanta. They are going to the bottom of the 8th at Citi Field, where the Mets continue to embarrass the New York Yankees. 11-6, the Mets lead the Yankees right now, and if the Yankees go on to lose this game, not only will it be their 6th consecutive loss, but for the first time in Yankee franchise history, and it feels like we're saying a lot about the Yankees franchise history lately, but for the first time in the Yankees franchise history, they will lose 5 consecutive games, scoring 5 or more runs in each of those losses. The first game of this is eventually going to be a 6-game losing skid, because I'm going to chalk this one up to a loss here, barring a miraculous top of the 9th inning. But the Yankees fell 5-4 to the Toronto Blue Jays. Then a 12-5 loss to the Blue Jays, 11-9 loss to the Blue Jays, 8-5 in the loss yesterday to the Mets, and currently trailing 11-5 here or 11-6, here in the bottom of the 8th inning there at Citi Field. What is going on with this New York Yankees team? I don't think there's any one answer. Yes, it's simple to point at the pitching and say the bullpen is not getting the job done right now. As I mentioned, this would be the first time in franchise history with 5 consecutive losses after scoring 5 or more runs. And you would think you score 5 or more runs in a baseball game, you should win most of those games. But clearly, you can point at the Yankee pitching staff not getting the job done, especially in the bullpen. Luke Weaver has given up home runs now in consecutive games. I think it's like 3 consecutive games, 4 consecutive games. He had that home run yesterday to Jeff McNeil that cost the Yankees the game. This was once a lockdown closer for you, now struggling to find himself. Devin Williams, who you brought in the offseason to be your lockdown closer, he's been struggling. He got demoted, got his job back because of injury, and now the Yankees just kind of figuring this thing out by committee. There's no reliable arms in that bullpen right now. And there's no reliable arm besides Max Fried in this starting rotation. The Yankees losing Clark Schmidt now to Tommy John surgery. The Yankees are already without Garrett Cole, and that was something that we knew before the season. So thank goodness they were able to acquire Max Fried, because without Max Fried, this Yankee team, which is 48-40, about to be 48-41, might actually be a sub-500 team this year. In fact, that's not an exaggeration. Because if we look at the Yankees team at 48-41, well, Max Fried on the year has made 18 starts. He's 10-2. So if we just replace Max Fried with like an average pitcher, maybe those 10 wins become 7 wins or 6 wins. Maybe those 2 losses become 5 or 4. This Yankee team could be a sub-500 team if not for Max Fried. Carlos Rodon got the start in this game here against the Mets. He was not good. And the bullpen, once again, no reliable arms. And you start to wonder, and I know a lot of people have been tweeting this out, and you can follow me on Twitter at ScottsOnAir, SCOTTSONAIR. A lot of people calling for Aaron Boone's job, the Yankee manager, to get fired. I think something has to be done, whether it's Boone or whether it's the pitching coach, Matt Blake, or whether it's the hitting coach, because certainly the batters don't have the right approach at the plate. Something has to change with this Yankee team. But the question we have to ask ourselves now as baseball bettors is looking forward. This is a Yankee team that was the second favorite to win the World Series when the season began. The Dodgers were the first favorite. Yankees were the second favorite. This is a Yankee team that was the favorite to win the American League, that was a sizable favorite to win their division, the American League East. Do we consider just going away from this Yankee team now because of how poorly they've played, because the season possibly getting away from them? We're only at the midway point of the season. We haven't even hit the All-Star break yet. But could the season be getting away from the New York Yankees? And so do we want to look in another direction? The Toronto Blue Jays, with a walk-off win here on Saturday, have now won 7 straight games. They are in first place in the American League East by 2.5 games. It's about to be a 3-game lead in the American League East. Toronto Blue Jays right now, you can still get in the American League East division market at plus 155 or so to win the division. Is the time now to go away from the Yankees? To say, hey, Blue Jays are playing better. Maybe we bet the Blue Jays to win the division, or just look at the American League market and think, well, clearly the Detroit Tigers are the best team in the American League, and they're the favorite to win the American League, now at plus 285. Yankees are still the second favorite, but they're going to dip and become the third favorite after this loss, as they'll go behind the Houston Astros. Do we bet the Tigers to win the American League? Do we bet the Astros to win the American League? Speaking of the Houston Astros real quick, here's an interesting stat, just how good the Astros have been lately after their dominating win against the Dodgers yesterday. The Astros, since June 1st, have the best record in Major League Baseball, 22-8. And during that time, this according to Astros Future on Twitter, the pitching staff has the lowest ERA in baseball at 3.09. The offense, their lineup, the third highest WRC plus, weighted runs created, at 117. They're 7 games up now in the American League West. And the Astros are doing this all without arguably their best hitter in Yordan Alvarez, who had another setback in his rehab and might be out even longer than originally expected with that fractured hand. I mean, the Astros are the best team, right? The Astros are playing the best baseball, I should say, in the American League, if not all of Major League Baseball right now. So that's another team. It could be the Tigers. It could be the Astros. Either way, it's not going to be the New York Yankees. Or, let me give you the flip side of this. Is it time to buy the dip? Now, what does that mean? Buying the dip is, it's like when you're talking about the stock market, and stocks that fluctuate, they go up, they go down. And what's the ultimate lesson in the stock market, right? Buy low, sell high. And so when a market dips low and you think it's as low as it's going to be, you buy the dip because that's the time you're going to invest, because it's only going to go up from there. Is this the low for the Yankee team right now? If the boss, George Steinbrenner, was still around, this is something Will Hill, who was on earlier here on VSiN on Live Bet Saturday with Grace Remington, Will Hill tweeted out that he wished George Steinbrenner was still around because they would fire everybody right now. And I quote tweeted that, and I said, well, getting embarrassed by the New York Mets would be the final straw for the boss if he was still around. Because the Yankee-Met rivalry is something that they take seriously. It's for not just bragging rights and for the fan respect, but it's about owning the town. And the Mets have always been considered little brother to the Yankees. The Yankees always feel like they own New York City. So getting embarrassed by the New York Mets, about to get swept possibly by the New York Mets, losing now 12-6 going into the ninth inning. Pete Alonso with a multi-home run game. He is now 6 shy of Darryl Strawberry for the Mets' career home run leader. Pete Alonso, just an incredible season he's had. But getting embarrassed by the New York Mets, this might be the low for the Yankees. They'll be 48-41, 6 straight losses. Once again, first time in franchise history that they will lose 5 straight games, by scoring 5 or more runs. Prior to the 6-game losing streak, you had you took 2 out of 3 from the A's, but you lost 2 out of 3 against the Reds. You had that losing streak where you got swept by the Red Sox and lost 3 of 4 against the Angels. This could be the lowest point of the season right now for the New York Yankees. So could it be time to buy the dip? Whereas you can get the Yankees at a price now that you couldn't have gotten prior to the season, that you couldn't have gotten a month into the season. The Yankees are at even money to win the American League East. The Yankees are going to be north of plus 350 to plus 375 to win the American League. And we know this is a team that will certainly be aggressive in the trade market over the next month. Is it time to buy the dip, or are we out on the Bronx Bombers completely? I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir, ScottsOnair. Coming up next, we'll talk about the games that are set to begin momentarily here in Major League Baseball. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr. Surge Sports, the investment arm of Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, is in talks to invest in the organizers of the Michael Moritz-backed T100 Triathlon World Tour as part of plans to grow the series. According to people familiar with the matter, a deal with the Professional Triathletes Organization is expected to close in the coming weeks. Wimbledon debentures, which guarantees seats on center court or number 1 court for 5 years, are being treated as a tradable asset, with some selling for a significant profit due to high demand from U.S. buyers. The price of debentures has increased significantly, with center court debenture seats for 2026 through 30 selling the equivalent of close to $272,000, a 75% profit. Number 1 court debentures selling for over $99,000, a 63% increase from the previous round. With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guys in the know and prices so low, it just might.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WIDB, The Scourge.
Primed for scoring and runs? Check out VSiN's Park Factors tool, powered by Ballpark Pal. It uses weather data and simulations from over 1 million batted balls to project scoring at every MLB stadium. It even adjusts for how individual hitters match up with the day's conditions, so you can make smarter picks for home runs, bases, game totals, team totals, and more. Make smarter baseball bets this season with VSiN. Sign up at vsin.com/subscribe.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Live Bet Saturday, I'm Scott Seidenberg with you on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. We have two Major League Baseball games that are about to begin momentarily in Cleveland. The Guardians are hosting the Detroit Tigers, where Detroit is a -135 favorite. Casey Mize on the mound for the Tigers against Logan Allen going for the Cleveland Guardians. And the Astros are at the Dodgers after the rout yesterday by the Astros. 18-1 the win there in L.A. Houston will look to double it up as a dog here in L.A. against the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers, and Framber Valdez goes for the Astros. The plan here for Ohtani is to get 2 innings of work. It is Ohtani's birthday, so happy birthday, 31st birthday for Shohei Ohtani. Pitched just 1 inning in each of his first 2 outings. The plan here, according to manager Dave Roberts, 2 innings for Shohei Ohtani, and it's just about how he feels, right? I don't know if they're going to stick to the plan and they're going to remove him even if he goes 6 up and 6 down, or even if Ohtani says, hey, I feel great, I want to go back out there for a 3rd inning. Do they let him go back out there for the 3rd inning? I'm not so sure. They might just stick to the plan here and say, you're only going 2 innings and that's it. No more. Only 2 innings. This is our plan. We are sticking to the plan. Now, what helps the Dodgers, despite the fact that they used a ton of pitchers yesterday, they didn't utilize any of their high leverage arms. You look at the pitchers that pitched yesterday, and Kasparius went 3 innings. He got rocked for 6 runs. You had Jack Dreyer in there for the Dodgers. Noah Davis gave up the bulk of it with the 10 runs. And then you had Anthony Banda pitch before eventually they brought in position player Miguel Rojas. So they didn't utilize their top arms out of the bullpen. And that's the thing that I always talk about when it comes to these blowout games and looking at the teams that got blown out to win the game the next day, is because that team did not utilize any of their bullpen arms. And they just kind of chalked the game up 2-0. And that's exactly what I mean. Listen, it's not like the Astros utilized bullpen arms as well. McCullers went 6 incredible innings, his best start of the season. Jason Alexander went 3 innings in relief, so they didn't have to use Hader. They didn't have to use Abreu. Like the Astros bullpen was actually saved yesterday as well, which is why I actually leaned towards an under in this game between the Astros and the Dodgers. Even though you have an Astros lineup that is hitting the ball extremely well, that's putting up big numbers, you have Framber Valdez on the mound, who we completely trust. He's having a tremendous season. We trust Shohei Ohtani through at least the first 2 innings, and then both of these teams have their high leverage relievers available for this game. And so that's why I lean towards the under here between the Dodgers and the Astros. We are underway here in the top of the first inning. So Ohtani is on the mound here against the Houston Astros, and your live total is at 8.5, -120 to the over right now as we monitor the situation here as Ohtani pitches to Isaac Paredes to lead off this game. Elsewhere, the Yankees trying to scratch across a run and are unable to do so. 12-6 will be the final here against the New York Mets. So the Yankees 6 straight losses. And as we mentioned last segment, the first time in Yankee franchise history, 5 consecutive losses, scoring 5 or more runs in all 5 of those losses. Meanwhile, we're going to the bottom of the 10th inning in Atlanta. The Orioles put up a 3 spot in the top of the 10th, so they lead 9-6 going to the bottom of the 10th in Atlanta. The Braves will certainly have the ghost runner on live market right now. If you think the Braves have a comeback in them here in the bottom of the 10th, plus 830 on the Braves to come back here. And this is an interesting one. I know it's heavily juiced, but it is 9-6 right now, going to the bottom of the 10th. Ghost runner on second base. Live total is 15.5, juiced at minus 156 to the over. So if you think the Braves have one run in them here in the bottom of the 10th inning, just get one run, knock in that ghost runner. Play a live over here at 15.5. I think that's pretty interesting here at minus 156. It's basically betting minus 156. Do you think the Braves score that runner from second? Now, there's many times where we get to the extra inning and the ghost runner, and that ghost runner doesn't score. It happens more times than you think. And with the Braves needing more than one run, they're less likely to manufacture that one run. Like, let's say the Braves only needed one run to tie the game or one run to win the game. Well, you can have a situation where they bunt the ghost runner over to third, and then a sac fly scores that one run. Or they, try and maneuver, whether it's they send them. You're not going to try and steal third, but, you hit the ball the opposite way, you score a run, you move them over. There's ways you can manufacture deep fly ball, certainly a sacrifice fly, not a sac fly, but it, for all intents and purposes, a sac fly, because the runner will tag up, go to third, and still be at third with less than 2 outs. So there's ways that you can manufacture a run, but down by more than one, how likely is that runner to tag up on a deep fly ball? Because, listen, if you're fast enough to get to third, you're fast enough to score from second, and you don't want to run the risk of running yourself into an out when you need multiple runs to tie this game. But I thought that was interesting, taking a look at a live total here of 15.5 with that ghost runner on second base. Let's check in on Ohtani's start here, as leading off the game was Isaac Paredes for the Houston Astros, and he singled to left field, but then Cam Smith grounded into a double play, and Ohtani got Altuve to ground out the shortstop to end the inning. So after the first inning, the Ohtani gets the out, faces the minimum. Only 10 pitches in that first inning for Shohei Ohtani. This is going to be a decision now for manager Dave Roberts if Ohtani has an effective and, he doesn't throw a lot of pitches in the second inning. If he is efficient and effective in that second inning, do you run him out there for a third inning? If he says he feels fine, it's so hard for a manager to make those decisions. You almost know that it's going to be like, it's like the decision's made beforehand, right? Like, that's what it has to be. And sometimes you want to make sure that that decision is predetermined, because you don't want to run to a situation where, Dave Roberts, who's a veteran guy, obviously he's a champion, he's been around, where he has to make a tough decision where, hey, the player says he feels great, and the player wants to go out there and pitch more, but you know how valuable Ohtani is, and you don't want to have him have unnecessary stress here on July 5th. So if this decision is predetermined, then that's what we look at here. Ohtani will only go 2 innings, which is what was announced yesterday for this start. Dodgers batting now in the bottom of the first inning, and they're looking to respond after that blowout defeat that occurred yesterday. No score between the Tigers and the Guardians. Logan Allen sets them down in the top of the first, so we go to the bottom of the first there in Cleveland. Tigers were a minus 125 favorite in this game. Still to come later on, you get the White Sox at the Rockies. Colorado a minus 130 favorite with German Marquez on the mound. Going for the White Sox is Jonathan Cannon. And then you'll have the Rangers at the Padres. Patrick Corbin going for the Rangers. Stephen Kolek for the Padres. Padres a short minus 125 favorite. Then later on, your 2 night games tonight, 10:05 Eastern time, 10:10 Eastern time. The Giants at the A's. Logan Webb goes for the Giants. Luis Severino goes for the A's there in Sacramento. Giants a heavy favorite, minus 175. Total in this one is 9. I have opinions on this game. We will get to it, certainly, especially in our best bets segment coming up a little bit later on. And the Pirates are at the Mariners. Mike Burrows Burrows on the mound for the Pirates, who has been the target of some trade discussions with some teams around Major League Baseball looking for some pitching. And Luis Castillo will go for the Mariners. Seattle, a -165 favorite. I want to tell you guys about Edge Boost, the first ever bank account built for bettors, ensuring all gambling transactions are approved. There's no usage fees and no minimums, and you can earn cashback rewards. 100% approval for all betting deposits. Sign up today at edgeboost.bet with promo code LIVE. Deposit $25 and Edge Boost will match the deposit. That's edgeboost.bet. Well, we're into the dog days of summer. We got Major League Baseball certainly going on, WNBA action as well, and major soccer tournaments will be wrapping up. The Gold Cup final is tomorrow night between the United States and Mexico. We also have the FIFA Club World Cup, which is heading towards the semifinal after an exciting game that occurred here on Saturday. Some of the world's best players in action here in a soccer tournament hosted by the United States. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Brad Thomas, betting analyst for NBC Sportsbet. We'll get his take on some of the soccer and other thoughts on other betting opportunities here throughout the rest of this weekend. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at Scott's On Air, SCOTTSONAIR. This is Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates.
Olivia,
so shopping for insurance is
from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger, from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy, and I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
On the next A Numbers game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on the future sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's a numbers game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you. Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Always on Twitter at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. Dodgers on the board early here against the Astros. Mookie Betts with a homer in the bottom of the first inning has the Dodgers with that 1-0 lead. Shohei Ohtani back on the mound here for the top of the second after throwing just 10 pitches in the top of the first. The plan is for Ohtani to only pitch 2 innings today, and we'll see if manager Dave Roberts sticks to that plan. Meanwhile, going to the top of the second, no score between the Tigers and the Guardians. Joining us now on the Progressive Guest Line, you can follow him on Twitter at Mr. Brad Thomas. He is the sports betting analyst for NBC Sports Bet. Brad Thomas here on the program. Brad, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Bet Saturday. What an exciting day of soccer we had today, and we will have again tomorrow. But today, Brad, we had the FIFA Club World Cup quarterfinal action where we saw PSG get a victory against Bayern Munich 2-0. Real Madrid holds off Dortmund 3-2 after an exciting stoppage time play between both squads. And so our semifinal is now set. Looking at what you saw today, how does this affect your handicap moving forward here for this tournament?
Today was actually incredible. First, let's talk about that, right? So many goals in stoppage time. PSG gets the job done. They not only hold on, they score an extra one down 2 men. But my only, change in mentality has to be how this Real Madrid team is going to be moving forward. Xabi Alonso came in as manager, and I knew it would take some time to implement exactly what he wants, but there's no denying how good of an adjustment manager he is. Basically, in that second half, he made adjustments when Dortmund came out flying, and it's been happening every single game where he's made these adjustments and they looked better, right? This team is still kind of without a little bit of Kylian Mbappe, not fully fit to start, but they still look really good. I think they are my second team to beat, probably reflected in the odds as well, but I think they can give PSG a serious run.
Yeah, right now in the market here to win this tournament, PSG is the favorite at plus 140, Real Madrid plus 175, Chelsea plus 275. Fluminense is going to be your long shot here at 14-1. Fluminense takes on Chelsea in the first semifinal. Now, the semifinals and championship will all be at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, home of the New York Jets and New York Giants. Chelsea minus 155 on the 3-way line against Fluminense in that first semifinal. The 2 advanced line, which to me, Brad, and I want your take on this, that's the better way to play these games because you give yourself the opportunity for the stoppage time, for the extra time and for the penalties. I know you're laying more juice here, but Chelsea minus 330 on the 2 advanced line. But is that a better way, in your opinion, to play this, or do you like playing the 3-way line?
I don't mind the 3-way line. It's just at minus 145. That's a tough pill to swallow. Consistently, these South American teams have been kind of underrated. I was at the Al Hilal Fluminense match, and it was a home field advantage. This is a Fluminense side that has fan clubs from all across the United States that are traveling from game to game. So I don't think it's going to be so much heavy Chelsea fans, even though they're a massive club. I think there's going to be a lot of Fluminense fans. And this team is just constantly underrated. I wouldn't be surprised if they cover the plus 0.75 and this game goes to extra time.
Yeah, the plus 0.75 would be, that's on the Asian handicap, which is a whole nother way that you bet soccer that a lot of people might get confused by. One of my favorite soccer bets, and this seems like a game in which I would like to bet it, is the both teams to score market. So I think BTTS, as it's abbreviated, I think I like both teams to score here in this first semifinal coming up on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, both teams to score is plus money, even odds, depending on where you're getting at. Chelsea literally just gave up a goal on 2 shots last game. There's something about Chelsea where no matter how well they're playing, they seem to concede. It cost them when they played against Flamengo. And this is a Fluminense side led by Jan Arias where they can get goals when they need them. Both teams to score sounds delicious.
Let's talk about the second semifinal on Wednesday. PSG, Paris Saint-Germain against Real Madrid on the 3-way line. It's PSG plus 135, Real plus 185. The draw is at plus 280.
Hard for me not to take PSG to qualify, right? I think their stiffest test was Bayern Munich, and Bayern gave them a little bit of a game. And if you watched the game and you had no real recollection of what this PSG team has accomplished, who they are, who they had available on their bench, you probably would have bet on Bayern Munich live. The sicko I am, I knew exactly the backbone of this team, and I placed the bet on them live, draw no bet. Now I'm getting an even better option just to go ahead and take them to qualify at minus 132. This is the best team in the world. They play together. They play with a really nice fluidity about them, and they have killers on both wings. Yes, they don't have the superstar power of a Real Madrid, but let's not forget, this is a Real Madrid team that kind of struggled in La Liga to their standards last year and basically were trophyless all season. This PSG team gets the job done. It's going to take a little bit more time for I'm backing Madrid.
Let's talk about the Gold Cup final, which comes our way tomorrow in Houston. The United States takes on Mexico, where Mexico plus 145 on the 3-way line, the United States plus 210. The draw is plus 210 as well. Just to win the cup, Mexico is the favorite, minus 135. The United States plus 110. With the game being in Houston, do you expect a large contingent of Mexican fans in attendance?
I think there's going to be a good amount of Mexican fans, but I think the United States fans are going to be overwhelmingly excited for this game, right? This is a rivalry. I'm going to be pro United States. I would have taken the double chance, the plus 0.5. It's way too juiced. I'm just going to take them to lift the trophy. It's plus 115. When is the last time Mexico has beat the United States in a meaningful match? Maybe 2013, 2011, around that time. Yeah, I know it's not the strongest United States side, but there's just something about the United States when they play against Mexico recently. They bring their A game. Both teams to score is not a bad way to look at this either. Both teams scores hitting 3 straight United States games. But I just think the United States get the job done on home soil, pick up another Gold Cup.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Both teams to score market. It's the yes is minus 115, so it's a short price to pay. And I actually might get this. Both teams to score, no draw. So that means you're betting on a 2-1 type of game, right? Or a 3-1 type of game. You can get plus 220 on those odds. At that point, I might just take a look at, you might as well just bet an over in the game, right?
Might as well bet over. The only thing you're taking out of the equation really is 2-2 and 3-3. Yeah. That's a really funny one. I think you could actually take go a little bit. If you want to take a little bit more, go both teams to score in under 3.5 goals. Oh, that's a sicko bet. And I don't think it sees 4 goals. I think 1-1, 2-1 is kind of the maximum we see.
And you probably get some nice, juicy plus money prices on that. I was talking to Brad Thomas from NBC Sports Bet. I'm Scott Seidenberg. It's Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN. Brad also does a tremendous job handicapping golf, and we have the John Deere Classic in progress right now, going to the final round tomorrow. Right now, Davis Thompson is plus 210 as the favorite, with Emmanuel Grillo at plus 500, Max Homa plus 500 as well to win the event. What's your handicap going into the final round?
This shows you how crazy this tournament is, right? If you take all of these guys and let's go to the top, I think 6. We have maybe 6 top 10s and almost 80 missed cuts amongst them. Davis Thompson, I think it's his tournament to lose. Not is he just gaining a bunch of strokes to the field and he's defending champion. He's gained 3.11 strokes tee to green. This golf course is really playing about with accuracy and approach numbers, and he's doing both. That's the tee to green numbers. But his putter hasn't really cooperated all week. And by cooperated, I mean it hasn't been blazing hot. All he needs to do is just have one, like maybe +1 or +1.5 day on the greens, and he wins this by multiple strokes. Already has one. But how nice would it be to have like a story of Max Homa getting back in the winner's circle after facing so much adversity, right? He was down in the dumps, missing cuts left and right, fires his caddy, switches clubs, changes his swing. There's some really nice storylines in here. Brian Campbell could be a 2-time PGA champion. Holy smokes, never thought I'd say that. Austin Eckroat gets back to the winner's circle after struggling. I think it's Davis Thompson's tournament to lose.
Kurt Kitayama shot a 5 under par on his round here on Saturday, and he is 3 strokes back. Any chance that he climbs himself into this maybe a top 5 finish for Kitayama?
It's funny that you brought up Kurt Kitayama because the same handicap that I used for Davis Thompson, where he's been as a stud tee to green, Kurt Kitayama is actually in second amongst the guys that are inside that top 6 range, right? He's been a baller tee to green. He can get the job done. But no, I don't trust him. Like, I don't trust him to put together a bunch of really good rounds. Not anymore. There's something wrong with his game here, but this has been an unpredictable tournament. So anything could happen, but I'm not high on Kurt Kitayama.
Yeah, +160 if you want Kitayama to finish top 5 right now. Brad, great handicapping as always. Good stuff. Good luck with your bets. Enjoy the game tomorrow and the round of golf as well.
Absolutely. Take care. Have a great one.
There he is, Brad Thomas. Hit him up on Twitter at Mr. Brad Thomas, betting analyst for NBC Sportsbet, as he joined us on the Progressive Guest Line. I'm Scott Seidenberg. You can hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Hit us off on the network at VSIN Live. Coming up next, we'll get you an update on the 2 Major League Baseball games in progress and check on Shohei Ohtani's status here on his birthday. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either. I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment charges. And this is from a company rated #1 by a leading consumer research
Adopt
company.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today, I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
If you play the Chicago White Sox every single day, you'd be hemorrhaging money. The thing with the White Sox is the first 5 bets are almost the exact opposite. Number 1 first 5 team in all of baseball. Detroit Tigers, no surprise. Guess who's 4? Chicago White Sox. Are you serious? It's 28, 33, and 17. You'd be up 5 units.
Download a Numbers Game podcast and other VSiN shows wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Back here on Live Bet Saturday, I'm Scott Seidenberg here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. You can always hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live as we monitor the action in Major League Baseball. 2 games in progress right now. We have the Dodgers and the Astros, where the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning. They scored that 1 run on a Mookie Betts home run in the bottom of the first. Shohei Ohtani needed just 10 pitches to get out of the top of the first inning. And in the top of the second inning, Ohtani strikes out the side. 3 strikeouts on his birthday, and after 2 innings, Ohtani allowed just 1 hit. He got the double play in the first inning after that 1 hit, and 3 strikeouts in that second inning. 31 total pitches, 21 of them strikes. And now the question is, does he come out for a 3rd inning, or does Dave Roberts and the Dodgers stick to the plan of Ohtani only going 2 innings? Ohtani's strikeout prop was 1.5 for this game. He goes over, striking out the side there in the top of the second, as the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead over the Astros, looking to add on here with a runner on and 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Your live market right now on this game has the Dodgers as a -300 favorite with a total of 7.5. I did lean towards the under in this game prior to it beginning, because not just the pitching situation with Ohtani going early with the 2 innings at the most, or not, maybe not at the most, but 2 innings, which was expected, and Framber Valdez on the mound, but because of the blowout game yesterday, where the Astros defeated the Dodgers 18-1. Both teams did not have to utilize their top arms out of the bullpen. And I figured in this game here today, you would have 2 great starting pitchers backed by elite bullpen arms here for both the Houston Astros and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I did like the under in this game. And right now it has ticked down to 7.5, juiced at -128 to the over, as it's still very early here, only in the bottom of the second inning. Elsewhere, they are in the top of the 3rd inning, and the Tigers now with a 1-0 lead over the Guardians. Logan Allen on the mound for Cleveland. Casey Mize getting the start for the Tigers. Spencer Torkelson with a solo home run in the top of the second inning is the only hit and the only run scored in this game. For Casey Mize, he has gone 2 innings, no hits, no walks. He has struck out 1. For Logan Allen, 2 innings, just the 1 home run allowed. That's it. The only hit he has allowed, and no strikeouts with 2 walks for Logan Allen here for the Guardians. Your live market on this game right now has the Detroit Tigers at -206. Your live total of 6.5, -139 to the over. We're going to take a look at some games coming up a little bit later on tonight. You got the White Sox at the Rockies. That'll begin at 9:10 Eastern time. So we got a couple hours until that one begins. Jonathan Cannon on the mound for the White Sox, and German Marquez goes for the Rockies. The Rockies winning the first game. The Rockies losing yesterday in the first game of this battle of the bottom feeders here in Major League Baseball. So the Rockies will look to pick up a win here at home against the White Sox. Also coming up at 9:40 Eastern time tonight, the Rangers are at the Padres. Patrick Corbin on the mound for Texas, and Stephen Kolek going for San Diego. San Diego is a short -125 favorite for Patrick Corbin. It has not been the traditional Patrick Corbin day that we know and love, where we are fading him every time he goes out, although starting to look like it, as the Rangers have lost 4 of the last 5 games that Patrick Corbin has pitched. 2 runs allowed on the 6th, 3 runs allowed on June 12th, 4 runs allowed on the 18th, 5 on the 23rd, and 3 runs allowed in his most recent start. I think it's safe to pencil in Patrick Corbin for allowing 2 to 3, 3+ runs here. If you're looking at a prop, I would actually look at the earned runs prop in this game for Patrick Corbin and go over the earned runs prop. So let's take a look at what it is right now. Up on DraftKings, we look at the earned runs allowed over 2.5 for Patrick Corbin, -135. Feels like a safe bet to me, because this is not a game in Texas where the Rangers are the best under team in all of baseball, right? Where Globe Life Park, for some reason this year, has played as the most difficult place to score runs. And that's indicative by Corbin's, 3.79 ERA at home. But on the road, a little bit different, 4.67. He is Patrick Corbin that we love to fade, and he has been that guy on the road. In Texas, I don't necessarily like betting any overs in Texas because of how runs are suppressed there in that ballpark. And I don't know what the reason is. They're still trying to figure out what the reason is, but there's no runs being scored in Globe Life Park. But this game is in San Diego. And I do think we could see runs if we look at the over 2.5 for Patrick Corbin earned runs. The last time, he gave up 2 runs only on June 6th. He has gone now 4 consecutive starts going over 2.5 earned runs. Prior to that start against St. Louis, he only gave up 2 earned runs. But he had 3 starts before that where he allowed 3, 3, and 3. So if we just look at his last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 starts, he is 7-2 to the over 2.5 earned runs in his last 9 starts. 7-3 in his last 10, if you want to go back even further, make it a round number. 7-3 in his last 10, 7-2 in his last 9, 4-1 in his last 5. Going over 2.5 earned runs for Patrick Corbin. That's what I like here in this start. Then we got the Giants at the A's coming up at 10:05 Eastern time. Pirates at the Mariners. That game is at 10:10 Eastern time. I really want to fade Luis Severino and this A's team. And I'm going to try and think of creative ways to do this. But first off, we know about how terrible Luis Severino is at home. I mean, the splits are undeniable. There was a time where he had a ridiculously low ERA on the road, but back-to-back poor starts on the road have kind of changed that, where he gave up 5 runs against the Yankees, earned 7 total. He gave up 7 runs against the Tigers before that on the road. So 2 really bad road starts have now skewed his road ERA, which at one point was sub-1. Now it's 3.04. But at home this year, a 6.79 ERA. He's given up 7 home runs in 10 starts at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. And this is the first start at home in Sacramento for Luis Severino since the article came out in The Athletic, where he absolutely ripped pitching in Sutter Health Park. Luis Severino talked about how bad it was pitching in Sacramento. I'll read you some of the quotes from the article that came out a little over a week ago when he was playing against the Yankees. Quote, It feels like a spring training game every time I pitch and every time other guys pitch. It's the same mentality we have to go out there and try and do our best, but it's not been great for us. Why is he been better on the road? Severino says, quote, because we play in big league stadiums on the road. We don't have that at home right now. It's not the same. It's not the same atmosphere. We don't have a lot of fans. Our clubhouse is in left field. So when we play day games, we just have to be in the sun. There's no air conditioning there too. It's really tough. And Severino also said, quote, you don't feel the same energy at the ballpark. He's been bad at home. He has complained publicly multiple times at home. And the A's came out, and the A's were even upset about the amount of complaining that Severino had done. And it wasn't like he had to give a retraction on that, but he did come out and have to address, or the team came out and had to address his comments. So this is the first start for him at home after he publicly ripped how bad it is pitching in this ballpark. I wonder if the fans turn on him tonight. Whatever A's fans there are in attendance, I wonder if they turn on him tonight. And I wonder if it's just in his head now that he's just not comfortable and he's never going to be comfortable pitching in this ballpark. That's what has me wanting to fade Luis Severino at all costs in this game coming up tonight. Hey, ProfitX is offering the best odds on baseball all season long. ProfitX is a peer-to-peer sports exchange. It's available in 40-plus states, the first of its kind in the U.S., so you're going to be able to make your sports picks against other groups of fans rather than against sports books. And exchanges guarantee the best odds on average by 10 to 20%. You can even request your own odds. Download ProfitX today with code VSIN and earn up to $200 in profit cash over your first month. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir. You can hit us off on the network at VSIN Live. Dodgers now up 2-0 over the Astros, and Shohei Ohtani is done for the day on the mound. This is Live Bet Saturday here on VSIN, the Sports Betting Network.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean. And there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Of rooftop cocktails. Reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
On the next A Numbers Game, we've gotten to the business end at Wimbledon. We will give all the plays and update everything going on the future sport. Plus, Paul Sporer on Major League Baseball, Wes Reynolds on golf and beyond. We continue our discussion of the NFL division by division with the NFC West. And, of course, update July wins in Major League Baseball. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you on Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. You can hit me up on Twitter at ScottsOnAir. Hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live. Coming up a little bit later on, we're going to get into some NFL talk as I've identified a unique market that you can bet here at Circa and at other books in regards to a future proposition for the upcoming NFL season. So we'll talk about that coming up here a little bit later on. Also, we have to get into some NBA later in the program. We'll be joined by Mackenzie Rivers, NBA handicapper at pregame.com. California Classic is underway right now, and that is in San Francisco at the Chase Center. This is the beginning of the NBA Summer League action. So here's what you're going to have over the course of the next, really this month of July. So the California Classic begins today. It'll go tomorrow, and on Tuesday it'll wrap up. Then the Salt Lake City Summer League in Utah will be today as well, and then tomorrow, I think today, Monday, and Tuesday. And then here in Vegas, the official NBA Summer League will begin July 10th and go through July 20th. And that is really where I expect some more off-season moves to be made, because when the NBA Summer League is here in Vegas, the entire league is here. Like, this is a convention of the NBA when it comes to town here for the Summer League. And it's a great time. If you've never been to the Summer League, it's a great time to come to Vegas, sign up for contests while you're here. And then you can check out games over at Thomas and Mack there, and you can go watch the Summer League. A lot of young stars will be here in town in action. In the California Classic right now, it's just 4 teams participating in the California Classic. The host team is the Golden State Warriors. As I mentioned, it is in San Francisco. And the Miami Heat are also there, San Antonio Spurs, and the Lakers. And for the Spurs, number 2 overall pick Dylan Harper is not playing in these games here this weekend, and we'll see what happens coming up later on in the Summer League, but not participating here in the California Classic, dealing with a little bit of a nagging groin injury, the Spurs are saying. But in playing for the Spurs is Carter Bryant, the 14th overall selection here in the NBA draft, and that probably highlights really the top talent. He probably is the top talent here in this California Classic in these 4 teams. Bronny James is playing for the Lakers. So if you're looking for big names, Bronny James is the biggest name of them all that is participating in these games. And yes, you can bet on these games. Absolutely. So in progress right now, we actually have some games, and we got a game coming up a little bit later on tonight. Here's NBA Summer League action right now. The Lakers and Warriors are in the third quarter, with the Warriors leading 46-43. At the half, the Grizzlies taking on the Thunder. That's in Salt Lake City. That is 45-40, Grizzlies over the Thunder. And the Sixers take on the Jazz in Salt Lake City coming up 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight. So that is the information about the California Classic with the talent that's playing there. As far as the Salt Lake City Summer League, let's see what top players that we have here in playing in this one for these teams. So the Memphis Grizzlies, they announced their roster, and anybody that we know, Armando Bacot, that's rookie coming out of North Carolina. Guy had a tremendous year there at North Carolina, or tremendous career, I should say, at North Carolina. G.G. Jackson playing for the Grizzlies also here in Salt Lake City. So something to keep an eye on with these teams and the young talent that you're going to get. For the Sixers, VJ Edgecombe is playing here as part of their Summer League roster. So you do have one of their top drafted talent, the number 3 overall pick, VJ Edgecombe, is on their roster. Also on their roster, Janai Broome, who at one point was, being considered as the top player in college basketball. So something to keep an eye on, a couple players there for the 76ers. And, if those 2 players are playing here, well, they're +6 here against the Jazz. I wonder if just because those players are on the roster, I don't know necessarily if they are playing in this game here tonight. So I'm going to take a look to see what we can find online about the players playing in the SLC Summer League here between the Sixers and the Jazz. Obviously, the Jazz having a little advantage, if you will, home court and whatnot. I do expect, though, as I mentioned, some more offseason moves to be made by the time we get to the Vegas Summer League. Again, July 10th is when it begins. It runs for 10 days until the 20th, and we will have odds once we get closer to next week. We will have odds on who's going to win the Summer League here in Vegas, and then we'll get the rosters and figure out who's playing for who. But I do expect some moves to be made. And I don't know if it's going to be LeBron James. That's obviously the biggest one that people are kind of waiting to see if LeBron, in fact, does get dealt away from the Los Angeles Lakers. But I think it's entirely possible that we could see a Giannis decision come down here at the Summer League. And maybe another move that we are not expecting yet. Maybe something else can come down that we're totally not expecting. Because, again, when the Summer League is here in town, it is a convention of the NBA. All the GMs, all the executives get together. They will have FaceTime with each other. There'll be some, backroom meetings, some handshake deals, and something will come about here from the Vegas Summer League. So we're going to monitor that as it gets closer on. I'm Scott Seidenberg, once again, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir, ScottsOnAir. You can hit us all up on the network here at VSiN. It's at VSiN Live. This is Live Bet Saturday here on the Sports Betting Network. And there are just 2 games in progress right now. The Tigers with the 1-0 lead over the Guardians in the top of the first inning. Only 1 hit in this game, and that was the Spencer Torkelson solo home run off of Logan Allen. So through 3 innings, and now here in the top of the 4th, Logan Allen has only given up, look at this, Spencer Torkelson gets another hit, a single. So Logan Allen's given up 2 hits in this game, both of them to Spencer Torkelson. A solo home run in the 2nd inning, a single here in the 4th inning. Nobody else has gotten a hit in this game for both teams. Only Spencer Torkelson's the only player who has gotten a hit. He's got 2 hits now for the Tigers. For Casey Mize, hasn't allowed a hit yet against the Guardians. Meanwhile, the Astros offense continues to surge. So Shohei Ohtani pitched 2 innings. He pitched great, struck out the side in the second inning. Dodgers had a 2-0 lead after the second, going into the top of the third inning, where taking over on the mound for the Dodgers, Justin Robleski, and he is so far allowed 4 runs here in the top of the third inning. The Astros leading 4-2. It started off with a Hummel single. Mauricio Dubon then doubled. Then we had a short double, which scored 2 runs. Paredes flied out. Smith reached on an infield single on then a throwing error by Miguel Rojas allowed advancement and a run to score. Altuve flied out. Walker singled and scored a run, and now Victor Caratini is up as the Astros still bat here in the top of the third, and Caratini just got out, so we head now to the bottom of the third, but the Astros leading 4-2 over the Dodgers, and this game has completely flipped on its head right now. The Astros are a minus 160 live favorite. Your live total has now skyrocketed to 12.5 for this game. So a 4-run top of the third for the Houston Astros, as Framber Valdez will take the mound with a lead for the first time here in this game, going to the bottom of the third. Live total once again is at 12.5. Live money line is the Astros minus 160, Dodgers plus 123 on the comeback. And that is your only 2 games in progress right now, Astros, Dodgers, and Tigers and Guardians. Tigers minus 176 on the live line, live total of 5.5. And boy, what a terrible outing here by Robleski. And you wonder, as I'm watching the replay here of this Miguel Rojas play, if that's a routine play. It's a routine play. It was a 2-2 game, 1 out. It would have been 2 outs with a runner on third, so you never know how it would have played out. But by throwing that ball away, he allowed the run to score, which gave the Astros a 3-2 lead instead of the game still being tied at 2. And also the batter, instead of being out at first base, wound up being at second base, wound up scoring later on to make it 4-2. So that bad throw there by Miguel Rojas completely changed the inning and perhaps the game here for the Dodgers. Christian Walker, though, really, he got that RBI single. And there's an interesting stat here about Christian Walker of the Houston Astros that I wanted to look up here, as he has really shined here hitting at Dodger Stadium. He has homered in 6 straight games at Dodger Stadium, dating back to his time with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So he didn't homer yet today, but he did have an RBI single. But 6 straight games at Dodger Stadium in which Christian Walker has homered in. So this is a dude that loves hitting against the Dodgers. He was 4 of 5 with a home run yesterday, his first 4-hit game as a member of the Houston Astros, and he got the RBI single here in the top of the third inning. So Christian Walker, a pretty good bet playing at Dodger Stadium to go over maybe his total bases or hits plus runs plus RBIs. Once again, I'm Scott Seidenberg. Hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. You can hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live. Coming up next, we'll update you on any changes that occur here in both of the Major League Baseball games in progress. And then we're going to start to take a look at some futures bets in the NFL, because our NFL betting guide came out on July 1st. It is a must-have. You got to go grab that for sure. There's great insight in that betting guide, including some futures bets from yours truly. But I've actually dove into a different futures market that I want to talk about coming up next. It's a creative market, and maybe you're going to be on board with me. I'll tell you about it coming up. This is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can bank on is gold and silver. Gold and silver have been a reliable and trusted form of currency for thousands of years. Gold and silver have never been worth zero, and typically gold holds its value during economic turmoil. Call the Gold Hotline now and learn how to protect your money and your assets with gold and silver. And learn how to set up a new IRA or roll over your current one into a gold-backed IRA. Protect your money from the next market crash with gold and silver.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Elevate your sports betting game with VSiN's exclusive betting splits. Stay ahead with real-time market trends and track bet percentages on any matchup, then uncover the edge by comparing them to the amount of bets placed to find out where the sharp money is headed. Upgrade to VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you. It is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, as we got 2 Major League Baseball games in progress right now. Bottom of the 4th inning, the Guardians finally got a hit. It is 1-0 Tigers as Cleveland bats with a runner on second here in the bottom of the 4th. And the Dodgers got another runner on base as it is 4-2 Astros in the bottom of the 3rd there in LA as these two teams now go back and forth. This game was started by Shohei Ohtani. He went 2 clean innings, did not allow a run. He allowed a hit in the 1st inning, but then got out of it with a double play, struck out the side in the 2nd inning. But the Dodgers stuck to the plan. They stuck to the plan. They didn't say, hey, Ohtani looked great. We want to win this game. We're going to throw you out there for the 3rd inning and see what you do. Nope. They stuck to the plan. Justin Robleski came in the top of the 3rd. Astros scoring 4 runs off of Robleski in that 3rd inning, and that's how they got this 4-2 lead over the Dodgers right now. I wanted to take a look at some markets here in the NFL upcoming season as we start to dive in to some NFL prep work here in the dog days of summer. Right now, you can get our VSiN betting guide. The NFL betting guide is out right now. Let me just talk about this guide here for a moment, because if you're serious about winning this football season, the VSiN NFL betting guide is your first real edge. Again, it's available right now. It's packed with in-depth previews of all 32 teams. You got season win total breakdowns, best bets from trusted VSiN experts, player props, betting projections, everything you need to bet smarter all season long. You can lock in our football special for just $175 and get full VSiN Pro access through the Super Bowl. And that includes every betting guide, daily best bet emails, 24/7 video, all the data and tools on vsin.com. And you got to hurry up because this early bird pricing expires on July 31st. So don't wait. Sign up today. Get your copy of the NFL season betting guide at vsin.com/subscribe. That's vsin.com/subscribe. Something that I found very interesting in our NFL betting guide is we had 26 members of the staff here on VSiN give their selections for the entirety of the NFL season, meaning taking a look at the divisions, picking division winners, and then picking the winners in the playoffs. Out of the 26 participants in that poll in our NFL betting guide, only 7 people chose a team out of the NFC. So think about that. We had 26 participants. Now, I'm not going to tell you which teams everybody chose, but we had 7 of the 26 participants select an NFC team, meaning 19 of 26 chose a team out of the AFC. The market right now up on DraftKings, the winning conference, AFC minus 115, NFC minus 105. If you want to place that bet right now, no teams involved. If you just want to bet the AFC to win the Super Bowl, minus 115 on the AFC, minus 105 on the NFC. And again, 19 of the 26 participants in the poll in our VSiN NFL betting guide chose an AFC team. There's some other futures bets, great futures bets in our VSiN betting guide, but I'm going to talk about a market that is not in the betting guide that I've been looking a little bit further into. And that is, and you can bet that here at Circa. Other books like DraftKings and others do have this market, but I'm going to give you the odds just here at Circa for this market. And the market I'm going to talk about is the most points scored and the least amount of points scored in the NFL season. I think this is a fascinating market because there's so many ways to handicap this. So many ways to handicap this. Now, first off, let's just look at last year. Last year, the team that scored the most points in the NFL, the Detroit Lions, 564 points. The team that scored the least points in the NFL last year, the Cleveland Browns, 258. So those are some numbers that we're just looking at and teams that we're looking at. Again, most points scored in the NFL and least points scored in the NFL. So here's what I did. I wanted to look at some teams and I wanted to look at their schedules and base it off of last year's numbers for points allowed and kind of stat rank how each team ranks based on their schedule for 2025. And so taking a look at those numbers, and I did a lot of work here on this, okay, with the help of, my good friend in artificial intelligence helping me sort some things out here. But if you actually look at who faces the teams that have allowed the most points from last season and teams that allowed the least amount of points from last season, well, the team that faces the defenses from last year that collectively allowed the least amount of points is the Washington Commanders. The average points per game allowed from their opponents last season, 21.49. Now, it's interesting that both Dallas and the New York Giants are your next teams on the list, which makes sense. They're in the same division. They play a similar schedule. And the Eagles were one of the best defenses last year, and these 3 teams, Washington, Dallas, and the Giants, all have to face the Eagles twice. Dallas's opponents, 21.52 points per game. Giants' opponents, 21.66. And so taking a look now at their opponents, like look at the Commanders' schedule right now. And look at the Commanders' schedule. Again, this is the teams that have allowed these are the teams in the NFC East, Commanders, Cowboys, and Giants, that face opponents that have allowed the least amount of points per game in the prior season, going back to last year. So looking at the Commanders' schedule right now, they play the New York Giants. Well, the New York Giants last year were not exactly a defense although they are, I should say, I don't want to disrespect the Giants. Giants actually a very, very good defense because they have certainly improved their front seven. You have Burns, you have Kayvon Thibodeau, you drafted Abdul Carter. Giants defense is going to be improved this year. But last year, the New York Giants defense allowed 24.4 points per game. That is bottom half of the NFL. Okay. Green Bay Packers last year, their defense allowed one of the best in the NFL, only 19.9 points per game, Green Bay Packers. Raiders, that's next on the Washington schedule. Raiders last season, they were a bottom tier team, 25.5 points per game. Then you have the Falcons and the Chargers are the next two teams on the Commanders' schedule. Falcons also bottom tier, 24.9, but the Chargers were the best, 17.7 points per game allowed. I mentioned the two games that they're going to have to play against the Eagles. That comes later in the year. But Philadelphia, the second best team in the NFL, 17.8 points per game allowed. Then the NFC East also has to play against the AFC West, meaning you got the Chiefs and the Broncos on this schedule, in addition to the Chargers for the Commanders. And the Broncos, third best in the league, 18.3 points per game. Chiefs, fourth best in the league, 19.2 points per game. You can see where this schedule is very difficult based on the allowed points per game of the season before. So the Commanders aren't necessarily an offense that I want to back this year. But let's look at the Giants, because the Giants have a very similar schedule. Again, NFC East, play the Eagles twice. They got to play the AFC West. So the Giants are going to be taking on the same teams. They're going to take on the Chiefs. They're going to take on the Chargers. They're going to take on the Broncos. The Giants right now at Circa to have the fewest points scored in the NFL. The New York Giants are the second favorite at plus 370. Last season, the Giants, with the combination of quarterback that they had, obviously not a great offensive team last year, the Giants scored the second fewest points in the NFL at 273. Now, with Russell Wilson at quarterback, or Jameis Winston, or if they hand it over to Jackson Dart, is this a team that is not going to score a lot based off of the schedule that they're playing against? They are the second favorite for a reason, plus 370 odds. But the Giants, more so than I think the terrible Cleveland Browns, have, I think, the leg up in terms for the least amount of points scored. Not a best bet for me, but still talking this through. We're going to continue to break this down because I do have a best bet in this market coming up next. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at Scott's On Air. This is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either.
I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment.
Olivia.
And this is
from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Wherever you listen to podcasts.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you. Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Update you real quick on the two games that are in progress right now in Major League Baseball before we get back into some football discussion. Right now, the Detroit Tigers still leading the Guardians 1-0 in the sixth inning. Tigers now minus 271 on the live line here as Casey Mize got the start. He has pitched extremely well, still in the game right now as they go to the top of the sixth inning. Just 2 hits for the Guardians, only 2 hits for the Tigers, both of them by Spencer Torkelson. So Logan Allen has pitched equally well for the Guardians, except Torkelson, one of the 2 hits was a solo home run. So Tigers have a 1-0 lead. Your live total in that game is at 4.5 minus 117 to the over. Meanwhile, bottom of the fourth inning in LA, the Astros add another run in the top of the fourth. They now lead the Dodgers 5-2 on the heels of an 18-1 rout by the Astros yesterday over the Dodgers. And this is really a story of 2 different games. Shohei Ohtani, and this is difficult for me because I also wanted to now. So sometimes you have a good handicap and you lose the game. Like it happens, right? And it happens all the time in Major League, especially in baseball. What's the old saying, right? Whiskey in a revolver. But first 3 under was a play for me in the Dodgers and the Astros game. You know, with Shohei Ohtani only going 2 innings, I expected him to pitch well. And then Framber Valdez, I certainly expected Framber Valdez to pitch well. Valdez gives up a solo home run to Mookie Betts in the first inning. The Dodgers manufacture a run in the bottom of the second inning. Meanwhile, Ohtani, good first inning, only 10 pitches, gives up a single, gets a double play to get out of it, strikes out the side in the second inning. Dodgers up 2-0 going to the top of the third. Astros score 4 runs in the top of the third off of Justin Robleski, and a couple of those runs aided by a throwing error by third baseman Miguel Rojas. And so the Astros then get a Diaz home run in the top of the fourth. They now lead 5-2 over the Dodgers, but I thought I had a good handicap and a good read on the first 3 innings going under. And, well, the first 3 innings goes over, so it is a lost bet here for the Dodgers and the Astros. Still a couple of games coming up. We're about a half an hour, 40 minutes away from first pitch of the White Sox and Rockies. And about an hour from now, Rangers and Padres. And then your night slate, Giants at the A's, Pirates at the Mariners. I will have a play on that Giants and A's game coming up a little bit later on. Let's get back into the football discussion, because last segment I talked about a niche market that is available here at Circa, other books as well. And it is for the most points scored in the NFL and also the least amount of points scored in the NFL. The favorite to have the least amount of points scored is the Cleveland Browns. Plus 310 is their market. The New York Giants, who I mentioned last segment, have the third most difficult schedule based on opponents from what they did last season in terms of points allowed. Giants plus 370 to have the fewest amount of points scored. The Giants were the second lowest scoring offense last season. And of course, they're expected to be improved this year because they're going to be improved at the quarterback position, whether it's Russell Wilson getting the start, whether it's Jameis Winston starting games, or if they turn the reins over to Jackson Dart. Now, if you're betting the Giants in this market, you're probably hoping that it's Jackson Dart. Like, you're probably hoping that the Giants season gets off to a terrible start and they fire Brian Daboll, they clean house, and they turn it over to the rookie in Jackson Dart just to see what they have moving forward. That's your hope if you're betting the Giants in this market. Other teams that I think are interesting, the Raiders are interesting only because of how difficult their schedule is. First off, playing in the division, you know they're facing good defenses right away. You have to play the Chargers in 2 games. Chargers last year, only 17.7 points allowed per game. You got to play the Broncos twice a year. Broncos, 18.3 points per game. And the Chiefs, 19.2 points per game. So the AFC West has 3 teams out of the top 4 in fewest points allowed per game last season. So naturally, taking a look at any of these AFC West teams, and especially that 4th team in the Raiders, is intriguing to me. We also know the Raiders have no wide receivers, although Brock Bowers is better than most wide receivers in the NFL, so essentially he is like your top wide receiver, and Ashton Genty should thrive at running back. The one thing that scares me off of taking the Raiders, and right now you can get the Raiders at 22-1 to have the fewest points scored this year, is, yes, they're obviously improved at quarterback with Geno, but it's Chip Kelly's offense. And Chip Kelly, when he was with the Eagles as an offensive coordinator, calling the plays, Chip Kelly's offenses were every year for 3 years. They were one of the top scoring teams in the NFL. 3rd most points in the NFL over those 3 years per game. So that scares me because the Raiders could be one of those teams that's just like, whatever. We're going to let it all out. We're going to lose high scoring games. Like, okay. So maybe there's a challenge there. A couple other teams that I mentioned, I like some of this. I was on Follow the Money yesterday, and I talked about the Indianapolis Colts at 22-1. The Colts intrigue me only because of their quarterback situation. How could you trust any of their quarterbacks? You can't trust Daniel Jones. You can't trust Anthony Richardson. And then you look at the schedule for the Indianapolis Colts, and they do play difficult teams. It's not one of the most difficult schedules because in their division, they're going to play teams that do allow a ton of points, but they play the AFC North. So you have to go to Pittsburgh to play a game. You have to take on the Baltimore Ravens, of course, right? So no, they don't play the Ravens this year, but they do play the Steelers. But they play the West. That's what it is. So the Colts play the AFC West. So they're going to take on those difficult defenses in the Broncos in week number 2. They're going to take on the Chargers on the 19th. They're going to take on the Chiefs, and that's in Kansas City. And then inside the division, Okay, the best team inside their division last year was, is it the Texans, 21.9 points per game? But they'll play the Steelers in Pittsburgh. And so maybe there's a chance that the Colts, with those games against the AFC West, with a couple of other games against some okay defenses, that maybe they don't, especially with the lack of quarterback situation and a really messed up offensive line, maybe the Colts are a low-scoring team this year. 22-1, again, long shot. But the best bet for me in this market is to not look here at the least amount of points scored. I want to look at the most points scored. And the team that I want to bet to have the most points scored in the NFL this year is a team that last year, despite dealing with injuries, finished the year scoring, 385 points, middle of the road, 22, that's defense, Last year, despite injuries, finished the season fourth most points, 502. Again, the team that I want to bet to have the most points scored in the NFL this year, last season, dealing with injuries, finished fourth in the NFL at 502 points. The Lions were first at 564. The Bills were second at 525. The Ravens were third at 518. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 502 points scored on the season. An average of 29.5 points per game last year. That is the team that I want to bet on. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now at circa plus 900 to have the most points in the NFL. Your favorite in this market, you have Philadelphia, you have Buffalo at plus 500, Philly plus 550, Cincinnati 7-1, Washington 8-1, Tampa Bay at 9-1 is my bet. That is my best bet. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers to have the most points in the NFL this season. I'll explain why coming up next. We'll go through their schedule and go through their roster, and I'll address the concerns and why I think I can alleviate those concerns. We'll tell you all about that coming up next. But if you want to know where the money is really going, unlike other sources, our betting splits come straight from Circa and DraftKings Sportsbook, giving you the insight into where the sharp action is landing. Circa is known for taking big bets from pro bettors, while DraftKings provides a broader market perspective. That means you're getting the real action, not just the public money, but the kind of wagers that move lines. You can see the percentage of bets versus percentage of handle on every game across every major sport, helping you make smarter, more informed bets. Get VSiN's exclusive betting splits for as little as $9.99 for your first month at vsin.com/subscribe. I'm Scott Seidenberg, always on Twitter at ScottsOnAir, ScottsOnAir. You can hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live. Coming up next, why the Tampa Bay Bucks are the best bet to have the most points scored in the NFL this coming season. This is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky. Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car, and there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide to this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and
the stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
At Kohl's. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you. It's Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Before we get to my best bet here on a niche market here in the NFL futures market, let's update you on the two games going on in progress here in Major League Baseball. They are going to the top of the seventh. Tigers still holding on to that 1-0 lead over the Guardians. Your live market right now has a total of 3.5, minus 111 to the over. Tigers minus 342 on the live line. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have clawed back here. They're in the top of the fifth inning in LA. It is the Astros leading the Dodgers 5-4. Justin Robleski still in the game here for the Dodgers as LA got 2 runs there in the bottom of the fourth inning, getting those 2 runs on a Rojas home run. So Rojas giveth and Rojas taketh away, as it was his error that led to 2 runs being scored here for the Houston Astros. Rojas now has 3 RBIs in this game. So 5-4, the Astros lead the Dodgers there, top of the fifth inning in LA. Live market right now has the Dodgers as a minus 128 favorite, despite trailing 5-4. They are minus 128. Your live total is at 13.5. Let's get back into the NFL. I was talking about a best bet that I'm going to make in the futures market, and here at Circa, you can bet this at 9-1 odds, plus 900 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to have the most points scored in the NFL this season. Last year, Tampa finished 4th most points scored in the NFL, a season that saw them without Chris Godwin. And yes, Jalen McMillan emerged as an option there at wide receiver, but Mike Evans was also limited a little bit last season, but he was on his own. And Baker Mayfield had another tremendous year. And yes, that offense under Liam Cohn might look a little different this year as Liam Cohn leaves to take a head coaching job. And so now the Buccaneers, they have to hire a new offensive coordinator. And what they did was they promoted Josh Grizzard, who was their passing game coordinator last year, to offensive coordinator. So this is a guy who worked under Liam Cohn last year and provided one of the best offensive passing attacks in the entire NFL. Baker Mayfield had a career high in passing yards, 41 passing touchdowns career high, had a career high in completion percentage, 71.4, career high passer rating, 106.8. Tampa Bay's passing attack, third in the NFL with 250.4 yards per game, fifth with 7.46 yards per pass, second most first downs per game in the NFL, the league's best third down percentage, and